an easy lane for them, so I think they might need to manipulate the creep wave top, make sure that the Darkseer is going to be getting the farm, and then make sure that they have TPs ready, especially on Tiny, to be able to help them out in this bottom lane when they dive.
I mean, not even TP, so I think if I'm looking at both sides draft right now and I'm Tundra, I'm going to be willing to take a trade where I'm going to sacrifice my offlane to make their offlaner poor, because if you look at Bat and Darkseer, if both of them are poor, it's probably going to be worse for the Bat Riders team, because Bat Rider needs a lot of farm to snowball the game.
Darkseer can just cut the wave too.
Yeah.
So you're kind of confident with Jiren being the Darkseer, can stay by himself. He might struggle a little bit, but ultimately shutting down that safe lane.
Yeah, even with the fastest alone, he's going for hard for battle, so he has move speed in the lane. So I think it's okay. He's already going to be ready to play alone, and making sure that he's going to just go back to the jungle, try to run around, pull creeps, and make sure he gets some farm.
Right, and what about yourself, Jenkins? Because
I agree with the rotations that need to come in, but I also think King Jungles can then rotate, and then you've Ursa versus Darkseer, and that's fine for Ursa. Like, I actually think Whisper is going to run away with this game. I think Heroic has a lot of options here.
Okay, so it feels like, you know, the fan favorites in the arena right now, Heroic, that's where you guys are siding for it?
I'm going to go with Tundra. I don't think Troll can lose. I think Troll might maintain 100% win rate throughout the rest of the tournament.
Well, that's not the note I wanted to end on. I wanted to end on a high note for all of the SA fans out there. So let's head on down to Slacks, who does have Caps with him.
Hey, everybody, that is right here. SA fans in the crowd going ham, supporting you guys. Good to see it here so early in the morning here today. But let's start things off. Caps, there were very targeted bans coming at your way from this team. Were you a little nervous? Did they get in your head a little bit? A lot of your classics, you know, the Silencer coming out, other heroes that you guys excel at?
Not really. I think we have way too many heroes this tournament. If we don't manage to end up with a good draft, it means I fucked up.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, we worked very hard on it, because I felt like earlier this year we weren't matching the better teams, but I think here we're ready, and I really like what we got.
Oh, okay. So even though you didn't get Pudge or Meepo, you would consider this not a fuck-up?
Yeah.
Now, you're up against Troll Warlord. This hero has that 100% win rate. Is this the game that the Troll finally falls, where your Bat Rider be good enough to take him out?
Well, I think everyone here that has seen Whisper playing this hero believes is enough.
All right. Well, it's about time for us to get that show started. Are you any words out there to the fans and the crowd out there?
Thanks for coming, guys.
All right. Let's get into the match.
There we go, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all here in Hamburg. We're getting ready to get right into the action. As you can see, the game has begun. Down here in the lower bracket, Heroic up against Tundra. And indeed, it's got to be a bit of a scary situation, right? When you end the draft against a team that's getting this carry hero that's yet to lose.
100% win rate.
100% out of a decent amount of games as well. What, 10 games we've seen it. Won every single one of them, the Troll Warlord hero. Now, the question is, what have they got against it? And do you think this was something that maybe they anticipated, or with the way the draft played out, do you think it might have caught them by surprise?
I would hope that they would have anticipated it, especially if they were picking this Ursa last, because Troll has traditionally been a very good counter versus that Ursa. I think it's because they have this super aggressive dual lane top, like Jenkins was mentioning. The Bat Rider, the Marcy, they absolutely can snowball kills, but let's see if they can even do that, because I've just seen, I don't know, I've seen Pugna kind of push away most heroes from getting aggressive, even Bat Rider, so let's see how they're able to do so. Because, too many times this tournament, I've been like, oh yeah, they're going to be able to go aggressive versus this Pugna in the lane, and Pugna just ends up withstanding the pressure, or they end up turning kills because of how much the hero's able to do just poking and prodding in the laning phase. So, let's see how Toby's able to push away that aggression that comes. And speaking of Toby, he might just die.
Oh, see if he can get away from this one. He cannot. First blood here for Schofield, who will end up going, well, surely going down in response. Final right click from Chrysalis will indeed get the trade, but not before that first blood is secured by Heroic.
Lane shenanigans from both sides. Toby was catching the wave because Schofield was pulling on the other side, and he gets caught. A little flame break pushback that comes in from Whisper, and this is what they're looking for, right? That's exactly what Heroic wants to do in this lane, is just get kills, try to snowball Whisper, but there is going to be that counter kill, of course, that comes in for Chrysalis. Now we can look at these other lanes. The Ursa, Yuma. Second game yesterday was pretty tough, I would say, for him.
That game, I feel, was kind of tough for the whole team.
Yeah.
Right? That was not Heroic's finest showing yesterday in that game, too.
So this one, he does get to pick the Ursa versus the Darkseer, which has been a traditional counter pick in terms of the laning phase. But let's see how this traditional counter matchup works nowadays versus the Dominator meta, because I think things have changed, right? Ursa can kill these Dominator creeps, but a Darkseer with Dominator can also pressure the Ursa in a different way that it used to be, where Ursa and Darkseer just trade farm versus each other.
Yeah, we'll see, because you got to imagine, right, from Tundra's point of view, this Ursa pick was not a surprise, right?
No,
they came here today very ready to play against Yuma's Ursa.
And, I mean, something else we do have to mention, you were talking to me about it on the car ride over here, the mid lane, right? BZM versus Analog. Analog yesterday had a bit of a tough one, especially on that Shadow Fiend, right? Those 30 denies that we saw coming out from no one.
I know.
Already, some big damage from BZM.
He's playing it chill. He's got a Fairy Fire, a couple of bottle charges to rely on, so just holding back, living on the edge here, Analog. Definitely starting to feel a bit of the heat here from BZM. Top lane, Heroic. Going to try and make the go on a Crystallis, but he did have the chance to put the stick and maybe turn. Another blast comes in, but Crystallis will fall. Heroic able to push for the kill. Toby also taking a hell of a lot of damage here from Whisper. Whisper wanting to finish off the job, and he'll get it. Double kill for Whisper on the bat. I mean, we heard from the start, right, indeed, the fans know it as well. Whisper's bat can absolutely perform.
Yeah, and I'm glad they already are going to play much more aggressive, because yesterday, we were seeing a bit more passive style from them. This is a lane that just breathes aggression. Both the Marcy and the Bat Rider. Great ways to get on top there, too, as we see. So Crystal is definitely going to have a bit of a slowdown, even with the Pugna behind, because Toby dying level 1, he's still level 1. Still doesn't have the ward to be able to push him off. Now he's gotten the 2, but a bit of that damage is done in the lane already. 10 CS on the Troll.
Yeah, super hot start for Whisper. Meanwhile, over in the river, we'll see the setup here from King Jungles. TP's coming in. They've got the lockdown for BZM. Fisher comes into play. Jump forward. Here's the rotation. Come through from Schofield. They take down BZM, and they'll be able to outnumber and surround Saxa, slowly chase him down. There's nowhere for the Tiny to run. Heroic starting to bring the action early this game. 5 kills to the one that Tundra's managed to find so far in this first 4 minutes. They're bringing that action. This is what we need to see from this squad.
This is the Heroic that everybody wants to see. Just constant aggression, looking for bullying. They're leaving Yuma now in this lane alone since he's versus the 33 Darkseer. He should be pretty okay down here. And I mean, Schofield, he can look to be pretty active. Looks like Whisper is going to be pretty okay in this top lane with this start for now.
Just having very nice heroes to get active with as well, whether it's sort of swinging into the mid and getting the Shaker in on top of this Storm early, or just allowing Whisper to close that gap against the Troll and put the pressure onto Crystallis in this laning stage.
Heroic woke up this morning. They definitely had their breakfast nicely, because these moves are ready. You see the rotations, they're quickly swapping lanes too. Schofield now is bottom. Shadow Demon's starting to get the stacks going for his Earthshaker. Probably because Analog's saying, yes, he's gotten the kill, but in terms of CS in the lane, still wants to get those early stacks because of how beneficial it is for the Shaker.
And on that bottom lane as well, is there a chance for Heroic to also find kills down here, or against the Tiny Darkseer it's a little more difficult, or it can still happen?
Absolutely can, but they're just going to play in a different way now, where 33 is just going to be jungling, but maybe, I mean, Schofield is looking for some tricky stuff here. He might be able to find a free kill. Let's see how bold he is to go forward. 33 will be fine.
Yeah, he's ready to back up and refuel, so he'll be out of harm's way. And of course, Tundra's lineup, it's just the fact really that they have this kind of Darkseer Tiny. I feel like this has been a duo that we've seen a lot of teams hit a real sort of sweet spot with, right? This combo, it's a classic.
And it's them mostly. Honestly, it's Tundra who have been the ones playing it the most. They even opened up with the Tiny this game, so showing how much they prioritize it.
Talking about the Tiny, Saxa, they'll make his way up there, make sure that they have the numbers to take down King Jungle's Whisper. Should be all right here. Able to keep his distance, has Firefly and Flame Break at the ready. Nice. Necessary.
Sox is still in the area with a combo, so Whisper does have to be careful.
But look at this rotation from Analog, making the move here with the Invis Rune. They do have a sentry down, so if they get some further vision around there, they should have eyes on him.
And they see him now.
And they will. So not able to catch them by surprise with this Invis.
The beauty of this combo, though, with the Marcy is he can just throw him in, right? You can get the extra.
Yeah, you've got to be careful. Absolutely. You can't get anywhere close to this Shaker when Schofield's around, because you'll get caught straight in the combo.
Pretty cool combo, for sure. As we do see, it's 5-2, but Tundra, the economy game, it's there for them.
It's perfectly
CS,
fine,
they're doing just fine.
Yeah, 33 having a final time on the side of the map.
Yep, 33 will check. He'll see his camp is blocked, but he'll still have a secondary one available. But very good preparation as we see Heroic. Double wards, or multiple wards to block camps, scouting information. As we said, they are definitely looking to have a much better early game than they did yesterday. And that early game is very important, as you said. You know, Darkseer, king of team fight. If you don't get a good early game and the team starts to round together around those auras and dominators, it can be very hard to fight against unless you have an advantage.
See bottom. Sacks up. Not the avalanche and the toss back. It's a good amount of control there onto Yuma, and with the damage from BZM,
He's going
should
down.
be the end of the bear. Yuma falls. BZM makes a strong rotation. Same time top. We're going to put the pressure onto the carry as well. They get another chance to take Crystallis down. So both safe lanes starting to feel a bit of heat.
Truly trying to snowball Whisper, though. You see that. They're just trying to get all the kills possible for this Bat Rider to take control of the game. Mid, Analog, looking for Toby.
Schofield a little too far to connect. Up to the tier 2. Gets a bit spooky, so
Okay.
Toby will be fine for now.
Doesn't want to throw the Echo. Might have had enough damage there, but decides to hold on to it, perhaps for a core kill, or maybe for his Ancients, since it is getting very stacked up, perhaps wanting to reserve it for that.
And are constantly pushing out the waves as well, so already getting a decent amount of early damage done onto that mid-tier 1 here, Heroic, with the way that Analog's just constantly shoving forward.
And let's see how they prepare now for bottom. Dominator's done, so 33 is going to start getting this extra pressure. I mean, the tower's dead, so let's see how they do want to react. It looks like it will be pressure on the opposite side as we see Whisper take out the tower. See what build he goes for. It looks like Whisper's going standard. He's not going any deviated build on the Bat Rider. I was wondering maybe if he does do something crazy like Dom, but
There we go.
thankfully he's
There we
normal. Boom!
Easy slam there with the amplified damage, easy stacks, and that's that's going to be the timing done. Very nice and fast this game. Meanwhile in the jungle, BZM and Saxa, they'll hunt down Schofield.
Finding quite a bit.
These are good early little moves here from BZM, up and down between the kind of the mid, the bottom, and hanging around this jungle of Heroic. He's finding himself a couple of early kills as the Storm Spirit.
Saksa being the all-important one to set up for these kills, since he is really the only aggressive hero on
They
their
want to
team
try and
early.
get 33 out of the lane. Jump forward there. Here's the blink reveal. Analog able to shut off the escape. It's a good, solid showing at the blink. And indeed, as we see, a crazy
Super
timing
fast.
here with those stacks they're able to prepare for him and how well he did in the lane. A hot start here from Analog, which is, we needed to see, right? Because as you said, that second game yesterday, not so hot at all.
No, love to see that. And we did see KJ, right? King Jungle's level 6 pretty early on the Shadow Demon versus Darkseer. It's one of the best heroes in the game. Use Purge him. As long as you get that Demonic Purge up onto the DS, he can usually not disengage, as they'll find the creep as well.
Of course, whilst this is all going on, we're seeing at the top side, Crystallis getting that space. Had quite a bit of pressure early on, but absolutely still in position where the Battle Fury timing shouldn't be too terrible. And if he kind of gets to maintain this part of the map and have the team keep the pressure, or at least keep Heroic's focus on their side, this Troll should be able to catch up.
Yeah, should have pretty similar farm to the Ursa. It does seem like it with the way that things are going down. Power Rune. Saksa will find a haste. Take that one away from Analog. How is Analog's Echo cooldown? 30 seconds.
It's coming up soon.
Likely the next play that Heroic wants to make.
And they could make that as well with, Whisper, buying up the Ogre Club by the looks of it. So yeah, just getting this BKB rush this game.
So changing the build a little.
Yeah,
Usually I see
switching
him,
around.
he's very about the drums the early game. So this, I think he's just saying, I really need this BKB to go through all this magic damage. Because if he doesn't have it, right, and he tries to initiate and run in, he will just likely get popped. It's a ton of magic burst that Tundra has, so.
And I think it's fine, right? You've already got your mid shaker. They've got a very quick blink dagger timing for the initiation. And obviously you're playing with a Marcy with pick me up. So just being able to survive seems more important for Whisper in this role, this game as the bat, than getting that jump himself.
Yeah, I agree. I thought perhaps maybe the drum, but I think this is just a better pickup in particular.
Here we go.
See the
They
next
want to go here with the Echo cooldown.
33.
So only a couple of ancient creeps here. They've got the burst opening up with the Echo, the follow-up, the lockdown. It's there. Nicely done by the two of them.
Can they get out safe?
BZM's definitely going to look to try and make them pay. The opening on a Schofield. Analog will split from Schofield for now. Saxa coming in from the side. Turns his attention over towards Analog, of course. Wants to try and get the bigger kill. They'll get the toss back into the blast. Analog in trouble. Crystallis turns up as well as they bring down the Shaker. See if they can get anything more. Saxa. Avalanche onto King Jungles. 32 trying to get the body blocks off with the Hellbear Smasher, but King Jungles is able to get his way around, and they'll be able to retreat.
Good target prioritization there from Tundra. Saksa even blocking. I saw KJ walking in to try to use a disruption. Saksa was just following him to prevent any type of save, so very on top of it there. 8-5, more kills than I think we've had in some of our games at the 11-minute mark. Very action-packed. I think both teams don't mind this action either, to be honest with you. It does seem like Tundra is fine because they're still getting the farm on the map, but Heroic is happy because they're getting these extra kills to accelerate things, in particular for Whisper, as he is two components toward that BKB.
I think, just the biggest concern is that the Troll is having a good time, and this hero has been unbeatable. So the fact that even though they managed to kill Chrysalis a couple of times early on the laning stage, he's up there. He's top 3 net worth. He's level with the Farmer Humor. He's going to have a good Battle Fury time. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, my worry is the timing for the Troll, but also it's the Darkseer when he starts joining his team with the auras, right? He's going to have a pipe pretty early this game since most of that damage is magical on Heroic, and Heroic has no aura carrier whatsoever. Unless they want to do some weird build on the Bat Rider, which I don't think he will do anything like that. So that's usually the big timing for Darkseers, right? It's like that 15 to 20 minute timing when the team starts running around together. We'll see if Heroic is prepared when it does kick off. Because so far their moves have been pretty good.
They want to try and strike at Whisper before he has the BKB done.
He's got backup. Can he get himself out of this?
It's going to be hard now here. Schofield turns up. Saxo will be able to hold him back with an avalanche. Trying to chase forward, but Tundra should be able to keep the distance. 33 trying to Wild Wing Ripper his own creep away there to save it, but Schofield will still be able to get the plus 100.
Oh, in the meanwhile, they continue to get the stacks going on the side of Heroic. Could we actually get a stack counter whenever possible as well, too? Because I mean, it's a team with Shaker, right? It's a team with the Shadow Demon as well, too. So there's going to be a plenty from Heroic. But Tundra,
they're ready to go. They're ready to go and try and connect with Analog around the mid, because Analog does have the slam back online.
Okay, let's see what they find.
Of course, you've got to imagine these sort of timings Tundra will be keeping track of, so should be prepared to be cautious.
BZM also, he's on strength treads, 1600 HP.
He's playing careful. I think he senses that this sort of play might be coming in, but he didn't sense it hard enough. The Echo still gets him into the lasso. That will still do the job nicely.
Way too much chain stun, even if he's on the tankiest portion possible. Cannot survive versus that. Will they take him into a tower? Saxa?
I mean, he's going to end up walking into Saxon. Saxon's able to toss Whisper back over towards him. Good Fisher from Analog. Blocks off pretty much the 4 of them. They're going to try and go for the fight. Yuma reaching in under the tower. Takes down 33. Schofield's got the dispose onto Toby. Yuma will try and run down the puck there, and he's able to take him out before he can save himself. Double kill for Yuma. And they might not be done yet. Analog jumps forward. The setup's there to catch out another. Heroic. Find 3 there, and all it cost them is the life of the bat.
Surprise, Whisper actually died. That toss did way more damage than I expected it to. They'll get the tower out of it as well. Good timing from Heroic. Outnumbering, getting Tundra off guard. 2k advantage now for them.
And getting Yuma involved, right? So pretty much soon after this Battle Fury, he's just 200 gold or so away from having that Blink Dagger. And finding those sort of fights, that is going to be what sort of sets him ahead of the Farmer Chrysalis on the Troll.
What a fissure there from Analog. Clipping all 3 heroes. Even, I think, catching Chrysalis on the side there so he couldn't enter toward the fight. 12-6, Heroic setting the pace of the game. Tundra looking to strike back.
Oh, they are.
Schofield.
They're going to find Schofield for sure.
Quick, easy kill.
I mean, BZM definitely doing his best here to make these moves to ensure that Tundra keep up somehow with the amount of kills that are going on in this early game.
Yeah, pre-Soxa Blink Dagger, right? BZM has to be there. I mean, BZM and Soxa have to be there for most of the kills in this sort of the game, as we're seeing. How's that pipe timing for 33? It's getting closer and closer. That's going to be the hard one that they have to go through. But 33 has to be more careful with his positioning too there. I think 2 times now or 3 times we've seen him just get purged and he just dies right at the start of things. So maybe he has to watch the approach since there's difficulty in saving them. As we've seen Toby, he cannot use this Decapify to save people. It's either going to get dispelled instantly or there's just insane magic damage, as we say, coming in.
King Jungles trying to get some deep vision down.
It's a lot of Dominators they've been able to find. Soxa getting closer and closer toward Blink. Heroic, ults at the ready. They've got the Shard even purchased up for Analog, so for Heroic, it does feel like it's go time at pretty much any moment that they have this ulti at the ready.
And as you say, just for Tundra, once the pipe's there,
yep, that's their
they'll
timing.
look to turn up, and they'll almost certainly look to try and get Chrysalis involved.
Ooh, BZM adapting his build a little too here. Going for the Orchid this game, feeling like it's a good option versus that Ursa and versus the Earthshaker in particular. Could trip them up. Ursa hates playing versus those silences, although I will say, a lot of games I've seen Orchid lately, it has fallen off pretty hard.
Sure.
But we'll see what he can do with it if he does opt to go for that way. So there's definitely going to be some counters in it. Analog looking for a play.
Saxa, so close to having the Blink Dagger online on the Tiny.
Should have it after these 2 camps on the side when they respawn if you'd like to wait for them. So Tundra looking for that timing fight. Heroic, they're looking for any fight.
They've still got that vision, so they've got a full setup here onto BZM.
Oh, BZM.
They're ready.
on the stack.
Oh, he's so dead, surely. Straight
It's
in with the
beautiful.
Echo. An easy one there for Heroic.
The dream when you're playing Shaker. The amount of stacks that are made too. He gets every single creep because the Slugger too. Analog, the Echoes are hitting. 3-1 and 5 so far for the Shaker.
Yeah, he's having a great early game here today.
Yep. All right, so Pipe, it's online. Glimmer still not finished for Toby, but they have Pipe finished. They have Blink on Saksa. Let's see if they can start getting things together, because Heroic is starting to get quite a bit of snowball. Look at the difference between the Earthshaker and the Storm now at this point.
Yeah.
And even the Ursa and the Troll, right? We're starting to see that separation of cores.
And they're going to be able to pick up this Aegis without any sort of contest from Tundra. So Yuma with the Aegis online. What would you imagine it now is the plan from Heroic? You've got this Aegis, are you just continuing to go, for action, just for full-out aggression, or are you farming up that next time?
I think you just keep waiting for Echo Slam. Just keep fighting around this Echo every cooldown. If they're not taking advantage of that Echo being on cooldown, it feels like a good position for them. If the Ursa can finish a BKB as well, then he can actually stand toe-to-toe in a lot of these fights. Versus that Troll in particular, too. Could be pretty nice.
Heading in BZM's direction, Schofield. Not quite able to catch him there. BZM more than ready.
All right, Tundra, they're grouping. This is their timing. The Pipe's finished. That Blink, as we said, for Saksa. Let's see if Heroic is prepared for it.
Yeah, because Tundra's fight should still be pretty strong. They've got the tools. They've got good burst as well.
Echo Slam, 30 seconds still on cooldown.
Saxa's in. He's going to try for the jump on a Schofield, but the Fisher comes out to disrupt the play. Schofield's going to try and stand his ground with the ultimate, but the combo is there. He's going to be saved for now by the destruction. Will still fall, but Heroic strike back. Yuma able to get in onto the Darks here. BZM controlling the Shadow Demon to pick up the double. Whisper's going to get back in there. Lasso's there to lock down BZM. Yuma brings in the damage, and he's able to take down the both of them there, Whisper. Getting a huge double. Saxa attempts to get back in with the Avalanche toss back. They'll be able to at least take the Aegis out of the hands of this bear, but the casualties are rising here for Tundra. As 4 are dead, only Chrysalis left alive to scarper away.
And that's Tundra picking the fight with their timings. And
They went for that.
Heroic is so ready for it, and they didn't even have Echo, Owen. That's without Echo Slam that they're able to do this in this fight. So
Yeah, that was a rough move to make.
Again, 33 charges in, gets Demonic Purged, and just dies almost immediately at the start of the fight.
Yeah, he's getting crushed.
He really is.
The farm was still good. He's getting the timings, but each and
ready.
every decision to turn up to the team fight has absolutely been punished by Heroic.
And they're just so prepared. Look how ready they were for the move. Look, Schofield, he gets the Solar Crest during the stun. An instant stun from Analog. They are so ready for this move. Beautiful preparation coming in from Heroic in this first 20 minutes, as we see.
Now, you can definitely see why this team does like to play with Humor on the Ursa, right? It seems like such a comfortable carry for him because his decisions of when to join and when to not so far have been pretty perfect. He's always been there to provide that extra bit of damage to help get the cleanup.
Yeah, and having Whisper on this bat, as we're seeing, right? 5-1 and 5. They were mentioned on the panel. He can definitely run rampant with the game. Tundra, again, looking to smoke with their timing, but it's into Echo this time.
Indeed. Heroic, they've got more than they had last time ready to throw back at them. Let's see if Tundra can get away with it this time. There's the lead in. Saxa looks for the toss back. They're trying to get onto Whisper, but again, the Fisher causing issues, blocks them off. Analog jumps in with the Echo. Saxa's got Chrysalis. He'll get the ult off, but the Lasso's there. They're controlling the Troll. His ult's soon to come to an end. Analog's going to do his best to kite him out. Off to the side, BZM will clean up King Jungles, but
again.
Chrysalis dies as soon as his ult finishes, and Tundra, they've got to run. Yuma attempting to get on the chase here. Schofield, is he able to close the gap, bringing him in a little bit closer. They're closing in on 33. There's nowhere to run. Dispose back the flame break as well. Analog ready to slam him down with the Fisher. They just can't take these team fights, folks.
Nope.
A second time where they've been the instigators. They're looking to try and start this, but Heroic, they're shutting them down every single time.
Heroic is playing this game beautiful. Every single fight, they're like, bring it, let's go. They want these fights, and they're going to get the Tormentor out of it as well. You honestly couldn't almost ask for a better 21 minutes here. 21 kills, 11k lead. Ursa's gotten the Roche, Ursa's gotten Tormentor. Your Bat Riders destroyed the Troll as well. Looking incredible for them at the moment. And yeah, Tundra, that's them picking the fights.
They're trying to fight this. They're trying, but both times it has not worked out for Tundra. They've got to reset and sort of reassess what they want to do in this game because these sort of moves are just not working.
How do you reassess though? It's what's the pivot that you want to go for now at this point when you thought you were going to be able to fight with this aura? I'm seeing a Midas queued up from the Darks here. They probably won't know it, but that's usually difficult to tell.
That's the classic sign from 33, right? The game is hard.
Yep.
Doesn't always end up buying the Midas after he queues it up, but it definitely tells how his vibe is with the game. It's a hard one.
I think Tundra has to slow things down somehow and get BKBs now because they can't fight into all this control.
Not
it's
at all.
just way too much. Saksa, that's a freebie.
Just playing with him. Oh. No, get him before any neutral can. Same time up top. That's 33 dead again.
Owen. This is getting out of control for Tundra.
It's just got to be one of the tougher games 33's had on his Darkseer, I feel. We've seen him have some excellent ones on the road to TI, but this game, he is getting bullied.
I mean, they all are. Truly. I mean, BZM, he's got 6 kills, but he's got 4 deaths as well, right? There's just relentless kills that are coming in from Heroic. This is the Heroic that we wanted to see, as I mentioned.
There's just no slowdown.
Nope. 23 kills, 23 minutes, just kill a minute. And they're continuing to hunt with this great vision that we see placed down from them. Just on top of fighting and spellcasting really well, their ward coverage and their preparation around the map has been absolutely pristine. Tundra again, grouping up.
See if they can try and find a bit of luck around their tier 2 tower.
And this Ursa's level 19 now at this point as well. With a full BKB basher. Angle, just how do you approach the fights versus this Earthshaker who now has a BKB as well on top of all his spellcasting. You can't kill him either. You have to somehow take care of this Earthshaker, but I don't even know how you do at this point. Because the control that he's providing is just, control and damage he's providing is just way too much. So yeah, I think perhaps it is just slow the pace of the game until they can at least get the BKB for the Troll and the Storm Spirit, but Heroic just constantly looking for fights.
Yeah, Tundra definitely showing they want no part of the action until they have that next set of items done.
They need them desperately because the lead's just getting to a point where it might be getting too much for them. Schofield looking at a pretty interesting build too if he wants to go down and queuing up a Yules. Very good to kite either the Darkseer, good versus the Pogna, good versus the Troll. As soon as any of those BKBs would go down whenever they get them, can be a very good kiting tool.
Got the blink now on 33.
Okay. He's got the blink, but he's
combo.
He's so fragile now. Even though he's got the pipe, it's so much damage at this point on Heroic.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, Tundra, I feel like historically this team has been very good at kind of recovering from these sort of positions, right?
Very, very true.
They kind of, they went for that sort of attempt 2 times, but going for it a 3rd time is not very Tundra-esque, and they're not doing it right. They're changing their approach. And this has absolutely worked out for them numerous times in the past. So Heroic, they're not in the clear quite yet.
Yuma looking for plays. Saksa, he's found. Tundra's traditionally, as you said, this year especially, they've been very good about splitting the map and catching up in net worth, but this is not one of those games where they're really catching up in net worth either. Like some of the games I've seen them losing like this in kills, and they're only like 4K behind, maybe 3K. It's a 15,000 gold lead in 25 minutes. It's pretty significant. An early gem also picked up, as we see there, I believe 2 minutes ago from Heroic. They're putting it on the Bat Rider. So, I mean, Heroic is looking to just completely decimate the map.
Oh, absolutely. And, Heroic, they've been able to be pretty chill themselves and just finding this farm whilst Tundra's had to sort of just hide in these corners of the map, giving so much space. I mean, Whisper, he had the time to purchase the complete Shiva's Garb without having to buy bit by bit. So that's a huge addition on top of everything else that Heroic have now in this team fight.
Heroes are going to explode.
Tundra, they've got to keep avoiding. Unless they find little chances like this, they're going to try, but it's a hard one to go for. Zuma, he's got the erase. They'll try and vacuum him back. He's still got the BKB ready.
Too hard to go in the Shadow
They're not even able to force out the BKB usage. He just walks it off.
Oh, and I've yet to see BZM get a decent usage out of this Orchid too, and now there's the Demonic Cleanse for the Shadow Demon, as we saw there as well. You can't even use it. It's able to just instantly get the dispel.
That's very true. Yeah, in these sort of games where you're falling behind, the Orchid Storm purchase can feel that it's kind of missed the timing.
Absolutely. That's usually what it ends up being, right? You usually want to try to get this and snowball off it, but you look and you're like, the cores all have BKB. There's also a dispel on the supports. Things are definitely complicated for the side of Tundra.
Yuma ready to go towards the Abyssal next, and once that's online, the amount of lockdown they'll have, it's going to make it difficult for even Chrysalis to have a chance of getting in, popping a BKB and popping his ult, right? If these lassos, these Abyssal Blades come in, it's not an easy fight for the Troll to take part in. And he's still not quite got the BKB, he's still at a couple of 100 gold off that Crystallis.
It's really nice for Yuma in this type of game as Ursa too that you have the SD, because you don't have to go the nullifier nearly as early as sometimes, right? In this game he's also just kind of owning in particular, so probably doesn't need it this early anyway, but he can just go Abyssal. The SD is going to purge the target he's focusing, and yeah, there's no way they can really survive off that. All right, Tundra. So Crystallis, he's got the BKB finished. I believe BZM soon has his done. See if they want to try to fight with that. I still don't think that they can take a heads-on fight with it, but let's see.
Radiant are scanning.
Items just continue to flurry in for Heroic. Almost an Octarine for Analog.
See over in the river.
Kobe.
He's looking to be in a lot of trouble here, Schofield and Whisper. We'll get some action back on the table here after a bit of a slower period of the game.
A night and day difference today from Schofield and Whisper. Just having a hell of a performance on these two.
Yeah, the bat's looking pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Was there something that was banned out against them the other days, or I guess they picked Whisper's hero early, didn't they? So they just went for other stuff. But yeah, seeing his bat in action.
I mean, Whisper, I think his two traditional, non-traditional offlaners are the Bat Ride and the Phoenix. These two he tends to just go absolutely bonkers on if he gets a good start. And this is one of those games that we're absolutely seeing that. Yeah, perfect itemization too, as we see. The blink goes after Shiva's BKB, can go refresher after. And the lead, it just continues to grow for Heroic. Gold lead, it was at 15.
They're taking everything right now. I mean, they're soon going to be set up, of course, move in for the next Roshan.
Which is about to come up. And they are very ready for it.
I mean, Tundra,
they're smoking, but
you might have to try something desperate here.
Can they make it? It looks like, I mean, Heroic is ready for the fight. They have the sword on the outside.
Yeah, Whisper, he's just straight onto them. He's going to jump forward, put the BKB, stay on top of Saxa. Oh, no, he's just dead before the fight even starts. He'll buy back. BZM tries to get away, but the lasso comes in. Yuma brings in the bashes. BZM's gone, and he does not have the option for buyback. Heroic, they can push on for more. Another bash comes in from Yuma as he closes in on a Crystallis. Jump forward here with the Echo Stab. Crystallis puts the BKB. The Fisher will block him off. He's up to the high ground. Crystallis will survive, but only just. The buyback comes in from Toby. Try and lay down the burst here on a Schofield. Saxon trapped out to the side. Sets up for Yuma to pick up another kill.
Can't kill anybody.
They cannot. Heroic. All heroes surviving, Tundra getting nothing and costing them close to everything, having to use these two buybacks, and nothing is found in their favor.
This is absolutely beautiful gameplay. Heroic, the wards placed again, this time just absolute vision everywhere. I think the secondary ward gets placed afterwards, but they see Tundra even trying to come out, and they just pick the fight. Heroic knows all of their strengths in this game. Giving pretty much no hope to Tundra to win any fight. 33, again, it runs in and dies instantly.
I mean, he just doesn't expect that sort of ward to be here at this moment of the game, but it gave them the vision. He'll get some backup coming in, but Schofield's in with the jump. Oh, he'll get away just this time.
He does survive.
Just in time that he's able to back off. He's going to try and look, see if they can turn, get something in response. They do get the route onto Schofield, so Tundra will manage to at least get a kill out of this one, and they won't lose 33 this time.
He levels up, gets the big heal there from it, that aggrandize. Does end up surviving. Looked like he was going to go down again just to Whisper in Schofield, but Tundra, they get something. Was the gem recovered? I believe it was recovered from Heroic. It was. So it didn't end up losing their gem. So just a small kill, but Tundra able to get a little bit of something, but a very small something.
This next 4 minutes could very well be the timing for Heroic to push forward and attempt for the high ground. We'll see how prepared Tundra's going to be for that. Crystallis trying to get the Aghanims online, about 1,600 gold to go.
I mean, these small things, right? It'll help survivability and him stay, but these team fights just don't even look close.
They get the jumping onto BZM, but not enough lockdown this time. BZM able to sneak away with the Glimmer Cape coming in. That's of course, Toby will pay the price.
Godlike now for Yuma. He gets to go the fun build, too. Look at this, queuing up the Octarine afterwards. As we said, he doesn't have to go for this nullifier if he doesn't feel like he wants to. He can go for any luxury build. And Whisper with, breaking records on timings for sure on this Batrider. About to have a refresher done. It's only 30 minutes in, and he's getting close to 5-6 slotted territories.
Yeah,
this is insane.
Yeah, he's definitely making a case for his bat to seriously be considered in the drafts when you're going up against these guys.
And they flex it too, right? As we've seen, they'll play it mid lane, they'll play it off lane, they'll play it as support. So definitely something that could be prioritized a bit higher here, as we just see this game continue to be a beautiful showing from Heroic. BZM TPing in.
See what they can do. He's going to try for the setup on a Schofield. Comes in with a Vortex. Further TP's coming in, but Schofield's able to jump away. BZM trying to chase. Has to be cautious, though.
Whisper might go in. He's got the refresher. He's thinking about it.
He's training with the jump. With a good knockback with the flame break. He's going to be able to catch BZM. Yuma brings in the damage, slams down the Abyssal. That's BZM gone. Heroic ready to go for more. Once again, Sacks at a full.
They cannot, they can't even get pickoffs, Owen. Heroic, as you said, maybe time to knock on that high ground. They've got another lasso. If he does see a target, the banner's on the ground.
They've got it ready.
2 minutes still on the Aegis. Fastest on this, yeah, makes sense. That might just, in terms of fighting, I just don't know what Tundra does now. And it's felt like that for a long time.
Yuma quick to take out the ward as well.
Banner's down, so the glyph won't even clear that wave.
They should be able to take out these racks before Tundra have everyone back in the game.
So they just gotta watch.
They'll respect the respawns.
Whisper has double lasso.
He's going to be able to get away with the enrage. The Vortex not going to hold him down. In fact, Yuma's ready to look to see if he can turn and get a bash. Doesn't get lucky this time. BZM's able to step away with the zip.
All right, they'll play it a little patient. I thought they were honestly just going to go in there on the side of Heroic.
I mean, they might double back in on this.
It feels like they're going to
how strong they are and the fact they still have this Aegis. Heroic will not be scared of going for another fight.
No, this is a fake back right here.
BZM is going to jump up onto the cliff. There we go. Yuma's able to get over to the back. Nice, the vision of fall. They've locked down 33. The heals are coming out from Toby, but 33 will fall. Crystallis will get the ultimate off. But the lasso's there, locking him down. Crystallis bashed up as well. No chance to do the damage as they control him, take him out, look towards BZM. BZM running low on mana. Schofield had to dispose into the Enchant Totem. Double kill for Alon. It is over. GG is called. Heroic coming in hot in this game one. Woo!
I think that's the Heroic that most people were coming to see. All the SA fans rejoice. Holy shit, what a beatdown, honestly. They came in ready to play. Definitely ate their breakfast. That was unreal. I mean, Whisper, honestly, everybody, all 5 of them played fantastic. Covering from laning phase to mid-game, sweeping the map, great wards, great macro play. I don't really know what else to say. That was a beautiful display from Heroic.
And sort of forcing that troll into its first loss in the tournament.
First loss.
They are absolutely able to just steamroll Tundra in this game one.
And Tundra, right, they were even looking for the fights around their timings, you know, this pipe thing. The pipe timing came, and they got completely destroyed even during it.
They could not find any timing at all to their favor in this game one. Tundra as Heroic had them covered on all bases and get this game one victory. Heroic with the first win here at this best of 3.
It was a fantastic game. The arena going crazy for Heroic, picking up that win there. I mean, it's elimination that's on the line, staying in this tournament. And Heroic, everything from start to end, Lacoste was just amazing for them from those laning phases and throughout.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful. The execution, this top lane was just a complete disaster for Tundra. They were unable to punch back. We said that there's going to be a couple of issues. Maybe there were some ways to try to fix it, but it just didn't happen in this game. Whisper and Schofield, they were playing it pretty much to perfection, immediately getting the first blood, using that opportunity, getting another blood grenade, getting another kill, getting a double kill for Whisper, enabling this offlane Batrider that they play as a core. So when we saw him being picked in the draft, we were like, this is most likely going to be the core because they played across 3 different roles and they did work out amazingly in this one.
I think Heroic just looks like the better team right now, straight up. Like, can you honestly say, going in today, like, did you expect a very competitive series here? Because I feel like for the whole year, we have seen, like, time and time again, you have teams like Tundra, Liquid, they have a rough group stage, you know, rough road to international, and then all of a sudden, you know, come playoffs, they do the Tundra thing.
Right, they power up a little bit.
They power up, they start winning. It's like, okay, sure, they have a stand-in, but it's Toby. Toby has won tournaments this year as a stand-in, right? So I think Heroic is very happy with themselves. I think Tundra is feeling a little bit outclassed right now because, like, I totally agree on all fronts. They got destroyed. Like, Yuma was active, like Analog got a super early Blink Dagger, he was crazy active, Whisper got his signature hero, stomped the lane. Like, this was not even close. Tundra has to, like, go straight back to the drawing board with this one.
Okay, well, before we get to that, right, we've got to talk about the game one a little bit more, talk about the earlier aspects of this and just how impactful some of the rotations coming through were, how you even talked about, Jenkins, yourself, there was going to be this early trialing and what exactly is going to work out better for the side of Heroic.
Yeah, this triangle for me. I mean, this is like the most satisfying thing ever. Even King Jungle is bringing a creep wave to not only give that farm, but add more damage to the Echo Slam. That instantly went from 1,000 gold on Analog to enough for his Blink Tagger. You do not expect a 9-minute Blink Tagger timing from any hero. Like, this is just not an instinct that you have. Even a player with the skill level and the experience of 33, like, dying in this way right after the Blink reveal is... I mean, that's early. Like, that's a rough death, too, on Darkseer.
Yeah, you're talking about that early blink timings and just how much it was able to do for them. But Winter, there was a little bit of a, I don't know if the slowdown is the right word. I'm not sure how to describe this exactly.
I mean, after the dagger reveal, I felt like Tundra went back towards the other side of the map. Actually, before the blink reveal, so I wanted to highlight the wards, like how Heroic kind of targeted 33 when he was left alone. That was scouting his camps, and they even placed a sentry, to block his farming pattern. That's like one of the small little things that I feel like Heroic really, really understands how Tundra likes to play as a team. When Darkseer is alone.
This is why I feel like this one was a big outclass, which, like I said, I don't think many people expected this big of a difference, because every single player on Heroic understood their role and pretty much did it perfectly against one of the highest caliber teams in the world.
Yeah, I feel like the first 10 minutes, right, Heroic did everything correctly, whereas Tundra, they didn't know what to do. They weren't very sure about, okay, do we play with our Storm, or do we play with the Darkseer? Because Darkseer can't play the lane against Ursa. Do we help him, or do we help the Troll, because he was like kind of getting bullied by the Bat Rider, which I felt like we had this little discussion where I think the Tiny needed to choose who to sacrifice, because there's 3 lanes, they have to really help. They can only help 2 realistically. And I felt like the one thing that didn't really happen was the runes, right? The Storm didn't really get the first couple of runes, and it was the Earthshaker getting the runes on top of the stack. So he had a perfect start. Because if you think about it, if you're helping the Darkseer, what happens after that? You help him, and then he still goes back to farm, right? But if you are helping secure the runes, then Storm gets the runes. Storm gets to help the Troll, and you kind of unleash. He's gonna
pay it forward.
Yeah, because what happened in the game was 5 minutes, around 5:50, they actually went top to kill the Bat Rider, and they lost the rune control on 6 minutes. So Earthshaker got the rune. I think these are small little things that it might not look like much, but it tells you the story of what the teams are prioritizing. And I don't know if that was the right way to play the game, even though they killed the Marcy when they went top.
They were killing Storm Spirit multiple times. Like, there was a big difference in the mid lane in terms of like how they're playing, because he was never getting initiated on. And you did mention the rune control. In first 25 minutes, they did pick up 7 runes compared to only 2 runes on Tundra. And if there's one hero in the game that needs those active runes to be able to control the tempo of the game, that's definitely Storm Spirit. And it just didn't happen in this one. Analog, he did have BZM's number throughout the whole game. Like, you could see BZM stacking the Ancients for himself in the outer ring, thinking that he's safe there. But again, these Twin Gates rotations that we praise Heroic for, they go for it, they find him, they steal the stacks again, they get the kill, and they go back to farming immediately. And also one of the issues that we did address is that they weren't very good when they played against, yesterday when they were playing against P-Vision, how they were moving across the map with the aggressive heroes that they did have. This time around, they were very clean in terms of execution, going for a kill, pushing out the waves, because again, this is pretty similar tactic that they did have yesterday. It's just the execution wasn't as clean.
Yeah, I think that's even shown in team fights, right? They were willing to bring those numbers. I think the Vision game was a little bit better as well, Winter. But earlier on, you think Tundra lanes are struggling. They're still able to find farm for themselves. There's still items coming out. The Tiny getting a Blink Dagger as well. But those not really eventuating to much more when the team fights do end up happening.
That was kind of like, I felt like the real turning point of the game. Sure, Tundra, they were struggling initially, but when they got the dagger on Saksa, they immediately made this play. They went up top. But they started the fight on the Marcy, but they didn't really kill him instantly. It took a while before they died. But the fight kind of dragged out really long, and they got stuck in a pretty bad, like, Echo Slam eventually. Yeah. So I felt like this was like the part of the game where Tundra needed to get something out of the dagger, but they couldn't really deal with the tri-core, especially the Bat Rider, Earthshaker, and the Ursa together.
I think this is a perfect example of like why Earthshaker as a hero is so high value right now. You have the threat of the big Echo, and with the Yasha and Kaya, he does enough damage to, like, with the Slugger, innate, like, to 1v5 your team, but also with just the fissures, like, Analog was crazy disruptive of all of the initiations that Tundra was trying to make with their timings.
Yeah, this also happened like after that, they were going to fight again, for the Tormentor, and they lost another fight on the Tundra side with the Dagger. So these are the two big sequences I felt like Heroic just played really, really well. They anticipated the move. They brought enough heroes, especially the carry. The Ursa came in, joined the fights, and made sure that they took control of the game from here on.
And you can see that they understand how to play with Earthshaker really well. In these clips, you can see that they're always fighting around Fisher, utilizing that Shaker's shard to be able to get that extra bit of a stun, because the Fisher lasts long enough for you to get that extra enchant totem on him, get the stun. It's pretty massive, and they are really utilizing it well.
Yeah, the Marcy being so impactful, right? You see her as this position 4, and it's like, we can jump her, Jenkins. It's easy. We should be able to just at least have the numbers advantage now, especially with the Blink Dagger reveal. But this hero, you've talked about how much of a menace it is. To see it still be that menace as a support too.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it does so many things. Like, you have the Helm Dom build, which as a carry has a lot of impact. But you also have the support build, which can jump a hero like Batrider right on top in the laning phase, like give him some way to initiate. So he went for Tranquils, and then he was I think he built into an early drums. At least he had that queued up.
He had it queued up, but switched to a BKB.
Switched to a BKB. So it goes for the early BKB because they were focusing him very heavily, considering all the kills that he had. We even saw some like bait fights where it looked like Whisper was about to get himself killed, and then they were actually like everybody on Heroic was ready for this.
And I love this Shivas that he did pick up. It allows him to get even more scouting, and this is also in the early probs that they placed before that, understanding that Tundra might try to go for this Hail Mary play, try to defend Roshan because they were faking it at this time, and then Whisper blinks in, gets a really good initiation, slows everybody down with Shiva's Guard, canceling any kind of Blink Daggers if they have it at the time, and it just feels like this healing reduction as well that he's going for. This is not a traditional Batrider item by any means. You're playing against Pugna, you're playing against this Troll, so he's just going to get kited. And also I think Pugna didn't really have a game at all. You're playing against Shadow Demon, so your Decryptify is going to be removed. Storm Spirit did go for Orchid. Then you have a Demonic Cleanse as well from the Shadow Demon. Very, very difficult fights that they need to take post 20 minutes.
Even Earthshaker being able to interrupt his suck on the back line, it's one of those things where it's like, before you had to hit the fissure on Pugna, but now because everybody's going for the aftershock increases with Earthshaker's ulti facet, pretty much throw a fissure anywhere in the fight and you're going to hit a backline Pugna.
There's a high chance.
It's a very high chance.
Yeah, well, look, our standout player is definitely going to be Whisper. Everything from the early to the late, the itemization, it feels like there is nothing that we can pick apart from what he did there. It felt on the borderline perfect there, but someone we haven't really spoken too much about that I also would love to highlight is this Shadow Demon. We know just how impactful he has been already in this tournament for other teams picking him up, but now with Troll having a 100% win rate, it getting picked up, you kind of realize if Shadow Demon's in a good position, this Troll ult is redundant. It doesn't matter what items you get, you're not going to be able to lifesteal when that ult goes off, and it's just a non-factor.
Yeah, I think if you want to pinpoint like the biggest problem in Tundra's draft, I think they would go back and consider like the Troll to be a bit of a blunder, I guess, because like I get the idea. Troll versus Ursa in the late game is like hugely Troll favored because you can dispel Ursa's overpower, and then you also the mischance Ursa doesn't like playing into. You're the one hero in Dota that can man up against Ursa. But all the other heroes you mentioned, you got the Bat in lane that's going to dumpster him. You have the SD, which is going to protect from the Troll ulti as well. So I think in a one-to-one matchup, sure. In a vacuum, sure. But that's just not how Dota works. There are other heroes.
Yeah, we said Whisper was our standout player as well. We've kind of highlighted everyone now, but Whisper was our standout player. We didn't give you guys too much insight into exactly what he was doing to give his team such a good game, but I know someone who is, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, Whisper's game was incredibly powerful in this match, and this has kind of been the way that they've been playing his hero role lately. They pick him his hero, and it's not always conventional heroes. He's been picking a lot of Pudge in the first phase. He's been playing Batrider, one of his classic heroes, but not played as much this tournament. And this first double kill that they got them off to a really good start, which is something that does sometimes happen when you play weird heroes in weird lanes. Even like his Pudge lanes, where he should have been losing his lanes consistently for the matchups he was getting, they usually at least go even with some kind of wacky plays just because he's such a good player. And because they got those kills, that allows him to stay in his lane. And now Schofield ends up running towards the mid lane here at 4 minutes into the game, because he knows the Batrider might get a little zoned by the Pugna, by the Troll, but he's going to be relatively fine considering the early gold advantage he got. So they're basically turning this surprise pick in this surprise lane with these two very highly skilled players into kills that allows space. So Toby on the Pugna is over here like, I got to stay here to protect my Troll Warlord in case the Batrider tries to go on me. I gotta maybe get pulls off, but his rotations aren't going to be as effective most likely as what Whisper is doing, because just by being here, Crystallis on the Troll has to worry about getting zoned. He ends up being fine on the Troll in terms of his net worth, but the Whisper's impact continues to cascade here. He gets the Wisdom Shrine at 7 minutes. He hits the level 6 at 7, which is very abnormal for an offlane hero. And then they get a little bit lucky on this net here, which allows them this nice initiation against the Troll. And once again, the Troll Pugna, they don't have stuns. All they have is slows. So against a Batrider, they're kind of in a perfect scenario here. They do misuse their skills a little bit, but the fact that they can turn this fast lasso into a kill against the enemy carry just further compounds this gold advantage that they have. And then there are some rotations by Tundra to try to kill Whisper. They don't end up working out. He creates space by dodging those ganks. He gets a free tower. And then ultimately, at this point in the game, we're only 13 and a half minutes in. That extra pressure that allowed them to rotate Schofield around ends up getting the Earthshaker really high net worth. He's at the top here. So that means this Blink Dagger plus the follow-up from Whisper, who's also ahead, means a really, really easy kill on the one hero that can tempo this game well, and it's probably Storm Spirit, because Storm can do both disable damage and gap close. It's kind of a jack of all trades. So early laning stage with the weird picks transitions to some nice kills into some map pressure, ultimately allows him to scale throughout the whole game.
A perfect formula there for Heroic. Perfect breakdown from Purge as well. Thank you so much for that one. Whisper just shining on this, and we're saying that it's this unconventional hero for an offlaner, but not when it comes to Heroic. And Tundra should have been very aware of this. When they went up against each other in the road to the international playoffs, it was Batrider that got picked up against them, played in the mid lane, and garnered them a win there too. So now I'm wondering, what exactly has Tundra really learned from that last interaction, not even a week ago?
I mean, the stats is correct, right? Because whenever they're second pick, they have a very bad win rate, you know, so they're losing again once more on the second pick side, and hopefully this time they might want to, you know, change it up and try to do something else if they are going to be on the second pick side again. But I feel like overall, maybe the main problem that I see in the game is the inability to sit on the lane, to hold on the lane. So that comes back to what Andrew mentioned, the Troll against Batrider matchup kind of makes the whole game very weird, because you have to force your supports to come over to the Troll, and then it causes the runes to be snatched away by your opponent. So it's like, it all started here in the late matchup. So maybe they have to go back and try to figure out, are we prioritizing too much on the mid-late game, whereas we should maybe just put a little bit more weight onto the laning phase.
Do you think they're trying like a little too hard to get some like gotcha last pick, you know, Troll versus Ursa, god tier matchup that they just end up like having bad lanes? Is it that simple? Because
I mean, it's also a lane where you don't play too much, right? So you're not used to it.
So yeah, we've got our teams walking out back into their booth. They've had their time to really sit and think about it there. Our game will definitely be starting very soon, but we're saying it could be as simple as the fact is they're thinking too far down the road, because games will have that longer average game time at this TI. They really focus on if we can make it there. But right now, the lanes are so bad, they're not making it.
Yeah, you know what we always say in that? If you can't play the lane, you can't play the game.
I thought it was win lane, lose game.
I mean,
That's
that was another one too.
yeah, that's it. It depends on if you win or you lose.
You get to pick one of the two. That
yeah,
way.
whatever's the most convenient excuse.
Yeah, you get to just use that one there.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just honestly, I was not a big believer in the Troll last pick. I think we saw the flaws in the hero. I mean, this has been consistently a.
But don't you think that they could have maybe fixed some of the flaws by adapting a little bit more rotations to help the Storm, or maybe start the game earlier with the Tiny moving around?
I think Purge's breakdown was absolutely correct. If you do that, then Pugna goes mid, and guess what happens to Troll?
He's just dead.
He's just dead a million times. So what does he do? Go to the triangle, and then all of a sudden you've Whisper free farming an entire section of the map. I think that would cause cascading issues, and probably.
But you have to help somewhere. You have to decide which one to help, right? If you help the Storm could help.
If you're in a game, you definitely want to create that chaos to try to just not play into the exact hand. But I think, they, at this point, have a second game, starting fresh.
Yes.
The draft was an issue.
Yeah, you could see that they did the prep. You could see during, pre-6 minutes that there was an observer ward near the twin gates, making sure that the Yuma rotation potentially could be scouted. They were ready for it.
And he just didn't.
He just didn't this game. Like, he was playing Troll because they killed that tower relatively early on. You are playing Batrider with this facet, so you're still dealing damage to the tower as well. The tower's going to fall relatively quickly, pre-8 minutes. And then Troll Warlord, he's not the fastest farmer in the jungle. Pugna doesn't really have a lane to go to as a position 5. He's not level 6. He's under-leveled. So a bit of a difficult situations that they got themselves into.
I mean, the thing with Pugna is like whenever you're Pugna, right? I don't think you want to sit and guard your carry. I think you want to go and fight the runes and blast the mid tower.
Yes.
That's like the main job you have in a game in the first 10 minutes. Right? If you can't do that as Pugna, you're not going to feel good in a game.
Yeah, we do have to look at that, right? Because this is a lane synergy that isn't very familiar for Chrysalis and Toby playing together, stand-in. It's not an excuse, it's just facts that we kind of have to look at, how difficult it is for them. And now it makes me wonder, do you go back to just a simple duo healer cost that is a late scaling carry, and then a strong support in lane? It's something that can give them a little bit more of a stabilization that is easy and isn't so much dependent on knowing exactly how your carry plays, what they like to do. It's just making that lane.
I think they did check those boxes. Strong laner, you have Pugna and Troll. I don't think you can think about the better laners. It's one of the stronger 5s.
It's just
one
a
of the stronger
matchup.
carries. It's just a
both of
bad
those
matchup.
heroes. Yeah, it's just both of those heroes are countered by Bat. They picked 2 heroes countered by Bat against Whisper, Batrider offlane. I would like to theory craft some potential picks instead of the Troll. I think Jug would have been fine.
Okay.
Jug, Pugna, Decrep into spin, good magic damage. You've got a hero that can take off the Batrider Napalm stacks. It's a classic counter to Bat.
I mean, I think the
That was
lane,
it, that was your one theory.
the lane synergy might not be as important because I think the most important thing is you need something to deal with the bad, life stealer Jug hero. That's it. Even if the support doesn't work with you, it's whatever.
Well, last time Tundra got bat-righted by Heroic, game number 2, they just banned it out. That might be the same solution for them, but either way, a game number 2 is where we have to head.
Tundra Esports versus Heroic Game 2.
Yeah, Bat Rider, that's going to be our biggest question here. Standout player, standout hero, everything about him worked so well in a game number 1 that I don't think Tundra are going to at all let the chance for it to go back in with
You're just banning the draft. Oh, that's a classic right there.
Just straight up, you go, we're 1 game away from elimination. This is the reality Tundra are facing. And they're like, well, game 1 was so tough for us. That Bat Rider has to be taken out. Too much chaos. The Earthshaker has to be taken out. Too much impact.
I mean, good news, Nat. Tundra is on first pick.
I was going to say, yep. Both teams, they love first pick. And Tundra, they got it this time.
Yeah, but on the other hand, is the trend going to continue for Heroic? Every time they win the first game, they're just going to win the second game as well,
I mean, Invoker's in the poll. I don't see a reason why
For now.
Tundra... They do have the first pick, so I assume they're just going to snatch it because this hero looked very, very good. The Helm of the Dominator plus the Forge Spirit allows you to pretty much push 2 waves at the same time if you want to. You have extreme amount of tower damage as well. So it's just way too good of a hero to pass on.
Too easy to take.
That's the face of a player that just played Shadow Demon.
He doesn't need to think about anything else. Just, or maybe it's too hard. You have to relax.
The balls on these guys. I love this. Win game 1, first pick the old big man. I love that.
There's going to be a lot of summons around them with the Forge Spirit, with the Helm of the Dominator as well. So not going to be the easiest target to hook in this game.
No, I mean, to be fair, Aghanim Scepter build plus Flesh Heap, like, I know, traditionally Pudge is this really squishy, low armor hero, could die to all of the summons, etc., etc. But honestly, when played as a core, which Heroic does play it as an offlane, and they go for like the Ag Shivas build, it is good against mass summons. You cannot kill this hero through the Flesh Heap, so I actually don't mind it against Invoker. My only question is minus armor from Forge Spirits. That's a difference between like Beastmaster and Invoker, right? Is the Beast summons are not giving minus armor, the Invoker summons are.
You don't think about this, but in this current meta, Invoker is a zoo hero.
He is, yeah, 100%.
Nat, you're giving me the look.
I feel like you got to explain to people. It might be tuning
Well,
in.
he does have more summons than certain summon heroes in the game right now. With
Yeah,
the,
you're getting like 2, 3 Forge
I
Spirits.
mean, don't forget the buff, Alacrity is...
Yeah, with the Shard also creating more Forge Spirits, plus Helm of the Dominator as well.
Yeah, that's where I was going with the Helm of Dominator. We have seen BZM play Invoker and go for the Helm of the Dominator. It's definitely not out of the realms of what they think is good.
These are good scaling items on Invoker too. Like they give good stats for him as well. Like he kind of wanted an excuse to go for items like this before.
I mean, could this also be caused by Midas being nerfed a lot? Because Midas has always been an early game item for Invoker.
That's true. It's a good excuse to get something that's giving you the XP boost. Because if you get to like late game in terms of XP on Invoker, you just win. That's how it feels. Like late game Invoker is insane.
Well, you were right, Jenkins. KJ having a bit of a snooze in the booth because he was playing Shadow Demon game 1. He said, guys, just pick it for me game 2. There is nothing else. I don't need another hero. I played well. We won it. Run it back.
I want to see some kind of a setup for this Invoker. They did pair it up with like Shadow Shaman earlier. I think Sanking is going to be an okay one. This Monkey King we talked about earlier in the series is potentially coming out from position 4 if they want to go for it, but also being able to break the combo with the Silencer, having this global presence, Monkey scouting things out just with one Boundless Strike. This is how Tundra back in the days when they won their first TI also did play. If this is going to be position 4 Monkey, because this was 33 playing some Dead Prophet, Monkey King position 4, and Monkey position 4 is back in meta, as we saw yesterday. P-Vision, what they can do with it, other teams showing it as well. So Tundra, I think this is the team that can adapt the quickest in terms of how they want to play the game after losing a game. Ooh, this is nasty.
What? We've seen Broodmother, but it's like that last pick, gotcha.
This is like the Invoker counter. Like it used to be an Invoker counter, and Silencer also kind of does nothing against the creeps. And I was going to praise Tundra for their opening, their second phase picks with the Monkey and Silencer having a flex pick and Silencer to counter the SD and Apache. And now with the Brood coming out, it kind of complicates things, Are you going to be able to deal with the spiders? And
yes.
It's going to get complicated,
Yeah, you need something. I think you need this type of a hero that I mentioned. I think they need an extra stun, so going for a hero like a Sanking could be pretty good for them. This is the hero that can park himself where Broodmother is. Either that, or I think Axe is also
would you
good
consider like just putting the Monkey King against the Brood?
See, that's what I was thinking. Like, I know Invoker position 4 in pro level pubs was a thing prior to TI.
Yeah,
you want to see BZM Invoker, though, just in general, especially with this new build people are doing. But I agree, like, traditionally, an old counter to Brood was Monkey King, because, any hero that has scaling damage that's in an AoE that can kill the spiders is good. Yeah. Like, Tiny and Monkey King, you can just kill the massive spiders, and it's not a huge problem.
They have a triple save right now. You have Hook, you have Shadow Demon with the Disruption, Tusk with the Snowball as well. Broodmother is not the easiest hero to catch.
Yep, there we go. The Sand King, someone to park in the Brood's lane.
It's also a setup for Invoker. I think it does allow you, like Silencer plus Sand King is the old school combo. It goes way back 20 years of Dota. It's just when easy to execute these type of executions. Now we have Invoker, Monkey King, so the overwhelming like Heroic doesn't have team fight at all. Like they need to snowball pretty heavily.
The early game is going to be like quite a test, for Tundra, because this Brood and Tusk, they are going to cause a lot of problems to Silencer. So right now, the biggest question for Tundra is, do we actually move the Monkey King to a core, or can we actually deal with this SD and Tusk pressure in the early game with this Monkey King Silencer duo, which I'm not very sure, because Monkey King Silencer doesn't feel like it's going to be able to deal with this Tusk SD in the early game. And if you can't deal with the supports pressure in the early game, it means that you're going to lose out on the runes, and you're going to lose on the map, and maybe we're going to see a repeat of game 1. So that has got to be in their mind.
I agree, because it's Crystallis, like, you see Monkey King and you're like, he's going to play it, but I totally agree. Like, I think SD versus Monkey as a core is just a little too hard.
I actually maybe would want them to put the Monkey as a core, but pick a support that can deal with Brood, maybe like a Spirit Breaker, even though the SD is going to deal with the Monkey later. But I feel the early game, the problems they had in the early game, in the previous game, might happen again. So they need a support that can at least mirror what the Tusk and SD is doing, and at the same time maybe deal with the Brood, which I feel like Spirit Breaker could be a suitable answer here.
Oh, I love the SB in a vacuum, but against SD, it's another hero that can just purge the status resistance.
Yeah, I think something simple like a Snapfire could be really good. It gets you over the shards. It gives you damage to kill the Broodmother as well. The 1-2 pairing with the Sand King, and they do ban it out.
Yeah, they're thinking along the same lines as you guys. There is just something so synonymous about Crystallis and this Monkey King that they're thinking comfort on the verge of elimination. Do you really?
You do not want. Yeah, you don't want to overcomplicate the draft. I think Heroic is doing exactly that, because these combination of these 4 heroes, I don't think we've seen them in, I would say, a couple of years, because it just doesn't happen.
It's not easy to execute this. This is a hard draft for Heroic to play, so I really do respect it, but Tundra, in my opinion, it feels like they have the upper hand, at least in terms of like ease of execution right now.
If they can survive the early game.
Yeah.
I do feel like if they can do well in the early game for Heroic, I think it's going to be like a very straightforward game. They're going to pressure, take the map with the Brood. So for Tundra, it's going to be up to them to decide where this Monkey King is going to go right now. It's going to be a tough decision here. They're going to have some time here to figure things out. Ban on a lifesteal.
I mean, if you want to catch, I think Disruptor is a good one. He's still in the pool. You can play him
there's still
4 or 5,
there's still
and
the
it doesn't.
Tiny they had last game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like Tiny is just a fine.
He's fine as well, yeah.
Yeah, one of the better setup for Sunstrike, level 1 with the stun.
Okay, we got a carry Underlord.
Wait,
Crystal's carry Underlord. I mean, it's a
Most likely.
It's a brute answer.
yeah.
It also destroys Tusk. Like, you can never blink snowball save
Yeah,
anyone when
this-
you're playing against Underlord. You do have cleave.
This is a very good solution, yeah.
I'm curious about the Underlord Pudge lane. I can't say that I've seen that one before.
That is actually not a fun lane. I think that lane is going to be annoying because Pudge does a lot of magic damage to you.
He does, but Underlord has a lot of right-click damage.
So does Pudge with Rotten
But
Core.
that's true, actually. You might be able to 1v1 that.
I think the lane should be in favor of the Pudge.
That's kind of where I was leaning too, but for the game, this is definitely really good. They've answers to the Broodmother. I mean, Heroic is really lacking in team fight right now, so I wonder, do they pick a carry that fixes that?
A Gyro Luna type of hero?
I mean, it could also be a Brood carry still.
It feels like both of these teams still have that potential to mix things up at the last moment. I'm going to wait to see what Heroic think exactly for themselves.
I think I kind of like the Gyro Luna SF kind of hero right now. It gives them like the presence in a team fight because their heroes right now, they're all single targets.
Imagine they just... Okay, I was going to say...
Wait, what? Brood is carry?
We got to wait. Hopefully these guys are going to start picking... It is a Pudge carry.
Pudge carry.
It's a
Pudge carry.
Versus Underlord carry.
Yep.
What a time to be alive.
Okay, Whisper Phoenix. I mean, that should hypothetically do very well in lane against an Underlord. You know, you talked about the magic damage of a Pudge. Phoenix may be one of the few heroes that does more than that, and from a range as well.
Yeah, they're basically trying to find a replicate to what happened in the first game. Like Batrider is like a hero that can present a lot with the early game, with the Marcy last game. Right now they have a similar setup with the Phoenix and Tusk. So they are having a very similar game plan where they want to try to pressure the lane to a point where Tundra has to rotate a lot of heroes to one side of the map, and they're gonna take full control with like the Brood.
Heroic, they need to win the lanes. Like, they need to heavily snowball because this lineup, it can't really team fight against Tundra. They also have a bit of a global presence, not just a bit of a. You have Underlord with his ulti, you have Invoker, you have Silencer as well, so they can disengage a team fight, bring the numbers relatively easy. Heroic is in a very tough spot, I would say. If the lanes don't go well, this is just a super strong draft coming out from Tundra, and they adapted really well after what happened in that game number 1.
What about this Monkey King position 4, though? Someone that we have seen it on is 9 class. He's very chaotic. Is Saxa going to be playing it the same way? Is there even a different way to play Monkey?
No, I think 9 class figured it out, and I think Saxa has that respect for 9 class that he's just gonna. He probably watched those replays and he's like, okay, I see. This is really good. He's going to do the exact same thing. I agree with Lacoste. I feel like this is a very high degree of like difficult execution for Heroic. I respect that they did it. I think it's really cool. If they win, it'll be in a very flashy, stompy way. But I think Tundra has a lot more options this game than they did last game.
All right, we're looking towards Tundra, just exactly what they can bring out here, because this is for elimination. So let's head on down to the stage with Slacks and their coach, Moon Meander.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are here with Moon Meander. Moon, so great to see you once again, and quite an interesting draft that you are up against, my friend. You knew the Pudge was coming, banned it last time. They're going to first pick it. Were you expecting this? You think you have enough?
Yeah, we were expecting it. We knew they flex it, but we felt like the bad Earthshaker were more annoying flexes, and we just lost to it, so we got to respect it.
Yeah, big respect bans on that bat. Don't blame you. But let's talk about the Broodmother coming in halfway through the draft. Surprised me. Did that surprise you? Because I see your team, it is all AoE team fight, baby. You guys are ready for something like that.
Yeah, I told my team against this guys, they're flexing everything, and we're drafting like good old honest men, so we're going to get whomped. This game we have to play more sneaky in the draft.
Absolutely. All right, but you do have a lot of favorites on there as well. I need to hear the prediction. This is for elimination, as I'm sure you know. Are we going to be seeing a Game 3?
For sure.
All right, and any words out there to the crowd? We're cheering for Tundra!
For Whitemon.
For Whitemon! All right, let's throw it into the game.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time now, ready to go. Can Tundra hold on here at the International and push us to a Game 3? Fog, what do you make of these lineups? We're getting a lot of fun stuff coming in. I mean, not some fun stuff as well. We're getting a spider, but the way it was picked right, they had confidence. They showed it as their third pick here, Heroic. They have no fear against Tundra.
No, really interesting stuff we got coming out. Two heroes that are actually all three cores in a way, right? Not traditionally played in these positions, maybe on most teams, but Heroic, very ready to play these. And I'm glad that we actually mentioned a bit toward the end, or not the end, but even in the middle of the game before, Whisper playing his Batrider, two favorite offlaners he likes to play, Batrider and Phoenix. This one, he's going to be playing the Phoenix. Let's see if Tundra has this style that's going to be able to work for it, because they also have Silencer, which has traditionally been a pretty good hero versus Phoenix in lane because of the, you Arcane Curse him, you last word him. If he does get in a bad position, the dive is going to return you to that position because of the silence. And also in mid-game, right? The global is very, very detrimental versus that hero. So let's see what we get going as Tundra does feel like they've adapted, pivoted their draft to have a better chance inside that mid-game, but Heroic definitely with another draft that could get some pretty big snowballing in terms of laning phase. I'm looking at the two supports, of course, because I think that was the best support play I've seen from Heroic in this tournament, even in the early game. They did everything. They killed lanes, stacked, blocked camps, got ward vision. It was beautiful. So let's see what we do get this time.
Yeah, with this support combo here again, should be able to achieve similar things, right?
Yeah.
You're definitely still going to have that once again with the Shadow Demon, and throwing the Tusk into the mix is going to be feeling pretty nice as well.
It feels similar, right? Like Tusk is pretty much a Marcy in a way, right? He's got the snowball save for positioning. And then that SD, of course, is just the exact same hero. So, yeah, let's see how the lanes in particular go down, because Tundra, they struggled from very early on in that last game.
And what do you expect sort of from Analog on the Spider this game? As we said, picked relatively early in the draft compared to where you maybe expect to see a Brood. Not that we're really seeing a lot of Brood at the moment in this tournament. But overall, is this a difficult game for him? Have they very much picked heroes that are going to be able to stop what the Brood wants to be doing?
They've got ways to always protect versus these Spiderlings, especially early on. With the Sand King, the Underlord, the Monkey King, they have good ways to scout as well. So not too sure the build that Analog's going to go. I know some players like some players like these Orchid kind of run over builds. I've seen other players like this Conda Poke Phylactery build. I'm not too sure which one Analog likes to actually play with, so I'm curious to see what he wants to actually go for here. And yeah, let's see top. Overall, if Tundra's able to have a better time, because they got destroyed in this top lane. Just off of level 1 pretty much from the start of things. So.
We sort of had Chrysalis ended up dying a couple of times.
I mean, they already died once. Like in the last one, Toby had already died as the Pugna, so already getting to play a normal lane. And this Underlord pick, right? This has been it's a Tundra classic now at this point for the carriers. Bottom sucks.
Bottom, he's in trouble. He's going to try and stand his ground against Yuma. We'll get the Boundless Strike off, but the poison stacks up and a little bit of a pause.
Yeah, it looked like he looked like he was not attacking or something ended up happening there as Yuma.
And what are we going to see off the back of this? Is 33... He's fine, right? He's got a Burrow Strike. In fact, can he kill the Pudge?
Unlikely.
Shouldn't be enough, right? Because Sandstorm's still going to be on cooldown for a few seconds.
He's got Tango going as well, so...
Yeah, so...
Should be okay.
Probably will just head back here 33. We'll see. Maybe he tries to go aggressive.
Sunstrike. Maybe there's a Sunstrike.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, I'm checking mana. No. So 33. He'll swap to KJ.
Doesn't want to commit with the Burrow. Level 1 feels it's not going to be enough damage to get a kill in return.
Heroic, this is what they want. They just want constant kill threat in these lanes, but we do have to watch for these Sunstrikes, right? BZM is going to be looking for those with the stuns that he does have from the setup, especially in this bottom lane. Has to make sure he doesn't use too much of his mana, though, sometimes on this Invoker when you're playing versus Broodmother. And Brood used to be the literal nightmare for Invoker in the mid lane, so BZM does have to make sure that he stands his own and keeps at least some mana healthy.
Yeah, already starting to get that pressure on and play underneath the tower.
Yeah,
a good amount of denies it.
Hey, when this level 6 comes, I'm wondering what Tundra wants to do in terms of moving things, because even though the new build with the Invoker is the Dominator, I don't know if it's enough to handle the Brood Spiders that just start coming in. We'll have to see how BZM ends up handling that. Bottom 33. You mentioned to me actually something I did want to talk about. You said the win rate for him so far. He's actually 0-3 on the Sanking so far in this tournament. So let's see if it ends up being a bit better for him this time around. Because most people, they're playing at mid lane. So definitely interesting to point out.
Top lane. Oh, able to get the trap here onto Toby with the shards. Toby, he'll go down. See if he can set up for Chrysalis to find kills and return the firestorm back up. Whisper tries to dive away.
He didn't Lotus.
Tundra will be able to get the trade.
I guess he probably thought he wasn't going to live anyway, but Whisper did not pop the Lotus on himself. Nice Chrysalis, just the cleave. Whenever you get these kills, extra damage, he's going to pick up his boots.
Yeah, it's got a good amount of strength as well with these early stat items that he's picked up, so it's definitely kitted out to deal with the harassment that Heroic are trying to throw down on him.
Don't want to hemorrhage too many kills now up here on Tundra, though, because the Urn, it is finished up now on the Phoenix. That is that big power spike, especially in the early laning phase. If you do get these stacks up, can just constantly pose kill threat. Yeah, and it's interesting to see mid laners that, we have two mid laners that don't play with bottle. We're actually going to have no bottle in a game, Owen. So that's going to be pretty interesting to see how they want to play around power runes in particular throughout the game. Because it usually ends up being a lot of rotations around those power runes to secure and refill. Yeah, neither of them are going to have that. 33. Big poison stacks.
Yeah, still getting very good farm out of this lane at 33. We see that at the moment, top 2 CS.
And he'll always have those stacks to go back to at some point. Sure, not just yet, but eventually. We do know how Tundra likes to play with those, and most of these Sankings like to play with stacks. Might even go get one set up now on the side of 33 since his lane is not in a good position. Saksa will also start getting stacks going. He's going to de-ward the block that came out from King Jungles.
We're sitting in the mid. BZM very much able to get some good denies in now and turn. Now that he's got the levels and the Forge Spirit.
Yeah, I didn't get this. I was trying to keep track, but it's too hard to. I don't know how many of those denies were Forge Spirits, or if they were lane creeps in particular, but I can actually check at least based off of net worth a bit there. But it's pretty much even between the two at the moment, so.
It's close. It's just going to be a case of, how we're seeing change up when the 6 has been hit. We're seeing early pressure coming in as both supports have turned up. They will respect the TP rotation coming in, though. They'll hold back for now.
Nice, similar to last time, right? Heroic looking to get aggro.
And they're trying to go for Analog here with a cold snap, but he has backup of King Jungle. Still going to take a lot of damage, though, from that one.
Nice wall off the mark. If that connects, very likely it's just a kill. No Sunstrike mana. Sox will find a courier pickup. Bottom lane has kind of been broken a bit, but now 33 with the wave pushing in, we'll be able to get a little more out of it. And rotations, actually.
Indeed, early move here. Pre-level 6. Maybe seeing if he can catch Chrysalis whilst low.
He is very low.
Schofield's going to be able to provide the setup.
Schofield's right on him.
This is buying time for Yuma to close in. Not somewhere where you expect to find the Pudge turning up at this point, the carry Pudge. Yuma's here, and we'll be able to make sure that he can take Chrysalis down.
All right, that was a heads up. Someone must have indicated, right? Chrysalis is low HP. Schofield probably saying it that he can find that. That was a very, very heads up move there. Scan, I see. Beautiful. So good identification from them. Tundra, okay, so this is the option I guess they're doing. Bringing the 3 heroes to push away Analog. But the Spiders, they will start to rack up. BZM, Dominator, getting closer and closer.
Yuma, after finding that kill, can head back to the bottom lane and pretty freely farm. I mean, if you're Tundra, where would you imagine you're looking to bring the first move? Or are you not? Is this going to be a pretty passive opening for Tundra?
I feel like it would be pretty passive until the blink comes out from 33. They can get kills with the Sunstrike on some of these situations, but they're actually going to lose their Shrine of Wisdom here too. And they know it's happening.
That's
so
pretty
they're
big.
choosing to not even contest their Shrine.
I mean, Tundra's looking towards the mid. They'll get the setup onto Analog. It's an easy kill here for the 2 of them.
All right, so prioritizing helping up BZM, then taking
and they
their own
should
Shrine.
be able to find Whisper as well, surely. He's got the egg.
He does, and he has Fire Spirits in 2 seconds.
He's able to get them off. He's not able to do it. Ends up going down.
The last word. Sometimes Silencer can really do this versus Phoenix a lot. Can be very, very annoying in the early game. And I mean, even in the mid game, at all stages in particular.
Yeah, big couple of kills there for Tundra to find, pretty much on their side of the map, with Analog getting caught under the tier 1 and Whisper getting caught strolling through the jungle.
And it was a choice they made. They gave up their
33.
Shrine of Wisdom.
I was thinking about maybe going for that, but Yuma didn't end up stepping quite close enough.
Yeah, that's BZM. He's got the Dominator finish. So overall, versus the Broodmother, he's 500 ahead. I think Tundra's pretty happy, at least with this current lane setup that has gone down. Secondary Shrine, of course, we see. Heroic will be able to claim that one for themselves, so good jump of experience. Saksa will go check it, but it's already been taken.
Easy hook for Yuma. Gets the grab on and Toby. We'll see Cold Snap come in and try and put a stop to it, but Toby's already gone. BZM, unlikely. Maybe with the help of 33, they can find something. A Chrysalis ready to join as well. Ice Wall not going to catch them. So Heroic should be fine to get away. So that's 33 and Chrysalis both turning up. But BZM didn't quite have enough control to set up for Tundra to do anything in response.
Yeah, Tundra's got the, the opportunities in the map to be able to have a lot of heroes just very quickly. With the Underlord, with the Sunstrike, right? It's kind of this pseudo-hero being there as well, too. So trying to react to some of Heroic's move, but don't get a kill out of that reaction.
All in all, close start, though.
Definitely.
Nobody getting completely shut down. Just overall, really, Yuma sticking ahead by a little bit extra here as he's had a very clean start as the carry punch. 2-0-1, and he's ready to maybe see if he can find someone again up on this top side of the map.
Whisper's got the Vessel coming on the Courier too, Saksa.
Up in the trees, and he's able to get the hook. He knows exactly where he's jumped up to. Yuma ready to grab him and claim another kill for himself.
Giving it the last hit too.
Very nice moves here from the carry pudge, knowing exactly when to swing across to the other side of the map and find these opportunities.
Might be able to find the tower out of this too. Early pressure from Heroic. They're going to be able to get the secondary tower, perhaps mid.
So they can punish Analog. They should be able to with the three of them. So he's pretty speedy, actually. In fact, he might just be speedy enough.
Looks to be just okay.
It's close. The last tick pretty much gets him. They needed that, Tundra. They get it. Same time down bottom. Global Silence is going to come in as Tundra attempting to chase down the Shadow Demon. Sunstrike, beautifully placed by BZM, will secure the kill.
Very big kills around the map. Like, literally the last tick, it looks like, on the Broodmother that they're able to get that one there. And it looks like he has shown his build, so he is going to be going down the Orchid route that we were perhaps expecting, but I'll say the same thing as I said about the last Orchid, that sometimes if this item doesn't snowball, it can fall off very quickly. Yuma, bottom. Sox is looking for a setup, but decides against it.
Chrysalis was prepared to join.
No Sunstrike man, I believe, on BZM. Otherwise, maybe he does commit for the play.
Top. So far they step up. I mean, Schofield's looking at this, but still hard for Whisper to play into this any time that Silencer is around. Toby going to be ready with the spells to trip up the combo.
Chrysalis, he's got his item that he does do on his Underlord, as we mentioned. This is his carry that he's played throughout the year. The Mask of Madness, it's done. Can be pretty ridiculous how much damage this hero gets. If he does get even one kill in a team fight, it starts to snowball pretty rapidly. Saksa constantly trying to get tabs of bottom.
Has to be careful.
This time around, King Jungles is a lot lower level than last time. He was level 6 at the 9-minute mark last time, so it's almost 11 minutes in, and the Shadow Demon does not have the Purge available just yet.
How are we doing on the timing for the Blink Dagger for 33? Pretty much has it. Yeah, with this, so... Bottom, Saksa continues to tease around with King Jungles. He's going to commit with the Wukong's command. They want King Jungles dead. He'll get the disruption off. See if Yuma's able to do anything to help out. He'll get the aggressive hook in towards him. Tornado comes in to put a stop to the Dismember and gives Saksa a chance to survive. Sunstrike connects. BZM helping out it, but the stun comes in, holds back Saksa, so Yuma will survive. And Saksa,
body blocks,
jump his way out of this. He can, he actually gets up to the trees, but the tick damage from Whisper will put an end to it.
Oh, I was so close to them getting the Pudge as well. Yuma, the tornado was literally just on the clip. Almost finding it there with BZM. Action-packed early game, 66. Both teams matching each other's aggression. And now Tundra, as you said, with this Blink Dagger on 33, feeling much more confident for the team fight. Global also at the ready for Toby.
Yeah, they're ready to go down bottom, and we can see it here with this smoke. So Heroic, how prepared are they for this? They lose a support, they'll take it. And 33 is going to be in with the jump. And Whisper is going to show himself. Snowball there buying a little bit of safety for Schofield. Sunstrike's going to be off the mark this time with the Boundless Strike, and the Sandstorm damage will be enough to bring Schofield down.
And Whisper, he did use the dive. They're looking for him. He gets...
The egg's they're going to just kill that egg very, very easy. So Tundra turning up now as a team, showing much better of a chance than they had in game one here with these sort of efforts.
Super aggressive moves that we see coming out from them. Saksa, he almost has his Dominator now finished too, so the numbers, they're starting to get them to rack up. The Brood, Analog has to play his own game. He doesn't want to look to turn up to those fights until he does have his desired item.
I mean,
So we'll take some time for him.
He's going to have to do a lot, but as you say, even if he does get this timing and turns up, they do have ways to deal with the Brood and the Spider Army.
Absolutely. Lots of different ways, either from the Cleave or from just the spells from the Invoker and the Sand King. 2K lead now for Tundra. And their economy game, as we said, the Dominators, they are online, so that economy very likely to continue growing as well. They are able to do this creep-cutting shenanigans, as we have seen time and time again from this Monkey King. This time it being Soxa, so we'll see how much damage he can do, but 9 class made it look actually broken, so...
Having a much smoother entrance into this game too, as opposed to game 1 Tundra.
Yeah, and they've slowed down the aggression in particular, right? Whisper and Schofield in that last game, they completely ran rampant. This time around, a lot slower for them.
33 still with the epicenter and in the neighborhood down bottom if there is a chance to fight.
I think to set up for a play here.
They could try and burst Whisper. He's got to be a bit careful. If 33 gets the chance to go for this, he will. Whisper holding back.
They were trying to cut the tree there. Soxa being very annoying. Saw that Whisper tried to go for that dive play, but won't be able to. Heroic looking to finish up these next items. The Aghanim is very soon done for Yuma. Perhaps that's when they'll look to accelerate things a bit more. But Tundra are getting to just... Tundra's getting to do what they wanted to do this game, is sit back and hit some creeps.
I mean, it's going to be this double timing, right? Aghanims on Purge and Orchid on Brood are pretty much going to hit at the same time. So as soon as those are both out, which will be very, very shortly, you got to imagine that Heroics, they're going to make the move immediately.
Yeah. But they do have to watch out, because there's a lot of counter-aggression from Tundra. There's a lot of global aspect. You know, there's literally a global silence, a global teleport, and that global Sunstrike too. So even if you run into 1 or 2 heroes, it can be multiple more in a way very quickly.
They've got the money here for the Orchid, so that'll be on the way out. And
I believe that's the
Aghanim's done. Do they have a smoke between them? They do. King Jungles is ready if they want to make that move.
Let's see where they do want to look to go. The scan will come out, catches 33 Toby.
And they get the setup. I mean, this is the thing, as you said, if the Silencer finds you first as the Phoenix...
It's so hard to play Phoenix for Silencer.
But as we saw in the draft, you know,
they picked it into
They
it.
didn't care. They wanted to still run this.
Global was used. Soxa setting up on top. BZM.
He's going to step out. There with the Wukongs. Sax is ready to take King Jungles down. And Yuma, he's got to run.
He is very isolated. 33 is here.
And they can keep hunting him. Or a strike, not going to connect, but closes the gap onto Yuma. Same time, Analog will be able to kill off Chrysalis. His chase chop continuing, though.
His team's coming. They're coming through the portal.
See what they can do. He gets the dismember off, but will be put to up in the cold snap. But indeed now Tundra, they might be the ones that have to run. Snowball closes it onto 33. He's looking to get the upset open. The punch-up's there.
And Soxa.
And they've got the silence here from Analog straight over towards him. Dive forward from Whisper. Heroic will take this fight, as indeed it seemed like Tundra, they were not prepared for the rest of Heroic to come across and help out.
So close, that Sunstrike. Almost getting him.
I mean, it all started on the other side of the map. Heroic getting that kill against Chrysalis and then being able to turn it into so much more.
Schofield, looks like they're moving for a play on him, but
I mean, Analog's still around. He could come in from the side. Ice Wall will slow Analog down for now.
Schofield.
It should be fine, but only just. Sunstrike off the mark this time. Was worth a shot, though.
That is dangerous for BZM. A couple more seconds if he lingers up there. Analog, if he had a couple more spiders,
he would have got in on him.
For it.
Yeah, that Ice Wall sort of saved his life there, holding back Analog.
Yeah, just literally clipped him right on the edge of it. Big kills for Heroic, getting things back into their way. On that timing that they were looking for. Whisper in the area here, too. He's got level 2 egg with Veil.
They're looking at 33, and they're straight in with the Orchid. Supernova as well. They're easily going to be able to burn down the Sand King.
Good aggressive plays coming in from them. The Orchid, it is working.
Absolutely.
A couple pickoffs already with it.
Yeah, from sort of the bottom play on a Chrysalis, and then coming forward to the top, and now onto 33 here off the respawn.
Yeah.
He's doing a lot here, Analog,
and
as was going to be required.
And he's going to be going down just right-click build, right? He's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage in this game if he gets the BKB. It's a really value BKB game, Owen. It counters quite a lot of Tundra if they're able to get it at good timings on these cores. It's a lot of magic damage and control that Tundra has. The physical damage is mostly going to be from the Underlord, but he doesn't have the easiest way into these fights a lot of times versus a Tusk versus a Shadow Demon.
Yeah, has to get this BKB online as soon as he can, Chrysalis.
Yeah, he's pretty close to it, to be fair.
He is. He's making good steps towards it. Still top net worth at the moment here on the carry Underlord.
Just does have to watch out. You know, he can't just get focused with the Purge because he is literally priority Purge target #1 in this game from the Shadow Demon. Okay, it looks like Saksa is going to go down. Okay, go. What he's queuing up at least. He's queuing up the pipe. That can be pretty interesting versus the mass magic damage that comes out from the Phoenix and the Pudge.
Definitely going to take a bit of time to get online.
Yeah, quite some time. BZM, Aghanims, getting closer and closer. Big Wombo combo that can definitely come out. Sure, it's not the Exort one, but this is the one that he likes to play with anyway.
Radiant are scanning.
See if they end up searching this top half fully, because Analog is around. They'll know it now.
Ooh, he is being sneaky, though. 33. Does he want to go for the play?
It's difficult to find him. He's going to look towards him. We'll get the Burrow Strike. Saxa's ready to help out as well. Burrow into the Boundless and the Sunstrike. Analog will try and hide in the trees, but he is surrounded. Tundra, find the spider.
In the meanwhile, Heroic was looking to make a play elsewhere, but nobody is currently down here.
I mean, if they continue to move in the triangle, they might meet Chrysalis, but looks like they're not going to go all the way there.
Saksa, is he going to be able to break the smoke too? Or are they going to find Chrysalis?
They might find him. They're a little split up. They're not fully following King Jungles right now into that area, so...
And now bottom, I heard Whisper might get set up on him himself. Toby is down here.
Does have the Global Silence ready to use.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, Whisper's not going for a Dispel, which is a bit interesting to say. He's just going full aggression. And
C-Top, they get in with a jump. Ooh. Massive
Schofield.
amounts of burst there to take down the Pudge. We'll see Heroic try and turn. Global's going to be popped, but already 33 burning down low here from the damage of Whisper in the vessel. So Heroic will get the trade for that dive.
Whisper was kind of close to getting that snowball too. That was actually relatively close with that 4-step play that he went for there. And yeah, Whisper, he's going full aggression, Owen. So not worrying about the silencer in particular, at least not just yet, as he's gone for this Shivas plus Vessel route. Very early Shivas again, just like he did last time. It's a ton of magic damage he's going to be kicking off in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of that thing, right? Even if they do get the curses, the silences onto him, it's a high chance he's able to survive through it with that Shiva's Guard.
Yeah, perhaps so. And maybe he's just having a lot of confidence in Schofield just protecting him in some of these situations too. As smoke from Tundra. BCM and Saksa paired up.
I've got the setup. King Jungles will get the disruption off.
He's just fine.
But Wukong's is there. So King Jungles will fall.
Can Saksa get out is the question.
He's pretty slippery as the Monkey King. So should be fine.
Looks like he will.
Oh, they're going to try and chase. Does get clipped by the Shivas, so we'll start taking a fair bit of damage here for the Vessel as well. But yeah, one of those heroes that you really don't want to spend too much time chasing, especially when it's the support. He's just too slippery.
Yeah, I thought perhaps they could get actually a kill on the retreat there, since it took some time to bring down the SD, but not the case. 2 TPs there from Heroic, and they're going to lose their mid tower now out of it from the split push from Tundra. Tundra manipulating the map. A 3K lead now for them.
Yeah, BZM picking up the farm very nicely. He's going to soon have the bots as well, so...
More global.
All across the map. Lotus Orb as well for 33, so we'll have a bit of a better chance of just getting in there and surviving against some of the single target that Heroic are trying to throw down on him to control him.
And Christos, he can turn up to these fights now. As we said, he did disassemble, got the BKB, now he's got the Echo Saber as well. He's strong. This damage is pretty ridiculous if he's actually able to connect on these heroes. If he finishes up this Harpoon before the fight, then he can easily pull them in and actually hit targets easier.
I mean, so what do you look for if you're Heroic? You know that any sort of play that you try and make, it is going to be answered by Tundra. So what would you imagine the call is now from Heroic?
I think they can still fight. They've got their double BKB timing as well. So it's just going to be of execution inside of that team fight. Who gets that initiation?
Schofield. And Whisper here. 33 is going to find the setup. They'll drop the global. It's a dead Phoenix. Not a chance with the silencers coming into play.
45 seconds.
I mean, they might look for more Schofield. But the T-Ward will be able to slide away with a Force Staff, and does have Yuma by his side.
Tundra wants Tormentor here. That's their ideal here. So Heroic might
they want to go
for the fight, but they don't have their like their strongest hero.
Sure, Yuma's he's drawn the line on the map, so he wants to get over it, but this Tormentor dies too quickly here to the full 5-mana Tundra, so not a chance to interrupt that. Maybe a chance to still find a kill.
They're looking for the catch on the retreat. They have a deep ward placed.
Can they catch Chrysalis?
Find Chrysalis here. BKB.
They are. They're going to get the hook in.
Smart play.
Toby. He will get away in time before King Jungles comes a-looking.
Right, Tundra will get away with what they wanted. BKB was used from Crystallis. You know, we said how important it is this game, but there is going to be a lot of tools that do go through
Down
it.
bottom. Let's see Whisper turn up. Sax is in trouble. Analog's ready to commit as he pops the BKB. He stays on top of the Monkey King and is able to kill him off through the Wukong's command. Wasn't able to fight back that time. Sax does still have BZM around. Now they know that there might be a chance to get in on this. 33
Epi.
makes the jump. Epi Burrow Strike and the Meatball coming down to take Analog out. They get the curse down on a Whisper. Whisper trying to push back against Toby and BZM. BZM, does he find a chance to get back in on this?
Whisper.
He's going to be falling low. The Sunstrike doesn't connect. And on the side, King Jungle's starting to play around with BZM. Yuma sweeping across. We'll see if we can find the hook. Jump forward. Hook's going to be off the mark. But still, though, the poison's stacking up. The Supernova's going to be successful. They can't kill it. They have to try and run, but BZM, he's dead. Toby continues to get chased, tries for the TP out, but he's gone as Yuma closes in on him. King Jungles finishes him off with the poison.
Oh my! Oh, and I'm so happy that we're doing this series. This just kills everywhere. 15 to 15. Both teams playing around cooldowns beautifully, right? One team sees BKB used. They wait for a second to go in. They catch the target. The Brood dies, but then the backup comes in. Heroic, prepared for that aggression, finding BZM. I mean, where did KJ come from?
I mean,
he just wrapped around him.
I think, you know, caught Tundra by surprise for sure, but it's definitely one of those moments where, you know, if you were Tundra, you do you have to go for that move, right?
Absolutely.
You know, 33 sees the chance to kill Analog. He has to go for it. Just the problem is that Heroic indeed were ready to punish it and now has set up the map to get themselves this chance to take the Roshan. Tundra, they're starting to head over. Maybe a Sunstrike? Not going to do anything. They're able to clean it up for themselves and get that Aegis onto Yuma. Sax up.
Yuma gets out too. Tornado doesn't clip him.
Schofield might be left behind.
Oh, that's a gem.
Oh, nice force up to the high ground. Is that going to be enough to save him? It looks like it will. He's got King Jungles by his side. Schofield able to slide away. Saxa is going to try and have the final word about this.
I mean, Schofield has the gem. He is a high priority kill right now.
And they can't chase him. They can't kill him. He gets out. He keeps it safe. And again, one of those games where Whisper, he loves to hold on to the gold. He's nearly got 4,000 gold in the bank on top of the Shiva's Guard. Possibly considering, do you imagine he'll commit for this, the pots of the Midas, or maybe he is thinking BKB or something else?
I'm thinking BKB or Lotus.
Yeah, there we go. BKB, he needs it, and it's coming out.
It's too important in this game.
I mean, because we are seeing, you know, if Whisper does manage to get his spells off, like, it's pretty ridiculous how much damage this Phoenix can do, right? So if he's able to pop BKB, get the egg off, it's pretty much impossible for Tundra to fight into.
He also can be more hesitant about just using the egg, right? He can just stand his ground with it.
They're going to get the jump on him.
He dies instantly.
See if they got the burst, dive away. The Global Silence will come in, and now the BKB is up, so Whispers can survive and start burning down 33 with the Sunray. 33 will fall. Whisper lives.
Heads up play. I mean, they probably just checked him, and they're like, hey, he's got no extra, and then a BKB just appears out of nowhere, so...
Yeah. I mean, that's obviously the strength, right, of saving up this kind of 4,000 gold and then bam, just dropping an item purchase.
That can definitely catch people completely off guard. I don't know if they saw him pick up that BKB there. And yeah, little things that Heroic is doing that's very clever. Even them killing this Roche early, I wanted to point this out. They even used the SD with the disruption with the menace.
I mean, we're definitely seeing as well, it might not be able to put a stop to him jumping away, but the whole kind of dive in Shiva's Guard is very good for trying to scout the area and find where the Monkey King is.
It feels like Heroic is starting to get some pretty good momentum their way. Now having this Aegis also for Yuma, these fights are looking pretty good for them. And 33 does have to be a bit careful because he is starting to fall a little behind, starting to be the sacrifice. And I think having such a great start, that is. He's still in a good position in terms of net worth, but a couple deaths now for 33.
Yeah, BZM at the moment with the more impressive KD on Tundra's side. Well, one of the struggles, though, that has been for Tundra, you know, despite the fact...
BZM, you're mentioning him. He doesn't have his BKB.
Well, they got the setup. There's nobody coming to help him. He is very, very dead.
King Jungle, these 2 times that he's
these
just
supports from Heroic are just hunting down and finding these huge opportunities. Same time, Yuma going to try and chase down Saxa. And the quick curse from Toby should hold Yuma back enough so Saxa will survive, gets out of there. But I think one thing we're seeing, or not seeing right, you know, for Tundra, for all the kills and the fact that they are able to keep up with the pace overall, kind of on an individual level, they're still yet to really find that big fight for Crystallis to be able to pop off, right?
Absolutely.
He's not
been
really
very quiet.
You know, they tried to make those earlier attempts with the Fiend's Gates, but nothing has kind of happened where he's turned up with this top net worth and cleaned up a fight. So far, Heroic, they've been able to dance around any time that Crystallis wants to show up.
No, definitely. And as we said, you know, he's going to be focused a lot in this game from either a Demonic Purge or a Punch or, you know, the potential Sunray if his BKB isn't there.
Yeah, it can be a
lot of damage that can really trip up this Underlord. So we'll have to see what Crystallis can do when the fight actually is something that he can actually contribute to. Analog.
Still a minute and a half left on this Aegis, so Yuma will not be afraid of looking to make the moves, and here we go. Smoke up again from Heroic.
Another thing we do have to mention is Heroic, as we see, they have multiple different ways to protect each other. They have either an S3 Disruption, they have snowballs, either these Force Staffs. On the side of Tundra, there is a Force Staff and a Lotus, as we see.
And the Global, I guess.
And the Global, but it's not the same type of saves.
Sure.
Can be a little harder to bail people out of a bad scenario.
I don't know if Tundra's going to expect Heroic to come from this position.
Hey, Toby.
Yeah, they're going to find the silencer first, so no chance of a Global for the next 50 seconds, unless he wants to come in with the buyback play. Crystallis will be found. So 33 comes in with the jump forward of the Burrow Strike, but Yuma pops the BKB. There's the buyback Global coming in from Toby. BZM turns with the Tornado to lock down Schofield into the meatball. Hook to set Schofield to safety. See if there's going to be enough here as he gets in deep with the Snowball, though, as that comes to an end and will die. Whisper pushing forward with the BKB, just able to fight on into the epicenter. The Wukong's command laid down. Whisper dives in. He's got the Supernova at the ready. Tundra, they've got to back off, but Sax is not going to get the chance as Analog takes him down. Tundra, can they get back in after this Supernova? That's the question. BZM trying to look for any sort of opportunity. Crystal, he's got himself stuck. What? He's going to get hooked. The Sunray comes in. The Tornado will put a stop to the Dismember at least, but Yuma in on top of Crystallis.
He's gone.
Oh my goodness, he didn't want to do that. He got stuck. He came through the Fiend's Gate, ended up getting stuck and set up for an easy hook. The fight continues though. 33 pots the BKB, will get in with a Burrow Strike on a Whisper, but Yuma's back in. Hook there, straight to the face of 33, takes down another, and the rest of the remedies are surround Toby. The fight, it's a bloody one, but Heroic will come out on top, and I guess you got to be careful with where you're coming in with these Fiend's Gates, right? You can't be too close to these kind of pincer points of the map because you just might get stuck and hooked.
He also, at that point too, he had no BKB. He was getting melted from the Sunray that was coming in from above. Also, the start of this fight, 33. This was also 70 seconds ago, so quickly revamp. But 33, his Epi, his blink got stopped, I believe, from the Phoenix, so he couldn't actually jump in with Epi pre-Aegis timing. So they're actually missing a lot of damage on Tundra. And Tundra, that was a buyback from Toby as well.
It was
to bring the
yeah,
global.
it really was.
And they still lose the fight.
That's rough. We'll see it again here.
You see this? So this, I believe, is where 33 in a couple moments here. He ends up Lotus reflecting the Dismember, but you see he's going to start trying to rev up this Epi soon, and it ends up getting canceled, I believe, from Whisper, who walks on top of him.
So at this point, you know, Tundra know that there's still a chance of getting back in on this.
Yeah, and there you see it. Whisper, he walks right on top of him, prevents the blink, I believe, just from his facet, that is, the burn that he's able to provide from the Dying Light. And then, yeah, Analog comes in to get some good cleanup.
Yeah, he's able to clean up the supports very easily at the moment on this Brood. And then Crystallis, so we see, tries to Fiend's Gate deep into the fight, but he's just stuck on the steps. It's an easy hook for Yuma.
I don't think I've seen that before. I guess the steps is just, with the size of the gate, it just blocks you. All right, noted. Do not use Fiend's Gate
on the step, yeah,
unless you're blocking
pretty scary.
Enemies. 33. So he tried his best. The Healing Lotus actually ends up making him get that secondary kill, but yeah, Yuma with the follow-up.
I mean, he just got so much there on the cleanup there as the Pudge.
Yeah, that Aegis usage kind of perfect for the side of Heroic. And some big timings now, speaking of Heroic more, a refresher now for the Pudge, so double rounds of that BKB plus bite. And I believe Analog is about to have Bloodthorn, which is an insane damage increase for him. I believe he had 20 as well. It's not as ridiculous as talent it used to be. I really believe this one was once 80 or 70 attack speed. Now it's only 35, but still substantial. As Heroic prepared for the fight.
Tundra, though.
Look at the ward they've got placed. Oh, and again, I don't even know when they place these, but somehow Heroic is so sneaky with these this series.
They sense something, though. Crystallis backing away.
33.
He might get found instead. They get him with a jump. Global has to come in, but they're going to have to follow up and get the Burrow Strike off. A 33 BKB won't save him. They still get the kill.
Yuma does pop his refresher, though. Does have the secondary BKB available, but they will get a massive kill. 33 gets brought down. 65 seconds. They also use the global. So Heroic, see what they want to use with that time.
Tundra still trying to stay out on the map around the mid.
And look at these builds. So, as we said, you know, when you're playing versus certain heroes, sometimes too, you start changing. It's going to be a Greaves from King Jungles to be able to dispel that global. At least off of himself. Then he can potentially go for these save plays.
See will they get going with the shard. It's going to be going the way of Yuma.
Not bad.
So far, Should be definitely having an impact. We have been seeing Yuma hit the hooks.
He has been, absolutely. Even sometimes to save allies. Yuma.
BZM's got to be a bit careful. Schofield's going to get the jump, and he's got the back of a Saxa. BZM lays down the Wukong, but Schofield's able to get out to the side with the 4-star. Whisper is going to get caught in the pit at the side. Will pop the BKB. They'll try and push Whisper out of the fight, but he could be ready to get back in with the Supernova at the ready. Hook off the mark this time round. As Tundra starts to back off a little bit, Yuma definitely going to try and go for another grab in a few seconds. Closing in onto Toby. They close the gap onto the silence, and Toby's gone. And all right, they could still look for more.
33's respawn. He's coming down.
So what they do here, Saxa, vision onto Whisper.
Heroic. They're backing up.
I mean, can Tundra find a catch and return?
It looks like they really want to here.
It's hard though. Yuma's still very ready to fight. Even with the BKB gone, he's so beefy now. 3,500 HP.
They do have triple BKB at the ready on the cores on Tundra.
Can they find the fight?
Heroic.
Saxa is ready to lead in. Hook's not going to find it, but they do catch him with the silence and the harpoon as they drag him in, take him down. Schofield will fall in return. Tundra get the trade. They still have to be very cautious though. As we say, Whisper still ready with the Supernova if the fight goes down.
Analog
on a larger scale.
Analog still has all of his stuff up as well too. He's actually gone Disperser instead of going that Bloodthorn for now.
Time forward. They get the Dismember. BZM did get the BKB off. Global Silence there to put a stop to the Dismember and give BZM the chance to get out. As you'll back off, Chris is trying to get hits in, but it's still very difficult. The hook, not quite long enough to grab Crystallis this time.
And Crystallis is sitting at like 700 damage, but he can't hit targets. He was alacritied up, so he literally was doing about 700, but they're kiting him. The reset comes out. Heroic, they did have to use a buyback there, but still getting a good advantage in terms of net worth there. Up to a 6K lead. And that was that Soxa gem or was that their own secondary gem? I actually didn't check, sorry. It was their own secondary gem, okay. Smoke up, Heroic, feeling strong. A full refresher also on Whisper.
Oh boy.
These fights look hard for Tundra.
That's so much relies on Toby having the global silence up.
And he is only going to have one ever. And he is quite poor this game on. He is by far the bottom net worth in this game.
Chrysalis, they've got eyes on him.
Might get purged.
They was hit the side. Whisper's been able to cut the tree of Saxa. Saxa's got to pop the pipe and run.
Crystallis.
Gonna get in on top of him. Yuma in with the BKB. Chrysalis trying to trade back and does have 33 ready to go at the side. Schofield will help to finish off Saxa. 33 ready to make the jump into the trees, but Yuma, he'll kite them out. They'll come in onto Analog, but the defensive hook comes in. Yuma saving Analog. Ready to move back in now with his own BKB. The Supernova's there. The punch up as well. Crystallis is gone. Hook will catch onto the helm of the Dome Creep, meaning the 33 should be able to sneak away, or maybe not. The Shiva Slow coming in from Whisper. They'll put the refresher. He's ready for a second Shiva's Guard in on top of them, chasing and burning down both 33 and BZM. As 33 will try and hide in the sandstorm, but the spirits connect. Whisper brings him down.
Oh, and they're starting to steamroll the coverage, the team fight, the spell casting is insane. The saves on each other too, just hooking each other out of these little situations. Crystals can't stand and fight almost ever. And Whisper, I mean, we're seeing why he doesn't care about that silencer.
Absolutely
Why
not.
he doesn't care about these little small dispels. He's all about this macro play. Insane performance from him so far.
If Tundra don't have global ready to press, there just seems to be not a chance for them in these team fights, even with the BKBs and such. And as you say, just here, the fact that both Yuma and Analog are sort of able to dance around this carry Underlord, not give Chrysalis any sort of chance to get the damage done. And even here, when the Burst Strike connects, Yuma separating Analog from 33 and Chrysalis, keeping one another alive.
Honestly, and this is some of the better team fight spellcasting I've seen in quite some time. Heroic, they're just covering each other beautifully. Sometimes, you see these double melee. They're sometimes stacked up on top of each other going for a kill. They're completely aware that 33's looking for these epicenter plays and kind of distancing and gapping it each time. And it's beautiful to watch. The symphony of skill for sure coming in here from Heroic.
I mean, Whisper's just looking terrifying.
He's out of control.
We saw obviously like the Pudge games, and that was just Whisper having some fun. Now the kind of the gloves have come off, and he's bringing out these bats, these phoenixes, and they are looking pretty disgusting.
He's playing his true staples.
Yeah.
For those who do love to watch Whisper play these, he is going completely ballistic so far this game. All three cores top of net worth, and as we mentioned too, the supports, they're still getting a decent amount in Toby. I mean, he's queuing up the refresher, but he has almost...
It's a long way away. But it's what he has to get. The global is so important to provide them a chance in these team fights.
That is surprising. It's giving Tundra a 52%.
I will see. Dota Plus has been right in the past.
It also probably has no idea what the hell is happening in this game because we have an Underlord carry, a Pudge carry, right? Things are a bit more bizarre than usual. So far, Heroic. Especially in these, I mean, the last 10 minutes, it does feel like they've broken the game quite a bit here with these last few fights. These refreshers do seem like it's adding another stage of difficulty for how Tundra wants to look to fight. There's double BKBs, double Phoenix Egg. Just don't have that many counters versus it. And now a BKB even on the Tusk. So the supports, they have ways to play around global. Greaves on the Shadow Demon, BKB on the Tusk, Demonic Cleanse on the Shadow Demon. Lots of different ways to cover each other. All right, big neutral items as we see for Tundra. Dazoon on the Sand King, Dazoon on the Invoker.
Any big plays here from BZM and 33. Looks going to be there. Yuma
again.
Ready to make sure that opening combo from Tundra doesn't do a lot.
And remember, this hook, it can catch people off guard because of the crazy low cooldown when you hook allies with that shard. Goes down to, what, 6 seconds if he does hook an ally. Picking up the Lincolns next for the Pudge. They're getting close to 25 on all 3 cores on Heroic.
I mean, they've got the Satanic done on Chrysalis, but as we've seen, he needs to get the hits in on the target.
He just can't attack is the problem.
Yuma, again, making sure that it's not easy for Tundra to open up onto anyone other than the Pudge.
Yuma.
Sacks up. Trying to see what they can force out from him, though. Get the BKB out from Yuma. Trying for the hook. Not going to grab them this time. 33 considering maybe making the jump, but the BKB comes to an end. He's in, but the refresher BKB's there from Yuma.
Heroic looking to disengage.
Tundra pushing Heroic back successfully.
Yuma wants no participation in this without his BKBs. He wants to finish that Lincoln's. Tundra gonna look to try to punish while those BKBs are on cooldown.
Yeah, they've got to be careful who shows here on Heroic, because Tundra very ready to make the jump.
There also is this Aegis at the ready, still for Analog, so.
Even if they do get the connection, it's definitely not going to be an easy team fight for Tundra.
No, and as we said, multiple different saves, so gotta be careful who you go for. $50 seconds for BKB on Yuma. Starting to inch their way forward. A sneaky ward as we see plays from Toby, but they do see it with their gem.
And Whisper again with this very chill strat, just saving up the money. He's getting very close to having the luxury of picking up that Hex and definitely potentially surprising Tundra with it.
It's a pretty cool approach from him that he's done it
He's doing this a lot
times.
this series, yeah.
It's catching people off guard, and they're giving him XP, so he's about to hit 25.
So yeah, 25, and with a potential full Cypher Vice that he could pick up for the next fight, Whisper.
Level 25 also hit for Analog. Quite a bit stronger in terms of his right-click damage potential. And he has been able to get some right-clicks off.
He really has.
Unlike Chrysalis.
I mean, in these team fights, you know, the supports of Tundra, they've got to hide.
They do.
Because this Spider's been finding them time and time again, cleaning them up very quickly.
It's like the hardest game to play Silencer, really, at this point in the game. Right? He's got Force Staff and nothing else. No defensive items possible for him. Tundra. Creep cutting, buying time, trying to waste out this Aegis as much as possible. 50 seconds until it does go away.
What are we seeing next?
It's just difficult for them to keep these targets held down, right? As we we're saying, like we have to see for the fight for Tundra when they can actually get Chrysalis to hit targets.
Yeah. Because, yeah, are we able to bring up the hero damage done? Just want to see if that does look not too hot, or if he's still been able to do a bit with the firestorms and such, because that can add up.
It can. I mean, Whispers is probably through the roof, right? His is probably highest, and it's like BZM in 33. But I imagine that the Underlord's damage done is quite a bit lower than the rest of the cores this game. Okay,
yeah, so
I mean, not too bad. All things said.
BZM definitely carrying the team fights, though, in damage output right now.
Yeah. A lot of it just from like little physical poke, too, from his summons, as we see there from the Force Spear and the Dominator.
Yeah, I think it's just that, you know, when you have your carry with kind of like this AC, Satanic, and soon to be Daedalus, right? You need to have a lot being done by him.
Scofield will not allow them to take that shrine. They'll be able to claim both.
Talking about damage done, so Saxa's got a Deso on the way out.
That's an interesting pickup. From what we've seen and what I've seen most of the times on these Monkey Kings, it is just the Scotty pickup usually is the route that they like to go for, because it applies, of course, with that Wukong's and it's very strong, but looks like he wants to have more physical damage in the draft.
I mean, that's the thing. If they can get the hits in, right, with the Deso, the AC, the Underlord, once he gets the stacks built up, like, the hits are going to be hard.
I'll have to see if it pays off for him.
Sacks up. Oh, they're going to find him. Schofield there catching him with a punch, pretty much sort of mid-jump.
And he also didn't go BKB, right, too. He's gone for the pipe defusal build, but it does feel hard for Saksa unless he's literally just playing in the tree line during the Wukong. I'll have to see if it does pay off for him. Maybe just thinking that they have too much magic damage and they just need straight physical extra, but Heroic, very prepared.
Yeah, Analog's continuing to scale massively after that Disperser, getting the full Bloodthorn. Another Tormentor to take. Schofield will get the shard.
And Schofield is going to start queuing up that Aghanims as well, so we'll get stronger and stronger in terms of what he can do in the fights. He could just potentially punt the Monkey King out of his Wukongs.
Taking the Monkey King away.
There is no Desolator then from that, or he can just punt the
33.
Yeah, he can do a lot this game. Even Crystallis, right?
He's trying to get these hits in. He's getting
immobile hero.
He's going to get kicked away.
This could be pretty annoying.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. I mean, he's struggling to get the hits in as it is. If he's getting kicked in the face, he's going to struggle even more.
Yeah, we'll see it when Schofield is able to get that, as eventually it does seem like he will. We did see also point out Yumo had hit 25, hit one of the stronger 25 timings for a Pudge. That Dismember is incredibly strong when you have two of them at that increased duration.
Yeah, little things as well. Blink online now for King Jungles. So between that, the Force and the Greaves, he's ready to bail heroes out. I mean, we've seen already how good Heroic's lineup is at saving one another in a multitude of fashions, whereas Tundra, very limited if someone gets jumped.
Just so much save. Level 20 as well, something you don't see too often on the Shadow Demons. I always like to point this one out, is the Disseminate. It's 50% share damage. It is pretty insane how much this can actually dish out. Also just to protect allies, it makes them that much tankier. Tundra.
It's just, can they ever really try and go on this Pudge?
They're gonna try. Dispel.
Schofield, he's gonna make the jump in, close in, they get the burst strike on a Whisper. Whisper, is he able to survive? BKB's gonna be there in time, and he's able to get the Supernova off. They're gonna turn straight towards the egg, they'll kill it off successfully. On the back lines though, King Jungles and Analog chase down BZM. The buybacks coming in from both Whisper and BZM.
Crystallis.
The fight locking down Crystallis. He's gonna start to try to heal up, but they're holding back with the disruption. He's gonna get surrounded, punched up. Can he actually get the hits off Crystallis? He cannot, as Crystallis is gone out of the fight. 33 will get back in with the burst strike. The Hex to fall off the Whisper, but the BKB and the second Supernova hits there. They're going to try and kill the egg off with this buyback from Crystallis. But 33 is dead. He has to buy back. Crystallis can't kill the egg in time. They're just killing them off one by one. There's a dieback on BZM. This fight's an absolute mess for Tundra as Heroic overrunning them. Crystallis trying to hit back, but again the shards holding back. It's a dieback on him. They're losing lives left, right, and center, Tundra. They just do not have what it takes to stop Heroic.
They're all dead. All three cores are gone. Heroic's got everything. Whisper with the buyback. They're ready to end it.
They're absolutely ready to move on here in the lower bracket. Heroic ready to go down the mid.
Oh, I mean, Whisper, that's why he's been holding the gold too. He can just buy back, buy an item,
and
join in the fray, and it's done.
GG is called. Heroic will move forward in the lower bracket, knocking out Tundra 2-0.
Unreal team fights from Heroic today. They came in ready. That was a beautiful display. This last fight in particular too, you can see how confident they were. They saw one hero, their buddy gets jumped, they just jump Whisper with no hesitation. Yeah, he dies, his egg gets killed, but he buys back, jumps into the fray immediately, and they just completely outnumbered them. Tundra, it looks like they don't know what hit them.
I don't think they do that last fight. The chaos that Heroic would bring, just a beautiful culmination of what they've been able to show so far in these two games. I mean, this is sort of the Heroic, but I think people were expecting to see yesterday. We didn't get it then, but today we get absolute peak Heroic.
It's relentless aggression, truly to their name. Schofield, crazy plays from the Tusk. Have to give a ton of credit to the double supports. Both games styling, making crazy moves in comparison. But yeah, what a game overall. Heroic came in with a plan. Their first big Pudge, they flex it, they switch things around. Yeah. They get Whisper on this Phoenix, and my God, if this guy gets Phoenix or Bat in some of these games, it is very terrifying.
Yeah, tough end of the road here for Tundra. Not quite able to do it today. Of course, they did well to come this far, having to play on with the stand-in. Toby obviously doing an excellent job stepping into the role, but was not quite enough today to give them the chance to take a game, let alone the series, against Heroic. I mean, moving forward, right, Heroic, they got to be a pretty nasty team to try and draft against, right? When they're able to pull this sort of stuff out. It's like, are you banning the budget? The flexibility they have with it is pretty ridiculous. Yuma gets to show up with it this game.
I mean, Moon said it himself too when he was on the coach interview. They flex like crazy, so it's hard to predict them, but also they are, I'll call them kind of trendsetters in a way, because they're not doing what the meta has been sort of dictated. Right? How many Dominator plays have we seen? How many creep cutting teams playing slow, waiting for timings? That is not Heroic. Heroic is just relentless. They're looking for plays, looking for fights, playing on every timing. Yeah, this was a very fun series particular for the side of Heroic.
And especially to come back after what was a pretty rough game 2 yesterday, right?
Yes.
They were getting kind of outplayed on kind of all fronts in that second game. And then to come in today, and Analog in particular, he stepped it up massively. A beautiful 2 games from him. And to come in with something like this Brood, again, you got to remember, came in as the 3rd pick and still had an incredible impact with this mid Brood. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic moving on 2-0. They knocked Tundra out.
I'm here with Analog from Heroic, who has just secured top 6 at TI, and by the way, the first Brazilians to ever do so. How does that feel?
Feels very good to be here. It's like a dream for all of us, and much love for everyone supporting us in home here. It's so nice to represent this South America. Let's go.
And you're not just securing top 6, but you are doing it in style. I mean, we had Phoenix, we had Broodmother, we had Pudge. You guys just picking whatever you want. I mean, who is enabling this level of creativity in this team? Who is just letting you guys do what you want?
Yeah, we have to be bold. We are here to prove themselves. So, yeah, we have to be men and pick whatever we want. You know, first pick Pudge, pick Brood. CAFs, our coach, is trusting us. The players are trusting themselves. Also, Mongo's doing a very good job. Thanks, everyone.
And I think it's only natural that we take a minute for the fans. I know you love doing this, Analog. Please say something in your home language to the people watching at home, and of course here in the arena as well.
First, thanks everyone that's here. It's amazing to be here. The aura of this arena is so insane. Thanks everyone in home that's cheering for us. Bora, caralho!
One win away from the best result ever at an international. Give it up for Analog and Heroic.
The crowd is just going crazy for Heroic here. They were up again, still in that lower bracket there on the verge of elimination, but a 2-0, they come in, they get the job done, and like you said, Jenkins, leading into this one, if they win with it, it's going to be with style, and my goodness, wasn't it?
Yeah, I totally agree with Nomad. They are picking whatever they want. They are saying, we do not care what the meta is. We do not care that everybody is complaining how broken this Helm Dom thing is. They're completely breaking it. And if you want to be a champion, if you want to win this entire thing, this is what you have to do. This is what teams historically have done, is that there is one pervasive meta that's happening, and the one team that can manage to break it, they win the entire thing. So it's really nice to see from the boys.
Yeah, I mean, the Brood pick kind of stopped the Helm from doing its job, right? Because they are constantly controlling the mid section of the map. And Brood is also one of those heroes that we always talk about which core can actually kill the creep without expending too much time, right? So Brood is one of them that can connect over and just kill the creep.
Yeah, there is something more important, though, that we do have to quickly get to. Of course, where there is a winner in an elimination match, there is, unfortunately, a team that we have to say goodbye to as well.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Nat. I'm here with 33. Obviously, I wish we were having a conversation under different circumstances, but this year you guys have gone out in the lower bracket at this stage. Unexpected for you, I'd suggest, but also you're playing with a stand-in. Toby deserves a shout-out for getting you this far, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he played great, and he came exactly when we needed him, and yeah, big thank you to Toby.
Indeed. What makes this team so hard to play against? Because a lot of people have been saying the Heroic are a very fast team, they're kind of unpredictable. What is so difficult about this team?
I think they just play a lot differently than most other teams, I guess. Pretty much all of the top teams right now, especially at this event, not always, they play very safe and they are very like chill, they don't really take risks. And these guys are kind of the opposite. They are always ready to take risks, and Schofield is like charging into 5 heroes. If he dies, he goes again. If he dies, he goes again. So I would say they play, I guess, with less care, and I guess we got caught off guard by it, even though we knew it was coming. And yeah, good luck to them, and hopefully they can do it for other teams as well.
Indeed, they did play very well, so they were worthy opponents. Let's talk about next season. Obviously, this season has ended for you. What are your plans for next season as a team and for you personally?
I think we'll see how it goes. Obviously, it's not the kind of stuff to discuss in a post-loss interview.
I'm just trying to get some info, got to try. And finally, obviously, you guys have a lot of fans around the world watching Tundra and rooting for you guys. Do you have any words for them at the end of this season now?
Just thank you for everyone who was watching us. I know it was a disappointing end to the season for us, but yeah, we received a lot of love and support throughout the whole season. We had a lot of good results, so thank you, and sorry it had to end this way.
We're very sorry to see you go. Let's get a big round of applause for Neta and Team Tundra. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you again soon. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Ted. Yeah, an abrupt end to the Tundra journey here. Definitely not what people expected. Actually, only 16% of people predicted that Heroic were going to take this series. There wasn't really that faith when it comes to that wider audience, and Heroic having that carefree sort of play style that 33 just mentioned there, that's what really got them the win here, Lacoste. The fact that they're able to shake things up between a game 1 and a game 2 when it comes to execution.
Being unpredictable, I think this is the big part of it. Drafting like this, where nobody expects you to go for these type of heroes, and something that he talked about is Schofield. This guy's a maniac. This is how he played throughout his whole career, pretty much. These are his heroes as well. We're talking about Clockwork. We're talking about Tusk that he just played as well. These are his signature heroes that he really excels playing, and I would say that when they go for something like this, you gotta respect it. But we also seen them adjusting. After what happened yesterday, we talked about a lot about this Monkey King position 4. It didn't work out when they were playing against the P-Vision, but this time around they let it go through, which is also a bit of a statement saying that we can beat this. Like, we can compete with the best teams in the world, playing our own strategies, not going for these Helm of the Dominators, but if you go for it, we're gonna punish you for it.
A fine line between that stubbornness, right, of if it's going to work out or not, but also confidence in knowing we did have an answer that just wasn't that execution. But I thought you were going to talk a little bit more about Yuma, right, because he was the big standout in how this early game played. Game 1, Tundra expected some early gate rotations from Yuma. It didn't come. In game number 2, they were actually caught off guard by the fact that he then went back and started doing those rotations.
Yeah, this time around they did not place an observer board, so it did allow Yuma to go through the twin gate, something that he's really known for, something that he does use the most out of every carry that I've seen so far at the tournament. And look who it is. That is Schofield. You don't expect him to be at this point of the game in this particular part of the map.
6 minutes.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes in. He's going like, this is the type of Dota that they want to play. They want to be very chaotic. Then 9 minutes in, they're going to be doing the same thing, going through the twin gates, pairing up with Schofield again, getting a kill on Saksa. But it also shows the type of Dota they want to be playing. They want to be playing aggressive, getting some of these early kills, and try to snowball from there.
And also, they don't play by the rules, right? I mentioned 6 minutes because what is 6 minutes? You go to the rune and you control the rune for your mid laner. They don't care. They're just doing, okay, I see this guy. He's walking into my territory. I want to kill him. That's it.
That's the risk, is like, if you make this play and you're sacrificing what is the normal order of operations, which is go mid for the power rune, you are sacrificing something for nothing, and you can legitimately just lose the game. This is why I love that 33 was saying that.
I think it allows them to go for this type of a play because they don't care about 6 minute rune, because you do have Broodmother, who is level 6 at the time.
Yeah, it goes back to the draft.
Yeah, pretty much. So you can send the spiders, kill the runes. Invoker doesn't care too much about the runes, neither does Broodmother. So it does allow them to go for this type of a play.
Yeah.
It wasn't all love and lust for the side of Tundra. Yes, there were those early parts that kind of catch you off guard, but there were still a lot of great moments for them when it came to team fight. That was something you guys highlighted so much about the strength of their draft, was the team fights. And early on, around 10, 11 minutes, that's when we started seeing it kick into gear and take place.
I mean, all this also came down to the fact that the Brute, he was able to control a lot of the map here. And you can see the Monkey King setting up right away here. Like, again, trying to create some space for Crystallis to farm.
Really pushing the limits on the hero here on Monkey King. He's actually gonna be surviving, and really nice spell casting coming up from DZM's Invoker. Always a 3 to watch pretty much, but 11 minutes in, I wanted to see this type of a play from Tundra, seeing that they have overwhelming team fight, which is gonna result in multiple kills. Sure, Saxa is gonna die in the end, but they're sticking around for another 35 seconds. They feel like they can still be taking the fight. They have Global Silence ready pretty much, all the green lights on the top already, except for the Wukong's command that they just used. They're gonna be ready to clean up. Invoker at this point of the game, he feels relatively strong. Does having that Helm of the Dominator, does having multiple Forge Spirits, and this time around they will be killing Whisper and killing his egg, because we've seen this Underlord being utilized really well in terms of dealing with the early Broodmother aggression that she wants to do, and also coming in with this global presence, bringing that +1, being able to get a couple of extra hits onto that egg.
And by the way, 33 went treads on Sand King, so he had more like right-click potential for the egg. I love that he does this. This is why this is such a... It's a sad series to see Tundra go, because you know that they're the ones that are going to come up with these little cool micro things about the game that makes Dota so beautiful, worked out in that situation, killing the egg. It did give them an advantage in the game, but yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't eventuate to it, but you do talk about this global aspect of it, the mobility of Tundra too, and that could have been something that was great against how aggressive Heroic were going, but there weren't always connections, Jenkins. Sometimes a pickoff happens, and in one of the particular situations, that then leads into a rough fight for Tundra.
This was the big one, and the reason that Tundra was not expecting it was because this is 4v5. Whisper's the strongest hero. He was not there, and Heroic still goes for it anyway, and they make the play. From this, you can see Crystallis is still dead. They rotate everybody towards bottom, then they get a kill bot. This transitions into even more kills, and then they take Roshan. So from a single extremely risky play, smoking 4 versus 5, not only 4 versus 5, but your strongest hero is dead. So you're banking on the fact that Tundra's going to split up, because nobody who's sane is going to smoke with the strongest hero being dead while in a disadvantaged game.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like they only did that because there was a ward there, right? They saw the position of the heroes. That's why they decided. It wasn't like a blind risk, They saw the hero's position and they decided.
They knew everybody else had to have gone portal because nobody walked back through the river. So if they find somebody in the river, they're alone.
Yeah, so I think it comes down to they're really calm in the situation, even though one hero was dead, and they made the right decision and they played really well there.
There is one moment that was probably very unfortunate. I'm not going to say it was the turning point by any means, Jenkins, but definitely an unfortunate moment that you like to have a little bit of a laugh over.
We have to rewatch this. I mean, this is just one of those things about Dota. There are so many mechanics in this game that you have the Underlord portal blocking Crystallis on the cliff there. And in a lot of situations, it's like, okay, I'll go back through the portal, I'll, TP out. Not against a punch. In that situation, you're stunning yourself to get hooked in as one of the strongest heroes in the game. I mean, at this point, he's a carry, right?
You know what the Chinese name for Underlord is? It's Big Ass for this particular reason. He gets stuck easily.
That was a washing machine type situation for him there.
Yeah, okay, really
Good job,
just
guys.
stuck in that one. We're going to move forward because I don't know how to from that. Is our scoreboard here for the end of the game, Heroic 2-0. The numbers are just lining up as well for you, Winter, where you're like, Heroic, for a series, that game one is so dependent for their momentum throughout it.
Yeah.
They come in and get another 2-0.
They come in, they have a plan, and if the plan works, it works, and if it doesn't, according to the stats, it doesn't work, They don't really adjust very well. But this game, they didn't really need to adjust, but I would like to really comment on this Brood. I think this Brood is a pick where it really made life very, very difficult for the Invoker. The Invoker couldn't really push the mid tower. They lost control of that section of the map, and a lot of the plays were happening because the mid wave is pushed out, right? Because as Brood, it's very easy to push out the mid wave. And whenever you push out the mid wave, it means that your team has the advantage to execute ganks on the map, And I felt like that actually played a huge role in the game.
Yeah, every core really stepping up to what was needed for them, but the carry pudge was the biggest one. This team, Heroic, the chef's kiss coming out.
That was amazing, amazing gameplay.
It was really good because yesterday they had that strat come out as well, right? We didn't know where it was going to go, the potential flex. It ended up being off lane, didn't work out. They're still running it back. They're still banking on people thinking that it's a flex, not really knowing where it is, and this time it just finds so much success in the carry role.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, it fits Yuma's playstyle perfectly, like a hero that can run around and get kills and be active. And I do think this is something that I've seen a lot in pro level pubs that was popular before TI even started, which was people were going for BKB refresher. And legitimately, like, you don't need armor items if you can refresh the flesh heap. That's like the idea. And refresh the dismember, refresh your BKB. It's like, it feels like he's immortal for this like 12-second period. And I do think Pudge is a lot better of a core than people are realizing. I mean, Heroic knows it.
Yeah.
Now Tundra does as well.
And when it came to it too, they're putting so much effort on looking at Whisper in this game number 2 because of how well he did in game number 1. And so that's why we're kind of praising a lot of the other cores on the side of Heroic, what they were able to do. But Purge, I know that he has a little bit more praising to do for the side of Tundra.
That's right. They had great heroes for beating the Phoenix, but the rest of the lineup had some issues. They picked Phoenix because he's going to be able to lane well against the carry Underlord, deny or lower his attack speed, deal damage, get last hit as a range hero. But the problem is that they picked it into a counter. The Silencer is very, very good against the hero. So when you hit him with the last word ability, that makes it so that when you cast your next spell here, you're going to end up taking damage. So he ends up killing himself in this circumstance, but it gets worse than that. The main problem is that their opponents also have gap close. So when he even wants to egg with those treads on the Sand King that Jenkins mentioned, or the other gap close heroes between the Monkey King, or even the Underlord ulti coming in, it's very easy for them to kill the egg. So Whisper, despite picking himself into a good lane, he had to deal with the global silence and the mobility. Here's an example of the global silence that's very tough. As the fight begins, he just gets global silence. He can't press egg. And interestingly enough, he really delayed buying protection for that. He ended up going the Spirit Vessel into the Shivas before finally solving that problem. But the good thing is that all of this focus that goes on him leaves space for Heroic to win team fights afterwards, because then the global silence is on cooldown. The rest of his teammates can basically take a straightforward fight in a normal way, because they don't have to worry about getting silenced. That kind of undermines what Tundra has going for them. And then if Whisper gets to go first, then he also doesn't have to deal with these problems as much. There was no global silence in this case, but look at the amount of damage he can output with just a Veil and the Spirit Vessel. It's very good stuff. So here's the fight where he finally gets his solution here. He picks up his BKB at this fight. Got kind of close, but presses BKB once coming back from the dive, and this finally allows him to say, no, I'm not going to die at the start of these team fights. And this was basically the turnaround point of the game. It was even up until this point, back and forth, 2k advantage. That BKB was a big game changer, allowed Whisper to basically unlock gigantic damage potential and no longer be a vulnerability for their team. And that's really when they started to get ahead and close out the game.
Thank you so much, Purge. We always see it. We talk about this team fight. What exactly is it that changes? Is it a certain item timing on a hero? In this case, yes, definitely. Sometimes it's levels as well. You just got to play that patient waiting game and live throughout those team fights. That's the biggest issue that teams have faced before in the past, Lacoste.
Yeah, for sure. I think Whisper has a great understanding. He had a great series overall, but he has a great understanding which items he needs to buy in certain situation. I think the whole squad also complements each other really well. You did talk about the BKB refresher, not having any BKB piercing abilities, and then Whisper comes in. He's staying on top of the network throughout pretty much the whole game as a Phoenix, which is super impressive, and his damage numbers are also through the roof. Core Phoenix does insane amount of damage and gives you insane amount of heal, plus also they do have Shivas, they do have also Aghanim Scepter and Pudge, which does allow them to counter this Underlord who has Mask of Madness. You're playing against Monkey King, not a core, but still not allowing them to get any kind of heals. You want to get that Satanic eventually on your Underlord. It's just completely negating it, so they are just not playing it for one step of the game, but also taking like 2 steps ahead.
I totally agree. Like, I think a less skilled team would have their Phoenix go Yule Scepter or Lotus Orb. And it looks goofy that he doesn't have the solutions to such an obvious counter. Like, Heralds know that Silencer counters Phoenix. You play against it once, and you know that it counters Phoenix. So you want to buy the counter items, but he realized in the early game, somebody needed to do the damage. So they just need to play the fights differently so that he doesn't just die. Or if he does, his team is getting something for the death, that the death has value. And once again, I'll just go back to, like, this is how South America has traditionally played games and won games, is they're really good at team fighting. So it's really nice to see them win this series by doing exactly that.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to watch, getting to see Heroic continue on their journey in the International. But we're going to change the pace a little bit here, and we're going to take a look at one of our finalists from the short film contest.
Save
every year it feels like the people submitting for the short film contest just keep outdoing themselves. That one was so cinematic. I don't even know how creative you have to be able to do that.
That's a good facet, by the way.
No, it's not.
That is an
Don't tell
underrated
people
facet.
that. Do not tell people that.
Because then as a
No.
support, you can start stealing kills and you have an excuse for it. I'm going for the damage amp. I just want to, it's not stealing, it's not KSing.
Can we mute his mic? Nothing
Don't
important
play
to add.
support, please, Andrew.
Yeah,
I'm
really
not-
valuable information. I wish they kind of did, though. That would have been awesome. We do have to look towards, though, our next series because the eliminations do not stop. We've already said goodbye to Tundra today, but we are going to have to say goodbye to another team. We got Nigma Galaxy up against Tidebound. I'm going to say it, Nigma Galaxy, fan favorites. Yeah, when it comes to this tournament, seeing them make it top 8, everyone loved seeing their elimination series. They've already been there twice before. Yesterday, they could have seen themselves in that upper bracket.
They could have easily. I think they had a very good shot. That first game, GH kind of carried them, especially with that Phoenix performance, keeping his troll alive multiple times. We saw some really, really good Phoenix performances so far throughout the tournament, road to the TI playoffs as well. So probably we're going to be seeing it much more. But that third game, they needed to close it out. They definitely did.
Yeah, they had it. They had it in that game 3. I mean, it was a back and forth game. It felt like there was momentum, but maybe some.
And there was also a lot of nerves, right? Judging by how they were like messing up things, and
it seemed like it, like the TP from Sumail into the 5 heroes situation, and then you look at the map and you're like, oh, they were so close. They were actually really close. If he just waited a second, just one more, or press the BKB. But it happens. It happens on the TI main stage.
I mean, good news is they have another shot today.
I was going to say, we can nitpick, but at the end of the day, we are seeing an elimination series. We do have our next matchup, and we do have our teams ready to come on stage.
And we're back.
Team Tidebound.
This roster is a mixed match of so many past successful Chinese players. We've seen them hit TI Grand Finals. We've seen them win before. We've also seen them, though, in this lower bracket. They're going to have to bring everything they possibly can if they want to hit that success again, especially up against fan favorites.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Nigma Galaxy. Choose wisely.
Just how exactly are the stars aligned for these 5 players? So far, everything has been an uphill battle time after time. Have they had to prove themselves against tougher opponents? This time around, it's on the main stage. It's elimination, and it is still a best of 3 that could go and turn at any point for themselves.
Yeah, once again, another really brutal series. I mean, that's all we're going to see here in the elimination games. You know, Team Nigma, they have Sumail, North American pride. You know, they have the 2 players, Noob and Omar, who they put the MENA region on the map. You know,
I'll be happy no matter what. There'll be a C player moving forward.
I knew he was going to mention Go.
I was seeing how long it would take for Winter to mention it, but he's straight there with it. Yeah, Tidebound, Nigma Galaxy, they've got, you know, a lot of different players for them. We've seen the side of Tidebound, though. This is the one that I want to start with because Nigma Galaxy, their roster, they've had some, you know, changes, role swaps, whatever, but Tidebound, there's a stability when it comes to the offlane duo, right? Y and Bark, or previously known as Faith Beyond, they've been together for years. 2014, I believe, was the very first year that these two were playing together as a duo. And The only time they took a break away from playing with each other was when Faith Beyond retired for the first time.
Yeah, this is an iconic duo. They are truly bubbies of the world. They have the world record for the most wins together as a duo. 1,016 wins as a duo, as bubbies, with a 60% win rate. Just an incredible story. I mean, you can't mention Tidebound without mentioning Wings. You know, they have a bunch of the Wings players, and then they have some standout, Chinese players.
The coach,
the coach, Blink, he's also part of the legendary Wings squad.
They have 3 out of 5 of Wings.
Yeah, very reminiscent of how much success they've been able to do. We're seeing there, as you said, Jenkins best of bubbies. So many games, and that's wins, right? That's how many games they've won, not played. So it's not a 60% win rate of 1,000 games. They won over 1,000 games together.
And it's interesting because usually you see the duos and it's like a side lane duo.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas with Bach and Y, they're not always playing together in lane, right? This is like a position.
You know how they're connected together? One is the captain and one is the offlane. You always have to keep your offlaner happy.
This is true. And I think for Bach, friendship and trust and respect and all of these things matter a lot for him. Like, I know he's the type of player that if he likes something, he'll play it. He'll ask for it. You just ask him what he wants in the draft, and he'll perform with it. So I think that the trust layer to, playing with him for a long time definitely matters a lot when it comes to drafting.
I mean, it's the priority as well. I think he's one of the type of offlaners where he needs priority in a draft. Maybe if you talk about someone like Saberlight, he doesn't need as much priority. But I think for Bach or Fate Ban, he's a person that he's going to take a lot of space, a lot of farm. He wants the later picks. He wants to have the matchup advantage. So he needs to be prioritized.
No, you're good, Jake.
I think he often has the right idea, too. Like, I think he's an underrated person when it comes to developing the meta. There's a lot of new guys on the block, like the 9 classes of the world that are defining new meta stuff, but Bach was the first person that I saw go for Dominator on Centaur. He'll play Queen of Pain offlane before other people. Well, he's still playing it, and honestly, I think this is quite an underrated hero. So he has very unique ideas on the game, and it's good to see a team around him that does trust him on those.
Yeah, they have a lot of unique heroes as well that they do like to play. We're talking about, they love to play Timbersaw, even though this hero didn't still win a game. They're going to be playing Ogre, Juggernaut. Chinese teams, they love to run their Juggernaut as well, but nothing to say. Got to be careful about this guy. He loves his Primal Beast, he loves his Pango, he loves his Tinker. I would say that he has pretty similar hero pool like Malrine does. Like, he has a couple of specialty heroes that he loves to run from the mid lane, and he tends to be very explosive.
I mean, not to mention they have like a position for A, right? Not everyone actually does it. So they have a bunch of unique heroes picked by them, and they have their own way of enabling those heroes.
Yeah, and that was definitely something targeted towards Tidebound, was that ancient apparition that you talked about. But on the side of Enigma Galaxy, right, we talked about just how the longevity of Bach / Faith Beyond and Y has been in their careers together. The inverse is you have Noob and Omos. They were a similar sort of story. They've been on past teams together, PSG Quest, all the way back at TI. What was that, 12 is where we saw them? But Noob was a mid laner back then, right? He's only been transitioning over to an off laner for about 1 year now, almost on the dot to the day. And now he's partnering with an ex-teammate. They are still in that lane together, still in the same team together.
I would say Omar is like the really stable one. He always kind of delivers pretty similar to what other position 4s from the top teams are doing. Like, he's definitely up par with them in terms of the lane shenanigans if they want to play into unfavorable matchups as well. Noob, I would say, needed a little bit more time. It does happen when you're transitioning from the other role to the off lane as well. And I think he's in a really good spot right now. Very interesting player, and definitely expanded his hero pool, playing like 10 different heroes so far. And things are looking good for NGX.
I agree. I think when the roster swap initially happened and Noob was switched to offlane, I don't think anybody with more than 2 brain cells didn't expect him to eventually do very well, because for the quest lineup, that entire roster was incredible. They were explosive onto the scene. So I think it was only a matter of time for Noob. He kind of started where he was transitioning some of his mid heroes to the offlane. We saw a lot of Snapfire offlane, which, by the way, he could still play. He could still pull that out. But then eventually he started learning the more traditional offlaners. But he still does pull out the mid.
Style, I would say, when I first saw him, always felt like he's more towards like a team-based mid laner.
Yes.
But I feel like it might actually be better.
Agreed.
Here, initially, I saw if he played an offlaner. And right now, we can see him having success on the offlane. And there you go, the common heroes that they have. And you see some, like the A that I mentioned, is only for Tidebound. I don't remember or recalling anyone else doing like a position 4A in this tournament so far.
Yeah, the interesting ones that are in common though, the Shaker and the Shadow Fiend, they're not surprising in any way of teams wanting to play them, but I'm just surprised how many times they're able to actually play it, right? And it's very even. Tidebound getting it 4 times for the Shaker, Enigma Galaxy 3. Same with SF, 3 for Tidebound, 2 for Enigma Galaxy there. So it's interesting where it's like, are these where their wins are coming from? Is it more actually the heroes on the unique side that they're finding that success with, and you might only need one of those more stable meta heroes?
I think the distinct thing that you're going to see in the game and from the heroes just now that we saw is one team like Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be probably more focused on the mid lane. They're going to be playing around Exumir more, whereas for Tidebound, they're going to be playing more on the side lanes, right? Ensuring Bug gets a good start, then you try to play, get your Helm game going on or get the auras going on. So it'll be a very difference in style, coming to clash here.
100%, and I really do want to mention the Lone Druid. We have to talk about this.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, this was a big player in the previous series. I don't think either team, I mean, obviously, Nigma's thinking about it, but I don't think Tidebound is going to have watched the series last night and not have this on their mind as a potential...
I mean, do you think he falls in the category of a Helm counter-ish hero? Like he kills the Helm creep or he deals with it?
He can. He definitely can. We saw some early Aghanim Scepters coming out from him and Pure, I believe. So you can be anywhere on the map and be able to deal with that Helm of the Dominator, which is super annoying.
Yeah, we could talk some more about this, but all I really want to do is give our audience our game 1.
Team Tidebound versus Enigma Galaxy. Game 1.
Yeah, another elimination. One already today. A second is going to happen in this best of 3. We didn't really talk about Tinker that much, right? That is something that P-Vision is a bit more synonymous with because it's going on something unique to carry, but you still have to worry about a nothing to say Tinker. It's going to be so dominant and heinous.
And nobody likes talking about the hero. Nobody likes playing against the hero except for the person playing the hero. And this is a menace right now. I think part of the reason why the hero kind of resurfaced is because of this, you need a core that can deal with the split push from the Helm, and Tinker can kind of do that easily.
It's so easy, yeah. And his scaling is so good that Satanic has played it as a carry.
Yeah.
So I agree with this ban. It's honestly, the way that I see it is Tidebound has last pick, and so you may as well just ban it in the first phase. You know you're eventually going to have to use a ban on it.
Lycan coming out from the first phase. This hero gives you the lane push. We talked about some of the teams so far struggling, dealing with the lanes, dealing with the Helms. Now you have pretty much 2 things. You have your own wolves, you have your Helm, and you also have your own shards. You're randomly spawning these wolves into random lanes and being able to always pretty much push out the lanes. You have a bit of a global presence, reducing the armor as well. So that's pretty nice. Plus you also have Roche taking potential. Supports currently don't like I don't think they ever did like the playing into Lycan whenever there's this zoo meta. Certain supports, like the ones that you did mention, like Ancient Apparition,
Shadow Demon.
Yeah, you can't really play into Lycan. You're just getting dismantled.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. You kind of have to be something that is more unconventional. Like yesterday we saw the Wyvern. I think Wyvern's kind of okay. Other than that, maybe a CM. Like CM, I think sometimes can be good with the barrier, can be good with the Frostbite to set up kills on the creeps.
Okay, so they go for a lane counter to start off with. You can.
I mean, the other thing about this pick is they play Gyro on Planet, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen him play this hero before. So it could also be a flex pick.
Yeah, they're not locking in their draft.
Yeah, which I feel like when we were talking about sides, right? I always mention that it's easier to draft when you're on the first pick because not every team has a flex hero or anything that can move around. Because on the second pick side, whenever you're picking the 16 and 17 picks, whenever you don't have a flex pick, then it can maybe be difficult for you because the opponents know exactly where your heroes are going, so they can get a very good 18 picking. So if you can find a way to make sure that the draft is not easily figured out by your opponents, you're always going to be putting yourself in a better position.
Yeah, and you mentioned the flex. Like, if something like a Doom comes out, something that counters Gyrocopter, you can just say, okay, it's a support. We're going to pick some counter to what you've picked.
Yeah, the core to support flex feels way more valuable than when you're doing it between the cores, which is more just annoying and irritating,
it's
I'd say,
annoying.
when you're drafting.
Honestly, even as a 5, Gyro is good against Lycan in lane because 5s still go flak.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it's a 4, you're not going to be leaning against to do you swap where your supports go if that does eventuate in this draft.
Yeah, but the thing with the flag is like I feel like Lycan's issue is like he doesn't really pressure the carry, right? And as long as he's getting his own farm, I think he's happy, you know. So if the Gyro actually does that on support, Lycan doesn't really care.
Yeah, it's more about targeting the supports. And speaking of supports, I think Tidebound are going to be looking into, I would say, 3 heroes, something that's going to be not dying to Lycan instantly. These like Paganas, Wind Rangers, maybe Muerta, something along those lines that you have a little bit of protection for yourself until he gets that nullifier for Pagana, which is a bit of a disastrous one. But Planet, he loves to run this position for Muerta as well.
I would like to see that also because then Nigma can't pick it. This is also something that Omar has really been
it's his
enjoying.
best hero, I think.
It
so
is
far.
probably his best hero.
He played it really well yesterday.
I love this suggestion. There are so few supports that don't die to Lycan. This is one of very few.
I mean, they do go for the snap, so that's going to give them even more team fight. And I think Snap is a hero that is probably very stable in a way with what he provides for you in the game. He gives you a decent laning phase, you have some catch, and I think the talents are actually pretty overpowered with the double stun and the cooldown reduction.
This hero's busted. So they do take the Muerta. Otherwise, it was going to go back the other way.
Most likely, but I'm now really liking the Mars. This hero is very popular, high pick rate, high win rate, I would say.
It's
One
good
of the
for
better
both
heroes
teams.
against Lycan. You drop the supports. Bane doesn't like to play into it. You always have the combo with the Snapfire to pretty much be able to kill any hero on the map, but I'm also not the biggest fan of Muerta into Snapfire or Gyrocopter. I think there's way too much magic damage that can be...
But you're also good at cancelling
It's a
hits,
block
right?
pick, yeah.
You can silence and you can get your fear onto the Snapfire. I think it's also a reliable way of like dealing with the Snap. Sure, you don't like the magic damage, but I think it goes both ways.
I would be utterly shocked if Mars doesn't come out here too, because I also feel like Gyro loves playing with the Mars.
Clock kind of is good here too. Like if they want to run Gyro as a carry, Clockwork is pretty decent into Lycan, pretty decent into Bane.
Same idea. You're like caging. You're basically anchoring the fight somewhere for all of this like ground targeted damage that they have.
It helps the Snap land her kiss.
Yep.
There's definitely a lot of synergy here. As a support, very high valuable pick here for Team Tidebound if they're looking for a melee tank in the lane. But the downside of that is you're kind of stopping the Gyro from being a flex pick anymore if you do that.
Another reason I like Mars plus Snap is because it's a lane you know will do fine against any counter. Like it's very hard to come up with something that can outlane that, and NGX has the last pick out of the phase, so you know that they're going to get something like real juicy.
Oh, they go for the Shaker right away.
It's a lot of team fight just between these two heroes, Snapfire plus Earthshaker. And I also love the fact that you can't invade enemy triangle. Eventually, Shaker's going to be getting his own farm. He's going to be getting those stacks. The first Echo Salami probably going to be used on the Ancients, and there's not much you can do about it.
This is an S-tier Magic community game. There is so much magic damage on Tidebound, especially if they do end up picking a Mars. I could see...
Lifestealer? You want
Lifestealer. I could see Lifestealer. I mean, it does mean that NGX will lack a little bit of team fight, but...
There's still 2 more picks to come out for Tidebound, right? They could change it a little bit here.
They could. It's just these 3 heroes have so much magic damage.
Yeah. So what they're doing here is they are moving the Earthshaker to the flex pick. So Earthshaker can go mid, can go off lane. So their whole draft can still be moved around. And the Silencer, is also a very good answer into the Bane. You can never grip if Silencer is alive. The only downside about the Silencer is he doesn't do anything against the Zoo, the Lycan.
Yeah, he hates the Zoo. But, there's always the counter strat of if you're just sitting in the fountain and pressing R, the Lycan can't get you there.
It makes me wonder, though, if you're kind of having this standoff between the Bane not really wanting to use ult until the Silence is down and Silencer holding it, which support is better at utilizing their other spells, often more to a fight.
Silencer, but he's also playing into Lycan, which could force him to potentially use that global silence in a time where he doesn't really want to use it before he dies. So I think in this game it's going to be very important that he does hold potentially a buyback because he can easily die in these type of engagements. And this is going to be Ghost Heroes. He loves to play these late game carries. He's known to play, Troll. He's playing Lone Druid, Morphling, something that can really scale in the late game. And this is the elimination series. He wants to be the third carry, pretty much, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, they ban out the anti-mage. I'm expecting the Mars to also be
I
the
think
one
you have
following.
to. You're playing against Medusa. You have to remove this hero.
What are the other good answers to Dusa? I mean, Pango is one that people talk about. Diffusal Blade. Slark.
Does anyone else build Diffusal Blade as naturally as Pain?
I honestly, I don't think Gyro Diffusal is bad against Dusa. I think this is what you go.
But sometimes it can be a bait. So if you go diffuser and you're not really winning the fights, then it can be bad for that hero.
I'm a big believer in it because I think Disperser is also really good against Medusa.
I mean, there's also another hero. Like if they want to pick an offlaner, there's Lux here. You copy the Medusa. You don't have to buy diffuser, but you copy her.
Yeah, that's a great call. I mean, getting the Lycan auras as well by getting a wall illusion of him, also very strong. I mean, this would be so much wombo combo if they did Darkseer.
I mean, I think there's too many heroes to ban. They probably are going to be leaning towards banning the Mars. The anti-mage is a Mars ban, and Mars is probably the second top tier ban. So something is going to be let through.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep, still looks like a good Mars game. I mean, I don't think this is by any means a completely free Medusa game.
Yeah, so they actually choose to not let go the Darkseer, so Mars is still in the Taylor. I mean, could they actually pick the Mars themselves to block it?
Well,
is there any way they can do it?
Run the Lycan mid, I guess.
Or the Mars mid.
Or the Mars mid.
Does that feel good though to have?
Probably
kind
not.
Of
It might be
shove that
too
in there?
complicated to make this happen, but now they need a hero for Sumail. Sumail so far has been playing these relatively explosive mid heroes. We saw him play Nation's Prophet yesterday multiple times, which was kind of okay.
He
but
needs to be a moving hero, I think. Okay.
Well, that is confusing. Let's
mid?
Let's break this one. I mean, Clockwork mid with the
Muerta mid. I
has
think it's
to-
Muerta.
yeah.
I think it's a Muerta mid.
She has
So
to be more likely a core.
I actually don't think Clock mid is bad. My argument for it is
I'm gonna need it. It's gonna be strong.
there are a lot of heroes to interrupt their cast points. Like
Shaker hates
Earthshaker
playing
hates
Clockwork.
playing against Clock, and it looks like a Shaker mid here. And if you get a Blade Mail, look at all the ground targeted damage. Like, it would be a very good Blade Mail game if you can get it quickly.
I mean, this is also a really good underlord game against
Okay, it's
Medusa
Sumail.
Medusa and Lycan. Yeah, Sumail's playing
It's
them right
still very interesting. I think in lane it should do very well against an Earthshaker, right?
Yeah, with the silence and everything else. But I also feel like because they are running Muerta mid, it means that Clockwork is going to be laning into silence. So this is one of Clock's favorite matchups in the lane. You can easily catch him out or force him to use global in a bad situation. I think it's just very annoying for Silencer to deal with a Clock in
Clockwork needs to do a lot of this game because he is pretty much the only setup, him and Bane, but also Bane's going to be playing into Silencer, playing into this global presence, playing into Earthshaker, so I don't think he's going to be having an easy time landing his spells. And if you look at the Tricore of Nigma Galaxy, these are pretty static, no stuns type of heroes that they need a lot of time to get online. Lycan, he can join once he gets to his like 12-13 minutes Dominator / Overlord, but you also have Medusa who doesn't want to join until she gets 2 items, plus also Sumail and
It's
Muerta
very
mid.
slow.
She
It's a
needs
bit
setup.
greedy. It's a bit greedy with supports that feel kind of countered. You have the cookie to get out of the cogs. You have the global silence to cancel.
Yeah, but it depends on how you look at it as well. I think the Clock also counters the snap and the silencer. You hook, you force the global, or
True.
you cancel the kiss.
That's
it can
true.
go either way.
I do want to mention the Underlord a bit because this is a great Crimson Guard pipe builder, which people
Medusa
consider a
Lycan.
counter to Medusa because no matter what build you go, magic or physical, he counters both.
Until you get a Nullifier. Nullifier is going to be a very key
This
item.
is true.
Okay. And is it also seeing the Underlord going back to a position 3 compared to last series where we saw it as a carry that you also like a bit more? You can go for those auras, you can be more just for the team fight
It's
and
very,
the team.
it's very normal. I think against Medusa, you always want a Crimson Guard, even if she goes for magic build. If she goes for magic build, you need a pipe. Name a hero in Dota that wants to build Crimson Pipe that's not Darkseer. It's Underlord.
Centaur.
No, you forgot about the Dominator.
Got you. All right.
Centaur would have been good as well.
Yes.
But it was banned, first phase.
Yeah, of course. So that's why we were sort of seeing the Underlord there. You guys, it's elimination. We've got to get some final thoughts, though, for game number 1. A team. Because you can hear a lot of people cheering for both sides of Tidebound on Nigma Galaxy.
Tidebound.
I'm going to go with Tidebound on this one as well.
I think I'm afraid of the audience, so I'm going to go with Tidebound as well.
You're afraid of the audience. I love it. Let's see, though, what exactly our coach and Tsunami have to say about the draft.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Kuroki of Enigma Galaxy, who is deciding to put on a show for us because Sumail Muerta mid. This is not a flex I've seen from you guys before. What's the reason?
Well, it's Sumail. He does whatever he wants, whenever he wants. So, no.
You leave him unchained and he's gonna do work. But you guys have been running experiments though. Even yesterday we saw the Nature's Prophet experiment. So this theory, Muerta being flexed at the last second, you think it's gonna be able to trip up Tidebound?
We're very confident. We've practiced it quite a lot. And I believe in my guys' abilities. But at the end of the day, we're here to enjoy the games and we hope to inspire you guys.
The inspiration is here for sure, my man. But in addition to enjoying the games, we get to enjoy the games. I don't know how much you get to enjoy the games because these have to be incredibly stressful experiences. I was watching yesterday. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. What's it like as a coach witnessing your boys playing on stage?
I'm chilling, to be honest. But yeah, I'm just having fun and yeah.
Barclays Arena, are you ready to have some fun as well? Then let's get the game started. Good luck, Kuroki.
All right, into game number 1 between Tidebound and NGX. Kuro very, very chill as always, Cinderin. And we'll see if he's chill after this game number 1, because this should be a doozy. Tidebound and NGX find themselves very early in this lower bracket here at TI.
Yeah, if there's one thing you want to have as your coach when you're getting into these like high stakes games, it's definitely someone who can keep a calm.
That was quick.
head.
Omar first blooding Y. Good start for NGX. Go ahead, Cinder, and sorry to interrupt.
I think it's a very healthy sign for Enigma Galaxy that Kuro is as relaxed as he is, because we've had many teams throughout TI's history that talk about how you perform your best when the pressure is off.
Yeah.
I think at this point for maybe NGX themselves even, you might have already exceeded expectations a little bit. You had an interview with... Oh, hang on.
He's in quite a bit of trouble. Omar is going to make his way over, but it's too late. Last right click is enough for Shiro to bring down Noob. Go ahead and continue your point.
Right, yes.
I don't see how many kills we get in the meantime.
Yeah, well, it's a good start, isn't it? We had an interview with GH in the Road to the International. He was talking about they enter with no expectations because they feel like they will perform better without the pressure. And in reality, this year has been very turbulent for this organization, right? It's been a mixed bag, and so have the previous ones. So I think they're just really enjoying themselves and feeling the moment, and that's kind of what Kuro was hinting at in the interview as well, right? We're out there, we're going to play our best and have fun and enjoy it. And a lot of teams have made crazy runs with that mentality.
Yeah.
This is obviously going to be a really tough opponent, but worth noting, Team Tidebound had a great start in the Road to the International, and then yesterday they really got humbled. So they're a little bit in the opposite situation in spite of both teams having lost. I think Enigma Galaxy perhaps could have the better mental angle for today, possibly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, pressure is definitely a big thing. I mean, with NGX, you have a lot of experience on the shoulders of the likes of GH and Sumail, of course, but I mean, a lot of people did not pick them to get to the top 8 to begin with. Of course, there's a lot of hope for that to happen, and that is indeed the case, whereas Tidebound, there's always going to be lots of pressure. Even with 2 TI winners on the squad, I mean, China is very unforgiving with their own team, Cinderin, as we've seen in the past.
And I will say, talking about hope, the elephant in the room that I feel like we talk this to death, but you still have to think about this in Enigma Galaxy games because, you know, the stats don't lie, as a famous man once said. It's a lot of Enigma Galaxy's games when they go late become kind of crazy.
Yes.
And Team Tidebound and Extreme Gaming, the 2 big Chinese teams performing in this tournament, have been no strangers to playing very well late. Enigma Galaxy's Achilles heel.
Right on top of Bak. They were fighting for this Lotus, and that's the death of Faith Beyond. Planet now on the run as both Ghost and GH will pursue. It's going to be close with this last right click, as GH doesn't have Brain Sap up for a while, so they won't get that second kill, but already off to a very good start. And of course, securing the Lotuses when you have a Medusa on your team, extremely important.
Yeah, it's arguably the best Lotus hero in the entire game. So even the early ones that aren't as powerful are just extremely powerful. And Medusa, it's way more EHP for her than other heroes. So a nice grab for them and a good start. This Bane Medusa lane, definitely one of the better lane matchups you can have against Underlord. In spite of him being the last pick, he's not picked as a counter to the lane. He's picked more in the broader sense on a macro level. But I don't see any reason why Ghost wouldn't just keep farming up a Storm here. And his carry matchup against Gyro is also good on the Dusa. The bigger question I have revolves around the team fighting capabilities of the two lineups, because what we've seen in this tournament a lot is that games go longer. On the main stage, they've actually, ironically, kind of been shorter on average than they were in the first stage. But if this game goes down the distance, how are Enigma Galaxy going to structure their team fights? They don't really have any key team fight abilities versus a lineup that has Global Silence, Echo Slam, Flak Cannon, everything Underlord brings to the table with auras. They're decked out for that playstyle, whereas Enigma Galaxy is a lot more skirmish heavy, but then you still have the Medusa. A little bit of a mixed bag in my opinion.
Yep, that's true. Also, like you mentioned, NGX bring a style of play that feels extremely chaotic, regardless of them having a lead or, as we're going to see, a Nightmare. Omar coming in as well. TP support is on the way. Dead shot back into the cogs. Nothing to say, in a lot of trouble playing. I don't know why it made their way over, but Nothing to Say is already dead. It might be a trade for Omar, but this is a level 2 support, so definitely not favorable for Tidebound.
Really cool combination there. The cogs and Deadshot forcing the enemy hero into that cog knockback. It is, like the panel talked about, it's a tough matchup for Shaker. The Clockwork is a classic counter, and on top of that, you lane him against Muerta, who is a very untraditional mid-hero, but when played in melee matchups, can truly bully the opponent. This constant harassment with Gunslinger, with Deadshots. And of course, no surprise here, Sumail going for the quick draw facet, which is the classic way of playing Core Muerta.
GH, Nightmare, back into Omar on that level 2 Clockwork, and you can see how hard it is for the Underlord to cast anything. The Battery Assault is such a good counter to these long cast time heroes, and Ghost gets the kill onto Faith Beyond.
Omar is everywhere so far on this clock. Also, part of the reason why he's so low level is he's not really taking any lane experience, but of course other heroes are going to be the beneficiaries of that. As long as your lanes can stand on their own, you're going to get a faster level 6 on the Lycan, for example, which could be really impactful. His matchup against the supports of the enemy team are very good. Silencer is terrible against Lycan. I'd say Snapfire, one of the weaker ones as well.
And these are basically 2 solo lanes, top and bottom, with the supports just roaming constantly. Nothing to Say. He's going to know that GH is in the area.
Koro asked his teammates, do you guys remember how you played in 2014? And they all say, no, we weren't born then.
Oh, Nothing to Say. Gets off a Fissure, blocks off GH. Omar's going to be fine, but it looks like, can he get the deny onto the creeps? GH attempts it, but Nothing to Say with the Enchant Totem kill. And they can see that there are a couple of stacks. Nothing too major to work with, though, yet for Tidebound.
Oh, Omar's just in there. He's going to chase here. There's the 7-minute wisdom that he would love to try to steal. That was part of why this Bane kill was so good when he got it.
Yeah, Bach is making his way from the north. Omar inside of the circular area, but Planet gets there too. So now Omar on the retreat. Good fissure from Nothing to Say, and this will be the death of Omar. Now his reign has finally come to an end, already with the 1 kill and 2 assists in this game.
I honestly don't really mind that. He pulled 4 heroes over there. He's just putting pressure and making space for his teammates, knowing that he's so low level. It's not that big of a loss to make the enemy team run for you for that long. Helm of the Dominator now completed for Sumail. Can't say I've seen much mid-Muerta with Helm of the Dom, but...
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Just like with every other hero.
They have one on Muerta, they have one on the Lycan. As for the Tidebound side, they're going for none of them, it looks like. So, a little bit uncharacteristic. We've seen Bach play a lot of Helms on his offlane heroes.
Yeah. Have they used it on Underlord, though? I don't think I've...
I don't know how much he's even played this hero this tournament, to be honest.
8-minute power rune is bottom. It's a damage rune, as a dead shot does hit, so Planet will be brought down eventually, you would think.
The Troll's gonna get him.
Troll does get the last hit. More supports dying outright, though, so 2 for 1 across the map.
NTS managing to kill off Omar there with the Echo Slam. So first use of that will not be on Ancients or a big camp stack. And speaking of, GH is in the neighborhood trying to get a read on just how much is in that triangle with his Bane. He removes the sentry but doesn't block any camps. Still, the pressure is going to mount now. They're going to try to take advantage of Echo Slam being on cooldown, so now you can go in here and use these rally creeps to really get to work. And Sumail also with the amp damage rune. 9-minute mid tower is a very good look, considering, remember, they have Lycan and they have these 2 helms.
And the GH Nightmare. It's going to force Planet out, though, and they're just going to walk away, it seems.
This is without question a good start for Enigma Galaxy.
You got the dead shot you talked about, along with the Nightmare facet inside those cogs. Pretty crazy combo. And then with the calling from the outside, they have a lot of good fight potential on this NGX side. As why he finds himself, Sumail slows him, but GH is on the other side to finish the job. A 2K early lead for NGX, and in terms of how important it is for these teams to get off to a good start, in terms of like their lineup, how does that shape up this game?
I think it was more important for Enigma Galaxy to get off on the right foot here, because again, when we go down the stretch, I do think Tidebound's lineup just is a little bit more stable in later game team fights and overall more constructed scenarios, but Enigma Galaxy's lineup is really good at playing these 2 versus 1 ganks or 2v2s. You know, you run around the map with Bane, with Clock, with Lycan Wolves.
Shiro found by Omar, level 5 right now. TP support on the way. He's just getting bounced left, right, and center. Completely out of mana now, though. Planet will be the recipient of the help of that homing missile, as Omar again looks like he's going to drop, but he is again just forcing so many heroes to help aid their cores. That's 3 heroes this time brought.
Yeah, Ghost is having the freest time ever because of this. So you can see on the net worth distribution, the big loser in this game so far is Nothing to Say on the Shaker, which I have to say is starting to become a little bit of a pattern in these games.
It does feel like that, yeah. Shapeshift from Noob. Mortimer Skits is coming out from Planet. He's just going to get chopped down, though, by the Lycan as Shiro slowed to a crawl. Now going to get chased by the Pine Cone and the Wolf. Pretty much out of mana right now. Why? Looks like he's going to dissuade Noob from going any further. Still quite worse for wear as Bach left to his own devices, though, now inside the cogs with the battery assault. But with that TP, going to force the rest of NGX away. Nothing to Say comes in, trying to take out the Pine Cone. Looks like they'll be able to get that with the tower. But like you said, Ghost left all alone. He gets the tier 1 tower all by himself.
I mean, this is some stellar play from NGX, to be honest. Whether they find the kills or not, they are dictating absolutely everything that's happening in the game. And of course, we were criticizing this about Tidebound yesterday, their support duos being a little bit more on the passive reactive side. In this case, the Snapfire can be aggressive, but is constantly being pulled around the map. And well, what are you going to do as level 5 Silencer except respond to these moves? So, Ingmar really just... I don't feel like Tidebound has made a move yet. It's been 12 minutes. I think all of their kills have been reactive. And if Enigma Galaxy can keep this pace up, they're on the way to a very chunky lead. They've only taken the top and mid tower. Bottom tower is usually the easier one to get, and they still can claim that. Of course, Ghost is just farming up Storm. And my question with this Shaker is, when are we going to see something big here?
Well, he just got his blink, so that might be the timing, but he gets Nightmare before it's delivered. Sumail there, Fiend's Grip applied. The silence is not going to prevent the cookie from coming out, so that was a pretty long Fiend's Grip. Has Nothing to Say, tries to run away. More reinforcements, though, arriving for Tidebound, and there's the blink reveal with the Echo Slam from Nothing to Say. Sumail is still living, though. Called out, not even going to clip him. He is getting a little bit low, but does find the distance, finds an illusion rune in addition. Some way, somehow, nobody dies other than the tomato, and tomatoes are real people, of course.
That is a very bad blink reveal for Shaker. That is not what you're hoping for.
It was
considering
close, though.
He got the full element of surprise there. Not only is it the blink reveal, but it's in the middle of a fight, right? Yeah. He got initiated on, got the reset, and then has the blink. It's very unexpected for Enigma Galaxy that play comes out, and they still don't get a singular kill. And it begs the question, did Bach not have his ulti ready at that point? This is obviously a hero that you want to connect to these moves with Fiend's Gate when the team fights are bigger. Still stuck around down bottom, and now he might just get dove, potentially.
Yeah. Rocket Flare reveals his position, puts down the Pit of Malice. Omar, well, he still has the hook shot available. I don't think they're going to need it. He's getting completely surrounded here. But again, TP supports from Tidebound. This time Wide shows up. There's the hook shot with the dead shot to follow. Bach still surviving, though. Super tanky, gets off the Firestorm, but now getting bounced left, right, and center. Sumail brings him down.
Tidebound.
That took a long time.
It did.
They got him.
And okay, that's a little bit worrisome for Tidebound that Bach can sit there and tank a gank for literally 30 seconds and they still feel like they can't help him. Goes to show that their lineup needs time. When the early game fails and you're lacking key ultimates, you still don't have global yet, minute 14. That's not ready. Shaker doesn't have Echo. So obviously Enigma Galaxy will try to take advantage.
This looks like a Wisdom Shrine play from NGX.
Yeah, they're getting both of them.
Well, we'll see. There are TPs coming. Bach going to be in the middle of a 20-second fight again. A beautiful Cogs. That means GH can steal it. Mortimer's Kisses is set up pretty nicely. Stone Gaze, though, comes out from Ghost. And the first to fall is Faith Beyond again. And now look at this, the Nightmare. Onto the Earthshaker. Looks like Shiro shows up, though. And that means NGX will likely want to run away. GH going to be the recipient of the call down. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. It's a Global Silence finally coming out from Y. He dies shortly after, but this is the bigger kill. Ghost super low on HP, on mana in this case. Pops the Lotus Stone, staying alive as a result. Shiro already using the flat cannon. Noob in the area as well, but nothing to say. Kind of running out of steam. Sumail coming in from the south, wants to continue the pressure, but doesn't have too many resources at his disposal, so looks like this might break things up.
That's still very much, once again, mission accomplished for Enigma Galaxy. You trade supports, but you get the wisdom. And again, Echo and Global
Omar
get
is
used.
still here. All right, how long you been there, young man? He will eventually be brought down by Bach. Actually, Shiro in this case, but yeah, back-to-back deaths for Faith Beyond. That certainly will set him back. I mean, he's 1-4 already in this game.
In spite of that, he's still almost 1,500 ahead of his mid-shaker.
Ouch. Yeah.
These mid-shakers have been very polarizing. It's interesting, it was theorized to be one of the biggest picks coming into the tournament, and it has been picked and banned a lot, make no mistake, but a lot of the games we've cast haven't been too impressive with this.
It feels like they just get up to such a poor start and never come back.
Yeah.
But of course, the stacks are supposed to be something that will assist them in that comeback story.
That might have been part of the meta development that has caused Shakers to suffer, is that teams have just become better at contesting that triangle and putting more emphasis on it. Because the Shaker games we've cast, we haven't really seen those like quad stack echoes into getting a fast blink and a full level. GH is in no man's land.
Oh yeah.
-1.
Easy kill for Tidebound. They're going to need a lot more of that. They're at a 6K deficit already at the 16-minute mark. NGX really showing up in this game one so far. Looks like Pipe is going to be the first main item for Bach into the Crimson Guard, as the panel was kind of discussing. No huge surprise. Or a bot.
Yep. That is going to be the key moment in this game for Tidebound, is can you find that stabilizing team fight when you hit a timing? Because in reality, they haven't hit a timing at all. I think the only possible opportunity was the Shaker Blink, but as we've already established, that fell flat.
Yeah.
He's only level 9, and it's 17 on the mid-Shaker. It's the same as Clockwork right now
pretty crazy.
On NCS. So a very poor outlook here. Effectively, he's like position 3.5 from mid.
Planet runs into GH. Instant Nightmare. Nothing to say is in the area, though, and you can see the Fiend's Grip, or the Fiend's Gate, rather, from Bot coming to fruition, but now the TPs from NGX come as well. Echo Slam, this is all for a Bane, by the way. They're going to clean up the Earthshaker easily, so 1-for-1, mid for support. Of course, the mid is basically a support here.
I was going to say, you could argue a support for support almost at this point, but yeah.
This is the roughest. I mean, we cast, what was it, BZM having a really rough game.
Yeah.
This is worse, it feels like, right?
It's not a good recipe to win Pro Dota, to play with 3 supports. That's not a common strategy.
4 protect 1, in some ways, is 4 supports and 1 carry, right?
Well.
Shiro's going to have to do some heavy lifting in this game. Going for the Butterfly next on top of his Manta and Dragon Lance.
That's the good news for Tidebound, is that Shiro is having a good start here. He's 4-0-1. He had a very rough series yesterday, so I think there's also something to be said about, you know, getting off to a good start on the day and feeling like everything isn't coming crashing down after a good start to the tournament. Because yesterday he had 2 tough games back-to-back. He kind of just got destroyed.
Yeah.
Both in particular, I would say in his Marcy game, but also the Shadow Fiend game wasn't too hot either.
Now Fiend's Grip, and we can see Snapfire left all alone, so easy kill for Sumail. And NGX continuing to increase their lead. Y is spotted. again taken out in turn. So 2 support kills extremely quickly for NGX. And the question is, are they actually going to go for Roche? Ghost is extremely close to Butterfly as well. That is a huge power spike for Medusas. Even Pierce the Veil pop from Sumail to try to take out the Roche as quick as possible. And they're not too afraid of any response coming out from Tidebound.
No, well, they're going to find GH, which is the smallest consolation prize possible.
They will do so.
All the way at their own base. Yeah, that's going to be a Roche. So Roche #1 for NGX looking really, really good here. You could potentially make a case for sieging high ground minute 20 this game. I know that sounds unbelievable in this patch and what we've seen so far in this
After the Tormentor, I'm sure.
But you have Manta, Butter, and Aegis minute 19, which is an insane timing.
Yeah, this is going to be super hard to contest.
You can at least pick whatever objective you want outside of the enemy base, and it's yours. I just don't see Tidebound standing a chance. So you can take every tower or Tormentor by grouping up. Then the question is, if you're grouping up 5 heroes, can Tidebound beat you on economy by just playing the map more efficiently while you group up? So you got to be careful not to be too slow moving as a unit. And for the time being, Enigma Galaxy don't really seem to be pressing much of the map. They just want to keep farming, which is also okay. They don't have to use the Aegis immediately, but I do think it would be a mistake to just let it expire without forcing anything. And looks like Ghost is already approaching his first target, the top tier 2 tower.
Yep, likely go for the tier 2, and then, I mean, maybe you poke a bit, force a fortification, and then go for the Tormentor.
It's just
plenty of time on this Aegis.
I mean, the more you look at this, the better this Medusa hero is in this game, right? The last pick of Tidebound, the Underlord, does no damage to her because Firestorm's percentage-based damage is irrelevant against Deuce's bad HP pool.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of questioning this choice. I understand you want the auras, but do the pros outweigh the cons of Deucer was the primary problem that Nigma presented in that second phase, and I feel like you did not solve it at all. You have no single target damage, you have no mana burn. Who's going to stop Ghost when he gets his next item?
Yeah, GH will get the shard. They don't even need to group up to take the Tormentor, so this is also a tier 2 for NGX. Yep. I mean, this is more of a Thompson thing, I guess, from back in the day. Is there any consideration for Diffusal on Gyro?
I think he has to buy it eventually, because otherwise I just don't see them killing Dusa, but
not yet.
I mean, when you say eventually, how much time are they going to give you?
Exactly, yeah.
That's the question here. If Enigma Galaxy go high ground here and take a lane of barracks, I feel like we've gone into a time machine from 2 months ago when people played the game normally.
I know, what happened? What happened in these 3 days off?
There we go. I love this. I really think this is a good siege. I think they can commit harder to it and bring Lycan Wolves and everything, but...
Yeah, they find a little tasty snack in the form of Planet. Even uses Pierce the Veil to get that kill.
Planet with a rare sight here, 6 items in his stash. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Huh.
He has a full solar. He just hasn't picked up the power, except the energy booster.
He must have panic buyed right before he died then, huh?
I mean, he did AFK after getting nightmares, so he was just mashing his quick buy button.
It happens to the best of us. As Ghost gonna get some pressure applied to him. A call down his place. He's gonna be A-okay though. Obviously, still with 2 minutes on that Aegis. Yeah. So it looks like their strat is to go for all the tier 2s.
Yeah. I mean, 2 or 3 tier 2s and Tormentor for the first Aegis is, in the average game, a very good result. Also, a little poke damage on the top tier 3. He got about a quarter of that on his own on Ghost. And yeah, this mid tower, not long for this world. Shiro's trying to be annoying, but that's all he'll do. I really like this first pickup on Clockwork of buying Force Staff, by the way. We've seen different builds. Force Staff is just exceptionally good against Underlord. It's good against Snapfire and Shaker. The enemy team is creating debris for you to cross, and Clockwork with this can do it for a teammate. You might even see him buy the shard, potentially later for himself too, for even more ability to traverse terrain.
Well, this is quite the expedition for Y. He's certainly aware of Noob's general presence, puts down a couple nice wards. Only question is, will he be spotted at some point? No, we'll be able to TP out, so some good vision now. See if they're able to use that in the coming minutes. As, again, the lead just continues to grow. This is not one of those games where you get an Aegis and it kind of plateaus, which has felt like it's happened a couple, like maybe more games than we're used to seeing in the earlier games that we have cast, but this time around, NGX continuing to expand.
Yeah, they're going to finish this bot lane as well. I think even if the Aegis expires, they're still going to try to commit for this tower. But of course, the dream would be to not get into that situation. We've got 25 seconds. There is a glyph. Tidebound are thinking about it this time.
They sure are. It's a little bit more of a commitment as Shiro will burn about half the mana from Ghost, even more now. Butterfly online for Shiro.
12 seconds. Keep an eye on the timer here. And yeah, Ghost will respect it. So they do defend. So 2.5 towers, a Tormentor, and a quarter of a tier 3 is what Ghost will get in this 5-minute period. Not too shabby.
Yeah.
Almost has Scotty as well. So.
That's pretty good. Not too bad farming. You can see Tidebound.
Yep, they're going to try to do something.
Nice dead shot on the smoke target. Sumail didn't even see him.
This is one of those moments where you go, I was here, Shannon. They're making a move on Tidebound. We were here to witness Tidebound moving as a unit in smoke.
Their creeps are killing all of the neutrals in the meantime, as finally Tidebound is revealed and they find absolutely nothing.
This is what I bought the postcard for. That was really uninteresting to write home about. All right, nothing to say is back to farming.
Yep, doing his best. He'll have BKB relatively shortly, so just the recipe away at this point. That's still so far behind.
Oh, they're going to try again.
All right, through the gate.
So Bak is queuing up Aghanims now on the Underlord. We both love to see that. Of course, coolest when you've got the Gleipnir.
Oh, this was scanned out. Noob.
Oh, that's a very, very good read.
This might be 2 smokes in a row, kind of waste, although Noob, he popped his ult inside the Pit of Malice, though. Reinforcements are going to arrive pretty shortly, but the Global Silence comes out, and the Mortimer's Kisses destroy him. But incoming Sumail with the BKB pierce the veil. First to fall is the Snapfire. You can see the Fiend's grip onto the Gyrocopter. Do they have the damage? They have the lockdown. They have everything. This is not even remotely close. And now the Underlord inside of that nightmare, inside his own Pit of Malice, just getting kited to a high degree. They lose the Lycan to start the fight, but they can 4 straight kills right after.
Nothing to say had no play there. He got caught by the clockwork, and he was just... He echoed the clock and tried to cast Fissure 7 times in a row. And then he died.
Look at the battery assault.
Yeah, he kept trying. And, I mean, you've got the Kaya, but you don't have Kaya Yasha, so that's not going to happen.
Man, like, what a last pick Clockwork, huh?
Yeah, it's
crazy.
The Clockwork pick has been really good, but again, I think this is the second game of Nothing to Say Shaker we've seen this tournament, where it just leaves a lot to be desired, right? And Nick McGalaxy, they know exactly how to approach this. Keeping in mind, this could have been even better, right? They scanned them out, Noob knew they were coming, he pops ult. If he's a little bit further right here, he might not even get caught to begin with. And that could have just been a clean sweep. At the very least for Tidebound, they get a little bit of a trade, but keep an eye on the Shaker here in the top left. So Nothing to Say comes through the gate immediately into the calling, gets hookshot up there. Now you're not going to see the rest on camera, but trust me when I say he did nothing, and his health is just falling by the minute.
I trust you, Cinderin.
I take it back. He did echo the Clockwork. He did 200 damage.
Okay. Technically incorrect, but effectively correct. A 4 for 1. NGX 16K lead. This is starting to look quite insurmountable. So what can Tidebound do to get back in this game? Is it just a high ground defense type of deal? Do you have to contest second Roche?
There's a couple of things I think they can do still, or that they especially could have done better.
Hook shot.
Hang on.
They find Planet. Dead shot misses, but they have the damage nonetheless.
Doesn't matter, yeah. Just too much damage.
Nullifier onto Shiro. Good Manta, though.
They have to have better formation. I think the way Nothing to Say arrived into that fight is just a no-go. You cannot have Shaker arrive into the center of the fight. The gate has to be placed more on the left if you want him to come in through the gate. Otherwise, he needs to be there at the beginning of the fight off to the side to avoid the Clockwork. Aside from that, obviously key items coming up. This Shaker BKB will potentially finally allow him to do something. Gyro Satanic will help as well. Shiro can be... As much as we've talked about Enigma Galaxy not having or Medusa being almost unkillable with single target damage, a Gyro Satanic is also tough to bring down for the NGX side. They don't have that overwhelming single target damage just yet. Sumail will get there, but right now the hard hitter on one target is actually Lycan. As I say that, Dusa almost has MKB, so maybe not.
Yeah, we haven't even talked
Ghost
much
is
about
just
Noob.
ahead by a full item.
Yeah, absolutely. This is I mean, Medusa is one of those carries. Feels like you can almost 1v5 in the late stages of the game. And with that MKB relatively shortly coming online, takes Ghost to the next level. Second Roche is available. Does NGX feel confident going for it without a pickoff first is the question. Because fighting against Tidebound in the pit is a bit of a scary proposition. And again, potential pickoff on the planet. Hook shot to start things out, and now slowed to a crawl with that Scotty from Ghost. Another easy pickoff for the NGX side.
I think that's enough to go Roche. Like, just having any hero out of play makes this extremely difficult for Tidebound side. And this is actually one of the more important Roshan pit fighting heroes, because Clockwork is going to have his eyes set on Shaker the whole time, so Snapfire is the one who actually gets to cast her ults reliably. With her in the grave, Tidebound just have to concede another objective.
And this one surely means a high ground.
This is a high ground Aegis, without question. 20k lead. Dusa almost fully decked out. He's going to swap out his Falcon Blade for this Aegis, so technically for an Aegis push, he could replace the treads into another item. He's queuing up BKB here on Ghost. Thought maybe we would see something even more hard-hitting to try to finish the job, like Rapier or Daedalus.
A little surprising going that defensive, but...
If he wants a defensive item, you could make a really good case for Pike here, I think.
GH gonna force out the Fiend's Gate. Nothing to say, blocks off GH, but a nice force step onto the other side. Hook shot from Omar. Looks like they're gonna find the Silencer. Y is dead before he'd be able to get off Global Silence. Attempting to go through his own gate. Block. Not gonna happen. Pops the Crimson. Dies right after. Just feels like there is no opening for Tidebound.
If they want to take fights, they have to bring the gyro. I just think skirmishes like this are not possible. You're maybe a little bit naive to try to think you can kill GH there. He's got Force Staff, Lens, Essence Ring, and you didn't global. So then the full Fiend script comes out onto the Underlord as well. Just very easy and good response, and very quick responses too from the side of Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, they see nothing to say. The Wolves have spotted him. He's gonna pop the BKB and just get crit. My goodness. You talked about the BKB being picked up. That is not what he had in mind.
That's also not what he bought it for.
Ooh.
I don't think he bought BKB to counter the Lycan.
Well, he popped it anyway.
Yeah, that's what...
and now the Roche banner placed, and the high ground attempt is here for NGX. What can Tidebound do? Earthshaker down for 30 seconds. He has buyback and Echo Slam, but you might have to just concede an entire lane here.
This is so difficult for Shiro to contest the Dusa with all the backup sitting behind.
Yep, Crimson is popped, so that's gonna prevent some damage coming out from the Medusa, but eventually it'll wear out. 10 seconds away from nothing to say, getting back in the game. But still, Ghost literally all alone on the high ground, and they can't do anything against him. Shiro already at half HP. They have to force the fortification. Is there going to be a reset from NGX? Or do they just continue? You can see the Alpha Wolf on the back line. Yeah, this is just a full lane. And now the BKB being delivered soon on the Medusa. Still 2.5 minutes on this Aegis. And if you're Tidebound, you just don't want to expend too many resources to take out life number one, because then you'll have nothing for the fight afterwards.
I don't think there's any reason to not squeeze this and try to get a second lane.
Yeah, absolutely.
You still have about half mana on the Medusa. This is the perfect camp that just spawned as well. The 4 creeps in mana for the Mystic Snake. The Ghost is going to be almost back to full when you go and hit mid now.
Oh,
as you said, the
Aghanim
BKB
Scepter for Omar. My goodness. Overclocking. GH, another target found, potentially.
Yep.
This is going to be a volley into a kill. So Planet just getting picked off repeatedly.
Ghost 11-0 has had a great start, and he's capitalized on it. He's converted everything he needed to from that beginning of the game, and from a draft perspective, this was exactly what Enigma Galaxy dreamt of in this game, was to get off to a hot start and just run the entire map before Tidebound's heavy 5-man slower lineup could really come online. So far in 33 minutes, they've barely got to play their heroes, and that's been a rare sight in this tournament, that a team has been destroyed this hard, this early, and been unable to find at least some sort of rebuttal. It's just been nothing.
And this is going to be a tier 3, still 1.5 minutes on the Aegis, so Ghost and company will certainly push the envelope to try to get this second lane. Will Tidebound try to do something, or will this just be another free set of barracks? That's going to be the last fortification for quite a while on Tidebound's side is the 27k lead for NGX.
There's still a full minute on this Aegis.
And
too.
once this Aegis is out, that BKB just takes its place. And this is a second lane for NGX. Uncontested as Tidebound. I mean, is there a power spike incoming? Looks like they're going to smoke up and try to surprise them. I doubt they want to go for the Medusa first. She's going to be spotted. Try to wrap around to their own triangle potentially. Sumail could be a good target. But the smoke on the other side for NGX. Omar's going to pop in. Over Glocker's place. Into the hook shot. The silencer stuck in place. You'll be able to get off the global silence. No! The silencer dead right off the bat. And you can see Nothing to Say does kill off Omar, but now he's going to get chased by Noob as Shiro full grip on the sideline. Lots of right-click damage from Noob as the GGs come out. NGX just absolutely stomped Tidebound in game 1.
Wow, that was not even remotely close. And we were talking about this at the beginning of the game. Who is going to bounce back best from their loss yesterday? Enigma Galaxy had the closer series, had more signs of life, and probably have lesser of an expectation overall, so probably playing with a bit more freedom and less pressure. In this game, Tidebound falling victim to some of the same problems as yesterday, just inability to make moves, losing a little bit early and never really finding their footing. I think if you want to come back in this series as Tidebound, you've got to have more, got to have better laning and some more opportunity to fight early. And the main thing I feel, the pattern that I have found is their support duo. In these 3 games that we've had on the main stage for them, maybe it's just a little bit too little in the damage department early on.
Yeah, I feel like Omar completely carried that early game. But either way, we go to the panel as NGX up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, an elimination best of 3. 1 game up is definitely where you want to be. All the fans maybe sighing a little bit of relief here, but I like what Sim said. It feels like Enigma Galaxy aren't really feeling the same sort of pressure. They're coming into this, and it definitely resonated when we talked to Coach Kuro just before the game actually started. It's like, we're trying to just enjoy the games, and I'm sure they had a lot of fun and a lot of enjoyment in that game 1.
Yeah, we thought maybe he was hiding strats with the interview. It's like, oh, that's why he's saying
Yeah,
that. It's just
no, that's
Kuro being
actually
Kuro.
the strat.
He was being serious. Like, Sumail just wants what he wants. He's going to trust him and give it to him. He's going to try to play what he wants no matter what. And the mid-Muerta looked incredibly good in this game. There was this really cool combo between the Clockwork and Muerta where you knock back into the cogs, just bouncing around. You have the Dominator on Muerta. He was doing the knockback into, like, Centaur Stomp combo. Like, there was a lot of really cool tech that Enigma was doing in this game, and I think the only reason they can do it is because they're playing loose.
Yeah, and also the fact that I really like Cinderin mentioning the support duo, which I feel like played a huge role here, because in the early game, the Earthshaker kind of got bullied by the Muerta, but then after he got bullied, he didn't really have strong enough supports to kind of help him fight around the mid lane, protect his stacks, get runes. Because if you think about it, Silencer and Snapfire, when they run into Clock and Bane, they are not going to be able to fight them. They're just weaker heroes in general, or lower damage, you know. So they lost a lot of the early control in the first 10 minutes because their support duo is just way weaker than what NGX had. And that's why I kept suggesting that Clockwork could have been good for them during the 16-17 when they had the gyro. I thought it would work for them because it also could do what the Silencer do, which is to counter the Bane in the team fight.
They picked the overall last 23rd pick coming up from NGX, and he did so much. Like, Earthshaker didn't get the chance to play the game. It's so annoying. It's one of the old school classic counters in Dota that Shaker can't really use his abilities, and he had his number throughout the whole game. But I also got to give credit to the GH. His positioning on this Bane has been amazing. He got like 4 or 5 full duration rips in multiple fights, which is pretty insane to think about. You're playing against Silencer,
that's
you're playing against Snapfire, you're playing against like multiple tools that can potentially stop your grip from going off, and he's positioning. Like, there's a reason why GH right now is in top 10 on EU leaderboards.
I will be honest and say that, like, I've personally tried Bane, seeing the pros playing it. I just didn't fully understand it until, like, watching this game and why the win rate is so high. But to me, it seems like these good Banes, like GH, will walk around and just be positioned somewhere annoying. They're not necessarily looking for a kill, but GH was scouting the stacks. He was walking in and using Nightmare and then walking somebody out of a tower. And there wasn't even heroes there to help him. It was just like, I'm going to poke you, so you TP react, And if you don't, then potentially you're going to get killed. So there's this like bluff that's happening constantly on the map, this pressure that he's applying constantly on the map by just being in annoying places.
I mean, it's the repositioning, I think, because the old Bane, you couldn't do that. You go up, you sleep someone, people could tell whether they should TP or not.
Yeah, the threat is bigger now.
Yeah, when you're moving them, it's hard to know whether you should TP. And then what if you didn't TP, he dies? It's hard to decide on the moment.
Yeah.
So the support's just doing a lot on the side of Nigma Galaxy. And that was that argument that you guys were having. It's like, yes, we see so much coming out of Tidebound when it comes to the team fights. It feels like their item progression is just very straightforward. But yeah, the clock was just such a big undoing for it. The Bane as well there. And it's very easy then to look at the cores and be like, well, you had a mid laner and a carry that went deathless. So there's also praises to be sung there, but you're not having as good of a game if you're not having that impact on the support.
Yeah, I mean, it's the tri-hero, the trifecta, the mid hero and the two supports. So every time when you talk about just the two supports, you also need to talk about what mid hero you're pairing with the supports, right? So you kind of need to enable each other. If you need more of like a range support, or you need about a more melee support, for example, or even the duo right here, with the snap and silencer, they kind of feel like they don't really complement each other enough. They feel like they're overlapping in roles in some way where they stand behind and they cast their spells, and they don't really contribute other things, in the game.
Yeah. Well, we're looking at the earlier part of this one, Lacoste, because Winter talks about it. How do you pair a mid hero with this? Sumail on the mid. Whilst we'll look at the stats at the end of the game, you're like, yeah, he had a great game. Everything for him was fantastic.
It definitely was, but this is a fight where he comes in with amplified damage, Helm of the Dominator. I think this item makes any mid hero viable. Like we saw Spectre being viable, we saw Faceless Void becoming more popular, but it does allow him to play his own type of a game. I was a little worried that he's not going to be, if you're pretty much building into the standard stuff coming out from mid-Muerta, if you're going for, Mjolnir, you're pretty much becoming another Medusa, but he found a way to be able to be more active, pick up that Dominator and then go for the Witchblade as well, having a bit of a mixed damage as well, but be very annoying on the map. This is also a fight where NGX, they're 4k gold ahead. They're trying to initiate on an Earthshaker, and his Blink Dagger is being delivered pretty much on the courier, and he's going to get delivered straight away, even though he did have a little bit of a survivability there. He gets the blink. It seems like they're going to be able to grab the kill. Shiro joins, but they don't even pick that one up. Like, when you get that second Echo Slam, if you're not using it on Ancients, you want to be getting that kill. And we saw multiple times around that when they go with the Earthshaker or when he gets initiated on by a Clockwork, you're basically taking the fight 4v5.
No. I think anytime a game like this is snowballing so hard, it's almost always like down to the supports. It's like, how are those first rune rotations going? Like when these heroes are actually connecting together. And I would definitely agree that when I look at the trios for Tidebound, I'm like, who are the three heroes that are supposed to play together? Like Underlord in the supports, Earthshaker in the supports. His game was kind of rough. Like we saw the Blink Dagger play, but the moment that doesn't connect, like this is the moment for you. Sumail just walking out of that is like the most devastating thing possible in this game.
It felt like they were trying to give that kill to their core. It's like, okay, maybe that's a way back into it, but then you're questioning how much does the Earthshaker take? Are we actually gonna, let this Muerta walk away? Yeah, unfortunately you do. Things start to fall apart, but there's still plenty more team fights that you can try and find something for yourself. In the middle part of this game, Lacoste, 28 minutes, that was where we saw another one where it's like, okay, can we see Tidebound really step up?
This is also going to be another fight where GH gets insanely good grip, but first the fight starts. They're going to be killing off Wolf immediately, so Noob is gone, but this is basically 4 versus 5 fight. You have 2 auras on Bach. It feels like they're super strong, but look at that grip. Immediately burning his mana, and then Sumail comes in. The rest of the team is also playing on a different side. You can see the Clockwork being super annoying, going onto the Earthshaker, not allowing him to play the game, and then Bach is isolated because he's just a tanky guy, and they will have more than enough damage to take it. At the start, it looked like an okay fight for Team Tidebound, but in the end, when you see the big picture, how the fight is going to be played out, it's just not worth taking that risk.
I mean, this fight is like a perfect illustration about they didn't really have a mid hero. They technically have 3 support heroes because Earthshaker was so far behind, so he couldn't really output damage. And once the grip went out on the gyro, they have no damage in the team fight.
The really small thing about that play as well that I think was so great for Nigma Galaxy is you see Noob die immediately, and that's where you're talking about the numbers, but he places his creep, right, his Helm creep, at a point where when the smoke breaks, everyone else around in his team is able to position to take the fight better. I think that's what's so amazing is, yes, he sacrifices his life, yes, he's a core, but the vision he gave and everything else set up for that perfect nightmare, set up for the Muerta to be in a great place.
And the creep still has impact after he's dead. Like, this is why the item is so strong, is it's essentially like another hero. He helps the Clockwork zone the Earthshaker. I think the only way you turn a fight like that is a big Echo Slime. Like, that's the whole point of this hero. This is how you get back in the game. So identifying that and punishing that is another thing where we can say, like, Omar, he played this game extremely well. Not only did he carry the early game, he carried the team fights. Because what we didn't see, because he played well, is that big echo into comeback potential.
Okay, we keep talking about the Shaker, and we've said how rough his game was, but Purge himself is going to break it down a little bit more as to why these things happened.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, that was the most integral part of the game, in my opinion, for Enigma Galaxy going forward. And it all started with their draft, basically. They picked supports that were going to win the side lanes. And then in the last pick, they shifted the Muerta from an expected +4 into a mid lane against the Earthshaker. And if you've been watching this clip, he has been right-clicking the crap out of Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say has done a great job getting last hits, and frankly, throughout the laning stage, the first like 5 or 6 minutes, he does a great job getting last hits and denies as a whole. But the constant pressure from Sumail that comes is causing him to spend more money on regen and make different decisions that he normally wouldn't want to make. So this pressure from Sumail's not spending money on resources. He does not buy a bottle. Nothing to Say does purchase a bottle for himself because he just needs it. Every time he's going for last hits and Sumail's ability is off cooldown, he's going to hit that to get some nice harass in with right clicks. Even watch this range creep here. This one that he's going to, Nothing to Say is going to want to go for a deny here if he can manage it. But if he approaches at all, he has to worry about this nuke into multiple right click every single time that he ends up approaching. So this shifts at the 2-minute mark. That's the first water runes coming. Sumail even gets to get his own water rune. Again, he hasn't bought any resources other than a single set of tangos. And Nothing to Say on the other side doesn't get to refill his bottle a single time. The supports won their lanes, and then the Bane's going to rotate towards the bot rune. Towards the top rune, and the Clock can also do the same on the bot rune. So Nothing to Say just doesn't even get access to refilling his bottle, which is getting him farther and farther behind with regen. And this obviously cascades even farther. Here's the 4-minute mark, same thing, Clockwork, Bane, moving to the water runes. They end up collapsing and getting a kill on Nothing to Say a little bit later. Kind of interestingly, they actually sent the Wolves all the way across the map to also participate in this. That's after Nothing to Say comes back. And the tough thing is that if you look at the map, this Sentry Ward here blocked the Ancient Camp. That Sentry Ward died of old age, and normally when you're playing in mid Earthshaker, what you're anticipating getting out of the map is a laning stage into an Echo Slam on the Ancient Creeps. That just didn't happen this game. So he had a rough lane, got harassed constantly. Sumail went the greediest possible item, which was going to be Helm of the Dominator. He took the Earthshaker's mid tower at 9 minutes, which basically means that Nothing to Say now has even less space on the map to get things done. He doesn't have an Echo Slam combo to get himself gold, and then to make things worse, his first couple ganks don't go so well. So that was why he got so far behind. Less levels, less gold, less everything, and Enigma Galaxy got to do exactly what they wanted.
A fantastic breakdown from Purge, really eye-opening about why that Blink Dagger for reveal was actually so important, why we should have seen them commit a little bit more on getting that kill.
I'm sorry, I just need to mention, every time we go to Purge, it's like the weatherman that's like, devastating hurricane in Florida. It's always like, here's how the most devastating thing happened.
No.
Like, so I didn't notice the Ancients being blocked. But
not that bad.
They learned a lesson. Yesterday when they were playing against BB Team, that game number 1, they tried to invade into Earthshaker's triangle, and they got one hero immediately deleted from the game. So this time around, they were just, well, let's take it slowly. Let's just put a sentry down. It's a much easier approach, and they also did manage to shut him down completely in that mid lane, killing his tower, which resulted in NTS not having a game. I was checking the numbers. He only did 7,000 damage as Earthshaker.
Yeah, devastating news. I don't know if that's the time that we wanted to drop it as our teams are walking back out on stage. Tidebound hopefully going to be able to find some energy, find some new strats for themselves. Enigma Galaxy, well, they're getting a lot of cheers, a lot of waves from the fans as well here. And I have to question mark about this Earthshaker coming into the tournament. Everyone had their eyes on him. It felt like he was doing great in the road to the international playoffs, but now that we're on stage, it's not garnering the same success. More things about blocking Ancients, more things about bullying in mid matchups just aren't going the way of this hero having the good setup it needs.
I think NGX is just smart. They found a counter. Like, I legitimately think if Earthshaker comes out again, they're going to pick Muerta mid. To me, this looked like a counter. Like, all of these little plays that
I thought you were going to say if someone's going to be picking Earthshaker, they're going to be banning out Clockwork.
Yeah, that was also looking like
he was definitely going to say that, yeah.
They banned Queen of Pain, which has looked good against Earthshaker, and I think heroes fall out of favor whenever they're really overpowered, when there are like 2 to 3 really good solutions to them, because then there's always going to be one where you can't ban it. Like, you can't ban them all, and this is when a hero falls out of meta. So maybe the stock in Earthshaker should just go down, or we should start seeing it be flexed more to the other roles like we keep talking about, but it seems like it never happens.
I mean, it's the lane, right? I think they exposed how vulnerable Earthshaker is in the lane. Maybe teams overrating the hero a little bit. He's still strong, but you don't want to open the draft with Earthshaker quickly because he can run into lanes where he can't really play.
Ranged heroes definitely destroy him in lane.
Yeah,
Like,
ranged heroes and probably blocking the camp. Those are the two things.
Those are the two things, yeah.
You have to look out. And obviously also the supports. You need to have the right supports to enable you to be able to do that.
But if you're an offlaner, there's a lot less stock in like committing to shutting the hero down, like in blocking the camp, because then you could stack the other camps on the side of the map, right? Like, there are other options, and there's like less value in like, okay, we need to get this Blink Dagger super early because this is our mid hero. We need to play around it. So maybe a flex should come into play.
Yeah, it's also maybe not relying on just your mid player being the playmaker. That's something that's normally very like cohesive with, okay, a mid laner is going to be our playmaker. They're the one that's going to run around with the support. Maybe you're still fine if your mid laner has a rough game if there is a backup in an off laner.
Yeah, definitely the case. Like, I think Underlord is just a weird hero to play around. Like, a lot of the time that it's not in the meta, this is the thing that we point to for why not, is that you need a lot of levels before you can start really being active. Like, it's more like you're active with other heroes, and then he ults in and gives auras.
These teams aren't wasting any time, by the way. They're back in their booths, and they are back into draft for game number 2.
Team Tidebound versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 2.
Top 8, that would be the placement Tidebound to get for themselves if they aren't able to bring something out of the bag for game number 2. Elimination is on the line. Enigma Galaxy, they kind of just want to repeat what's been happening, hoping for themselves that it's going to go the same way, and at least for draft's sake, it's going to start out in a very similar fashion. They're having first pick here.
It leaves Invoker in the pool again. They had to switch things up, removing this Lycan, which did cause a lot of issues for them. But Enigma Galaxy, they don't want to mess around. Muerta, now they've shown that they can play this from 2 different roles, and I'm also pretty sure that Ghost can play it. She has to have that third option if necessary, because Muerta with the other facet does allow you to play from the carry role, and she seems relatively good, I would say. But what Sumail has shown in the previous game is that he can pretty much play anything. Kuro talked in an interview, it's Sumail. He's going to be playing whatever he wants, and the King is back. I'm not just talking about the Sand King, but also Sumail. He's having some top-notch performances.
Yeah, this is going to become, I think, a very high value pick here, going maybe deeper in the tournament. This Muerta hero, if you can actually play her mid with the Helm build, I think this hero just gives you so much value in the draft. You open the draft with the hero, it doesn't reveal too much, and you can swap her to a support.
Yeah. I mean, very recently it was like considered an S tier support, and I remember we always questioned like, why is it falling off? You know, the Ags
they
build.
They nerfed the Ags. I think that's probably the main reason. And you don't have
the $20,000 super bonus.
20 and 25.
Yeah, 20 to 25.
It still felt like something that could come out, especially for like the specialty players. So I'm glad to see that it is coming out. But when you have heroes in the first phase, like, they almost always have to be flexed.
Yeah, I mean, the Sand King is like an appropriate response to that. Kind of like also a mid hero / off lane hero, flex hero, so you can decide it somewhere down the road. I think this is a pretty nice response, so you don't really, once again, show too much, and you're going to have to really be thinking about your support duo, right? So the Bane is going to be the one that is the first one being snatched up by Team Tidebound.
So Tidebound is not going to have the same issue as last game, where they don't have like a mid or an off lane to be in that trio, because Sand King doesn't need items. He doesn't need a Blink Dagger. You can just run with him, and he has a lot of damage between the epicenter and even The Sandstorm, like obviously he does want to get a blink at some point. He will love to farm those Ancients, but you can still play around him early. It's not going to be this like Underlord, Earthshaker mid waiting for blink scenario.
He also is like kind of, I think, stronger in the lane if you play him mid against range heroes, because you kind of just farm, push out the wave, and you don't really get right click so much like what we saw with the Earthshaker against the Muerta.
Yeah, your battle is not with the mid laner, it's with the sentry wards that they're putting down.
Comes again. I mean, Clockwork was a real menace in the previous game. We did mention that he needs to pop off in the previous game because they didn't have that many setups, and now the same thing. Vayne doesn't like to play into Clockwork. You're playing into Muerta as well. Phoenix, there's no real attack speed that is coming out, at least now. I think they could potentially pick up that Snapfire that is still available. You have an Egg Hitter, you have something against the Clockwork. But magical damage against Muerta works really well, pairing up with the Sanking. I think this time around, Tidebound did a very good job trying to address some of the issues, especially against this Muerta. Phoenix as well. You have the burst damage, like you can initiate onto a hero and try to kill it.
I think that's an S tier suggestion, and that would give them a very strong trio at running around and doing stuff in the early game.
Yeah.
So you have Vayne to set up, and then you Snapfire that's doing damage.
I probably want to show like one support plus the mid, plus the carry here, and keep the Sanking flexible if they can. Well, they go for the Grimstroke here.
Cool. They're going for something else.
Double grip.
Yeah, double grip, double burrow, which is incredible because then you burrow, both targets, and then the burrow under. Anyway, the Grimstroke, you're getting like extra damage because burrow hits multiple targets. It's like AoE, but it works with the Grimstroke ult.
Okay.
But I love Grimstroke against Muerta because you get the innate where you can hit ethereal targets, but then you get a unit that's also magic immune. So the illusion that you get is like legitimately God. You cannot deal with this illusion.
Yeah, Phoenix also hates the silence, the ghost,
Yeah, true.
You can't really deal with it. And they have a pretty nice Inkswell target with the Sanking. I think every time you see a Grimstroke being picked, immediately you think, oh, does their lineup work well with the Grimstroke? And right now they have the double grip and the Inkswell target on the Sanking. Undying, okay.
So that's a mid Sanking and the core Undying.
Off lane Undying.
They want to get a pipe. They want to get those auras instantly. Enigma Galaxy immediately taking out Medusa. Like the damage that they do have is really that great. Plus you also have ways of dealing with Undying. Tombstone, Medusa, Gyrocopter, these type of stuff are always going to be
But
good.
at the same time, Grimstroke acts, against Medusa.
This is another great illusion target. And I will say the same thing that I said last game, which is Team Tidebound, they seem to think that they need a Crimson Pipe Buyer versus Medusa. And Undying is an excellent Crimson Pipe Buyer, especially the Crimson, because all the strength that you're stealing is giving you more protection against these small instances of damage that Medusa is doing, but it doesn't seem like NGX cares.
I'll go with the crowd. I'm going to say crowd wants to see Ogre, and that's going to be the last pick. It's all that clapping, right?
I like how Lacoste can make anything work for his imagination here. What is your...
Wait, which team is picking Ogre? Just said that
think any,
without even thinking
For
of...
Galaxy, he doesn't care. Any of them.
I mean, if we can have Muerta mid, if we can have these Pudge carries, why not Ogre?
If it comes out, you need to go down there and start trying.
I will.
Let me ask you, do you buy Helm on Ogre or Midas on Ogre?
Midas. Midas 100% of the time.
There you go.
100% of the time. Oh, let's see what exactly is going to be banned out. Last time that they picked the Medusa, they banned the AM, and it was just the Darkseer. They felt like that was what they were looking for, something that really countered the Medusa. But the offlane had already been shown in Undying, so is that still where your ban was?
Maybe Tidebound could pick Morphling, because I think it's really good against Medusa.
I thought you were going to say because the crowd was doing waves. Yeah.
Come on, dude, I was setting up for the punchline. Come on. Yeah, it was a wave type thing. But then I thought Shiro actually plays Morphling. It's not genuinely not that bad. Turning into Medusa is very powerful.
Now, full of
Very,
jokesters on this panel. Having too much fun. They're thinking a lot about this. It went straight from this Clockwork. They knew exactly that they wanted the Medusa out of this into the AM ban, but now is where it's stalling out a little bit, Winter.
I mean, there definitely still a lot of other decent options. I think Terrorblade is kind of okay too, you can kind of hit the egg, you can make Medusa copies of your own. You're kind of like a Darkseer in a way. So I think there's still options here.
Oh, Jug would have been good.
How come?
Diffusal builder against Medusa. I also think people generally enjoy that matchup. Like in the Omni Slash, you can do enough damage to kill.
I mean, you also spin and kill the egg, so it has like 2 reasons to pick the
true.
job. I mean, the mask kind of also really rounds up the whole lineup here. Protection for the egg. It kind of also maybe stops certain heroes like TB. You dissuade those heroes. Well, they're gonna go for the Faceless Void here. So their lineup is gonna be very, very slow, and you have triple melee calls here.
That is a classic Medusa counter, though. I remember BB Team was the first team to show this, where you simply kill everyone else, and Medusa does such small instances of damage that Void will...
Yeah, but what if the egg is the carry right now? Because you can't kill the egg. You have 3 melee calls, and your supports are probably
Supports
not gonna
are pretty
kill
bad
the
at
egg.
it. So it needs to be Faceless Void who needs to actually hit the egg.
Yeah. Early Manta style from him. This is going to be necessary. Attack speed items.
Yeah.
So the impact of the Phoenix is still going to stay there. It's rising in popularity a little bit, but we mostly see it played in.
I mean, it's
core
also
offlane.
Phoenix plus Medusa, right? The gaze and the egg, so you're not hitting the egg. It's gonna
That
be
is-
tough.
Yeah, tough to disengage there. So now the question is, you guys have favored a team normally when it comes to a team fight, when you see the lanes play out. But can you see that when it comes to these 2 drafts and these 2 teams?
I mean, the trifecta again, right? You're gonna be looking at the trifecta. So it's gonna be Moita, Phoenix, Clock. I think that's probably more all-rounded compared to the Sand King, Bane, and Grim. I think Grim is the weakest hero here when it comes to the rune fighting. So I think I'm going to give the trifecta advantage to Enigma Galaxy. They're probably going to be able to get slightly ahead in terms of their runes, and they're going to be able to use it to snowball game, what happened in the first game with the Moita.
I think Tide Bounce is way better than last game.
It is.
Definitely.
We're going to see an actual competitive game here rather than just the stomp of game 1.
Yeah, it's not like last game, but I still think that the Grim is going to be a weaker one. The weakest hero among the
Yeah,
6
he's
heroes.
playing in Tamaris, which he doesn't like to play. Clockwork as well. I think these 2 supports from Tidebound could suffer a lot if they're getting initiated on. Sure, there is some counterplay to it with the Sanking Stun, with the Undying using the Tombstone, popping the Auras, Chronosphere from the Faceless Void. But overall, if Enigma Galaxy is being the one who's super aggressive, they're initiating the fights, I can feel these 2 supports having a really rough time.
And yourself, Jenkins?
Yeah, I agree. I would say I think NGX got something very similar to what they got in the first game, perhaps even easier to execute. It's just they're dealing with a Tidebound that has an actual good duo in their supports.
Yeah, Tidebound powering up, having a bit of draft for themselves in a game number 2. Let's hear from their coach exactly his thoughts on it.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with the Blink, coach of Tidebound, with Helen helping to translate, where we are seeing something interesting 2 times in a row. Sumail Muerta mid. Now, I haven't seen this before, but I was wondering, how prepared were you for them to do it 2 times in a row now?
我们连续2把都看到了苏缪的中单重音碧零奶绿，我们是没有见过，你有见过吗？而且有没有做好准备呢？
之前有耳闻吧，也在 TNT 上看到他玩过。就第1把可能是我们没有处理好他这个中单奶绿，但是这把我们想了办法，好吧？我觉得他打不出上把的节奏。
So we have seen him play the hero before. In game 1, we didn't properly deal with it. However, we'll find a solution and not let him have his tempo.
Well, let's see if the solution works out. And I know behind me, are there a lot of Tidebound fans on this side? It sure sounds like it. So Blink, I was wondering, do you have any message for all the people on this side of the crowd that want to hear you really get them going?
我们身后有那么多太棒的粉丝，有没有任何想跟他们说的话呢？
谢谢大家的支持，相信我们中国队的大河，好吧？
Thank you everyone for your support. Please believe in China's ultra carries.
The ultra carries are on the field. Now let's see it in the game as we get into game number 2.
Yeah, I'd say Faceless Void is an ultra carry for sure.
It's the bill.
Indeed, it feels like it comes back every single TI one way or another. The question is, will it be effective for Tidebound? As already we're getting action planted inside of the cogs. That is first blood for GH. Feels like we've seen this before.
Yep.
3 of the same 5 heroes from last game for NGX.
There are some pretty meaningful adjustments being made here, though, that do give me more faith in Tidebound to have a better showing than game number 1. The panel was talking about it. I think this time around, possibly the support pairings they have will lead to better laning. And in comparison to the Shaker mid that you and I have had some trouble seeing the impact of, mid Sand King has looked very strong and consistent in this tournament, and also doesn't lose its lanes very hard. When you have bad matchups, you just pull waves, you farm with Sandstorm, you semi-jungle. So if that is indeed the case against Muerta, again, playing that melee matchup into that, this time around, I just don't see Nothing to Say suffering as much. He's also better at getting rotated by Clockwork. You can actually stun your way out of cogs. There's a lot of upsides compared to game one. But that said, Tidebound, again, have a relatively slow lineup. So can Enigma Galaxy play the same pace as last time, then we could see the same outcome.
Well, they don't have a Lycan this time, so gonna be less action in that regard for sure. Okay, I'm gonna bring up a storyline. We'll see if it comes to be Cinderin, but it is gonna be mega hype if it does. So you remember we cast, it was Tidebound versus Extreme. Bach was playing Centaur with the cart, of course, which we're gonna bring up the singular time in this cast, I promise. And on the other side, XXS was playing the Undying with the Tombstone. It was save versus save. Undying prevailed. This time, it's Bach playing Undying with the grab ally versus GH Supernova save. Which one is stronger?
Yeah, good question. We saw GH having massive impact yesterday. Even though they lost the series, his Phoenix against BB team was no joke.
It seemed almost uncounterable at that stage of the game. It feels like you just literally can't kill Egg anymore. And the range that he had was insane. Like, you can't do much about it other than try to jump him and just deal with him outright.
I guess the one upside here is the only... They have technically 2 BKB piercing abilities on the side of Enigma Galaxy against Void, which is Hookshot for a little stun and the Stone Gaze. But potentially Void can kill the Egg. The panel is talking about how he almost has to do it on his own. Oh, nice find there. Planet will get him.
Indeed.
Blood Grenade.
Looks like Tidebound is now on the board for game 2. And in terms of the Chronosphere damage this time around, we've talked about that being kind of a lacking thing in some of these lineups. You have Epicenter, and what else?
Epicenter, Inkswell, Stroke of Fate. It's not bad.
Does Tombstone, the zombies continue to spawn, I assume?
They spawn, but they don't attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's mainly the Sand King, obviously, but Grimstroke can be a bit of an X factor in those Chronos. It also allows Void to make plays that he usually can't. Giving him that Inkswell can be very powerful.
And how's Dark Portrait this game, if the Ags ends up coming to be for Planet?
I mean, it's really good against Medusa, so that's the only hero it's good against. It's pretty bad against Muerta. So you're not necessarily looking for like a Soulbind Dark Portrait, but just a single target on the Medusa could be a really strong ability. If you consider how teams are banning Darkseer when they're running Medusa, this is a more, in some ways, more reliable counter. It's just you have to get there.
Yeah.
But the Dark Portrait illusion is very, very strong.
Nightmare Force so that the Courier survives. Omar already with less action here at the 4-minute mark. I feel like he was involved in 3 or 4 kills at this point last game. So Tidebound has certainly made some adjustments.
In similar fashion, though, the laning stage is still going well for Enigma Galaxy. It's not through kills, now it's just through the raw laning, but they are once again off to a head start. Shiro on the Faceless Void is struggling, 11-4 against Noob, 22-10 on Mars. This is, of course, a lane that you would argue favors Mars Clock, but probably not by this much. So I think a little bit of just raw outplay here as well from the side of Enigma Galaxy in their off lane. And that's probably the lane of theirs in this tournament that has leveled up the most. Noob was receiving some criticism earlier on for falling flat in some lanes in some games. I think on the big stage, he has been playing his best. And Omar as well.
Sure.
That is not an expected
soloed by Sumail. That is a huge deal. Nobody even came to assist.
Yeah, I was not even looking for this. This is kind of crazy. Sand King, like we talked about, generally draws even bad matchups. He's just getting stomped. Sumail 34-15. The Sand King only 21-1. It makes me wonder if this is a little bit of inexperience on Nothing to Say's part. I can't help but feel that a player like Malrine will just get more out of this lane as Sand King.
Right.
Like he's just playing. Sometimes the best way to play the lane is just not play it in the middle. You just pull the waves around and find a different way of navigating. Perhaps he's getting countered out by the threat of Clockwork intercepting him when he tries to go for it. But either way, the result is the same. Sumail with a 1,000 gold lead in mid at 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's looking a lot like last game without the ganking needed.
Yeah.
I guess as Omar, looks like he'll find Y. Still hasn't leveled battery. Salt still holding on to those levels, has 2 in cogs right now. As the 6-minute rune is coming. GH and Sumail. Looks like NGX actually in good position to get whatever it is. As it will be a regen, so Sumail will be pretty happy with that. Close to his helm as well.
Yeah, he was down to like 20% mana. Just going to get it nicely filled up here so he can keep that pressure up. Ooh.
Good dive from GH. Has nothing to say. We'll be using the Sandstorm and Inkswell to clean up this stack. GH will be taking a bit of that XP though, but of course the gold a little bit more important. We're only 30 seconds away from this Wisdom Shrine play as well. It feels like so consistently in this tournament, at the first Wisdom Shrine, it feels like we have several supports at like level 3, sometimes level 2 even. It feels
yeah.
Just all this roaming, I suppose, just hurting their levels overall.
It is really important for both teams to try to get one here. Bach, under some pressure. He's actually getting cooked. Gets a double decay, though, but I don't know if this is going to be enough.
Sunray pretty strong. Dive to follow. Mystic Snake as well. He gets up another Soul Rip and will walk away. It looks like both Wisdom Shrines will be traded.
Yeah.
He's going for the Helm of Dom on the Undying.
Standard.
Let's get a shout out to Helm of the Dom, everybody. All right, mixed reaction. Okay.
There's one guy very loudly booing. I love that.
It's not that bad. It's really not that bad, I feel like.
Can we get a boo for Suns fans taste an item?
Okay.
Oh,
hey, my favorite
That's
item is Aghanim Scepter, so you're just fooling yourselves here, all right? And Shiro, I mean, at what point can Faceless Voids join the fight these days? Do you, like, obviously old days need to be stacked.
Right.
But this time around, it feels like you do need to get into the action a little bit earlier. Speaking of which, Nightmare onto Noob. Level 6 has the arena. Uses the Spear. Shiro does have Chrono if they need it, but this is a 1 versus 3. So Noob will be brought down. We'll be to Y on the Bane.
It's a 3v1. You at least don't have to use Chrono there for the Faceless Void. The hero is able to join earlier. Obviously, the Helm of the Dominator build really helps with that, working in the Chronosphere and doing some extra damage. Nothing to say. Ooh. Yeah, that's better to be a Sand King than a Shaker there. Indeed. Actually getting out. But Void can't do it on his own in the Chrono for a very long time, so again, you're kind of reliant on team damage. If Sand King's game is as weak as it is right now, you're very far from a Blink on NCS, and he's not realistically doing meaningful damage in Chrono without a dagger. So then what do you really have? A Grimstroke Nuke and an Inkswell? It's not all that inspiring. And again, how do you kill Medusa? I think that's my big question once more.
Yeah, we can come back to that as well. As the calling place from Sumail, they want to try to do something about this ancient stack. Deadshot does miss, but why? Taking pretty heavy damage as the Pinecone will continue autonomously, it feels. Burrow Strike onto Omar. It's outside his cogs, but Bach has come to make sure that he does not get out with his life. So the Clockwork Death as Pinecone is continuing the pressure on the Y. He'll finally get some reinforcements for this pesky creep.
If that Fire Spirit would have hit, he would have died.
Jeez. Nobody wants to deal with this bad boy.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but the neutral team, yeah, they weren't happy with him, so. They ran out of zombies to attack, and now they're just seeing everyone as a zombie.
Nothing to say. He's going to get most of these. Sumail, though, doing a good job of taking a few and disrupting this farm session for Tidebound.
I will say it's been a little bit interesting to see some of the stubbornness in drafts. Earlier this tournament, of course, we saw Heroic against Yakuto Brothers to get to this main stage. Yakuto let Meepo through twice and just got owned by it twice in a row. And now you have this series with Tidebound against Nigma Galaxy, just got handled by Medusa. And in this second game, potentially the same thing could happen. I don't think you've counterpicked it much more than last game. It's a bit better, but slightly worrisome for the side of Tidebound, whether they came to the right conclusions after game one. You're not getting a third chance. Got to deliver in this individual game or you are going home, indeed.
And in terms of Noob's performance, obviously he's playing the Mars this game. We've talked about it in a couple of our casts in the past. It feels like he's been pretty inconsistent. Where would you put Mars on his list, though? It feels like he is one of the better ones.
Yeah, it's been one of his best heroes this tournament, but the hero in itself, it's also one of those heroes where it's really easy to look bad because the spear is so telegraphed and so iconic that if you miss 2 or 3 spears in a row, you might be like, man, I'm having an awful game. But we've had games in this tournament.
Arena comes out with the reinforcements as well. Shiro's in a bit of trouble. Gets silenced thanks to the calling. Sumail showing up.
The resilence
there. And Y looks to be next on the list for NGX. They're going to be able to get 2 kills here. Now, obviously, the big one onto Shiro.
That was really nicely set up with the calling. Gets the silence, and as it's breaking, the dead shot from Sumail, perfect for the re-silence. Needed both of those to land. And now this is also going to give them a tier 1 tower, most likely. I don't know if Tidebound can really muster any defense here. They're trying to get the trade. Bach with his own Warpine Raider down bottom. Going to work, and well, they might try to defend. At least Bane has TP'd up here, but he's no threat. He's gonna need some backup if he wants to truly defend this. I don't think the Hellbear Smasher is gonna give up anytime soon.
And
just kidding, it'll give up, but it'll wait for next
solo
wave.
pushing.
Yep.
That's Helm of the Dom right there. Pretty crazy. So the tier 1 is Tidebound. This one is taking considerable damage as well, but you can see NGX just kind of chilling a bit at the moment.
Compared to game 1, I really look forward to the later team fights here in, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes, because I think this time it's less clear-cut. First of all, whether Nothing to Say is going to find impact. In the last game on Shaker, he was really struggling. Oh, hang on, might have to wait with that. GH might just get chronoed here.
Chrono shows up, and actually it's a chrono onto 2, so Noob can't do too much. That's going to be a freebie for Tidebound.
Okay.
Actually, a Burrow Strike finding Omar in the meantime. Gets off the cogs up. The calling comes out with the Pierce the Veil. It's going to be a lot of damage applied. A hook shot onto the top side as Y gets stunned out, but Nothing to Say is the big kill for NGX. So far, a 1-for-1. As Tidebound now on the run. Arena is up, and Noob traps 2 members of Tidebound inside. They're going to be able to get the Tombstone along with the Bane, but Bach trying to go on top of Sumail. The Inksword doing so much damage. Nice cogs, though, separating him from the fight. Sumail now in a fight versus Shiro as the Stone Gaze comes out from Ghost at the last moment with the spear to follow. Huge kills from NGX. They save Sumail, and they get the core kills they came for.
Wow.
My goodness, that was as close as it gets.
Flawless spellcasting from Omar in this fight. He finds the perfect hook shot. He finds the perfect cogs. And on the flip side, Nothing to Say with the initial jump in the river onto the Clockwork. Have to question that one. He had no backup nearby when he went for that. You're going to see the replay here. This is when he just opened up on the clock, and they're trying to use this as a setup onto the grip, but as NTS is trying to make his way out of the cogs, he makes way for Omar for the interrupt. Now, this is a nice 2-hero dead shot. Sumail is going to start being in trouble now, though. This was what I wanted to talk about. The Radiant don't have very good ways of destroying the Tombstone, so this is going to take Ghost a while, but he will get through it eventually with a little help from Noob. And now, surely Sumail just dies here, right?
Yes,
but these cogs are perfect.
Nice Lotus coming out as well. I believe that was from Ghost, actually. And the volley to trap Shiro in. Man, that was a crazy fight. Meanwhile, GH dies in live play. But this team fight puts NGX ahead so far in this game, too.
I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. They've just been playing better today so far. I mean, draft is one thing, but you're looking at all the small engagements, the skirmishes, the map movements. One of these teams has leveled up and the other one has leveled down. That's a saying.
Sure. We'll go with that.
And Team Tidebound, you got to find your footing soon. We're approaching the same state of Medusa as in game number 1. Now 3,000 net worth ahead of the Faceless Void. And yes, while that matchup arguably is a bit better than what you worked with last game with a Gyro, it's still not exactly a great counter when Medusa is ahead by even a slight amount.
Oh, hook shot from Omar. Bach gets silenced as well. They're going to use the Arena, but the spear misses. They're going to take out the tower in turn, and they might just back away as Bach is going to get reinforcements now, TP via the Bane, but here comes the epicenter from Nothing to Say. A lot of damage applied as GH will drop to the deck, and now Sumail slowed to a crawl.
Oh, that's
Soul
so
Line, a double grip to follow, and Tidebound have finally woken up in this series. Double kill for Nothing to Say, a 3-for-0 for Tidebound.
And this right there is the perfect example of what we talked about with how polarizing Mars is. You miss that stun, you lose 3 heroes.
Yeah.
You hit that spear, maybe you get the Undying kill and you just get out. Everything completely different from that one mess up. And they're not always easy to hit, to be fair. So a good counterplay from Tidebound, getting themselves up to an 8-8 scoreline. Make no mistake, they're still behind, but they just need something to start going their way. And this time around, Nothing to Say has a meaningful amount of net worth, and he's putting it to use.
Yeah, they're going to use the Inkswell Burrow combo. Not enough. Amount of damage, but the Yules is going to save Noob. Meanwhile, Nightmare to prevent Omar from initiating. As the hook shot actually does hit on the other side of the river, Planet stuck inside the cogs now with the Sunray to follow. Dead shot as well. That'll be a dead Grimstroke.
It's honestly, it's such a cool combo for Sumail to just be able to hit these dead shots all the time in the cogs. Saw the same thing in game number 1. Very well executed there.
And Shiro working on his Maelstrom, still 600 away from finishing that. And for Ghost, who in that game 1 was uncontested for the entirety of the game, it feels like.
Yep.
We'll be going for the Maelstrom as well. He's a little bit closer.
220 CS incoming at 17 minutes.
Not
bad.
Yeah. This Medusa seems like you need to do something about it at some point.
Eventually, Void in this game is going to buy a Disperser without question.
You said that last game.
No.
Well,
First of all,
Void.
there wasn't a Faceless Void, and secondly, I didn't say he's definitely going to buy it.
You said he will eventually.
Well,
we never got to eventually because they just lost.
He will eventually.
Okay. Late game Dotes, here we come. Oh, they actually see Faith Beyond. Has the cover of his creep here.
I mean, I'm sure you would agree that this game state for Tidebound is significantly better than last game, right?
Yep,
like, you're behind and Dusa is big, but you can see the potential for the team fights with the snippets of good fights that we have had so far from them. And I think the overall value of Grimstroke in this game, it totally eclipses that of Snapfire in the previous one. Because this Ags that Planet is rushing can really change the game on the Grim. So he's missing about 2/3 of it. I say rushing, he's not rich.
No,
he's getting it first item.
Nightmare set up from Y. There's nothing to say with the Inkswell. This is going to bring GH down. As Ghost does show up, looks like they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Bane as here comes the rest of NGX to easily take out Nothing to Say. A good response after their Phoenix goes down.
Nice and easy there for Noob on the Mars Spear, and then immediately forms the arena. Sand King walked into him in Sandstorm, so that one is just a clean hit. And another great trade, and once again, Medusa just chilling. Keep on growing here. Void will be able to catch up in a relative sense to the farming speed of Medusa once he gets the Mjolnir. That helps you a lot with keeping that higher GPM, but until we get there, expect Ghost to grow this lead now up by almost 5K. The entire lead, as a matter of fact, is sitting in the carry matchup. The rest of the cores are pretty even, which is also interesting to see compared to the previous game, because it does mean that if Tidebound managed to find fights that Medusa is not involved in, you're not at an inherently major deficit, unlike in game 1 where you were just losing in all lanes and all your cores were starting to fall behind. You have the pieces to work with here, you just need to get there. Sand King, 400 away from Ags is a big damage upgrade for them and will allow them to kill in Chrono. So if they can weather the storm a little bit and accept the fact that Ghost will just have a free game, perhaps you can solve him in the late game.
Oh, this would be a huge kill if they can find Noob. Get Silence to start things out. He's second net worth in the game, by the way. Really good start for him. Shiro jumps in, though, with the Chronosphere. Sunray is there, and that's going to dissuade Tidebound from going any further. Epicenter combo, though, onto GX, but he gets the egg at the last moment. Can they kill the egg? The Mars Arena is playing.
Oh, the Yule!
They get the Yules as well.
Oh,
the egg
perfect!
pops. GH is alive as a result. Nobody has died as well. Burrow Strike finds the Medusa. Inkswell onto Nothing to Say. He's going to get hookshot now, and now he's going to surely drop to the deck. One down for Tidebound. GH, Sunray, right on top of Bane with the spear to follow and the dead shot. That is going to be 2 kills.
Damn.
And they can go for the Tormentor play.
Cut your losses, Tidebound. Get the hell out of there. That was perfect from Noob on the Mars. It's not just the Yule timing. He had the great arena placement to protect GH from the Grimstroke outside of it with perfect timing. And without that Yule, the last attack from Sand King will destroy the egg and make for a completely different fight. Clutch. And they also get this Tormentor now. And you gotta say, for Enigma Galaxy, the name of the game has been zone control in both games. This clockwork from Omar has been amazing, and now they're adding the Mars to the mix. Just really dictating in which way Tidebound get to fight.
Yeah, and
maybe got to question the Chrono, though. Maybe a little too early. Like, Sand King wasn't fully in range. He doesn't have Axe yet. Was that really the right way to start? That was on your initiative. You could have waited until you had Axe.
Noob has Pipe now. His counterpart in Bach also does. We can see how much magic damage outside of the Faceless Void that Tidebound has at their disposal.
I mean, this pipe
is going to be... Yeah, there's not much better pipe games you can ask for.
It's the best possible item he could have bought here. This is, of course, probably the Mars of the tournament we've been looking at has been XXS. Did go for this exact build as well in one of their games that we cast the Yules into Pipe. And I think he bought AC after. In that game, he maybe never even bought the Dagger. In this game, perhaps not needed. You've got Clockwork, and Omar's on fire today.
Oh, they're actually going for the Roche play. This is very risky. Rocket Flare is going to show them. Spear puts Planet back into the pit. Nightmare right now onto the Mars.
Are they out of their minds? Is this possible?
This is very
That
difficult.
is crazy. That is
Tombstone in the
crazy.
pit, and I mean, with that down, that maybe is enough for NGX just to go for this themselves, but obviously like to have it pick off first if they can.
Now there is also a Pipe on box, so they have a lot of damage block of their own against the side of Enigma Galaxy, but as you mentioned, no Tombstone's a pretty big deal. You do have the Epi with Axe, and they are going to potentially try to contest this fight.
This is a huge deal. 8K lead for NGX. Arena finds 2 for Noob. No follow-up yet, though, as Ghost is trickling his way over. Nice rebuke on the 2 to follow, though. Omar trying to disrupt the backline. Already the Grimstroke is dead, and this Undying is just evaporating. Double kill for Ghost now, and inside the Cosmos, Bane is just getting completely countered. The Undying back up and running thanks to the Innate, so it's a 5 versus 3, but surely this fight is over, as NGX will be able to secure the first Roche of the game.
Man, what a total disaster for Tidebound. Again, I'm going to come back to this. Starting on the Roche to begin with is kind of wild to me. They have really bad Roche damage. It's going to take them forever with the Tombstone. Enigma Galaxy are not going to get caught slipping there. They're going to check it. And they just get it. Not only the Roche for free, they had to work less for it than if they had gone there themselves. They also get 3 kills. And now we are looking at a game state that is reminding me an awful lot of Game 1. And unfortunately, as sad as it is to say, it does feel like Tidebound, in part, have just initiated 2 bad subsequent moves. The initial Chrono on Mars down bot where they didn't have the follow-up damage, and now this forced Roche. Perhaps the pressure getting to them a little bit. This is uncharacteristic. We did not see this from them in the first stage of the tournament, but on the big stage, they might just come in with a road to TI score of 4-1, and as it looks now, perhaps just completely bombing out 0-4 in games.
Yeah, they have not looked like the same team from earlier in the tournament, for sure. Which is weird because they have 2 TI winners. 3, including the coach. Nerves should not be an issue. But NGX on the other side, they have actually leveled up as well, because we've talked about this team in the past as well. Their biggest issue is they're inconsistent. Today, they have been very consistent. And if they can play this level, they can compete with anybody. Why? Spotting Omar in the triangle, seeing a couple stacks as well. Has 0 backup, though, as Omar using that shard to get to the high ground.
It's a good point about Enigma Galaxy. If you think about their tournament journey in general, a lot of the games they lost, they were ahead. So in most of their games, they are actually outplaying opponents the first 20 minutes. If they have solved the mid-late game problems, this is potentially the start of something big.
Omar is going to get grip, and Noob is there again with the arena play. Bean's grip is continuing. They don't have any damage, it feels like. Pipe is popped, and just like that, the fight might be over. But there's the Chronosphere. On to GH. Stonegaze is not going to be enough to prevent his death, as Shiro does take out GH in turn. So 1-for-1 support. Make it a 2-for-1 as Y will tumble. Will there be a stun here on the TPing Void? No. Battery Assault down for 7 more seconds.
Nothing to say, nowhere to be seen for that engagement. They did not combine Sand King and Void at all.
And we haven't really, we haven't seen the Ags that you spoke about, what, 5 minutes ago at this point?
Hasn't been used yet.
Well, 3 minutes on this Aegis. How much can they get this time out of the first Aegis? Last time around, it was basically all the tier 2s.
Well, looks like they're going for more this time.
Yeah, well, there's
straight up to
no
high
more
ground.
power.
They know there's no
Why
Chrono.
not?
Like, no Chrono, no grip. In what world do Tidebound kill Medusa twice right now?
Yep, Nightmare to start things out, but there's the creep at the ready. Helm of the Dom for the win. Nothing to say, jumps in with the Sandstorm. Gonna get that shot out of it though. There's the
some ale with the
fortification.
eggs as well on Medusa, or excuse me, on the Muerta.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, he is gonna have insane zone. The zone control together with Mars is unreal.
Enfeeble's gonna make this a little bit more annoying for Ghost, but eventually with the help of that siege creep, they get the tier 3 tower. Tidebound. Bach is gonna pop his ult with the Tombstone placed pretty far away as well. Pipe is activated though, as the Medusa getting pretty low on mana, but this is just life number 1 regardless. Stone Gaze already used as well. Now New coming in with the arena, onto 3 heroes, gets the spear, onto Bach, with the dead shot to follow, that is a dead undying. Nothing to say, gets hookshot from out of nowhere by Omar, as these heroes are just dropping like flies for Tidebound. And this is surely going to be a set of racks, if not more. There are 2 buybacks still available, but a spear finding the Grimstroke, planet dead. NGX dominating again in this game too.
I mean, this might be Noob's best game of the tournament.
Absolutely.
He has missed 1 spear and everything else has just been absolutely pristine precision on all his spellcasting, decision-making, itemization. He crushed his lane. He's had some haters out there telling him he doesn't belong. I'm pretty sure he's making a case in this game for why he's here. Can't really put a finger on his or Enigma Galaxy's play today, just crushing the opposition. This is not even close.
No.
We thought this series could get interesting, maybe 3 games, you know, maybe long games, in which Enigma Galaxy has had a history of struggling. Well, the great solution to throwing late game is just don't get there. Just win both games in 30 minutes.
What did they eat for breakfast? They need to replicate this for sure. Pipe activated already for Bach, and NGX with 40 seconds on the Aegis, likely to play this disciplined. They will back away with an enormous lead now. 20k effectively, 2 sets of barracks at only the 28-minute mark.
It's so weird how this tournament has played out. We had the first stage with all these marathon games, and you're like, all right, we get to the stage. These games are gonna be long. Strap in for some long late night days.
Yeah.
And so far, some of the shorter games on average have been on this stage. Like, some teams have just cracked the code of how to deal with the Helm of the Dom split push and slowing the game down. They're just accelerating and seemingly just have some really good individual team versus team matchups. Or the 3-day break, some teams have just learned something crucial that sets them that far apart of the opposition. I kind of feel like if this was a repeat series that we would have had in the road to the International, there's no way Enigma Galaxy win 2 30-minute games then.
Yeah,
absolutely
for sure.
no way. We're just improving at a rapid rate, and they're starting to look like a potential contender for a high placement. This is not an easy opponent. You're just making them look like a walk in the park.
I mean, we talked about this when the format of the tournament has changed in recent memory with these breaks in between. I mean, that 3 days apparently made a huge difference for some of these teams.
Yeah.
In terms of not only catching up to the meta, but perhaps solving some of it to prevent these 60-minute marathon games.
Yeah, maybe Enigma Galaxy figured out the secret breakfast 3 days ago, and they've been pumping up on it, kind of like Asterix. You get that reference?
Sure.
You don't know Asterix and Obelix?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Nothing to say. Gonna try to defend the high ground as NGX going without the Aegis, by the way, as the Tombstone is just easily gonna be cleaned up by Ghost. This is gonna be the last-ditch effort. Tidebound need to defend, need to delay. They're gonna smoke to try to get a good initiation. There's the Inkswell with the Epicenter from Nothing to Say, the Soulbind to follow. Shiro has the Chronosphere at the ready, but the Stone Gaze is doing absolute work for Ghost. Finally comes out the Chrono, but the Egg with the beautiful Sunray placement, and Tidebound have basically nothing left in the tank. They are dropping hard as Shiro trying to time walk away. He'll get it. No! Triple kill for Sumail as one last dead shot for the road. Buybacks now fully expended on the Tidebound side, as Bach just getting tied to a high degree by Ghost, who's still fighting despite not having Aegis and no mana to speak of, as Noob brings Bach down and likely out for the rest of this tournament. GG is called as NGX 2-0 and continue their run here at TI.
Wow. You could have told me earlier today that Enigma Galaxy might be leveling up after their loss yesterday and they would figure something out and bring their best. I would have not believed you that this series was going to take about an hour total. completely destroyed them both games. This Medusa strategy, Tidebound did not have the answer, and credit where it's due. These have been two really nice drafts from Kuro and the gang, and really not. When you look back on this series, there isn't really much to say about Enigma Galaxy making any crucial mistakes. They knew their limits, they ran something new, they're bringing this mid Muerta to the table that other teams in the future now have to address. And for me, the player of the series, probably if I have to pick one, Omar and the Clockwork, 2 games in a row.
100%.
Just stellar performance. And then this one, of course, for this individual game, gotta highlight Noob once more. What an incredible Mars performance.
Yeah, this might be the best
Clinic.
Mars performance we've seen in the entire tournament, period. He was all over the place. And like you said, a single mistake, which is a hero that you typically will see many mistakes throughout a game of this length, but not the case this time for Noob. But they pick 3 of the same heroes NGX does as game number 1, and they still, Tidebound has no answers.
Yeah, it just seems, I mean, it is unfortunate, right? Tidebound had a great start to the series, now on the big stage, 0-4, not how you want it to go out.
Let's hear from the king.
I think we should. Sumail, what did you guys figure out? Because this looked so clean from you guys.
We had some calm issues yesterday and a bit of nerves maybe. First stage series, but we had good talks last night and this morning. I think turned out well.
I mean, you've been on the main stage of TI loads of times now, but what about your teammates that haven't? How are they dealing with the TI pressure so well?
I think they're fine now. Maybe yesterday was a bit rough. I mean, even for myself, I still feel it, you know, especially the first games with this huge crowd and stuff like this. It's amazing, guys. It's amazing, to be honest. I love it.
Do you have any word for the fans out there in the audience who keep cheering so loudly for you?
It's always fun. Pretty much the reason I still compete for this crowd.
I do want to talk about your mid games as well, because Muerta mid, a little bit interesting from you. Where did this come from? Where did this Muerta mid idea come from?
I don't know. I just felt like there should be a new hero. Everyone has their heroes. I figured I'd do, why not Muerta, you know, with Dom.
It's very cool. It's looking really, really good, and it certainly got the best of Tidebound this time around. So, finally, now you move on once again. How do you feel playing in the lower bracket? How do you stop that getting to you?
I think we play better when we are on the verge of getting out, to be honest. So maybe it's better for us.
Famously so. Sumail, thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Good luck. Hamburg, let's make some noise. The king is back to TI!
An absolutely massive roar through the Barclays Arena here for Sumail, for Enigma Galaxy, and I love it because I was going to say the same thing. I think Enigma Galaxy are a team that thrive against elimination. This lower bracket is where we're going to see them step up just another level. That's where they were doing so well in the road to the international playoffs, is against those eliminations. And here Sumail's like, well, elimination, it's time to throw a new hero in the pool, develop his hero pool a little bit more.
That's how you win. I mean, we saw Heroic in the previous series as well, bringing in new ideas, new stuff, and that's exactly what the NGX did in this one. Double Muerta, double Clockwork as well coming up from Amar. It was very, very clean. This is just a complete stomp.
I think Sumail learned from Kuro that he's underplaying the Muerta on purpose because this is tech. Like, what he did in this game, in both games, was very significant because there's a lot of these melee mids that are being picked, and he stomped both games against like 2 of the strongest mid laners currently in the patch. So, like, they cooked. Whenever they cooked this, they cooked well.
I mean, it's also the way they did it yesterday, right? Because Omar played the hero yesterday, and he did really well with the hero, and then they pick it again today, so you would think that, oh, it's going to be a support again, you know? And then it's not.
Before we talk much more about it and move on, of course, with Enigma Galaxy advancing here, it does mean we unfortunately have to say goodbye to Team Tidebound.
Yes, thank you, Nat. I am here with Bach of Team Tidebound. Very sorry to see you guys go out at this stage of the tournament, but Team Tidebound have had a fantastic year in many ways. What was the highlight of this year for you, thinking back to happier times?
非常遗憾，但是太棒这个赛季也有很多的高光时刻。对你自己来说，过去这一年最高光的时刻是什么呢？
最高光时刻肯定是在雪如意拿冠军吧，那个是我们就是这个队第4个冠军嘛。对。
Our highlight has to be our win in Club Vision. It was our team's first win, and it was very memorable.
Wonderful. These games seem to be a lot faster than they were in the road to TI. Is that something that you struggled to adapt to, the games being so much faster here on the main stage?
正在舞台上的比赛跟 TI 之路的比赛相比起，会节奏快很多，是没有适应呢，还是你觉得对你们有影响吗？
我觉得主要是我们自己做的不是很好吧。感觉在当前版本，就是如果打得够好的队伍，自己打的阵容体系够完整，然后失误够少的话，比赛还是会比较长的。然后我们这几把失利，主要都是自己做的不够好吧。
I believe it was because we didn't deal with it properly. For stronger teams who would have a better, well-rounded strategies and less mistakes, they would have dealt with it better. So I think it was more on us.
I see. So what do you think changed between the road to TI section when you guys looked so dominant to now? Was it just the speed of the games or struggle to adapt to the changing in the meta maybe?
相比起 TI 之路的比赛，你觉得是没有适应节奏呢，还是有其他的原因呢？
我觉得是经过这几天的调整，每个队伍都有一些自己新的打法和理解吧。就比如说刚才他们的中单奶绿，然后我们就是没有，我们还是在玩一些之前比较老的东西，然后对对面没有做出很好的针对吧，对。
I believe it's because a lot of teams have adapted to new strategies. They're bringing out more new stuff to the table, and we're still playing strategies from before. So I think it's because we didn't have anything new on the table.
I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have any words for the fans here in the arena and back home who have been cheering for you guys, who have been supporting you guys throughout the year and here?
有没有任何可以跟粉丝，这一整年来支持你的粉丝，在家里或者在现场，有什么想对他们说的吗？
首先很感谢大家一直这一年对我们的支持，然后很遗憾，这个比赛我们就走到这里了。这个确实比较难过吧，因为我们一开始也是冲着更高的目标来的，然后这个比赛还是很棒的，我自己也很享受这个比赛。然后就希望这个比赛之后一切顺利，然后大家也能继续享受这个比赛。
Thank you everyone for the entire year's support. I do really enjoy playing on this stage and I think it's a great tournament. We came in expecting to do better. Unfortunately, we didn't do that. However, for the remaining of this tournament, I do hope that everyone continues to enjoy the event and see some great Dota.
Wow, Bak, fantastic answer. Thank you so much. You are a Dota legend. It's a privilege to talk to you, and we're very sorry to see you go out. So thank you for the interview, and back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian and Bak as well. Even in a moment of sadness for him, he's still wishing everyone's going to continue watching, having a lot of fun at this international, see some good Dota. And I'm sure whilst he's sad with his result deep down, he wants to see XG, go on, carry that torch for China. And there's definitely possibility in that. But unfortunately for Tidebound, seeing the potential of the repeat for Y or Fate Beyond / Bak here is just not going to happen. An unfortunate loss for them.
Yeah, that was a very, very Bak interview. Always thinking of everybody else. Guy's a complete legend. And I think the whole year has been good for them. Like, I really do think that they've surprised a lot of people. Like, it felt like for the whole year, they were the team that, like, in China would do, like, okay. But then when they were competing on an international stage, they would do better than the other Chinese teams. Like, they were the international guys. So there's for some of the disappointment comes, but top 8 is still incredible. Amazing. Like, this is unexpected results from the region in general. Of course, when you're a TI winner, you always want more, but they lost to an incredible opponent today too.
They did, and also when we look at teams that have already gone out in the road to the international, there is something to be said. Making top 8 is just a feat in itself. Yeah. To get to play on this stage twice is a massive feat as well. And in this game, number 2, it going the way of Enigma Galaxy, we want to focus on them and just how their journey is on the way that they could make this work. 2 debutantes when it comes to TI, not having nerves now that they're playing their second series on the stage. This game number 2 was a big one, seeing Sumail rotate a lot, helping those side lanes as well. Someone who's very familiar with how to play this mid-mortar, apparently, Winter.
I mean, it's definitely new tech for me. I've never seen it, but I could understand why it's really good right now with the Helm of Dom. And it kind of also punishes a lot of the melee heroes where you just lose the lane really, really hard against the Muerta, and she becomes this monster where the hero generally before wins the lane, but he doesn't take your tower. But now he wins the lane and he kills your tower with the Helm. So it's extremely difficult to play into it. And right now we see here the first rotation. He wins his lane, he kills his tower, and then he moves to the side lanes to start being useful and ganking the enemy carry.
It's kind of like a Lycan mid in that way, I guess, or like a Beastmaster mid that you can move to lanes and pressure, and you can pressure your lane as well, or like a Broodmother mid. It's some really weird mix of play styles where I agree, like maybe this is something that will turn out to after TI ends, like people consider overpowered because you have this lane dominator that, hey, also can apply pressure to this.
Omar cooked pretty hard in this fight. I think he's slightly underrated member of the team. We're not mentioning him enough, but his Clockwork performance in game number 1 was top tier. In the second game, he even did it better, like keeping them inside of the cogs, making sure that they're not dying, and also Sumail really pushing the limits of the hero. GH behind him, making sure that he doesn't die.
The spear as well.
The cogs, like, this was it was just a beautiful execution.
Full team play execution. S tier.
Yeah, we're saying sometimes the drafts, even if it's just a slight outdraft, that's not enough. You really got to get in there. You got to make sure the execution is there. For Nigma Galaxy, having those strong lanes, yesterday it wasn't converting into wins for them. This time around, it felt very flawless. I got to give it to the off lane, just in general, not specifically Noob, but the combo of Noob and Amar, because Amar on his Clockwork was really something to be reckoned with here.
He definitely was. But Noob, I think this is also a player that is powering up with each game that they're playing, especially on the main stage. Like yesterday, he had some really good performances as well. But this performance on Mars specifically, they picked it on 23, and understanding that this is going to be a really good game for it. And look at how much he's going to be able to tank. They're pretty much using every single ulti on top of him, except for the grip and initiation onto GH. He gets the egg off in the last millisecond, and he's going to be protecting them with the arena so they don't see inside it. Also making sure that he's using that Yule Scepter, making sure that GH Nova is going to explode. And he's playing a bit of a, like, look at his understanding of the game. Knows exactly when Sanking is going to go in, so he goes back and he's going to be ready to round up another round of spells, making sure that they could get another kill.
This fight is a perfect example of why you should play as a unit in Dota and how strong it is. Because first, GH saves Noob with the Solar Crest when he's getting gone on with the Chronosphere. And then because Noob is alive, he can use the Yules at the last possible
return that
second.
favor.
He returns the favor immediately. Like, this is why you play together in team fights.
It's a big one there. It's something that I also think is being leaning favorites to other teams as well.
Yeah.
It's something that's really hard to break apart when a team gets ahead in these lanes, when they start working together as a 5, even as a trio that we talked about was important. How do you break that apart? Was there really a fighting chance against something like this?
I think it comes down to the team fight, right? And I already mentioned that one thing I got really worried about Team Taiwan is they have 3 melee cores into a Phoenix Egg, right? And it's going to be difficult no matter what when you have that type of setup against the Phoenix Egg. So in that regard, I think maybe some of the fights they could have dealt with it much better, but it was always going to be difficult from the get-go unless they somehow manage to snowball and get a lead from the laning phase and then play from there.
How do we deal with this Muerta going forward? Because now it's a big target on his back. Sumail potentially bringing that out at any point. Maybe even other mid laners trying to tempt their fate with it too.
They might. We're seeing the others copying the strategies, trying to improve them. This Monkey King position 4, suddenly 9 class is bringing it to another level with the skeletons blocking the camps as well. Now Sumail brings this Helm of the Dominator Muerta mid, and we might be seeing it just banned against him because the hero is doing way too much. It's not just the hero, but it's the combination between the two and the way he's playing it, how confident he's playing the hero, so you just might need to remove it.
I mean, it's also the style, right? I think it seems like you want to pick a hero in mid that can win the lane and then buy Helm, kill the tower, and you want the supports to follow you all the way so you take control of the map from the start, I think that seems like it's really, really strong right now, and it punishes teams that pick greedy mid heroes.
This is my question, is not about Muerta, but it's about what other mids can do that playstyle. Because that playstyle seems like the counter to the current set of heroes that are being played in mid.
This is basically what we had a couple of years ago when people were buying Necro 1 on every single hero, pretty much. Arc Warden with Necro 1, but you don't want to upgrade it. Same goes with the Helm of the Dominator. You do not want to upgrade it unless you're playing Lycan, unless maybe you're playing Beastmaster. And people are trying to figure out like which is the best hero, really pushing the limits of the strategies and which heroes can use it the best.
Everyone's adapting, everyone's pushing things to the limit, whether it's item builds, hero picks, exactly what is going on. Eliminations are done for today. We're only halfway through. We still have 2 more series to happen here at Barclays Arena. Before we jump on into them, though, we're going to check in with Tsunami and Slacks down on the stage.
Absolutely, my friends. How are we doing, Hamburg? All right. Now, you guys have been watching a lot of Dota games here, obviously, and you might have seen many interesting items, the worst of which, of course, is Helm of the Dominator. We're all sick of this item, of course. What can you do? But I decided to test today if Helm of the Dominator is as good in real life as it is in-game. So we're going to play a little game. Tsunami, my friend, we have gotten 6 victims here today, and we have designed for them Helms of the Dominator, all right? We got 3 creep tier and 3 humans. Now, creeps, please put on your helms. Thank you so much. First, we have Luke Booglet, my man. Then we got Dark Troll Summoner right here, and then we got Centaur Conqueror. Here is the game, my friends. I will be in the center of the arena. Humans, heroes, you must direct your controlled creeps to me. Whoever gets to me first wins. However, if 2 dominated creeps meet on the field of battle, they must fight each other for 3 seconds with their frilly little hands. All right? Tsunami, spin our wonderful neutral creeps. Spin, walk them around. Now, crowd, I do need your help as well. If any one of these creeps makes it near me, I need you to make it completely impossible for them to hear their heroes. There we go, Booglet, spin around. So, if little Booglet makes it close, I need you guys to cheer in the audience. Booglet, Booglet, Booglet. Can I hear it right now, please? There we go. If Troll gets too close, I need Troll, Troll, Troll. And if Centaur gets too close, I need Centaur, Centaur. All right. Neutral creeps, are you ready? Let's see. Oh, spin that Centaur, spin that sickle Centaur. All right. Neutral creeps, are you ready? Thumbs up. Oh, they're really confused. They don't even know. They can't even hear that. All right. Humans, heroes, are you ready? Okay, on the count of 3, whoever gets to me first gets the wonderful prize. In 3, 2, 1, let's play some Dota, baby!
Let's get started. We're making movements. Neutral fight. Hold on now. We're shuffling, we're microing, they're looking, they're searching feverishly. Poor Centaur here. What are you, Falcons level micro? You're just standing there right now. Hold on. We gotta have a neutral fight. Fight.
Yes!
Fight! Okay. They're on the prowl. They're on the hunt. I saw some contact.
That's slight contact.
You are so evasive right now. Poor Dark Troll Summoner trying to rally some skeletons off in the distance. The Boglet hoping to evolve one day. And we got another neutral fight. Neutral fight.
Okay.
I feel like we're getting close. We
are.
Little Boglet is on the prowl.
Okay.
He's hunting. He's circling. He's tripping and falling.
Yeah!
The Boglet!
Boglet! Yeah, man! Congratulations, little Boglet. Any words to the audience?
That was stressful, man. Holy shit.
Here is your prize.
Yeah, man!
Congratulations! Falcons, okay! And I got you a prize too, somewhere. Here, you could have that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, heroic fans! Heroic!
Thank you, my loser creeps. We all can't dominate like the rest. What can you do? Thank you so much, everybody. We'll get back to the game soon.
Thank you very much, Sir Action Slacks, and the Creeps, and the Helm of the Dominator Carriers, and Tsunami, of course, as well. They're on stage. It is time for the second half of the day. We've had 2 series with elimination on the line, and for now, we can rest easy. Nobody else is going home today. It's time for some upper bracket semifinals. And to talk all about that, I'm joined by Kezu, Tigov, and Effie. Effie, we're going to jump right into our upcoming first semifinals. We got P-Vision, we got Extreme Gaming. Are you excited?
I'm so excited. I mean, the lower bracket was really fun, but here is where we're going to decide the top 3. And a lot of the teams yesterday really showed what they're made of, and who I personally think will be in the grand finals is one of the 2 teams in this series.
Ooh, you're not going to say bias?
You have to tell me which one.
Come on.
Don't put me on that. Okay, I'm going to say it. I think P-Vision will be in the grand finals.
What? Okay,
That's interesting because I can go be the counter one because I have XG winning this one and them going into the finals. I think even like through
winning the whole thing.
Yeah, like going through the upper bracket, but I will agree. Also, yesterday I feel like a lot of games were actually 2-0. Same with today. I'm expecting this one to go the distance because at TI and especially at this stage of TI, you don't know what's going to happen. Like who shows up better, you know, who's in better form. Are you going to get some double damage runes when other people are not? Like it's a lot about just the form that you show up in today.
I feel like this has to be the closest series we have today. Yeah. Like we've already had one-sided series in the morning. When you have XG and P-Vision, you've got XG, Arme chasing his Aegis, you've got P-Vision, the creativity, a lot of like first-timers. Like this has to be like the closest series of the day.
Yeah, and one thing that's going to make it very close is how obviously all the players perform, and we want to put our attention a little bit more on 2 players in particular, Kezu, in the support duo of Extreme Gaming.
No, absolutely. Like these 2 supports, they're so damn good. Like first of all, they're incredible like in their own, like the items they buy, what they do. Like here, this is just some, you know, like some normal stats, average stuff, just like their devs. But I just want you guys to remember their faces for the clip that we're about to watch. And you're gonna have to bear with me. This is a somewhat of a longer clip. This is from the road to TI Game 2. They needed to make a comeback here on XG, and they did. This Rax is 1 blast away from dying, and it's mega creeps. So this is how it starts. And pay attention to the spell usage. First Disruption here is gonna dodge the RP from Amar. So this is how the fight starts. Xingqiu, Disruption save, super good. The Lincolns and Lotus also already reflected the first roar on Ame. Because our eyes are on Ame and what the supports do. X-Nova in this fight also leaps in and out. He's going to Lotus and Lincolns him again. He's going to reflect the Abyssal Blade. He feeds him 2 Lotus Orbs. He is a 4-staff from Xingqiu into a secondary Disruption, while Ame is on super low HP. Now X-Nova runs in again. He gives him a second greater healing Lotus. Because people were like, wow, you know, Ame, he's so good. He gets to man-fight this Lifestealer. But actually, in reality, it's about how they all play together. It's the spell usage. It's the items. It's the small things, how they kite in and out to actually come back in this game. There's very few teams that would have won this fight, let alone even made a comeback in this game to win it.
I mean, the critical thing is, Arme is averaging the 2nd most kills per game, right? He's getting nearly 9 kills per game. Like, he's going to the crazy spots of the map. He's doing the things that will allow him to shine. And if his supports aren't there, if his off-lane mid aren't backing him up, it will look like Arme is just feeding it out of position. So the rest of his team is understanding the aggression he requires. They're backing him up. They understand him. That's why they're doing so well.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Ame is he doesn't really have a particular archetype of hero that works for him. It feels like everything does. He can play the Helm of the Dominator carry if he needs to, with his Anti-Mage or his Void. He can play for the ultra late game if he needs to with his Medusas and whatnot. Like, he's almost a perfect carry, I would say, in this tournament.
And
you can count on him in any situation.
Yeah, and yesterday he busted out the Klings. It's a hero we didn't see. Sure, you had the Slaughter to like amp him up, and I saw it in pubs, but again, like you're saying, he can play anything, he can do any build, he can play for any timing. Just S-tier player.
Yeah, and all the players here, Tigov, are also very experienced in playing on the main stage of the International.
Yeah, it's been kind of a long time coming for them to find success. Sorry, for XG at least, we've got 7 TIs attended for Arme, including this one. For XM, sure, it's only 2, but he started in 2017. Like they've had such long careers, yet to get the Aegis. And if there ever was a chance for them to lift it, it feels like the form that they're in, the way that they're playing, there is a chance that for all these players with multiple TI attendances, this could be their one.
It could be their one. And on the flip side, I mean, there's a lot of experience on the side of Extreme Gaming, Effie, but then if we take a look at P-Vision, it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, I mean, you do have your veterans, of course, in No One and DM, who are no strangers to TI, but we've also got Satanic, 9 Class, and Ducalis, who are almost fresh, you know? And it's a bit odd to think about, because Ducalis is one of the names we've seen in professional Dota forever, like floating from Tier 2 team to Tier 2 team, you know, having his stint in Tier 1 and finally finding his place here. This could be the year for these players as well.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, no, Satanic did not play when he was, I don't know, 6. I can't do the math very fast. It was actually 2023 for his first recorded results rather than 2013, which obviously he's one of the youngest players here at 17.
That would be really
on the
cool,
way
actually.
to-
Yeah,
which
yeah,
makes
that
it
would
real
be
Dota
cool.
pro.
Yeah. I mean, but his age, like, it's crazy. He's 17.
Yeah, 17.
Like, having, you know, playing at TI, like, already, what, top 6 secured, like, it's incredible. And to go back to the graphic we saw, like, on XG, you have 3 players who got second place at TI before. It's Ame, who I think he did it twice. You have Jinkyu and Xnova, who also played second before. Like, these are players that have been this close, and this time, I think, like you were saying, this could be the run.
Yeah.
You also have an XXS who placed 4th, I believe, with Team Aster a couple of years ago.
Like, they have really high placements.
They have really high placements. They also have a very high skilled opponent in P-Vision for this time. Because when we're looking at P-Vision in the games they have played, Effie, it seems that they have a large arsenal of heroes to pick from.
Yeah, not even heroes. I wanted to point you guys towards their styles in particular, because P-Vision are a team that aren't locked to one particular style. They can play almost everything. And so I just divided into 3, you know, simple categories that you can look at for this TI, but they've got the standard drafts, you know, team fight, combos that make sense. Nothing special coming out, no last pick heroes that will catch anyone off guard. Then you've got their surprise factor. Their cheese, if you will. Sometimes they'll get the last pick Tinkers, the last pick Broodmothers, completely catch their team off guard. And then their last pick is, of course, the Satanic will carry category, where their last pick is a hero, he plays an anti-mage, he wins the game.
I mean, I'm like super happy with what they're doing. Like, even in one of the first days of TI, I saw their matches with like the Post for Alchemist, with the Tinker, pulling him an axe. It got me really excited because we don't see it that often where teams break the meta, at least early on at TI. So this team, I love how they play and pick.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see them here on the main stage, because I'm sure they have studied each other and they have something in store for each other that we're going to find out very soon. Before we do so, though, it is, of course, time to get the teams on stage.
And we're back. Extreme Gaming! And we're back.
Extreme Gaming has not dropped a single series this international. It is the most dominant team, and at the moment they are on a fast track all the way to the top. At this point, you might be wondering who can possibly stop them. Well, potentially today it might be their opponents. Let's welcome in P-Vision.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
P-Vision is the team with the most LAN championships, LAN wins under their belt. They won in Bangkok, they won in Raleigh. The stage, it just amps them up. And yes, there are 3 first-timers here at TI, but it seems that it doesn't matter. It does not faze them, and if anything, it is helping them reach their full potential. Of course, still on the way for to be some royal roaders here as well with them. We don't have a lot of those, Tigo.
No, not at all. But the way that Satanic's playing, he's so young, but he's averaging like 2 deaths per game. Like, he's at TI, his first TI, he's just dominating. Highest GPM, 2 deaths per game. Like every stat you look at, it looks as if he's meant to be the veteran. It's like he's meant to be like the no one of the team.
He's so good. He's got that team spirit DNA.
Yeah.
Back from Yellow Submarine, where he's got the Yatoro energy, where he can put a game on his back if he needs to. But also, after he joined P-Vision, it feels like he's developed that early game aggression, that ability to cheese. He's blossomed into his own player, where I do think you can finally put an end to those comparisons.
Yeah, like I've seen it a lot also in like a lot of the vlogs that they post. Like he has a pretty good bond with No One, who of course is the veteran of the team, who's like, yo guy, like yo bro, after this game, like you need to chill it out a bit, like control your emotions, let's do this more next time to like, just rally him and make sure it's correct. But I agree with you guys, like this guy, it's probably the best for you to be the maybe more so cocky carry player because you're young, you're going to the TI stage, you're going up against incredible players. Like you need to just focus on yourself, and this guy, if there's one thing he's got, it's confidence.
It helps that P-Vision have such a clear understanding of what they want to do on the map, right? They are the team which buys, I believe, still 100% of Helmet Dominator in every game because they respect map play, they respect how to push on a catapult wave, they want the creep to be able to kind of push the side lane whilst they're playing elsewhere. Like everything they do on the map enables the creativity. If their map play was weak, then them picking a Tinker carry and having an out support, it would look atrocious. But that is why they're so dominant. And for Extreme, they need to try and find a way to break that confident map play that P-Vision often have.
Or match it themselves, right?
Sure.
They've got the ability to play tempo themselves. We've seen Ame on Anti-Mage pick up Helm of the Dominator. We've seen XM play a co-op that just so heavily focused on killing side lanes. They're capable of doing it themselves.
Yeah, I also feel like we have to address the support duo on the side of P-Vision. We talked about Extreme Gaming already, but Nineclass and Ducalis are such a unique pair, Kazu, with unique heroes coming out.
Like for sure, like Nineclass is maybe like the most, like this is kind of what people expect from the post-4. It's like the most free role in terms of what you can do. You walk around, like people like to make this anecdote of you have this dog chasing a ball, you just gotta let him do what he wants. And I think they do it really well. The map play that you guys talked about, it's Nineclass, it's what he does. And Ducalis, I feel like he's just very stable. People have this meme in pubs that said the Ducalis ABC. When the game starts, you go here, you smoke it 45 seconds, you take this route, you get the first blood. Like these guys, they know what they're up to.
But if you also put Nineclass with a different offlaner, Nineclass also would actually look quite bad, I think.
Yeah.
Because of DM and his stability, Nineclass gets to shine. If DM was a weaker offlaner, and then Nineclass goes to make all these moves, then DM will have a struggle. A different offlaner will have a struggling time. They won't feel like they capitalize on it. So like you need a good offlaner for Nineclass to become the S tier 4.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, that dynamic is paralleled on XG. Like when you have a 4 like Xinkyu, who's
Yeah.
very similar to Nineclass in the sense that he has his own idea of what he wants to do in that early game. Sometimes he will completely sack his offlane. He'll play for his own game. He'll play very greedily. Having an offlaner like XXS, who is very stable and has experience playing with these really greedy Chinese carries, he can do a lot with a little as well.
They're probably the 2 +4 guys who like share the least tangles in lane or like invest the least money to like actually help the guy. Because they're gonna play for their own stuff, but they just make it happen. And like T was saying, like DM's hero pool and the way he wants to play, your Venos, your Necros, Beast Masters, they free up your 4 pretty nicely. And I feel like DM, he has a good experience of playing with people who maybe don't help him too much. So yeah, he's pretty happy with what's happening.
I want to say though that while we do talk about P-Vision support duo and how they're a bit, specific or unusual, people forget that they can play normal heroes too. Like sometimes you think, oh, okay, what crazy 9-class hero is coming out, and he's just a Snapfire or something. Like that can still happen where you're prepared for these Slarks and these Alchemists to come out, and instead they're just going to pick a stable offlane duo, and that could change your plans or warp the way you want to draft entirely.
Yeah. Nineclass is probably the player, like if you try to predict what hero he's going to pick, like you just can't get it. You should play like some 9-class bingo, like 9-class picks Pudge, like you get it off the road and like do some other stuff. Because this guy, I don't know where he cooks up his hero picks. I think it has a lot to do with Astini, like they share and then he tries it in lower MR pops and like then takes it there. So I think it's a really cool dynamic also.
You just have to find a line of where does the respect become a detriment of your drafting, right? And when you go to P-Vision, if you over-respect 9-class, if you overthink like Satanic going to play the Brood or a Tinker, then sure, your draft's going to crumble. I think we've seen it already with the teams where they don't respect the kind of the integrity of their own lineup, right? With Nigma, with Tidebound, they kind of go a little bit too crazy in the draft. For Extreme, they have to draft for themselves and respect the playstyle that will come. Don't try and draft for P-Vision. If we see that today, that's when P-Vision, has the upper hand.
Yeah, so far I feel like Extreme, they have not dropped a single series.
Yeah.
They have very much played their own playstyle time and time again. It doesn't seem like P-Vision doesn't know what's coming for them, because Extreme Gaming has shown what they do time and time again. They just do it exceptionally well.
I think the main difference for Extreme is, even from the interview you just had from Bach, is from Road to now, they feel like another, they've had another change of pace. They're a slightly different team. Like, they're going for Winter Wyve and they have their clinks. Like, they've shown that development that I think both teams are going to have to be ready for something new in this series.
I mean, for me too, I think there's a lot of like really cool things to do. For me, XM and XXS, I feel like they've stepped it up tremendously. Not that they were bad before, but they're like incredibly S tier now. Like, they buy like Lotus Orbs and they reflect Dooms, they refresh their Lincolns to block Dooms and like all the stuff they do. But I do feel like, for me, they're still one of the favorites, but I did see some cracks in their armor yesterday when they played against Tundra. They weren't super clean. Of course, they cleaned it up. They got the 2-0 win, but it's the first time where I saw them like more vulnerable than the earlier days.
I agree. I thought their first game in particular versus Tundra showed that early game vulnerability that they were known for a couple of years ago, where, oh, this team might play a little bit slower, they might play for a later timing, and we can exploit that, we can out-network them. And that's what happened in their game 1 versus Tundra. But they found that comeback, right? With that discipline, they were able to pull off the high ground defense into ultimately winning the game.
Yeah, if we talk about yesterday's series, it was a 2-0 against Tundra for Extreme. How can we learn from the series that P-Vision had yesterday against Heroic? Another 2-0. It felt maybe a little bit easier of a route to this point than Extreme had, or was that more a result of P-Vision just being extra prepared?
It's fair to say that, because the series versus Tundra for XG felt closer than the score looked, whereas the P-Vision one was smooth sailing. They were winning confidently in both games. They just had their strategies on lock. I think that position 4 Monkey King did so much for them. And maybe that's something that can be learned from XG today. They could look at what they want to do with the Monkey King. Do they want to try to take it for themselves, address it within the draft, or just let 9 Class have it?
Yeah, I think critically in game 2, P-Vision had 3 cores that had lane dominating aspects. TA, lane dominator. Phoenix in the off lane in correct matchups, lane dominator. Queen of Pain, lane dominator. Map, early game. And that is the thing. XG, we want them to see scaling and a bit more time to then feel like they come online. So if P-Vision come into this draft with 3 cores that break lanes, armies on the back foot, and we don't get to see that pop-off potential from the mid lane on XG, we could see some problems. And yeah, I think respect the aggression from the cores of P-Vision.
Yeah, like one thing that I could see that XG could take away from yesterday also is that P-Vision, more than any other team, I think they play off of map and vision. Like, that's why they love the Dominator so much. Push the waves, get yourself the vision going on. But also, they are quite greedy in terms of their offlane. Like, if I'm Extreme Gaming, you could look to craft a Disruptor Ursa lane, for instance, against, the Monkey King 4, the Slark 4, the Pudge 4. Like, they don't do much there, so maybe there's something they can take into it. But yeah, if we look at, like, the hero pool comparison, there is a lot of, like, team fight and also offlane focus when it comes to Extreme Gaming. Like, Mars has looked incredible in all of these games.
I see stability on the left and I see chaos on the right.
But for stability, I love what you said about the Mars. I was thinking that XXS has not been talked about enough, because he has had some ridiculous Mars performances this TI. And that is the hero that I want to see him play today, especially if he's going to get slacked. Whatever, just play for Yule's Blink, play make. Be that stable hero for your team. Be that guy that anchors the fight.
Yeah, and like people, they seem to be playing it so well. Like, you have these 4s that just give you all the damage, you lane well. And I mean, XXS's Mars for years has been famous for, the correct builds, the correct items, doesn't feed, just very, very stable players. And their TI not being able to like kill your opponents or you miss smoke ganks, it really gets to you.
That is quite the career indeed. I mean, it's one of the players that we haven't touched upon yet that much. I feel like we talk about him a lot, and we want to always talk about him a lot. And we are going to talk about him a lot, probably in the heroes that he's getting, and also, of course, his counterpart in XM in the upcoming series. But if we want to continue talking about the upcoming series, we should start talking about that first game.
Extreme Gaming versus P-Vision. Game 1.
Here we go. We got Extreme Gaming on the Radiant side for our opening match. We got P-Vision Dire, and it is first pick going the way of Extreme. And I do still want to touch upon that mid lane a little bit, T-Gov, because it is a very interesting matchup. We have a lot of stuff happening on the side lanes, and that's why we talked about it so much, because that's where maybe the unusual things happen, but also that's where the Ame versus Satanic happens. We got the position 4s that are interesting to talk about, but mid, feels like they both got fairly stable mid laners going for themselves.
Yeah, extremely traditional from both XM and No One. They want to be the playmakers. They're playing the spirit heroes. They're playing, the odd shaker, or they just want to be part of the team, part of the game. And of course, when you think about those type of players, it then goes back to the side lanes, unfortunately, where it's how well do they go? Do the supports get freed up? Can they then activate these mid laners that want to be on every rune making the moves? And I love the bans from XG. The fact they go for the Enigma and the Phoenix ban, both offlaners for DM, but they're the offlaners that make the opponent draft for that hero specifically. Like if you pick Enigma, do you have wave clear? If you have Phoenix, do you have Dispel or some type of healing from your support to survive the lane? So get rid of them. Don't force Arme to play a single hero.
Oh, here it comes.
Here it comes.
I mean, it looked good this tournament. Like, Slark has seen a lot of nerfs over the last few months, especially after 4 Slark became so popular because of P-Vision. But this is the one team that didn't really give up on it, regardless of the nerfs. With this hero, you can just play for superior vision, play for D-wards, play for that superior movement during nighttime. Yesterday, I think they ran a Slark plus Night Stalker to capitalize on vision. Maybe they could look towards doing the same.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just like what they want to do. Like they know that, the offlane, it's not necessarily designed to win. You just get your stuff. Then, in the mid game, that's where it really kicks in, the D-warding, the vision. Like you mentioned, like that is what they're going to play through. I do feel like Extreme Gaming, you mentioned the bans. I'm also completely on board. I think it makes the Undying a lot better. Maybe for P-Vision, there is a route also where you could flex the Slark. I think most likely not, but again, it is something that they value a lot. Maybe it's very low chance for it to happen, but you cannot disrespect it at this level of play.
Let's see what is coming afterwards, because with these openings, not much that either team is giving away yet. We have seen the Undying in the hands of XXS, very, very successful. We've seen Nineclass be very successful on his Slark. Not unexpected heroes, but also not heroes that you could really know what route the draft is taking. We got an Invoker ban and we got a Medusa ban coming out for Extreme.
Already? Gone?
No, go ahead, T.
Thank you. Yes. Undying in the offlane, right? No stun, it's no control. Therefore, the Slark is going to feel like he has the free game, right? The ability to just run around, do what he wants, like you already mentioned. But that then gives Satanic more time. Because the Slark support, even if his lane presence isn't the strongest, pulling waves, kind of opening XP for his offlane, when you do want to go D-ward, it's an extra 20-30 seconds of, oh, Slark's here, gotta wait 1 second, hold up. And then Satanic's like, thank you for that extra wave I farmed indirectly because of what Slark is doing. So XG, they need more control and a way to get rid of Slark quickly to then find Satanic.
On that note, I wonder to what extent do they want to address the Slark? Because there are heroes that are good versus Slark that they play. The Leshrac, for example, on XM is something they could run. He's been popping off on that hero. You get that early blink, you punish this hero. You could also choose to address it from the support role with a Disruptor. That hero is a popular pick versus Slark as well. You glimpse back into the Static Storm, but I don't think you want both. That would be over-addressing or over-correcting.
I mean, it's like something I haven't seen enough against P-Vision. They play these like more volatile offlanes, but I haven't seen someone just like double down on this lane. Like you get this Disruptor Ursa, Disruptor Anti-Mage, like whatever, 18 pick your carry, set it up earlier with the 5, because this is most likely the Slark 4 who's gonna do that. P-Vision, get themselves a snap, solid laner, you have low Shredder against the Tombstone if you want, Cookie safe, just overall probably one of the best supports of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I actually have XM in my fantasy, and I get 90% more fantasy points if he's a blue hero. So I do hope it's like a Leshrac or a Storm.
Wait, his Lesh is legit as hell. It's so good.
I mean, it's pretty good here. You see a Snap or a Slark, you don't really care. Just jump on them, kill them. Yep. Blue hero, please, XG.
7-0 record on Snap for Ducalis. I mean, that's also probably because there are so many other heroes people want to ban out against P-Vision that he gets his hands on it time and time again. But that is a phenomenal record as the most picked hero from the tournament. I don't know if it still is, but it was for a long time. The Disruptor coming out on the side of Extreme.
Yeah, exceptionally good hero, right? The fact that we even saw Kotomi yesterday on BB. You get Mana Boots, Blink Dagger into instant Agnum.
Yep.
And then you keep kiting, you keep playing on Thunder Strikes, you're getting vision, you're slowing, you can then glimpse back. Like Slark, as we already mentioned, you want to go in, and then you kind of want to retreat, you want to kind of kite back the fight, buy time, provide information. You get no information. Disruptor will bring you back and kill you. So I think that the answer to Slark is done. Tick, move on. Now start trying to find other heroes to make your draft have good meaning.
Just a quick sidetrack is I remember during Dream Leagues that every time 9 Class got countered by Disruptor, he would just carry iron branches in his inventory, and every time he was staticked, he would just push himself out with a branch, and no Disruptor player expected that. So I wonder if we'll see the same thing happening here.
I mean, we might. This guy knows his matchups because he pops these heroes like a billion times to actually try to make it happen. Rasta is quite interesting here. Shadow Shaman is not a hero we see too often. I feel like it was maybe during one of the more recent PGL Valakias, people played this Warlock Shaman, Undying Shaman quite frequently. It gives you like very good building and early Roach because you drop the Tomb, you drop the Snake. And I mean, I guess overall, it's a good laner. You have people that like bring it to you. You have the fight starter, so more push to back it up. I like it.
I don't know if they want to pick it yet, but it's becoming a very good PL game for P-Vision if they want to get it at some point. You don't care about Undying, Disruptor, Shaman. You just send Illusions. Again, to pick it here with 2 then counter picks for XG might be a bit bold.
And then you would get your last track on 18.
Then you get your last track, exactly. But like, not now, but I want XG to start respecting it potentially in either the next pick or the 2 bans, as I'm already thinking that it's becoming a good game for Satanic to pull later in the draft.
Do you guys want to know what PL's win rate is this entire competitive season?
It's bad.
I looked
It's real
it
bad.
up the other day.
No.
All the games played, it's like 18%.
Yeah.
That's atrocious.
So hopefully not that hero, but honestly, if there's a team that could make it work, it would be P-Vision.
Yeah, okay, so you get the Lycan and, okay, so the puck. So it's on XG to kind of decide, okay, what is more valuable for us? Do we need to close the phase with our mid against the puck, which this is a hero we've seen pop off a lot, especially by GPK, or do you want to do something against the Lycan? You want to like lock in a troll with your Disruptor, like play fast. I think these anti-mages, you don't really want to play that against the Lycan. There's the Ursa option if you want, or do we feel more like this should be the mid hero, for example?
I feel like there's some major problems right now for XG, where to kill a hero, it's the Static Storm, the Shaman jump, but to do that with the Lycan Wolf scouting you, the Slark scouting you, Puck jumping in and out, finding like ways to initiate the fight, XG need to have a really clean like pick off and play. But pick off and play against all of this wave push from P-Vision will be extremely difficult.
Well, that was a 100% win rate troll up until earlier today, but still an incredibly strong hero. How does it fit in here?
It's very strong. It's one of the OG counters to Lycan. You're playing with a Disruptor against a weak 4. You definitely have a recipe for success. You're gonna get an Aegis in this game because you have the Tombstone, because you have the Snakes. Troll is good at it too, so I think XG are quite happy. The problem still exists though, that T mentioned, the puck.
But at least they have a carry that can itemize to be the frontliner. You send him in first. What hard lockdown does P-Vision have to stop the troll hitting the ultimate, right? Like he can stand his ground, which gives Disruptor and Shaman a way to hide in the tree line, wait for the fight to develop, then they use their spells. So I'm looking at Arme to get the early Battle Fury, to get the early BKB, whatever, and then become kind of the forward-thinking player on the team.
Yeah, the way that I see this troll pick is it kind of solves some of the issues that XG had, because so when I look at PV's draft and I see this Lycan plus Puck come out together, I think, okay, this Lycan will protect the Puck, because Puck is picked into 2 counters, Disruptor plus Shaman. These are heroes that have the catch to stop a Puck from popping off. But if you're playing against Lycan and he's throwing his summons at you and you're a Disruptor or you're a Shaman, what do? You don't have the freedom in a fight to lock down that Puck. But this Troll Warlord, if he shuts down Lycan in lane and just makes it so that his entry point into the game is later, then the Puck issue is solved by that, just by extension of Lycan not being able to create the space that the Puck needs.
Yeah, XG just need to hug each other. Yeah. Right? When you look at a 20-25 minute fight, it's be together with the vision, then they're going to look strong. If at any point they break away, have a weak formation, P-Vision will, of course, exploit it.
Yeah, actually, they definitely have this type of lineup where it's like they're gonna dare P-Vision to come to them. Like they're gonna go to a tower, drop the Snake, drop the Tomb, Troll's gonna start hitting, and then it's like, how do you answer?
Yeah.
And that's not the most ideal fight for a Lycan. He wants to like go on your back line, kind of snack on your supports, but they're very good at protecting each other. So XG, they do need an XM hero.
I am enjoying their bans though. They're like, Satanic has a last pick, of course, on the side of P-Vision. Then let's remove his Tinker and his Meepo just to not get anything unexpected out there. And it will be the Slardar coming out. The XM Slardar is a little bit of a classic.
Yeah, and it gives just good initiation to the fight, right? It's if Slardar finds hero with Troll, that's going to be a kill. Slardar plus Shaman with the ultimate from Shaman, another kill, right? It just gives ways to punish if P-Vision are split on the map. So I don't mind it. It is good scaling. Slardar very quickly can become tanky as well with the Aghanims and the BKB. He stands his ground. Yeah, it's a nice way to give XG late game potential and also survivability through the mid game, through pickoffs.
And the last time that XM played Slardar, he had a really interesting build. He went for Helm into Pipe, right? And I think that would be a great game to recreate that, because if you get that early pipe, you're negating a lot of damage coming out of the snap and the puck that PV are dependent on early game. And that helm, you just play versus Lycan's helm. You know, take it back, play that mini game there.
Yeah, Slardar to me is a little bit underrated, like, because I think he does very well, especially with this type of draft. Like Lycan, you amp him, he wants to run at you, he's not going to be able to stand his ground. So P-Vision, what do you want here for Satanic? Maybe some TB? Like, I still think they need high damage, like on the hero. You have a lot of heroes running in, sure, but you need to back it up with something.
We talked earlier about the tempo that we saw Extreme have yesterday. Does the Slardar it sets a high tempo, right? So that kind of solves the issue that they had yesterday against Tundra.
No, for sure. It lanes well against Puck. You have high armor, you have good damage, you're going to be chilling, you're in the river, you're the type of hero your supports can play through. I mean, I must say, I love both drafts. I think PV found a very good last pick for themselves too. I'm maybe slightly leaning towards XG because I just like this idea of the Disruptor with the Troll to shut down P-Vision, but they have what they always want with the map play.
I quickly want to correct, it was XXS that had that build on Slardar, not XM. So maybe from the mid Slardar, you don't want to see the helm too early, maybe the blink into the helm, but I would still love to see that come into play.
Yeah.
I just want to see this game get to like 30-40 minutes.
It will.
Like, XG with levels take great fights. P-Vision, as the game progresses, need items. If they buy the wrong item, fights can get quite difficult. So it's like itemization on P-Vision and scaling will be really interesting to see, while XG is just kind of cruise control. As every minute ticks over, they get stronger and stronger and stronger.
I guess the one thing I would say is XG is dependent on their lanes going very well, and they've drafted good lanes for themselves, but if PV can somehow find a way to get as much as they can, like mitigate that net worth disadvantage that they may have, then the game will be a lot more even, and it's hard to get a good read on it.
And who would you put the pressure on to create the space, basically, for P-Vision to do all that?
I mean, it has to be the Lycan plus Puck duo.
Yeah, I'm looking at them to like kind of like do well early, because it is not that easy. Like for XG, I see them doing well on the lanes. They're going to take the early towers. They're going to get the first ages of the game. They're probably going to have a lead. At some point, PV are going to have to find a way to play the map, stabilize, and win a fight, or kind of at least go even, because they need time.
And the Puck versus Slardar, how is that going to go down? Because shouldn't it be Puck favored, considering his range versus melee?
Slardar going to be chilling. Slardar's going to be chilling.
Slardar loves that match.
Yep.
All right, we are going to head over to the stage, because before we get into this game number one, we are going to hear some words from Coach Estini.
Absolutely. The crowd quite split here on this match. We got a lot of cheers for both teams coming out here. Sir, how are you feeling about this draft here today? Now, I don't know if you watched this, but there was a certain Lycan versus Troll matchup yesterday. Didn't go too well for the Lycan. How do you feel it's going to go this time?
There's a reason our Lycan player is still in the tournament.
Okay, let's relax.
Just better.
Let's relax. Goodness gracious. Very well, very well. Great. Well, it seems like you're very confident about your draft. If you had to rate your draft out of 10, what would you be putting it here? I mean, we got some Puck, we got some Lycan. They do have a lot of lockdown. Did you think you did well?
Yes, I put 9 class in my fantasy with coher kills. So I go for Slark, and I'm pretty confident he's going to make a lot of points.
Fantasy players, get ready to be pogging for this match. Absolutely. All right, my friend, you've had this crowd in the center cheering your name every single time. They go right where you look every time. Thank you so much. Any words to those 5 people standing up right there with those signs in particular?
Yes. Bora caralho.
All right, fantastic. Well, should be one hell of a match by 2 of the most high-skilled teams that we have here today. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Oh, man, this is going to be an awesome game. I cannot wait to hop into this one, Trent. I do real quickly, since we're getting all the players out there around, Dota's best enjoyed with friends, and I need to give a quick little shout-out. I am today on my 10-year wedding anniversary, so I just wanted to give a quick little, I love you very much, wife and kid at home, and I hope you're doing good. We'll be home soon. But we are getting into this match, Trent. I can't wait.
Yes, it's Dota time. The fans are going crazy today. We got a whole section here cheering on XG. I'm sure you heard them there during some of the earlier interviews as well. Very dedicated to the success of their team. So we'll see how well it goes for them here in this draft. Last time these 2 teams met, they haven't seen each other so far this tournament, but a few months ago they did play, and it was P-Vision taking the win 2-1.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, I think that this has been so much stuff changed throughout the course of this tournament, and all of these teams now feel like they have a very different identity than maybe what people were expecting coming into this. And now, you know, if you were to ask me where I would rank these teams going into it, I don't even know if XG would be in the tournament at this point, but they are very clearly becoming the favorites. P-Vision have something to say about that. A very confident Astini going into this.
Yeah, a team that's been gaining confidence for sure as this event has gone on. XG just kind of started dominating and haven't stopped, obviously only losing a few maps through this entire event, whereas P-Vision, it felt like there were some struggles. They were having a hard time enabling their offlane duo and really feeling like they were getting a lot of both of these two picks. And as it's gone on, we're getting more and more of that classic 9 class, which, he's always been the engine that drives a lot of the success here for P-Vision.
He has been, indeed. And I think, too, when you see him having like a good game, finding those courier snipes, disrupting what's going on, and of course in that mid-game window when people are looking for fights, he can be a real menace. Now the flip side of that is that a lot of times it feels like XG are just cool chilling. You know what I mean? And if they're just out farming, is he going to be able to set up for ganks from the rest of his squad to find kills? As DM is going to do some lane shenanigans here, already pulling the wave back behind the tower.
Yes, things one must do when you have a position 4 Slark player. He is well aware of what needs to be done here, as 9 class will just keep lurking around and being a nuisance down there. Maybe hoping to score some of those courier kills, as Astini said, Now, I have a question about this fantasy here. T, he said that if XM plays a blue hero, he gets more points.
Yes, that is true.
What is Slardar? Is that close enough? That's a blue hue for sure.
I mean, it's a little purpley. I feel like it should count a little bit. You know what? I think it tells you what it is when you sign up for it.
Okay. Well, for his sake, I hope it's at least blue.
Absolutely.
Help the guy out.
Gotta be. Mid lane matchup, as we've seen, going to be a little bit tough for the Puck, but he seems to be doing okay so far on No One. And if there's one thing you can count on in this tournament, it's good. No One is likely going to be getting the most out of his lane possible.
Yes, I have decided to dub him the Terminator. I feel like he was away for a while and he came back, but it doesn't, I don't think he aged very much. He kind of looks the same. So I think something's afoot. I think he might have some bionic parts in there that we weren't made aware of, because he just came back and he looks as good as ever.
By the way, that is courier snipe number 1, unless I missed one earlier. So we'll keep our tracks of that.
Man, Astini's a genius. I mean, that's kind of crazy to just throw it on one of your players in the tournament purely for the fantasy points, but when it works, it works.
Yeah, you got to win too. Might be getting them a little bit more. But yeah, this is going to be what you see. Blood grenade, boots, grab the whole wave, pull it back behind the tower.
It's disgusting, truly. And of course, that ward, as being shown by the observers as well, of course, to help you snipe those couriers, right? Makes it all a lot easier. So they've got a lock on this bottom lane. They're so used to doing this.
Then in the meantime, in mid, we're going to see this battle continue on. Up top, there could be some more action going on. You can see Xingqiu contesting this pull from Ducalis, while Undying is sort of battling out in the lane with the Terrorblade. What did you think about that last pick, Terrorblade? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, he's coming for you. At least it got to deliver first.
And, he's even going to get the D word on the camp there as well. Make sure he gets the block back on there, so lots of work. TB, I mean, it's a bit of a classic, of course, especially for Satanic, It is always a game winner hero, right? It has so many things it can offer. It does have the opportunity to play in the early game if your team is up, which is really interesting, right? You can join for pushes, objectives, whatever you want to be there with for the meta. But of course, you've got this mid and late game map control that comes out from Terrorblade that's pretty hard to match from many other heroes. That being said, XG coming into this series, I imagine they'd probably continue their, a little bit slower paced gameplay, but this looks pretty quick for them. And they have had some fast games, but this one looks like it could really get going quick if they get a good lead in these lanes, like the panel was mentioning.
Oh, it never stood a chance. Does he run back down as soon as it shows?
He's pretty far.
No, he's hiding it. Okay, nope, there it is. We'll see if they run down. 9 class instead looks like he wants to stack the camps, which makes more sense. And actually, it taking that ring around the rosy might buy enough time for 9 class to come back in. We'll see what he decides to do. Instead, he's making his way over towards mid. XM does get hit by that, and now a jump in. Only going to be able to find a couple of punches, but the blood grenade isn't enough.
Nice spacing.
Not able to quite find the finish there.
I mean, you're okay with that, though. Obviously, this is a lane that's supposed to go pretty well for the Slardar. Just Puck, over the years, has lost quite a bit of strength in that mid lane overall, but Slardar, of course, has just got buffed and buffed and buffed when it comes to being near water and having the reliability here. It goes for the coil mid.
Does have level 6, though. The jump up is there, able to find a bash, tries to back out, and he's able to play himself out of it. XM, what a player. And X-Nova is going to be the one that draws first blood.
Woohoo! That was nice. Very quick rotation. Disruptor, not always the best hero to come in and save you in the mid lane. Not always something you can count on, but X-Nova makes it work there thanks to some fancy footwork despite having no feet on XM.
Very solid move, and Dream Coil down too, so that kind of opens up some rotations here too if they want to try and pressure Satanic, particularly pre-6. We'll see if there's any movements that come in. These twin gates have been a classic, but when you get your courier sniped, starts to feel a little bit rough.
Gloves and boots? That's really annoying, especially the gloves, obviously. It's an interesting way to try and deal with Ame. I mean, every game that we've had the pleasure of casting of Ame, his heat map is just the bottom lane.
True.
And he stays down here forever, and then his teammates pull the enemy everywhere else on the map. Anywhere else but bottom lane. And Ame just chills down here until he gets his items. And P-Vision have decided to just like kind of let that happen again here, but they're getting the trade of their Lycan also getting very farmed.
Right, he's almost going to have a helm completed, which could turn very quickly into that tower being taken down. So that's something to watch for here, as we are going to see 9 class. Still just level 2, by the way. He's able to do a good amount with that. Finally getting the Wisdom Shrine. Xingqiu taking the other one on the other side of the map. But this is going to be the thing to watch for, is how do they change up their gameplay for Ame? Are they going to still try and keep that pressure on, or are we going to see something where maybe they leave that lane?
It's just this courier.
I know.
It's like trying to find the Northwest Passage, you know? It's just like, where is it, man?
Nowhere to be found. Maybe a bit of a wraparound going on towards mid, though. They were looking for no one there, and, well, yeah, it's not going to be an easy jump.
Well, I mean, the coil back does usually open quite a few opportunities for Puck, right? Puck loves it when you get to catch someone diving your side lanes and you show up, Dream Coil, and turn it around. Not the easiest heroes to do that versus, right? Like an Undying, it can be a little bit risky to go for it if there's any sort of backup. Your Lycan's not really playing the tower anyway, so no one doesn't have this natural accelerant of just defending your side tier 1s that you like to have. But he does have these stacks to accelerate him that 9 class has been prepping for him. So this is also great, of course, just for 9 class, because as a position 4 player, you want to get as many stacks as you can to get that golden XP for yourself.
They miss on one of the sentries. It's just off to the left there. And so XG, after making that rotation with X-Nova, are not going to be able to make any type of substantial kill happen. And this could be an issue as this game goes on. I feel like between a Lycan, Terrorblade Illusions, and now a Slark support, how are you meant to sort of keep vision out on this map for XG?
Yeah, that's a very interesting part heading to the late game too, right? That's you're trying to just deal with wave push and also trying to find these ganks. Your smokes are at a complete premium on XG. You cannot waste a single smoke or it's going to feel awful.
Ducalis hitting that level 6 is now going to come back over this direction, and Ame is a potential target if they can find the right control.
Man, that is a juicy level 6.
Look at this.
I mean, what's the duration? 6.5? Kisses go for what? You got 8 globs. I don't know. It's not bad.
There's a chance.
It's over 5.5 seconds. You get that ulti pop to the right time, he's going to be in trouble, even if he has it.
Well, they're going to realize the danger, and actually leaving that little illusion there of the Slardar scouts out the gank coming their way. They will lose the tower on the side of XG as Ame tries to build into his Battle Fury. And you know, I'm reminded a little bit of that game that we saw yesterday of XG versus Tundra. Tundra started off, got this good beginning lead, and if not for maybe some weird Roche fights, XG could have been in a lot of trouble. And I'm seeing a similar story here. You've got some pretty heavy push potential from P-Vision.
Yes, 100%. I think that would be the conversation I could imagine Astini having before leaving the booth, right? It's just like, you've got to make sure those first objectives are going to be so important because they can take it very quickly on XG, but you can as well on P-Vision.
Moves. The Hex is there, already hit. XM backing out, though, and the Kisses not doing quite enough damage. They will be able to bring down Xingqiu here. But and finding any more than that, well, they'll pop the glyph. Is there going to be any defense here?
Look at this army.
I mean, it's really hard to fight against this. They have the creep there, too. XM already taking a boatload of damage from the creep, from the summoned wolves, and they're trying desperately to keep the tower alive. Will manage to. X-Nova has a glimpse.
It was on CD for quite a while, so he couldn't manage to pull back DM there when he was looking a little vulnerable.
but they do protect their tower.
And the carries just off doing their thing. Satanic's been hitting a lot of jungle creeps. He's back on the lane now with the attention put towards mid. Ame's been farming through the Ancients of the bottom lane like he does every game. Tower or not, he's still confident enough to stand up here.
Well on his way. And then on the other side, it's really XM. The fact that he didn't die there, I think, is really important. Working towards that Blink Dagger, almost has it completed. But do they need to do something to deal with Satanic here? I mean, he is just free farming.
Yeah, I think chasing him just sounds like a bit of a problem, right? It would be nice, obviously, but when the Blink Dagger's up, you could try one smoke at him and try and go for it. It would be nice to have 6 on X-Nova at that point, which is probably why he's here camping mid, trying to catch as much XP as he can here on the tower. So you could go for it once, at least drop some good vision as well. But I imagine that attacking the structures could also be a solid play to go for it too, right? If you get 6 on your Shaman.
Well, the call is there to get back underway. P-Vision versus Extreme, in both teams at this point not putting high priority on trying to find a ton of kills, just 1-1, 11 minutes in.
Oh!
But a nice little move in. X-Nova able to get the deny there on the tower.
You take those little victories when you can as a support gamer, you know?
Oh, yeah.
TP up top here. No one's looking for his first rotation.
Oh, finds it there. Dream Coil down. Satanic in the way as well. They have Tombstone, they have everything, but this is a hard survive. And Exodus actually almost able to sneak his way through the trees, but a kill is a kill.
Yeah, knows he doesn't have a chance there, even if he pops the ulti, so he'll just take the Ceaseless Dirge and immediately go to his Ancients, which are well stacked up here, of course. This was something that we saw from XG where there was not a big priority on stacks really at all. And there was the danger that the enemy could have came and stolen them away. They're going to scout them out here right now.
Looking, hunting. DM about to lose a creep, goes down to X-Nova. Does have glimpse, doesn't have vision.
Is Zinky going to snake these, or we're just leaving these all for Ame, no? All right, this is Ame's piggy bank. They're going to smoke it up here. So what do we have? We got the snakes.
Right under a wolf, though.
That's not good. We got the Stack Storm. I think Zinky pinged it, so this is your Satanic hunt that you're hoping for as an XG fan right now.
It didn't turn green, though. They just barely walked past it. Is there any way that they actually managed to find Satanic up to the east side? Doesn't look like it.
No, he's out. So they can use this with the Helm of the Undying to just push the tower, so it's not too bad. They'll even drop the big bad snake there, too.
Was wondering if maybe they thought he ran to the gate, but instead ran out to the other side, and they're going to cut through the twin gate.
Instantly scanned by 9 class, who still walks over here, by the way. Puts a ward on the side.
Okay. Whoa, what?
Oh,
he planted the tree!
He did the tree
oh, 9 class.
It's so insulting.
You sneaky, sneaky fish.
You scan that they're there. You ward and walk in anyway, and then you do the tree plant escape. He's done this already, too, while we've been casting him as well.
Dude, he was so ready for that.
Unbelievably ready. And his ward's going to live.
That's crazy.
I feel sickly watching that.
So we take a quick little replay.
Let's sum this up for people. So you see how there's this thing called the kinetic field, all right? He's going to plant a tree. It creates a collision box with his own hero. One can stay, one has to go. Hero goes outside the kinetic field. Amazing.
Breaks the game.
Blows your brain just like that. It's like, whoa, I can't see a thing.
Now, 3K gold lead now, and Helm Slark is done.
Then you watch Slark pick up a creep.
All right, I'm not sure if I'm prepared for what's going to happen in this game, Trent. I don't know. I don't know if anybody is. We've still got a Battle Fury Troll, which has been an indomitable force in this tournament. But I got to say, the Terrorblade is pretty spooky in this one.
You're not wrong. I mean, it's a classic for a reason, right? It gives you many, many choices.
Tukalis nearby with 9 class DM. They know that this Ancient stack is being taken. Do they want to come and contest it? They're moving into position. Vision down. XXS, what do you have in the tank? XM is there too. It looks like they're going to back out, seeing that everybody's there.
Guys, that was just one Helm creep.
I see another one now. DM takes away the big old
He's getting so
Ancient
many.
Black
He's
Dragon.
getting all the bounties. Like, his fire pool just destroyed so many Ancients.
Now they move in, want to take that down, but Ame is a little bit too far forward, forced to pop the ultimate, in a ton of trouble. They do have control over Puck, though. Do they have enough damage to kill him? Yes, they do. The Snake, it's doing work, but it's not doing enough to save Ame.
And the dragon lives.
Dragon still alive. They will take out one more creep with the big snake, but this is the power of P-Vision right now.
I mean, how much effort did they put into the first neutral there, and then the second one? Right? Like, they're fighting this just massive army being provided here by DM, and then at least they're able to get the catch there onto no one, thankfully for them, but then immediately losing Ame is really going to hurt their scaling.
Man. Very difficult moment here to try and figure out how you deal with this, because it's really, they need Ame to kill the creeps, and even for him, it's not quick.
No, it's certainly not yet. And he's going to need that defensive item to try and deal with the silence there from the puck to ensure that he can actually play his game. I mean, usually 9 class has been going for these like early orchids, but because of the existence of Helm, we're getting that instead. So at least that gives him a little bit more breathing room, perhaps, for Ame.
2-3 and a 4K gold lead as Undyne working towards the Shivas.
That's all, obviously, it's very nice versus Lycan and all the units. You're going to get a lot of benefits from that, and the various healing that you're going to have going on there too. But it's not really like a game changer item.
No.
It doesn't really change the flow of things too much. You're going to have to look to that from XM, and he's hoping to just get to his his BKB after the Blink and Shard.
And on the other side, with just this swarm of creeps, P-Vision start to do some pretty massive amounts. I was wondering if we were going to maybe see something like a Crimson Guard out of XG for XXS.
Yeah.
Still could go back for it later on. Obviously, tremendous value when you've got all these summons you're dealing with and the Terrorblade illusions.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard choice for his itemization, I'd say. Getting them all eventually would be great.
Yeah.
As we do, Slider, at least he is really good at this, right?
Yeah.
Like, if there's an isolated Helm creep, he can deal with it very quickly, which is something that we have seen a lot of heroes struggle with, particularly any support heroes. But being able to grab those is a nice gold boost for you if you can guarantee they're actually going to die.
Absolutely. And I mean, you can see though that when you have all these summons, the answer for you is just start taking objectives.
And they're going to scout this out here with 9 classes creep as well. This is something that the Radiant can do very quickly as well. They have a Slider, they have a Troll Warlord, they have Snakes. Dire are not even choosing to bring Satanic. He's coming now. But they started this without him.
A little bit late. XM could go for a big jump if they want, but they drop the coil to start. Backs out, kisses out. How much do they have left in the tank? XXS, there's the Tombstone down. Kinetic Field and a Static Storm to back away.
I mean, there's no Ceaseless Dirge here. If he dies, he's going down.
And the Dragon is chasing and not quite going to fully commit for that one. So Roche still up. It's not even below halfway HP. Can they come back in here and contest? I mean, Ame is not even in the fight.
You got Blink Slider, you got Blink Zinq. Is he feeling a little crazy, perhaps? I don't think so.
I mean, they smoke back up again, maybe trying to take a fight once this is all over. A big get, though, for P-Vision.
This might be one of those hope they split up immediately after taking Roche, right? Yeah, exactly, like this. No one comes down to push the wave, and they try and catch him here because they have the Blink on the Shadow Shaman. This is going to be your answer. So Ame's going to drive him back. They're going to catch no one under the tower.
Looking. Zinq, they need to get vision first.
Oh, he knows.
Does he? No, jump in. Hex is out, and they got him. The TP, that one probably needs to be canceled, although he did have the Aegis. Are they going to try and do something? They jump on through, 9 class, trying to keep his buddy alive, and they're able to back away on that puck. Ame caught, Cookie connects. Is there any follow-up, though? It doesn't look like it.
Beautiful. Very well played here from XG. You take away all the advantages of that Aegis.
In the mid lane, they're hunting a little bit onto the Undyne now. They jump Dream Coil in the mid lane, finds him for a moment. He does not look like he needs to actually worry that much. Instead, Zinq, he jumps and finds the puck. Static Storm down, also connects on a 9 class. They might try and pull him back in here, but they do manage to get that kill. Back and forth we go.
That's a nice swing for XG, though, right? Like, you lose the Roche like that, but then you quickly dismantle the Aegis, get rid of that as an issue, take a little free pick there onto the Slayer because he kind of has to play a bit of interference to ensure that no one escapes. Very good for them, as they're going to have to try and start pumping more gold into Ame. He is now 3rd on the board here and working his way through the jungle. Just trying to get a Manta into a BKB. Not necessarily the biggest, like, feel-good items, but it's Troll Warlord, right? As long as he gets his ulti off, he's going to have the damage.
Just saw in the mid lane, while this is Ame's farm, it's also XM killing another one of these Helm creeps. It's been a really, really good answer so far, it feels like, in a way. He's still a bit behind, though, in terms of the net worth for the Slardar.
Well, it is time for the next objective of Dota 2. Can I get a Tormentor?
The Tormentor gonna go down. And easily picked up for P-Vision. 9 class now having access to the Depth Shroud.
Oh, good.
and that's the one that really can start to make things difficult to play around.
Because he wasn't annoying enough already, so that's
Is he
great.
gonna get another one? Oh, no, he's not going for it on XM. Working towards that BKB.
Yeah, this tier 1 tower is still very healthy in the mid lane right now for P-Vision. That's a helpful one to have. Keep this big forward vision on the map right now.
So one other thing that I'm a little bit concerned about for the side of XG is that I believe this is Terrorblade most of the way towards a butterfly at this point. And Troll is still queuing up into a BKB after the Manta.
Yeah.
There could be some timings in here where Satanic is very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the high armor is annoying enough, but paired with evasion, plus the additional bonus armor he's going to have from Butterfly fully completed, it's going to be a bad time.
See if there are any changes that come up with the build, or if Ame is just going to have to stick to it. In the meantime, Lycan also gets an AC. Man, this timing is going to be nuts.
Yeah, it is a very powerful timing. Butterfly plus AC. You have this Depth Shroud. XXS is trying to counteract it by getting the Shard finished up on the Undying. So maybe if someone is, in trouble, he can try and get a big save onto that during the kisses, during the coil or something.
And for both of these teams, a win here would just be so huge for them. And guaranteed moving on, and obviously a ton of love within the crowd for both of these orgs, as we've heard multiple times throughout this event. But very much one of those windows right now where P-Vision, if they can find the right fight, feel like they can really put the screws.
Kala's put a crazy ward down here. This big aggressive smoke. Trying to catch up to X-Nova.
X-Nova underneath a ward, TPing out, and does manage to escape. Out they go. So 3-3.
XXS. He's going to walk away from the team as they're going to smoke up here. Kind of shadowing Ame a little bit. Maybe hoping that P-Vision are going to think about Potassium. Crowd is generating power here with the wave.
Oh, we do have a little wave going through the crowd a little bit as well. Oh, wait.
A little bit of hydro power here, trying to help out. I like this. This is good. And they will take down that tier 1 tower mid. So, it's kind of painful. I'm not going to lie to you to smoke for that, unless it gets a kill in 9 class. Not quite. Because they basically smoked to kill a tier 1 mid.
Yes.
Which doesn't feel great versus Slark, Lycan Wolves, a couple Helm of the Dominators. You really need these smokes to make your way across the map. But it does open things up a little bit more and just create a little bit more mystery for P-Vision, so they don't have this giant beacon of knowledge in the center of the map.
Yeah, you got to take that one out as quickly as you can. A tough situation now, again, for XG. If they want to try and make another move, it feels like every time they're just completely scouted out immediately.
And that's the
full butterfly.
Butterfly and the finished BKB. That's what I was trying to figure out if that was done too for no one. That's a powerful timing. So if they want to kill this puck, it's going to come down to XM, right? That's pretty much it.
Oh, and 9 class hunting around. Spots X-Nova. Can he push him to the low ground with the effect? No, not going to happen. So X-Nova in some trouble. Going to fall here. And the area in which XG is allowed to play grows smaller and smaller.
Yeah, still just holding meta right now in Satanic, but I mean, he's got the Demon Seal. That's what's so nice about the Shard, right? Just use that for your smaller pushes, but when like the big fight comes, you can fully commit with meta.
The butterfly pushes. We saw 2 games in a row of it with that Medusa in the last series from Ghost. Is Satanic going to be able to replicate a similar type of strategy? Get butterfly, walk down lanes before there's an answer.
Jeez, they just really ignored XXS, huh?
Oh, yeah.
They just had no cares for that guy. He's walking up, throwing his Shiva's guard out. They're just like, you are so not worth it, man.
I mean, they see Ame there underneath some wolves. So understanding that he's in the area, are they going to try and mount any type of a defense here? Success steps forwards, throws out some decays, a quick little jump through, a stun onto Satanic, maybe a chance here for a fight.
Okay,
do they want to jump onto Satanic though, really? Slowly, steadily, Static Storm down, now a hit, a few more, but they don't have any vision, they can't find him! This walks away!
A little Depth Shroud save there.
Oh no! Can't get on top of him, and now, with Kisses raining down, they're not doing a ton, only Disruptor has gone down so far.
That was not looking good for P-Vision either, right? You see that ulti coming, you're like, oh, they've done it, right? They jump in, Satan's getting low, but then just
9 class.
able to back it away with 9 class. There's a reason this is his signature support hero.
We did see that Leshrac ban that the panel was talking about that could have been a solid fit for this, taken away in that final stage. You think about how different this game could have looked if they were able to get a hold of it.
It feels like there's no winning, though, because it also just feels awful to commit so much in your draft to this thing.
Yes.
It's like roaming 4, you know? Like, you have to think about all these other matchups that are happening in the game.
There's a reason that he excels on his heroes. So, another couple of towers taken. There's still one more tier 2 tower on the bottom lane that XG are trying to hold on for, and well, XM actually gonna get jumped on again. Xingqiu is nearby, able to find a Hex onto the puck, but the Eul Scepter lift up, there's not an easy way out of this one. The crush, but the damage, it keeps on coming. Satanic with the amplified damage destroys XM.
Yeah, and with that meta pop right now, he is gonna annihilate this tower. They're thinking about marching on here.
I mean, what's the answer? You don't have much on XG.
I mean, with an amplified damage, who could resist this?
I mean, this is an easy step up. And, you know, you think about other games. Where's the Magnus? Where's the tiny tossback? There's nothing here to defend this high ground right now without fully committing. The Tombstone is down. That's gone in an instant. XXS, no answers, and Satanic is too damn big. A full set of racks done, P-Vision. They are not playing for the late game.
No, and there's no chance of a chase down here either from the side of XG. They're going to be able to back away as P-Vision, reset, and 9 class, he's going to know there's a ward here as well as he steps up there. But it just means that they can back away, reset, go to Roche, set up there. And the side of XG, they're just waiting, right? They're waiting for Amin to get these items to feel like he can maybe do something. And he's going to need the most perfect fight as Troll Warlord here, set up by his supports.
Can they do it? I mean, you're still looking for another couple items on Ame before he finishes off that MKB. He's going to have to go with just the Demon Edge now. And they are heading into an area that could potentially turn into a full fight.
All right, we'll see. How does the Depth Shroud play out in this one? Maybe they can get 9 class first. Maybe they get a Blink Hex onto this puck. Maybe that's how they start this fight.
I mean, they walk up there and they take the Watcher, and that immediately alerts P-Vision to the fact that they're in the area. Roche, 28 seconds until it's going to be back up again. And it looks like they're going to have to back away again on XG. Has a single smoke of theirs worked? Like, they haven't been able to get anything.
Well, they only have 3 kills, so it's... Hey, you know what? They got that tier 1 tower mid.
That's true.
Skelly Bros doing work.
It can't run away from you. Hit the towers.
That's right. As we have some Warpine Raiders here scouting out the pit. Friends, even on opposite sides of the battlefield. Truly a beautiful sight to see.
Well, Roche is up. And now the question, as XG, are you going to come and contest this? The Warpine Raider scouts them out, sees that they're in there, can start doing it. We're also only a minute away from Roche switching sides.
Lycan Wolf is running through them, though, right now.
I mean, oh, it's so hard to make this happen. There's a disarm. Ame is on the other side of the freaking world right now. He's not getting involved in any of this. He will TP now.
And they're smoking.
Okay.
All right, what's the start? Who are we going on?
An opportunity here. Shiva's guard to show what's going on. Roast below, half HP. XM jumps in. Gank the creeps. Charlie, it will take you to victory.
It is the least maneuverable unit.
It is so hard to get anything done.
All right, hold on.
Wait, he got it.
He's got the MKB in time.
Oh, they bought enough time, and Ame starts hitting, but no, the wolf is in there. They know about this, and now they start throwing the kisses. Ame, are you big enough? Are you bad enough? Can you take it down now?
Oh.
You disgusting fish! He got it, steals it away, and only they can look on in shame.
Oh, he's still alive.
He's not even dying. Ban this hero. I don't want to see it anymore. Unbelievable.
It's a wise man once said, that's a hard fish to find, Lyrical.
Oh, he's so good.
Even his teammates know how good. Just tip, tip, tip.
And of course, the damage coming in from the whole rest of the squad. 3-8, 16,000 gold lead.
I can't carry on after this.
Oh no!
After seeing that snatch, like if I'm X, that's me. I'm just XXS. Just take it.
Dead on the screen, and P-Vision ready to not just end this game, but break their spirits. P-Vision come in, completely destroy XG.
You know, there were some questions. Like, who's going to have the edge here this early game? You know, which team could run this game down a little faster than the other? Well, we got our answer.
Oh, yeah.
It was, in fact, P-Vision who very quickly, you know, there were still some chances there. You're like, okay, you know, they're looking for this animization. Get the MKB. Maybe Ame can get that perfect fight. Troll Warlord, a hero that's obviously had some pretty crazy games so far. He's not doing too well today.
No, it has been a bit of a rough one for the troll picks indeed. And I think some of it is just this answer of these like agi carries that are coming in, buying a butterfly, and just walking high ground. And we've not seen answers to it. I mean...
oh, yeah, there they are.
Oh, they're ready. They're feeling it. The crowd is into it. Feeling the love for the P-Vision squad, and still a lot of games left to be played, but that was a statement.
There's still a loud segment over there. The XG fans, I know they'll be back. You know, game 2. There's, of course, some chance to regroup here. So we'll see what XG can try and find. I mean, they did change up, I would say, a little bit from their more common game plans. Like, again, they've had some faster games, but this one looked like they were really trying to hit something a little bit quicker, and it did not quite pan out for them.
Man, what a freaking amazingly dominant display from P-Vision as they take game number 1.
This was slaughter, or rather, actually, can you even have a slaughter when the kill count is as low as it was? It was just calculated and cool, Kezu. This was just P-Vision in the driver's seat from the get-go.
Yeah, it was just very slow from like maybe even start to finish, right? But XG didn't really get to do what they wanted, like do well in your lanes. Didn't really happen. I would say P-Vision, they got everything that they wanted. They got the 9-class Slark, he got through the lane, the DM Lycan, he got through the lane, Satanic got to farm all the game 2 on his TV, so I feel like XG, they really fell flat in this game.
Yeah, I think XG's draft were very dependent on these lanes going well because that was their entry point into the game. That Lycan would have a slower timing, that they'd be able to play without their supports getting completely crushed by the wolves, but every time they tried to go on this fuck, that Lycan just covered for him so well. He just ate that backline.
I mean, it feels like one of those games where if XG don't have any kills to their name, it never compounds to a little bit of tempo. A kill was a Roshan, a kill was a tower, a kill was anything, any purpose. That's the whole point of Dota. And for P-Vision, the fact that they just kind of stall the game, chill, take the fights they want to take, reset, it makes it so much simpler. Like when you look at Puck, Slark, Snap, Lycan, Terribly with Illusions, like every single hero has a way to wait for the fight because the lanes are always shelved.
9-class is such a nuisance, this game.
Yeah.
Like, we're watching, and I'm just looking at this Slark in all of these highlights, but he was just running circles around them. He was dewarding, he was drawing attention, he was forcing spells, he was pushing himself out of kinetic fields. Like, he showed us why so many teams just hate playing against Slark and why they've been banning it for so long.
Yeah, and he also did the cool Treant or the Iron Branch play against Disruptor that you mentioned. He would be already ready for everything.
Yeah, and here they also, like, they did the Dominator. He had his creep in the pit that showed them vision without Extreme Gaming being able to see the Wolf. And you'll see later his entire team is tipping him because not only did he do that, he jumped in, he snatched the Aegis for his team. I mean, likely they would have won without this play too, but this was really like the nail in the coffin. And I'm a little bit worried for XG because I like the idea of this Disruptor and the Troll. You play fast, you try to shut down the Slark, which is one of his weaknesses. But even that, it didn't damage them at all. They just fully free-farmed in their offlane.
Already we see from the stats, right? XSS, right? A statement offlaner that we've been praising a lot so far in both the Road and the playoffs. What, 0-3 there on the Undying?
Yep.
Like, you first pick the Undying, it feels reminiscent of Nigma. They first pick a Nature's Prophet, the draft kind of comes crumbling down, the Prophet becomes one of the problems. Undying, it's a first pick, and down the line, it's like, brother, you got 1 assist. It's like, imagine if this game you had the Mars or the Centaur, any other hero to facilitate the initiation, the fight, and you weren't hoping the fights around you. That's why P-Vision stalled out the game, right? Do you really want to run into a 15-minute offlane Undying? Of course not. Wait for 25 minutes, you can poke them, but when you want to break the game, you're already outscaling the Undying that never found the correct fight.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer for XXS to be on a different hero in the next game because I think you want to shut down Satanic. Like playing against Undying, it's very tailored what this hero is going to do. He's going to decay you in the lane, but he doesn't pressure you on the map because, yeah, I feel like P-Vision, they just got to do what they want. Play on the map. 9 class, very deserving MVP on the Slark, did everything he wanted to do, succeeded with it because this was quite easy for P-Vision.
Yeah, it felt easy,
Yeah.
and I want to know in how much, to a degree, this is very impressive for P-Vision, which it was, and I do not want to take anything away from that. But at the same time, I can just imagine myself being the meme and poking Extreme with the pick, do something. Is that unfair to say?
I mean, maybe a little bit, because I think like something happened in the lanes. I didn't quite get to see what happened, but their safe lane with Troll Disruptor not going this well, not being able to play through there, and also the Slark 4 making the first move to help no one mid to like pressure XM. I feel like there's a lot of things that didn't go how they had planned that then made it harder to then do what they wanted to do.
It's not like they lost lanes, they just needed them to go better because the lanes were even and then higher after they went to the jungle. Like suddenly Lycan was left to his own devices. He got that bot tower early. That whole part of the map becomes open. Like maybe they should have focused more on just playing bot and shutting down that Lycan because when you look at that draft, that's probably what needed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
That's what created the issues with the map and the lane shove and not being able to take fights clearly. Like if your two supports are Disruptor plus Shaman, how do you make a move? How do you clearly take a fight when enemy Lycan is just going to eat you?
I mean, you could also do something if you got the Aegis, right? 9 class stealing it. Sorry, but there goes tempo as well, right? Like you take that gives you so much more.
Like this just going here, if you go to the draft, you wanted to shut down this Lycan, that's what you picked for, but look at the GPM, look at the net worth at minute 7. Lycan is about to have his helm completed, he's 600 gold ahead of the Troll. Like this is what, Troll and Disruptor, they want to win their lane, they want to play forward, you want to go through the gate to your offlaner. We didn't see any of that. So P-Vision did some really cool stuff in the early game, they must have, because otherwise you don't have this net worth in this matchup. It is impossible.
I mean, we heard how confident
Just better.
How confident Estini was and his Lycan players. Like, you'll see why we have the superior Lycan player. And I think XG are going to think to themselves, let's not give this hero away. It's creating too many problems. Shutting down lane is not enough. We might not even do that, if anything.
Yeah, and then Kezu, there was one moment where we already thought it was going to be over before that last Roshan fight, when we did see P-Vision pushing high ground for the first time on that bot lane.
Yeah, I just do want to show like how nicely they do it. Of course, they are up 10k gold, but so the thing is, it's just such a low kill game. Like it's 3 versus 6, but you have the amplified. Like look at all the buffs. You have a Solux, you have an AC, you have the Thunderhide hiding below, and everyone else they're just making sure. Satanic, he just pushes on his own. He even puts an illusion. Give yourself the vision. So if you're extreme gaming and you find yourself in this position, like what do you like? Look at this tombstone. You can just feel the frustration. You just pop it in front. I mean, Satanic, he's just gonna snag it up. They take the free racks and they chill and go back. So if you're extreme gaming, this is the type of moment that you cannot let have happen like this easily. You need to do better early on in the game.
Yeah, that was some free real estate coming out for P-Vision. And it does make me wonder that if a game happens like this, and it's, in terms of kills anyway, a stalemate, what do you do? Because someone is going to get ahead from farming, and do we feel like already Extreme knew that they were getting out-farmed Tikov? Was it the nature of their draft, potentially?
Yeah, I mean, I've already mentioned the Undying, but if you want to have a stalemate game, you need to make sure that at the point in which the stalemate breaks, the fight is easy to follow through, right? With a Lycan, you have the backline, the puck, you have a jump. Undying, it's like you need kills to feel good. So again, I want to repeat it. Extreme, coming into this next game, I don't want to see them first pick an Undying. I don't want to put themselves in this position where P-Vision can identify that a Slark and map play means you will overcome the aggression. Like, Undying's very predictable, very strong, but predictable. You cannot be this predictable. It felt kind of easy mode for P-Vision in the draft.
Maybe a big part of that also is just having XM on Slardar mid. He is one of the best Slardar mid players. We've seen him play it a lot over the years. But when you think about the heroes he's typically played that he's shown on this tournament, it's like the Queen of Pains and the Leshracs. He has carry ability, he has pop-off ability. He's not just there to enable his troll or set up kills. He's something that can get a rune, rotate to XXS's lane, make pressure on that enemy safe lane, open the tower. His hero just did not allow him to do that in this game.
Yeah, and we must remember that for this first game we had, it was Extreme that had first pick. They went for the Undying. The answer coming out from P-Vision was the Slark. And we thought maybe Extreme's got good plans to deal with this hero, but it seemed like 9class had quite the field day. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Shira. Yeah, he had a really good game for sure. Fantastic game for Slark. This was a hero that was very popular with him 3 or 4 months ago. It actually got the hero nerfed, but what the main little refresher for what it does, you get vision. Now you know when people can see you, basically using a buff on your little bar, so it's very easy to kill observers. And what this basically does is it makes it very hard for high-level players to predict where their opponents are going to be, because normally they have a little bit of ward vision at least, and that ward vision is going to make sure that they can protect their heroes, they can have efficient farming patterns, that they die less, that they get more kills. All those things really combine to big advantage. And 9class can basically play really aggressive for most of this game because of Dark Pact. Here's that really cool Static Storm kill that they had against him. This should be a 100% surefire kill, but what he does is he puts himself at the edge of the kinetic field, and then he puts a tree basically right here, and because he was on this spot, it forces him out. It's one of the only ways to get out of this ability, so very difficult to do, but the fact that he got out of this and stayed alive means he's still on the map, getting farm, getting gold, creating Helm of the Dominator creeps. I don't even focus on his Helm of the Dominator in these creeps and in these clips, because this whole time he's using it to doubly scout. He can go spot for heroes. He's going to use the nice puck orb with some vision to get an observer ward here. This means that now Extreme Gaming have to make more risky initiations to go into the Roche Pit, because they don't necessarily have vision of how close it is to die. And that Centaur dies before it gets close. So ultimately, P-Vision just gets advantage after advantage, knowing that they're going to be able to start the fight on their terms. In this case, Slark escapes once again. Just a cascade of things that are really, really effective for P-Vision. They even get the shard, luckily, which worked out extremely good as the game continued. But before that, take a look at this map right here. Look at the vision that they're forced to play with. Extreme Gaming basically planting these wards. These are the ones that all these 2K MMR players plant when they're losing the game. Not high-level players, but they felt they had to do it this game because there's a Slark. He's going to be able to find those wards if they're somewhere else on the map. They're not going to be able to protect them, and then they don't even get ward vision anyways. So very, very difficult for them to play, but definitely the most crucial fight, I think, was this one here, where they got the BKB finished on Troll. They jump on Satanic on the Terrible, and take a look at the vision from Extreme Gaming side. There's the Hex. They're going to do his full Static Storm and a Kinetic Field, and they go on him with BKB Troll, but that shard from the Slark just makes him completely invulnerable during this time period. So they get a full disengage. The full BKB is wasted on 2 of their cores and all of their ultis. Just a really catastrophic team fight, all because P-Vision Slark did such a good job this game.
Thank you very much, Purge. That seems like I have a very easy solution, Kazu, for the upcoming ban Slark.
I mean, it is a problem,
Surely.
right? Because you have to ban so many other heroes too. But I love the clips because it just shows you that there's so many things that it's hard to spot as a spectator, but you can feel it in the game. You know your wards are dying. They have TV illusions pushing. There's a Dominator here. There's a Slark taking out all your other wards. So for the next game, I think for XG, they need to find an answer for this Ghost push. Maybe you take it yourself or combo it with having a playmaker on XXS in the offlane, because something needs to change.
XG are a structured team, right? Slark is the best hero to break a structured team. Just ban it. Easy.
Yeah. Then we're going to find out what they're going to ban, of course, in the game that is upcoming. But before we are going to watch game number 2, we are going to watch another short film contest. Contestants, it is time for Dream Team.
Dire victory.
Thank you very much for that one. Another contender, of course, will be keeping them coming the whole weekend. And in the end, we will be having a champion, the best one. I hope you you have your favorite one in mind already. In terms of this series, we had our favorite in mind. And I think it was a little bit split in the panel, which normally insinuates, okay, the series might be fairly even, T-Gov. That was a grim look for game one.
Yeah, pacing is just critical. And I think P-Vision, they were a little bit, it felt slower maybe in the road. And at least in this first game, it has shown that they've changed that a lot. Maybe Extreme weren't expecting that. They weren't expecting P-Vision to be as fast-paced on every hero. And when I say fast-paced, I don't mean kills, just to be clear. I mean the speed in which they scale to which you don't really want to fight them, right? Because again, you might think, oh, it's only 6 kills at 20 minutes, but the way that P-Vision just choked the game out with, Purge highlighting the Slark, the way that they didn't overplay their hand, these are the things that stop Extreme ever feeling comfortable. And we've identified multiple things, right? It's the mid Slardar, it's the offlane Undying. There's very clear things to improve on for Extreme.
I mean, I underestimated, because I favored XG going into the game. I think I heavily underestimated the ghost push and what is going to happen if you don't do well early on in the game. So that's what I feel like. I don't know, Effie, do you feel like there's something else that we missed that they should change for this upcoming game?
I mean, for XG, I think they just need to draft teamfight as well. There's no way. It was a very one-dimensional draft, which works if your dimension happened, which was you stomp the lanes, you shut down the Lycan. If that doesn't happen, what's your re-entry into the game? They didn't have that plan B. And I think making a plan B is quite simple because they have really wide hero pools on their players. It's not like they're one-tricks on XG. Like, instead of having a Slardar mid, all of a sudden you can have an incredible damage dealer in Leshrac, for example. Instead of having an Undying, what if you have a Centaur who can set up kills for you earlier on? What if you have a Mars who can play with the Leshrac?
Yeah. And
just go down that path.
And even with developing that, when you think about the bans, we spoke about, Slark ban, Monkey ban. Imagine in a lot of those clips that we saw, or if there's a Monkey support there, without the Depth Shroud saving the Terrorblade. Like, the game's so different, because as much as we hype Slark up for the Vision game, the save is insane. Yeah. Like, unless you have AoE damage and a way to burst, again, like a Leshrac or something, that has to be respected.
I also think the Lycan is a big problem. Like, this hero to me was the really big problem here because it stopped so much of their potential playmaking. Like, I mentioned it a few times already, so I feel like I'm really being annoying about this point, but when your supports can't comfortably enter a fight and disable heroes for you, unless you have disable coming from anyone else on the team, you can't make plays.
Yeah, it also hurts you twice as much when you actually pick to shut him down, but then in the game he's like, no, he's like top net worth, you lose the lane even though you're supposed to win it. Because this is not the type of game we usually see from XG, but at the same time, I have to praise P-Vision, like also for their bans. I believe Mars was taken out early on, like maybe also forcing like something else happening. And I believe the Leshrac was also last phase banned. That is a hero we did want to see. So if you're XG, maybe you need to up your priorities on a couple of these heroes. Maybe you 18 pick those. Try to get it early in the draft before it can get banned out. Because, I'm just looking for a new game to also make sure that, they should feel still very great, like the way they got here. They're an incredible team. So show it to us in the next game.
But they have been in this position before, right? Against Spirit, they had the same style of game where it was kind of low kills, Spirit kind of hit that stride, shut them out, and then they adapted and they won the game free to win the 2-1 in the series, right? So it's not as if this is the first time a dominant team has been winning every game and then, wow, a slap in the face, wake up, right? Like, they've been here before during the tournament, so I am expecting them to have the correct adaptations, and of course we'll have to see it in the draft.
But what adaptations are you creating? Because one of the points that we were making was that P-Vision, they have a lot of different styles. If you're adapting to their Ghost Push style, their Vision style that they played last game, they could bust out easily one of their cheese drafts.
I mean, in the time they have, minus Slark, everything's then playable. That's how I see it, because again, you don't have time to adapt to everything, but with how much you've done, like how regimented they are as a team, if you have Slark on the enemy team, you're asking to lose. Like, XG will never beat this hero. The way that I see them playing and the map state, if XG play into Slark, I just don't see them beating it.
Well, this is where experience might come into play for Extreme. I'm sure there's been plenty of talks on how to adapt in game number 2. Of course, P-Vision only one win away from being top 3 here at the International. Let's see if they can do it, or let's see if Extreme has been able to figure out what to do next.
Extreme Gaming versus P P-Vision. Game 2.
This time around, we did change it up a little bit. We got Extreme still on the Radiant side, P-Vision on Dire, but first pick going the way of P-Vision, and that means Extreme Gaming gets overall last pick, and we do have some adaptations. Slark left in the pool, by the way, but we do have a change up with the Monkey King making it through. This was one of the bans that Extreme went for in the previous game. They get their hands on it now, and an answer coming with the Disruptor from Extreme.
They looked so good on their Monkey King yesterday. They played it 4, and it's very similar to Slark in that it will provide vision. It's going to buy that helm, give you that ability to push lanes, and also just roam the map early on. And if I was going to pick a hero that's more problematic between the two, right now I would say it is Monkey King, because the flex to core that exists on Monkey King is much stronger than the flex to core that exists on Slark.
Based on the draft position as well, opening with Monkey King is stronger in position. Like, you want to react with a Slark, so I can see why, because Extreme is second pick, they didn't ban out the Slark. I fully respect that. They might, again, down the line, but based on this, it makes full sense that Monkey's available.
I would also say that both teams should be happy, because like you're saying, Monkey King is the same archetype, and I agree with the flex, especially against XM. Sure, he has a couple heroes that would be good against the Monkey King mid-later, but you can also ban us out with the Leshrac again. We touch on it. This hero is very strong. Would like to see that on him, but I still like that they do go back for the Disruptor. Like, it is still the idea of what you want to do against P-Vision, it's still there. I feel like there was something in the lane and some of the execution where P-Vision just really had their number, so the fact that they run it back, I'm happy with it.
Will XG respect Lycan with the single ban they have available?
Yes.
I hope so. I mean, they could have this idea to run maybe Disruptor plus Ursa instead of Troll, because Ursa will play on an earlier timing on that Troll, and they won't be locked into farming for 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah. No, I like the point of banning it. I believe it's also somewhat set up. You did take out the Beast and the Enigma in the first phase. From their side, they do only have one ban that they're able to throw in on this stage, so you kind of set it up to be able to only put it on the Lycan to secure your lane.
They also pick out a phase.
Just kidding.
So potentially they want to get their hands up. No, and they don't. They want to get the Storm Spirit. Potentially that can be an answer to a dog that's running wild.
Catch and lockdown is always nice in a draft, and we've seen how a lot of the Spirit heroes, if you have the player that wants to play them, they don't care about picking it blind, right? And here it is. You have the catch to pick off the team fight. Sure, pacing, P-Vision can still run at you whilst your Storm's coming in line, but they have the team fight that we want to see from XG.
So just want to quickly point out the heads-up ban of the Meepo by XG, because there is an ET ban on the side of PV in that first phase. And ET, when you ban it, you're typically saying that, oh, I might consider picking Meepo, or I might be considering picking Chen, because those are the heroes that he typically counters. So instead of banning Lycan, they're just like, you know what, we're not getting cheesed here. We're taking Meepo out completely.
No, I like it a lot. And this hero has looked very scary in the right hands, right, of specific carry players. You have Satanic, obviously he plays it very well. I like the Pugna pick quite a lot here. Like, when people get glimpsed in, you want to save them. Also, Net Award super good against these two heroes, so you keep yourself topped off. So for P-Vision here, you kind of want to decide. I would assume you just kind of jam your mid hero here. You see the Storm matchup, I would say you know what's coming. Make it easy and simple.
Let's say this is your 4 and 5, right? The Monkey being 4, the Pugna being 5. You've got Pugna with Decrep and Life Drain. You've got the Monkey with the Boundless Strike Shard to be able to jump out. If Storm gets onto a support, if you don't kill the Monkey, he's jumping out. If you don't get the Pugna, he's going to Life Drain something or Decrep himself like this. These two supports aren't instant food for the Storm Spirit. Like, they're making the game somewhat complicated.
Secondary jump with the Storm would be nice, or just some kind of follow-up range damage to make sure that they're not in that situation where they can re-engage.
Yeah, we've seen how they played both Invoker and Monkey King with first item Dominator. So we are now already expecting 2 Helmet Dominators in this game for P-Vision. That will be lanes getting pushed out, and XG, they need to find ways to shove waves cleanly. Disruptor doesn't do it, Storm does, but you need at least, I think, 2 more heroes so that you're not forcing the obvious that one guy has to go and do it. Like, it needs to be your entire team naturally doing it.
I would say what we're looking for XG with what we've been saying too, in my mind, you want follow-up damage into your Storm jump, like maybe with the Forge, Jinq's hero could be what the Snapfire himself, or maybe a Hoodwink. I think there's something else you could look for, which is maybe SD, but I think your support duo isn't the greatest. I like Lycan a lot here. It's good against all these heroes. You rush Nullifier against the Pugna, good answer. You have the Global Howl in the nighttime also to make it easy for your Storm. I like what's happening here.
And then you get the follow-up damage from Hoodwink that just came out for that Storm Spirit. So when he is jumping this backline, they make sure they can kill the targets they go on.
I have seen this before.
Yeah.
if you're able to shutting down Lycan in the early game, it matters so much. Like, sure, you have 2 Wolves and a Dominator. Do you think Brood is going to care about this? You're all single target. So yeah, this pick is very nasty.
And normally when you have Broodmother, you kind of want to play away from her webs unless you're really strong. But now when you're playing away from her webs, you're going to be running into 2 lanes that are shoved into you. You then eventually push them out, and all that time, Brood will have that additional item, that additional kind of resource. So it is a really toxic lineup from P-Vision where the map play is just exceptional. It's what they're doing so well to make sure that they are, close to being top 3.
Maybe it's a little bit weird, but what would you guys think about actually putting Ame on the Lycan and you pick a new offlaner, like Magnus?
That can deal with the spiders a little better.
Or do you just put the Lycan in the lane, it's like, okay, bro, you do your stuff, you buy your helm, farm your jungle, and you give Ame, like, the absolute win condition?
I wouldn't mind a carry that could also just twin gate. So when Storm gets 6-minute room with a carry twin gating, you just collapse on the tower, take the tower with the Lycan, and then you can play more traditional game, but that is an option for sure.
I would personally prefer Ame just on a
You give him
standard
the
Ame
24?
hero. Yeah. Because a game comes to mind from recent times, but I believe it was the EWC and it was a Tundra game, and they were playing offlane Lycan versus a carry Brood, and we were worried about the Brood outpacing the Lycan, but the way that Lycan was able to play the map, it made it so that they were just trading map play, and eventually Tundra did get the win. So it's not like this Broodmother will completely catch the Lycan off guard. Like, both teams do have map play.
But if there ever was a time for it to happen, I think the Lycan flex to carry, Ame taking it, like, this could be the game. In all the other games, probably not, but they need a Brood answer. A simple one, not one where it's like you need level 12 and 3 items. It needs to be a early game answer to Brood that can then just follow them around the map.
What is an answer to Brood? Is it like, oh, I need cleave in a sense of like a Sven type? Or what kind of answers to Brood?
I would say you want like someone that can lock down the area of where the Brood is in, and killing spiders is kind of what you're looking for. It could be your Magnus. It could be an Alchemist with Acid Spray, Rushing Radiance. You play fast with your other heroes. It could be an offlane Tidehunter for all I care. Like just team fight building block.
It can also just be as simple as a strong laner that isn't dependent on high cooldowns, because carry Brood takes advantage of high cooldown enemy lineups, because every time they're using these big spells, she's taking the entire map afterwards. She's just running at their team.
So what is the DM hero here? What do we feel like he wants to have? And I would say maybe someone that goes in. Sure, you have like your Brood. Satanic is going to be incredibly big. He has Alacrity. You have the map play. Maybe they could look for like a Centaur or a Tide themselves. What do we feel like he's looking for? I was kind of eyeing Phoenix, but it's banned.
Yeah, it's banned, yeah.
They need more reliable lockdown, I believe, for the Storm Spirit, because we're talking about the Brood and everything, but there is the issue of the Storm Spirit on the enemy team. If the game does go too late, your lockdown isn't there outside of a ban list. They just go for the Centaur. Gives you an early stun, gives you save as well.
They're going to be tanky so quickly. Like, the first 2 items that every hero buys on PV is we are harder to kill in the fight, and we want to fight. There's no hero that is, I need to scale, there's no battle furies, nothing like that. It's just all skirmish in these heroes.
I mean, what I see is you have the Lycan into safe, and if you want, maybe with a Magnus, you could go for the Ame Sven. You want the Brood answer. I don't really care specifically what exact hero is going to come out, but have high damage, maybe be a nice combo for the Wolf Bite, no matter what role the Lycan is in, and be able to also jump. Because right now it is all on your Storm, so Ame, I'm sure he's going to find the one.
Do you guys hate Lifestealer here? I feel like they can map play with Lifestealer and Fast Bombs. It's a good lane versus Centaur. The Rage is going to be very useful against the Mischance from Brood. Also a free BKB versus Invoker.
Then there's no hero to stand in front of the tower when Brood comes online. When like two Dominators come down the lane plus Brood, Lycan has to kill the hero. He doesn't stand in front of the tower. Storm, Hoodwink, Disruptor. Like, there's no one right now going, don't worry, guys. The aggression's coming. I will weather the storm, and then you follow up after.
Yeah,
be it from an offlane or a carry pick, but that hero has to be able to take the fight to PV at the towers.
Yeah, I would like someone who can just like eventually take over the area. Like when Lycan says, okay, I'm not touching this offlane, I'm gonna jungle. Someone's like, okay, when there's a lot of spiders, like I can take it over. Radiance Buyer, whether it be your Sven, Alchemist, like whatever. Because for now already, I feel like XG are set up nicely to give themselves like more kills on the map. You have more playthrough with your 2 supports, because last game, I think Jinkyu, he ended the game with like 1-1-1. This is not a stat you want to walk out of with on the stage.
You could reference any XG player in this stats, don't you?
Yeah, it's not pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough one. We'll see if they have a better shot this game around with the last pick, Bristleback. Now, this is fitting into the category of you want someone to go in and stand there and take everything. Kind of does that job. How are we feeling? I know you're looking a little thoughtful there, Effie.
I think it's good. Like, it's a good pick here. It's something that can play into whatever lane Brood is on. It's a low cooldown hero, which I was mentioning is very important. You can't really be cooldown dependent versus a Broodmother lineup. And with that BKB, it's going to be quite strong. So it definitely fits the bill for XG.
Okay, no, he's just going for the Feeding Frenzy facet. Because against big heroes that have regen, like Alchemist and Bristleback, you sometimes go for Necrotic to go for the minus HP regen. But I do think that Broodmother is just going to go for Feeding Frenzy and play normal. But that could have been an option.
Ame took Snot Rocket.
He might stick with it just because, like, maybe they're looking to play like minus armor is quite good against Centaur, and you have it from the Lycan too. Maybe he wants to play for more minus armor to then get more damage instead of having Seeing Red, which is what we traditionally see from the carry Bristle.
Oh, he switched. Thank
Yes,
God.
he did, yeah.
I was gonna say, if he stayed on Snot Rocket, I was gonna bet against him.
He would have been the first one playing
As a carry,
Snot Rocket this entire event, but so far Seeing Red is selected. And the main question I have, we talked a lot about how P-Vision, they look like they have got good tempo setting heroes. Can Extreme answer this tempo? Do they have what it takes? Is it going to be similar to game number 1, or do we have an entirely different paced game on our hands, T-Gov?
Couple mistakes and P-Vision just fully run over the map. But at least they have an answer to Brood. Is Bristleback strong enough to be an Invoker as well, plus the all the other layers? Like, Bristle is good to be Brood, but everything else, it's scary. This is still very scary for Extreme.
I like their game 2 draft here.
Yeah,
I think they have good map play. I think they have strong timings. They also have a really great pick for XM, very different than last game. He can scale, he can do a lot in that early game. And they're going to have that Nullifier on Lycan, which will go a long way this game.
I'm very happy that they just have more tempo that they can play through. Like you said, with the Nullifier, with the other stuff, you have the Bristleback. I like what XG have.
All right, let's see if we can make that game number 3 happen. It's all in the hands of Extreme, or potentially P-Vision will be your first top 3 team. Before we head into the game, we're heading to the stage where Slacks is standing by with Xiaowei.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. Mr. Director, Badao, don't laugh, all right? I did it right. Okay. During the International, the road to it, we had very long games. It was kind of a drawn-out meta, and you guys excelled extremely well at that. That was a pun. But now, things have kind of changed. Faster games, different kind of heroes. How do you think the meta's changed, and are you guys going to be able to adapt to it for this game?
那八岛就是想问你，因为感觉在国际邀请赛之路上呢，当时很多场比赛时长都非常长，节奏也相对来说慢一点。现在到了这个正赛舞台上呢，就感觉快了很多，英雄池也有点改变。想问你，你个人感觉是为什么，以及你们战队是否有做出适当的调整呢？
因为打到淘汰赛以后，队伍的实力就越来越强，然后大家的侵略性都越来越强，然后我们需要慢慢的去适应。 然后这一场，所以我们选择一个 M1平时玩的不多的英雄来试一下。
Well, as we progress into the international, the teams are stronger and stronger, and every single team has their strengths, have their secret weapons, have their heroes that they specialize in, and it is something that we absolutely have to adapt to. I mean, this game right here, Bristleback, it's not a hero that Ame has been playing a lot recently, but we have to pick it just to react, to respond to what the opponents have.
Thank you. What thing did on, by the way? As I was watching your draft there, I did see that you let them get their classic support Monkey King and they had a Brood. You had a lot of issues to solve. Do you feel like you solved both of those issues with this draft?
那目前就是 PV 战队呢，他们也选出他们的玉母蜘蛛以及9 class 的这个大圣。那相对于就在他们的 PV 当中，给你们出了这2个难题，你觉得你们的阵容是否就是能够应付这些问题呢？
这些我们之前赛前模拟 BB 都讨论过，然后不管是蜘蛛还是米波这些英雄，包括他玩的听歌，都是我们都有聊过的，所以也在做针对。
Definitely, I mean, we are very prepared for some of Satanic's unique heroes. His Broodmother, Meepo or Thinker, we've all prepared for it. We've considered the possibility, so I think that we're pretty ready for this.
All right, thank you so much, Jit. Thank you so much, Mr. Director. It is an honor as always, and we'll get right in that game.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Indeed, a lot of questions coming out right there as we get into this game number 2, Trent, and it is an unlikely pick that they run at the end, that they had to do at the end, an Ame Bristleback.
Yeah, as you just heard said in the interview there, he's only played it 16 times in his career, which, I mean, for Ame is not a whole lot. The guy's played a lot of games of Pro Dota.
And last played it 4 months ago, but yeah, it's a response, right? It's what you have to do. You have to find some sort of an answer to this Broodmother, or you're going to have yourself a very bad game. Back in the day, you used to have to run them in the same lane, was the idea, because the spiders used to come out so much earlier, but these days the spiders don't come out until level 6, so we might see this rotation where XXS starts farming elsewhere, and that's where you'll see the matchup where they'll start just like forcing Ame into the direction of Satanic. But, you know, there's other concerns throughout this game, right? We've seen the Broodmother already. We've seen how it's very effective at shutting down this Helm push. So when you go for this early Lycan, this has been a very solid answer that P-Vision have already used before.
Well, and furthermore, there's this other problem, and we saw this during that road to the international playoffs where P-Vision were kind of backed up against the wall, were trying to find a big win, and they ran this Invoker with the Broodmother in response to the Lycan and just completely ran over the game. It's sort of insane how quickly this zoo formation starts building up and taking down your towers, especially because they even have the Monkey King building a helm in these games.
Yeah, and then they just went on a tear, right? They played like, I don't even know, like, I think it was 5 out of 6 games where just now no one Invoker. Like, he just started playing Invoker every single game after that, win or lose. So he's definitely gotten his practice in so far this event on the hero.
I will say that it is going to be a little bit of a different look this time, as it's XG with the Lycan scouting out everything and making it harder to find an initiation or an opening, as XM also on a hero that he is very comfortable with, the Storm Spirit, playing out of the mid lane, going up against no one.
He's also shifted, at least from some of the games that we're watching, in terms of the facet as well. He's gone for the Galaron using the Exord rather than the Quas build that we had him doing in some of the games previously with the Ice Wall build up eventually.
Early TP. Oh, 9 class trying to make something happen maybe up top here. Is there?
That tree's looking a little suspicious over there, I gotta say.
Yeah, they see him. So that is not going to turn into anything, I don't think.
This is the life of DM, you know? You just, your monkey, he just leaves, but you're a Centaur Warrunner, right? There's a reason they picked this hero. I think it was a great pick for the game. Don't die immediately as I'm saying that, but it just gives them a little bit more control. It gives DM someone who is sustainable, survivable. You can at least get something out of this laning stage, and you're going to open up a lot of opportunities for 9 class to do 9 class things. And in this case, he's going to give a little back to DM. You know, sure, I left for a little bit, but I'm going to make a nice little double wave for you. It's going to come to that tower. I got you covered, big buddy.
Yeah, that actually is pretty nice now. So this at least ensures that the waves are shoved out a little bit more than they would be otherwise. Now, Xnova does have some ways to play against this. With the Glimpse already online, will force back the tree, dodges the damage at the point it landed at. And even if he dies right here, which I don't think 9 class is going to, it still is going to be fine because it will be a double up wave that shoves to the tower.
Yeah,
so
I thought he was going to go for the shove. He just draws the line, says, I'm coming. I'm doing the long walk, buddy. I'll meet you there.
Another thing that is very frustrating to play against as Ame, but as a bristleback, he might try and go and connect this, and this would be a big problem for DM. They're pulling the wave already over, and he is going to draw at least one away. So this is not easy.
Yeah, modern problems require modern solutions here. I'm trying to figure out what to do.
Has the wave pushing underneath the tower, and Ame thinking about, do I go into a pressure? Do I hit all these creeps? Both are kind of nice.
Everyone is like slightly better at dealing with this thanks to all the helm creeps.
What is happening? They're pulling this one over. They don't draw aggro onto the creeps, it looks like. Oh wait, no, the creeps re-aggroing?
I think 9, oh my god, he stacked it too. That is just gross. I can't believe he stacked that camp while doing that. 9 class is truly miraculous.
Very fired, but not going to be brought down. No one does not have Sunstrike invoked. Could go for it. Xingqiu trying to play aggressively forward. Does he have enough damage? It doesn't look like it. So with 4 stick charges, no
3
one was
seconds.
safe. Wait, he scanned?
No. It's too late.
Okay.
Yeah, it is way too late.
That doesn't feel great though for XM, having to walk all the way back to base there. 9 class. Hurting. Dropping low. And with the glimpse back, Xnova gonna draw first blood, taking down 9 class.
That's 2 games straight, I believe he's gotten that first blood.
Yeah.
So another good start for Xnova. But he's, not going for the tree play this time, I noticed.
Yeah.
It didn't feel it, Thought it wasn't quite worth it. The branches are a little more valuable in the early game. Doesn't want to give it up quite yet, perhaps.
be an expensive death if you die while also losing one of your branches.
Yeah, true enough.
All right.
So-
well, Helm Watch here. We got, what, 3 coming out, I believe? Sound right? We're going to have 1 on 9 class. Oh, sorry, it'll be 4, right? Because it'll be 1 on 9 class, 1 on no one, 1 on DM, and then 1 on XSS.
Do you think Ame gets one? I don't think so. Oh my god, Ame's going for a Battle Fury on Bristleback, actually. That is not something you see every day.
Modern problems, modern solutions.
Oh, Satanic in the meantime gets dove.
All right, there. We love to see that. Little squish on the spider.
Able to take out Satanic early is something that you definitely want to see if you are an XG fan.
They're coming alive. I hear them. They're recovering after game 1. They say 2-0. That's like going to be half the kills of this game.
That's true.
We're already crushing.
They're ready. So the Wisdom goes over to Xingqiu, while down bottom it's going to be 9 class picking it up. Ducalis spots X Nova. And that ward is immediately going to get taken out. So XG getting control of the vision here. And this is the benefit. Like, think about how many times we've seen teams just run at Ame and try and knock him out. You're not going to do that against a Bristleback.
No, that's certainly true. That's, I mean, he's going to be looking like a lot of his other games, though. I got to say, he's going to be in the same part of the map. He's going to be farming. Like, he's going for this Battle Fury. He's going to use it in combination with Seeing Red. He's going to have all this big damage. It is an interesting way to do it.
But a little bit of a change-up. Deciding to go through the gate now. And with the Disruptor nearby, this could be an easy kill. It looks like they're just going to make the move to secure the tower for the moment. We'll see if X Nova is able to find and hunt down Satanic there. It doesn't quite look like it yet. So yeah, Ame just moves on in. Gonna take down this tier 1 tower in the top lane, and this push that they're building, it's gonna be a little bit tough to deal with.
I mean, he's only gonna miss a couple creeps down here anyway. Still gonna get back for this next wave coming in, so not the worst rotation. Even if they did just abandon the tower, he kind of guarantees that's gonna happen. Snags the last set on the way back in with the Quill Spray, and he'll just go chill back in his lane as 9 class tries to pull it in, but it's just more farm for Ame.
No one. Helm done. Xingqiu nearby. With Ducalis also, and everybody sort of converging to this lane together. It doesn't look like P-Vision are in a great position to fully come back and defend this yet. There's Wolves scouting all of it too.
Do we know who the best RTS player is in Dota 2? Like, are we aware? Should they be getting signed to a team soon? Like,
there's a chance.
That's really the stand-in we need.
Absolutely. All right, XM backs out, tower down to about a 3rd HP. Every push does it a bit more. 9 class only level 4 on the monkey right now. And are they going to make a push of their own? The helmet's definitely possible, but it's hard if Bristle decides to TP in.
Yeah, he is the wall, right? He can just like pop on in, make sure stuff slows down. I mean, we're imagining some sort of an issue where perhaps he has to match up with the Broodmother, right? Where maybe Brood starts getting these kills at level 6. She's hunting down some individuals in her lane, but not quite there yet.
No.
As the wolf howls in the arena, XSS will continue his push into some spiders.
A bit of a gank set up here on bottom. Ame gonna stack up. Now, this dive underneath is pretty crazy if they go for it.
I think they need the Sunstrike.
Underneath the tower, Ame, do they decide to jump on him? The channel, there's a lift up Disruptor, the first one that gonna get hit, but do they have enough to bring down Ame? I don't really think so. This guy is hard to kill. And at the same time, while this is happening, wait, maybe a minute, fully surrounded by 4 heroes, Ame, they jump onto him now, trying to blow him up. Where's the TPs? Ame living for a while, but not long enough.
Yeah, I thought you might need Sunstrike, like if he got help, but they just decided it's a lost cause. They say, whatever, can't deal with it. Let's just take the mid tower instead. So he does get punished there on Ame, and this is likely going to continue into a push, you would think, on that tier 1 bottom. Can't imagine there's going to be any sort of a defense now. So now we got to think, how do we hunt the spider again? 1 death so far on Satanic. Can they get another with the help of XM Storm Spirit? And of course, the ulti from Xingqiu will be the other part of that.
Does have a regen rune ready to go if XM gets wind of where that spider is at. No Orchid yet done, but is building towards it on Satanic. something to watch for there, as one component is already completed. Still nursing this 2K gold lead. XG feel to be in the driver's seat a little bit in spite of that death on Ame.
Yeah, I think his Battle Fury is coming out right now, so not bad, right? You take that. 12-minute Battle Fury, obviously standard for Bristleback.
I am curious to see what the numbers are. Pretty sure it's the first time that's bought, but we'll see. 9 class tries to get out and will be able to. If it's an annoying hero to play against, 9 class is going to be on it. You know that's true. And almost a full Helm of the Overlord as the gank onto the creep will be good enough. They take down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Xingqiu spots Ducalis, can't quite hit with the bushwhack there. A little bit too far away on the low ground, and Ducalis is the one that takes the Arcane Rune. Xingqiu in some trouble. They heal him back alive. It's not going to be enough to keep Xingqiu up, and instead it's going to be the Pugna trying to run away from XXS, but the hit's there. And it's enough to bring down the Pugna. Support for support.
Okay, just a fair trade there in the mid lane. They did indeed finish that tower afterwards as Ame backs away with his Battle Fury towards the Ancients. He just looks like he's playing Troll. Bought for the first time on this hero. For this tournament, shocking.
It's such a... I want to see what he gets next. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen, but he is the most net worth in the game right now, despite that earlier death.
I want to see a big Ancient stack with just the Seeing Red. Like, I want to see what it looks like when he just goes at it with his Battle Fury.
I mean, he's going to hit hard. It's a pretty cool hero for him, I feel like, in a way. So still farming quite well. They are losing a little bit of the pressure that they had earlier on the top side of the map. And now 9 class coming in to pick up some Lotuses for himself. It is going to be a Sanjin Yasha indeed.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Sanjin Yasha, and the Howling Wolf, I imagine it's probably his responsibility on XXS to get the Nullifier this game, right? It feels like you're going to need one, right? Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with D-Creps, and I'm sure there'll be some additional Ghost Scepters picked up after as well. Unless you're really confident in your ability to just purge people with a creep.
But a smoke up, and there is a creep here scouting for them while Brood tries to back away.
I mean, if XM jumps in here to an Orchid, this could be a disaster.
Thinking about it, goes Satanic, pulls him back in. No, that's the Orchid, but they get the glimpse. They got what they needed. Find the Brood with the Sunstrike, and then they stampede away. That is not the way that was supposed to go at all. They destroy the Storm, and, well, are they going to be able to fight into this? Satanic actually getting hit there by the Tendrils of the Deep.
Jeez. You know, sometimes the best defense is a strong offense.
That's right.
So you get jumped on, you just throw an Orchid and a Sunstrike and say goodbye to your mid laner.
Wow. A quick blow up and XM punished. And without that Storm, the entire rest of this engine does not function.
It's just like, it's a house of cards. It just falls immediately. Like, you all just retreat back to hitting neutral camps. The second Storm isn't able to jump on someone for you right now. You don't have the levels or the items on anyone else to provide that same ability. And XXS, you know, as kind of expected, because that's what he's been doing, he's going Auras. He's not going for that Nullifier, which is why I brought it up, because I didn't think he would. And so I wonder just how much value you're going to get out of this Decrep this game when you've got Ame, who's, you know, now moving in towards a BKB next after this Battle Fury. He's actually abandoned the SNY, at least for now.
A lot of strange itemization that makes sense when you think about it a little bit. Storm Spirit now, after getting the Kaya, is trying to build into a Manta to help deal with the Orchid. That might be another first of the tournament for us, depending upon...
I think I did see someone else do it.
Oh, really? Okay.
We've had at least one.
All right, another Manta.
I want to say it was BZM, but I'm not sure.
That would make sense. 4-4, 15 minutes in. And a lot of questions about the direction of this game. I have no idea how these heroes are going to scale against each other as we get to the later stages. Everything is all funky now in Dota.
Yeah, still pretty close
here. Thank you,
here.
crowd. I appreciate that.
It is nice. I really like it. Yeah, thank you.
I think they get louder when it's nighttime. That's what it seems like.
And the more levels. Like, right now it's only 1 level at Howl. Just wait till it's 4. Like, it's going to get so loud in here. It's going to be crazy.
Werewolves of London. That's a great song.
Wrong
Glimpse
city.
back.
Maybe next year.
Chance. And a Boundless drop down with the creeps. Is it enough to find the kill onto Ducalis? It will be. But they also bring down X Nova, and now Ame running in at 9 class. The Wukong's command ineffectual and sad as Ame gets the double kill.
Yeah, not exactly the forte of the early game Monkey King support, is it? Not a very terrifying Wukongs to have to deal with there, but geez, no one, he cannot miss right now. 5-0-0.
He's killing it, man.
Nailing these Sunstrikes, and now 1,000 gold away from the Aghanims, which, well, that makes more Sunstrikes, Lyrical.
Oh, that's true. That's a lot of them.
That's a lot. It's a lot of damage, and he's got a little bit of help to set them up too with the Centaur.
Is going to depend upon that Centaur to find some good hoof stomps to really make it all work in concert, and I'm not sure if that's going to happen too quickly, because Centaur is going for a Crimson Guard. Finish the pipe first, has the Crimson queued up next. DM just wanting to be a big body.
This is why you have 9 class, right? He's going to be giving vision.
Oh, hello?
Yep.
Goodbye? No problem.
Yeah, he'll be the one just like giving some vision, letting them know what's going on, and just going to rely on Stampede instead for initiation as XM jumps out of that one.
Good decision. And Ami standing right and running right into them is going to have to deal with an issue there, which is the Quas Invoker. A lot of team fight out of him, and Ame pops the BKB, but he's already so low. Ame in trouble, tries to get away. Do they have enough to slow this down and keep Ame alive? Q throws it out. Needs a bushwhack to stop, but the hits, they keep on coming. Satanic can't chase anymore, and Ame knows the limits of his hero, apparently. Able to get away from this one. They decide to go back in. X-Nova off the side. Static Storm down. It only really catches onto one, and as the chase continues, trying to find this finish, the Sunstrike hits! Ame in trouble! Ame low! Ame, get out of there! Save Private Ame! He's got to run, but there's nowhere left to run! They get the finish off the back of another beautiful Sunstrike from no one.
It's just the confidence there from P-Vision. They just know they don't have anything to stop us. We can just keep on chasing. So many times that's the moment where it gets turned around on you. Like, they're going upstairs into a Bristleback who's already survived so much, and they just don't care. They recognize there's not enough damage here. They don't have an answer for us. We can just run them over.
Very strong performance. And again, it's still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams, but look at all these summons they have to deal with.
Because XM's getting like 400 gold right now as he kills summons in the mid lane. That's why it's so close.
That was 243 gold for killing 3 of those, so it is a bit of an issue for P-Vision. Keeping it close by virtue of feeding away gold. And the other thing was that, to me at least, Ame getting a bit too big for his britches there on the Bristleback.
Well,
you know, he plays against it all the time, and he's like, every time they do this to me, I'm fine. They're fine.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, now you can see he's the one who has to go for the Nullifier now.
Oh, yeah.
Which, I don't know, doesn't feel that great to me, I'm not going to lie. But someone has to do it, so he's going to be getting it. The problem is that you get bonus damage and movement speed per stack. You don't get attack speed. So, like, he's adding all this flat damage, you know, but it's not that threatening, you know?
Right.
Just as a count on what he's getting with the combination of Warpath.
Eventually, if we end up seeing XXS go towards an Aghanim Scepter, maybe that's something that can help with it. Already has the AC done on the Lycan, so...
I like this idea. If he's forced to go Nullifier, I think that's only fair that XXS buys the eggs.
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh!
See, that's level 2. It's louder.
Oh, that's good. Very nice. No one getting in on the action, too. Smoke up. Many heroes heading up to the north side of the map.
XM's showing mid as well, right? He's trying to sell that they are not coming to contest this.
Tormentor over to the side. They see the creep.
But he's waiting for the rune. All right, can XM get something to give them a good fight here? It's an illusion. That's not it.
A good thing to save the silence. The howl out. That signals their charge forward. DM already a little bit low, backing away in his Centaur forms. 9 classes drop the Wukong's command that the wraparound is happening. XM jumps, finds CM. It's not always great to go on the Centaur at the start, but they don't have another great target. There's 9 class, turns now, wants to find something. Satanic hunting now onto the Disruptor. Can they chase down this bug? XXS getting controlled off to the side by DM. He's low, but they're trying to kill Satanic. XXS gets out. Satanic, not so lucky. Can they find more? XM low on mana. Can't break it. Yes, he does. 3 dead for P-Vision and XG up the hill for the Tormentor.
Finally getting themselves a win here as they head over to this objective. A Sunstrike will come through, but it's not going to catch anybody.
So into the Tormentor kill they will go. XM goes right back to the with 9 class lurking nearby. They might get themselves something here.
Low on mana, low on mana. XM in some trouble. Can he zip away? Get some separation, and with the TPs coming in, that stops the movement. Zinkyu already has...
Oh, Zinkyu.
Oh, Zinkyu, no! He's low. But can they kill off no one? With Ame here, they have enough damage, but do they have the control? The save is coming in, and the Sunstrike! Oh, XM almost dead! XM trying to get away, and XM is gone! It comes at a cost, but they do get the no-one kill.
Okay, they've still got a decent lead here, and now 9 class as well. This is going to work out well for XG if they still get this to the end.
Can he jump away in time? I mean, Ame instead chasing over Ducalis, just looking for a 2-hit, but P-Vision or getting away for the moment on the supports, the channel, but it's not going to stop the hits. Ame coming in strong.
All right, showing some signs of life here. They get the Tormentor. They get a little defense before eventually losing XM, but they're able to trade for a couple of kills, so it still comes out net positive for them. And it's Ame who's getting the lion's share of these benefits. Will he commit for the Nullifier? Is that going to be his plan here? And XXS for now going towards that BKB. Wants to have the ability to actually just like play through these engagements. And you imagine Satanic, yeah, thinking the same thing. After that fight, getting stuck inside the Static Sword, he was almost able to fight his way out with the Incapacitating Bite in combination with going for the Insatiable Hunger, but it wasn't enough.
Well, some of that too shows the value of having these two really quick heroes in the Lycan and the Storm Spirit, and they were kind of able to pull the fight apart for P-Vision and just sort of isolate that Broodmother left alone. We'll see if they can do that again on XG as they are smoked up with 4. Ame showing on the lane as they head into the triangle.
They got lots of sentries, lots of dust to deal with this Glimmer, to deal with this Invoker. And they're just going to start out on Roche. Now, 9 class is nearby. Sunstrike comes in. Crowd howls. That's level 3. Good work. Good job. I'll tell you when it's level 4. Then you got to get really loud.
And an Aegis onto Ame as XG. They will lose the mid tower, but Ducalis is going to pay the price for this one. They even dropped the Static Storm down as they glimpse, pull him back in, but Tornado is there, Sunstrike to follow. Damage out, he's...
Whoa, he's okay.
Oh, baby.
That Manta coming in clutch there. Ame now dominating as he walks away with a kill, an Aegis, and a Nullifier.
It's got to be frustrating, though, that that's the position 5. You're running him down, trying to find that kill, and it's so difficult to make happen. That's true. They did make it happen. You're not wrong. I would just be angry.
Yeah, P-Vision, though, choosing to kind of take this slow, right? Like, I think ever since they decided to go for the double auras on DM, it's kind of what they've resigned themselves to, is the inability to actually go for any aggressive plays, really.
Right.
It's been pretty slow paced because of that. They don't have that Blink Dagger initiation. He's going back for it now, but it's still going to take a little while. And I think XG have done a good job of taking advantage of that, kind of forcing these objectives. There's not a great way for P-Vision to start these fights. And even though if they have these visions from like the Helm Creeps, the Spiders, they have their own vision with the Wolves, that they're able to just like find these good fights and take them. And also XM playing really defensively, playing around this Orchid really well.
Well, and I do wonder now that DM is, getting his way towards that Blink Dagger, how much that's going to change the complexion of these fights. Are P-Vision going to be able to get that back line jumped upon? Will we see a little bit better engagements for them? Because while XG is winning right now, they're controlling the tempo, they have this Aegis, they don't have a tremendous gold lead. It's not something that's insurmountable right now.
Important. It is level 4 Howl.
Oh, there you go.
So the next Howl needs to be really loud.
You guys ready out there?
I'm
proud?
just saying,
Get ready for a big Howl. We
when
gotta
it
make
happens,
it happen.
I want to hear it really loud and proud, okay?
To be honest, they're better at hearing it when I am. They know. On the lookout.
Oh, and it's nighttime. That's a buff as well.
Oh, howling up!
Oh, that's good.
The crowd is into it. 9 class goes down.
I think it's what's empowering these kills,
Ame jumped upon BKB, held. He has that Aegis still. Are P-Vision going to stick around, or is this going to be a quick snipe? It's like they're going to call it.
There. Now, of course, there had to be the question, though.
Ooh.
At what point do we find a break? Right? Because it is a bristleback, and it is currently being worked on now by Satanic. Oh, sorry, I take that back. He's going Bloodthorn instead. He was looking towards the Silver Edge, has decided against it. Because honestly, even without the break, he is falling pretty quickly, right?
Thank you.
Don't lose your voices now.
That's a good point. We got a long time.
Got a long day. It's every 16 seconds.
And to be honest, like the way these games are going, this is not going to be the last Lycan match that we see. It's going to be around for a while.
An unfortunate reality.
I do that with my dogs sometimes. They got all like...
They get pretty
love to do it
amped
back
up,
at me.
eh?
I know,
Yeah.
I know. That's great. Sometimes. That's how you know there's still some of that feral blood in them.
Much like there is in XXS.
Absolutely. Oh! I need to stop. I'm gonna lose my voice.
All right, DM.
Thinks about killing the hero, realizes that's impossible, so instead tries to kill the Croaker. Now they turn on to the real hero, and with Ame here, they actually have enough damage. Forced to go for that Stampede, but the pullback in is there. Cataclysm ain't gonna happen.
I mean, he is just on an island. Absolutely no one nearby right now. As my class is being very annoying.
Just trying to be a tree. Don't mind me.
How well do you know your minimap?
You know what that is, too? That's like... It's like he got that huge Aegis steal before, and now he's trying to do it again. He's like, I just got to make it happen. I need one more.
He's going to have to wait a while, though.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a bit. He's just, scouting it out for next time. That's what's happening here.
No, what if you got a Quelling Blade, cut the tree, and stood in its spot?
Oh, I like that. That's
really
good.
just sell it, Some good cosplaying.
I mean, that could win you the game. You never know.
I mean, he's got the inventory for it. The guy, he just buys one item at a time,
That's true.
Speaking of which, I believe his defusal is done. Once he can eventually get back to his side of the map to meet up with his courier, who's just sitting under the tier 2 mid. And that could become an issue for Ame, potentially. Although, his mana pool is all right at this point. It's almost up to 1,000.
Yeah, it's true. It's a strange one in a way, because you also have a lot of, activatables later on. I mean, I guess it's just mainly right now the BKB. But regardless, Blink Dagger is completed now for the Centaur. Oh, always so nice. Love to hear it. Satanic underneath a wolf.
All right, well, we're at 28 minutes.
Yes.
We've got, 14 more kills than last game. That's cool. Something like that. No one's really feeling too aggressive right now, Lyrical.
That's true. And we might just be waiting for the next Roche. If something happens, we'll let you guys know. But in the meantime, I want to hear from the crowd. How many out there think that XG is going to take this and we're going to game 3?
XG fans? Ooh.
All right, now out in the crowd, how many think P-Vision is going to close this one out? I think they won 3 games. I feel it.
It's pretty even, I gotta say.
It is, honestly. I think people just like making noise. That's where the howl comes from.
That's fair. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
That's good.
Yeah.
That was the loudest cheer of them all. They just love Lycan. You picked the perfect TI.
Yeah, you came to a good one if you're a Lycan fan, that's for sure. Ame's looking to change the game. He's going for the Abyssal Blade. He's almost got the recipe done. That moving into an engagement plus the Blink Dagger on DM. We got a couple different ways that these can now start. P-Vision, again, they're starting to play the Vision game, right? You're trying to battle up against this Lycan. You've got the gem.
Oh.
This monkey.
Satanic? Okay, no, they're just ganking spiders.
And remember, that's still his 9-second BKB, so you don't want to waste this on anything too bad.
I think back to, again, that interview that we had this morning with Tundra going out and talking about this idea of what these top teams are doing, which is either taking risks or not taking risks.
Yeah.
And it feels like both of these teams are very risk averse right now, not wanting to give anything up for free.
Yeah, you want a lot of knowledge before you go in. Because even though they look kind of crazy game 1 on P-Vision, it wasn't really risky because they knew everything. Because they had all the vision, right? And right now, when they can get their vision and feel confident like this, they're very happy to step up. Alacrity Spider, look at this. Oh my gosh.
We're in daytime, tried to Manta dodge, doesn't happen, but does get pulled out. Now Glimpse back, in some trouble, jump forward, XM, trying to make things happen. Ame also hitting now onto that Spider, but all of the heals coming out from Ducalis, it stops the action in its tracks.
XSS is ready to chase though, he wants this.
5 heroes, all grouped together for P-Vision. Do you run in with Ame? Is it a bit too scary? They're going to hit creeps, kill creeps, still looking for heroes. DM there, glimpsed about 20 units.
Look at how they're just planting DM up front, right? He's just sitting at the top of these staircases, daring them to engage into them right now, and they just can't. There is almost a BKB done on XM. He is trying to get this done as fast as he can. because he wants it in case we start a fight in the Roche pit. We're going to find out in 10 seconds how quick this Roche is. A really fast Roche would be great for P-Vision if it stops the Storm from getting a BKB first. Anything later than that, I'd say probably favors XG.
Let's see what the timing is. 2 minutes. That should be enough time for him to finish off this BKB and group up with his team again. So already out across the mark.
Tormentor. They do scan it. They know this is happening, but I mean, XM standing nearby holding a gem with a BKB on the way. There's no chance you're going to be able to get in there anywhere fast enough to stop it.
So BKB's completed now for all 3 of the cores of XG. And on the other side, we're still waiting for 1 BKB on Centaur. Has it eyed up at the moment. And less than 1,000 gold separating these 2 squads, anybody's game.
Yeah, Satanic trying to get the Silver Edge done as fast as he can as well. Try and give them a good answer versus Ame. See if they can catch him by surprise and just dump everything onto him and kill him.
And you know, if you have not seen Broodmother in a long time, a lot of people remember this hero as just like spider spam, you know, take down towers with it, don't really show up to fights. This is a whole new spider right now. Incredibly strong right clicks, has a level 25 talent depending upon which way you want to go. That also lowers your BAT. It can be just an incredibly hard-hitting hero, and going now for that break option.
Yeah, and the reason why you see the Bloodthorn before the break is the Bloodthorn is one of like the most broken items on this hero. Just gives you an insane amount of damage in the right situation between yourself and your spiders. Plus, as you just saw, like Tormentors and stuff too, just fall instantly. So you definitely have the ability to just blow up heroes, not simply rat the map like the olden days.
That's going to be something to watch for. Is I think while we saw the early group up potential and taking towers that happened from XG, the later game shenanigans that can come out from P-Vision are going to be really hard to deal with.
I do think they have some of that as well on XG, though. Like, the Aghanims on XM, I think, could be a really big factor in this game. The Aghanims on the Lycan. This is a Sunspan game. You know, I heard him talk about his Aghanims being his favorite item. It's true.
We got some claps out there. The crowd happy to see it so far.
We need Ags all over the place, though, on the side of XG. Except for Bristle. His is usually good, but with this build, you know, Ame's not really thinking Ags.
Smoke up with 5. XG as Roche respawns.
All right, they have the Wolf inside. Spot Satanic beginning it.
They know this is happening. Nobody else showing on the map.
Look at no one, though. He's just up here pushing with his helm, pushing into this tier 2 tower. What are you going to do now as XG?
You have to deal with one or the other.
Another Wolf goes in, sees that they're not there.
While top lane is pushing in, they're getting some damage onto that tower.
That tower is falling. It is done.
It's going to be gone. This is a problem for them because no one also is still sticking around. They can do this to the tier 3 top as well if it keeps them over here.
I feel like there's a world where they get frustrated and just send in Ame.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to do something. The current situation is XG losing the game by split push.
No, you can't, right? Like, there's wisdoms in a minute, right? You cannot just sit here. You have to find something else to do. That is a good reward, at the very least, for controlling mid. They will get an Arcane Rune on XM.
And meanwhile, that's happening. No one still pressuring in along this top side. Look at this damage.
Look at the spiders on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah.
They are just marching.
They're heading down.
The brood laughter.
Keeps that pressure on the bottom side. Ame shows up. Notably does not have his shard yet, which we often see on these bristlebacks.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just kind of the build, you know?
Yeah.
He's less concerned about stacks and quills and everything.
Now P-Vision gonna group together, see where they opt to make a move for. XXS is halfway to an Aghanim Scepter, and as Roche changes sides, now it's XG that might have the better angle towards the pit.
And there might be a different solution here from P-Vision, though. They are just shoving this bottom wave in. I mean, it's a classic answer to a team that when you think they're doing Roche, you simply start shoving their base, right? And they either respond or they get the Aegis, but you cannot just let this go undefended right now. Like, Roche is just getting to the pit now. They have to be so fast here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go down. They're going to get the Aegis, but how much do they lose in return? There is no way that you can come and contest that on the side of P-Vision and get there, but they are up on your high ground, starting to take this down. Cataclysm out, shows everybody still there. They're committing for the Aegis, but they've lost an entire set of racks.
Ooh.
A big trade.
You know, that's not the best trade deal, I would say.
I mean, once you're in that position, if you try and TP and defend, though, you do just die, so...
Oh, yeah, it's true. There wasn't really a great answer at that point, was there?
But regardless...
Wow, 100 FPS.
I wish I could get that.
I was going to say, Jesus.
These pro
my
players.
golf clubs don't fit in the back of my Corvette.
As they will go for a quick disconnect and be reconnected in just a moment. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation, right? Because the ideal spot is that you are not having to make that choice between one or the other, but they had to commit, and that meant that, of course, you're going to lose your racks. No other great answer for him right there.
So demotivating when that happens, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you're forced to take such a bad trade.
I mean, I don't think it completely matters a ton for them, because they still have, like, you know, a great team fight potential. They're going to get the Ags soon on Lycan. There's a lot of answers they still have here. As Brood reconnects. We're 36 minutes into this game. P-Vision takes the first lane of racks, but not pulling meaningfully ahead. What are the item tidings that you feel like either team is really looking to abuse here in this one?
For me, I'm looking towards XM getting some sort of a solution, whether it's the Aghanims or whether it's this scythe that he's looking at. I think one of those two items is massive for him, but he's a ways away, unfortunately. Oh, actually, no, that is his real goal. Never mind. Yeah, he's a ways away, unfortunately. Lycan, also, he is going for the boots of travel first, so I mean, also means the Aghanims is pretty far away, but that's because he has to deal with this bottom lane now. It's likely the reason he has to go for this. Right now, XG look like they've just fallen a little bit. You know, they've tripped.
Okay.
It's going to be a while, I think, before they're back up to itemization. It's going to make these fights feel really good, unless the fight somehow begins where Ame is like in the thick of it and wailing on somebody. Because if they actually secure their target, they don't have, you know, there's no depth shroud this game, and they've got the nullifiers on 2 heroes now to deal with this Pugna.
That's true. And a decent way for them. Oh, thank you so much. Love to hear that. It's just like, it's revitalizing, you know?
A bit of a post-pause moment here where everyone kind of forgets where people are on the map, so just kind of move their way back a little bit here as we start crafting into the next round of neutral items. Ooh, got the Pyrrhic Cloak here on DM.
Okay. Seems like a pretty good answer. Obviously still has to run into the issues of the BKB, but once those are down, can do some good work.
Ame seems to love Satanic.
They miss
go-to items.
Multiple abilities onto Ame. And he is just going to walk this one off, obviously still hanging on to the Aegis. Perfectly comfortable with the current state of thing. And actually just Satanic's back up. I guess it's on a low enough cooldown. But I guess with this Aegis, there is this other thing that you could do on XG, which is just walk at buildings. We'll see if they decide to do that or if they're going to play it a little bit safer.
I'm curious what 9 class does. He has 5,000 gold. He has a BKB queued up, but I don't know. I feel like he's going to go spicier. I feel like he's going to like buy a scythe or something and try and break one of these fights if he can get away with it. For now, he's just jumping ahead, bringing creep. Look at this. They have 9 classes creep and DM's creep in the top lane, just grabbing these creep waves up here. Meanwhile, XM is at the base catching the farm there. They're pushing in through the mid. So they are successfully dealing with this a little bit. They also just don't have XXS. So I don't know how far this push can really go. Wow. They planted the banner. I mean, he's got his boots of travel, so it's a good thing he's not found by the Monkey King. He can get here.
Drops everything down. Ame low, not dead yet. He dodges away, but is eventually gonna die. Wait, he didn't get a BKB! Didn't pop anything. The storm is gone, and now Ame, he's in the ice wall. What has happened? This was not the way this was supposed to go for XG, and Ame just stuck here to the side, forced back away a second time.
I believe he was not supposed to get hexed. That's probably the issue there.
Oh, jeez.
As no one just catches him out, and that's the end of his life.
You remember what I said about taking chances, trying out new things? The BKB reaction from Satanic. And in the meantime, 9 class jumped in, but immediately had to stop. Ducalis is already gone, though. Ame, can he survive through this? Oh, the hit Satanic, he takes him down. Does so much damage. And while 9 class might be chasing, he's got the creep right on Xinq's back. and the squirrel is going to be brought down. The Hex reaction is there. XG, they don't know what hit them.
Yeah, the fight ends just the way it started. Just a little sight there from no one, and kind of turning this idea of XG, thinking they can force something, into a whole lot of problems.
And they just got Aegis, and now they're walking up to high ground, and they don't have Ame. He's supposed to be the person standing out front, stopping this push from happening. 60 seconds before he's back up again. I mean, they might need to buy back on the Hoodwink. Actually, I don't even know if that stops it.
I certainly don't think it would.
Oh, no. P-Vision open up a tremendous hole here in the defenses. Ame 1,800 gold away from buyback. I don't know if you would have wanted to anyways, but it shows what happens when this P-Vision lineup gets a victory. They immediately can start running down lanes.
I think the good news for XG is that there is so much gold on P-Vision, I don't think they want to push this right now.
Static Storm, Aghanim Scepter is done for the Disruptor. Can they find the target though? They need to get something. Static Storm down, they got him. But do they have the damage to kill? All the heals are there. It's not going to be enough. They take down Satanic. What a masterclass there from X-Nova, who will be punished now. XM in the meantime gets hit as well. They do have buyback on the Storm. Ame TP's right in the middle of all of them. Forces back P-Vision. What a hold.
Yeah, can't get the grab either there on 9glass. He just leaps out of the way there. So things looking okay for a little bit, but then they immediately kill XM and kind of taking the wind out of their sails on any hopes of that being a valuable defense. But the game goes on. That is the good news for them. But as mentioned, there is a ton of gold right now on P-Vision. Like, a crazy amount of gold. Everybody's going to get an item.
So we see this replay. This was assembled at the last second right before this fight. Ag's Static Storm.
A massive way to actually finally deal with Satanic here and get a bit of a streak there on XM, which was great until unfortunately 9glass puts down this Wukong, zones them to the side, and with the whack there, just double Sunstrike into the kill for DM, getting a double.
Too much and too quick. And 16-15.
Can the Wolf Bite solve it, though? Could that be it? The Were Bristleback.
I mean, it's been such a weird little initiation because it feels like XG have just been making these little flubs where they get out too far ahead of themselves, they don't anticipate the Hex, and then somebody just gets blown up in the fight. And I think that if they can get an actual fight going their way, it still should be okay, but now they're 12K behind. Every fight gets harder. Tough situation. P-Vision standing tall in this, up one game, looking for a top 3 finish. If they can manage to take out one last set of racks, and a couple of those towers, they'll have access to the Ancient. And they've just got to hide now. Wait for that timing. I mean, the plus side at the very least for XG is that you can all in on this Aghanims if you want to for XXS.
That is true. It will be really nice for them too, especially if they're going to decide to fight at the Roche Pit. Okay, Sunstrikes come out there. They're able to dodge away from that. And, I mean, yeah, I think you're going to, right? Come on. Surely we're buying it on this as the Tormentor goes down. Right now, as P-Vision, they're just waiting for Roche. They're going to chill this out, get themselves the Aegis, collect all of the Infinity Stones here, and then go high ground. That's going to be the plan.
No one now having access to those Forge Spirits when he hits the Sunstrike, and he does decide to buy out on XXS.
All right, let's go. The Wolf Bite. Now that's a howl. That's when we're really going to get it, you know? That's
I mean, we've seen things like this before with Ame. Remember, time and again, getting the Wolf Bite and starting to run at people constantly. The problem is these lanes are just shoving out so much that it's hard for them to find a way to get a good fight in their direction. Of course, the big thing will be Roche, which is a relatively long spawn, which means it's going to be heading back up to the north side of the map again.
There's also a bit of a question of just like how long do these fights last? You know, like what if the Wolf Bite, what if they can't catch you? You know, then it's gonna look really bad.
Oh wow. And after finishing, instead of going for the AC, Invoker decides to go Refresher.
All right, so currently there is only buyback on XinQ. Everyone else has bought out on XG.
where we are all in, fully committed here into this next engagement for them.
Will be
as they slowly start to farm them back up. I guess X-Nova's got it. Ame's now got it, so we're not too bad actually. I love Ame's idea of the butterfly as well. I think that's a great solution on this bristleback.
Yeah, and if you can sort of surprise the Brood with it, could be really nice there too. I mean, obviously you do still have the Bloodthorn, which provides that pierce, but...
And he just got the 25. He got the bat reduction.
Yeah, this thing right here is nuts. If you have not seen the bat reduction during Insatiable, it is insane how hard this Brood hits. Something to watch for when they get into the straight-up battle against the Bristleback. Crowd trying to cheer on the Lycan here. He's going to need it, that's for sure.
And the patience here from P-Vision, again, just not taking the risks, because why bother? There's not a whole lot to gain at this point.
You know what actually could make a pretty big difference in this too, is if Lycan gets to 25, because he has that Howl reduces total attack damage.
That would not hurt.
The Howl might actually win them the game if he can get to that.
It would be very fitting, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. Because a ton of Brood's damage is plus damage.
Yes, yeah, 100%. Well, not literally, but you know.
But still a ways away from that 25 for the Lycan. Needs to find a kill or two. Ame, he does have 25.
Is he going to send some wolves here as the Roche spawns? Or, oh, the scan's out now. They're probably going to miss it. Oh, this ward sees XM.
They know the timing that it's capable of respond right now.
Abyssal on Satanic.
And P-Vision looking for a big wraparound. They scan and immediately TP out. All right, if they do this again, if this happens again, you need to respond if they go for your Ancient.
Look, they're sending the wolves. They're like, where are they?
Cataclysm down. Dude, are they just going to run for high ground?
That was only a Sunstrike, too.
Oh, yeah, it was just a Sunstrike. You're right.
They're going all the way back.
They're backing out. Or they're going to get this really quickly if they fully commit to it, but XG, I think, a little bit afraid based upon what happened last time.
They get roared, right? Because they took it last.
And they go for it. Start to take it down. They did go for the wolf bite. Roche roars and they back away. Tornado out. Meanwhile, they're dealing with creeps in their base. That was very bizarre.
You know, it's the pressure. They kind of just were YOLOing. They're just hoping that P-Vision are up here and they kind of catch them a little off guard.
Runs in, trying to find somebody, a target to stick onto.
The wolf bite's running out.
It's running out very soon. But that at least stops for a moment P-Vision. How much longer do we have on another wolf bite? It's going to be 40 more seconds. And while this is happening again down bottom, you look and you see and all of these waves are getting shoved in.
I'm surprised that P-Vision aren't putting more focus on just simply taking the Roche as well, you know?
I mean, they are being a little bit safe for my taste, but maybe that's why they're going to be able to come away with the victory here. Because it feels like you outmaneuvered them, right? You outplayed them around the map. You pulled them down to have to defend their base. Now go and claim the objective, but they're showing so much. A chance of Force Staff away, though, and he's fine.
All right, back he goes.
Ame dodges out of that, does have Satanic to heal back up if he wants.
Fine, loses 2,000 HP. 2,000 HP from just spells hitting him in the back.
He's fine. He's fine. Don't worry about Ame.
He does have 70 HP regen. He'll be all right.
So Lycan going to have to send himself and some summons back down to deal with the tier 4 tower. Hoof Stomp duration is out.
He's got bots level 2 as well. He can immediately just call himself on top of Ame for the wolf bite.
So XXS does have the ability to get back into this fight. And also, while this is happening, he's gaining levels towards 25. P-Vision not opting to make that move into the pit. I don't know how much this is going to change things.
What are they waiting for? What are they hoping is going to change? 25 on Evoker is pretty nice. That'll give him a lot to do.
I mean, I think it's just, again, one of those, like, they never want to take a risk.
Yeah.
The BKBs are down now, so that kind of makes sense. But XXS is going to deal with the push coming their direction. Xingqiu, can he find that Monkey King? Doesn't look like it. Already away. 10 minutes away from 60-minute items. It's been a little bit. A lot of the games today have been going relatively fast.
We'll see if we can get there in this one as the goal just continues to pile up here on P-Vision. 5,400 available on DM.
I mean, this is always the thing that I think about. This reminds me of, you know, some of the BB team games back in the day too, where it's like they're so concerned about throwing away an advantage and they're defending this lead that they have that eventually are they going to become... I mean, this is 25 Monkey King down.
Right.
He's very strong.
Ame has sold the treads and has got a blink.
Looking. You already have a jump, and he breaks down the tree. Ame right on top of Invoker with the static storm down, but he gets pulled in the cart. DM saving his buddy's life, but they do have enough to find that Monkey King kill.
They got 9 class.
Can they get any more? Ame hides away for a moment, disarmed. He's still in the wolf line forward. Look at the damage out from Satanic. The Sunstrike connection down low, but one hit from that Satanic, a little bit bigger. 9 class now hits. That is a buyback from him. And as they get back into the fray, XXS running away, trying to escape. There's the hook stomp, finds him from DM, and long range jumps. They get that wolf dead.
Well, they got a few things in that fight, but it's just not enough. No one tipping over to Ame. Buyback needed here on XM. He's gonna have to retreat back to the base, and that's gonna be the prize of Roshan here. Refresher and Cheese going to P-Vision.
Oh, the real curse, though, at the end is that Lycan went for the extra wolves summon. It's so sad. But take a look at this again. It could have been so great, but DM, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, the eggs, that was one thing I really liked about the Centaur pick, is I was thinking, if this game goes late, they don't have that same save, right? They're missing it from 9 class this game, so they get it out of the Centaur Warrunner this time, and it absolutely came in the clutch in that one. 9 class, you know, maybe very nicely played there from XM to chop his tree down. Takes him, that was a ridiculous heal from that Satanic.
Oh, yeah.
But just whacked there on the XM, no chance to escape. And now, perhaps the final push beginning to get sorted out here in the top lane.
We'll see at least if they can do it. The Refresher BKB ready to go. And at 51 minutes in, XG gonna need to really figure out some sick plays now to deal with the fact that they have the cart. 9 class drops down the big Wukongs. XM backs away. There's the break onto the spider. Glyph already used with no more wolf for 10 seconds. It's a hard fight to make happen. BKB is out. Ame starts to hit on the Satanic, backs away. XM pulls in, but the cart is there. The save is there. Backing away, there's a spider in a cart, but still a lot of damage done out there. Static Storm is down, but he got eviscerated. Ame no longer alive, and you do not have the damage that you need on XXS. XM backs out of there too, still 1,000 gold away from buyback. P-Vision, they have done everything in this series. They're gonna take another lane of rack. This is gonna be megas. Too much to handle as they run through XG. Eyes on the throne, a few more hits is all they need. GG is called.
As this game went later and later.
Oh, look at Ducalis.
Stone cold there. XG struggling to find their way into these fights. You know, it felt like whenever they needed this fight, this engagement, they just couldn't quite get there. The vision was okay sometimes, but the actual heroes, the tools needed to get in these fights, it just couldn't compare to what they had on the side of P-Vision.
Oh, and XG going to be denied that berth up to the upper bracket finals. P-Vision are going to be representing it on one side of the bracket.
Yep.
The crowd loving what they are seeing here.
No one, you know, he was the only player this morning. He came out, he's clapping to the crowd. He comes to the booth, his hands in the air, he's clapping to the crowd. He loves to be here. He loves to play in front of all you fine folks. It's powering him up, it's powering up his team, and it gives them a 2-0 here.
Not what I think people were expecting. XG coming in looking, again, so good. Not dropping series, not dropping anything. And get taken out like that, and you can see the team very happy with their results in the crowd, giving them some love here as they are going to make it and be secured towards top 3 at the very least, but still looking for a lot more.
That's apparently running out of smokes of deceit here as 9 Class is snagged by Nomad, trying to escape with his team, but pulled in like a pudge hook to talk to you fine people.
Absolutely. Well, you'll love to see it as a solid performance. P-Vision able to take the victory 2-0. And I do have to say, a lot of it, a ton of it, so much of it was down to these early picks that they were able to get with one player, a disgusting little fish. We got Nomad down with 9 Class on the stage.
Thank you, Lyrical. Your very first international, and you secure yourself top 3. How does that feel?
It's very cool. I'm glad to be here. Yeah.
You've improved so much over the years we've seen you play, but how much did you learn, do you feel, coming from the road to the international to the actual international itself? How much differently do you think you're playing now you're on the main stage?
On the main stage? I can feel additional power. It's fun. It's always fun to play in front of crowd. Yeah.
Absolutely. I do want to talk about game number 1. We had that Aegis steal from you. What was the communications in your team like at that moment?
Like DM said, I have no doubt about that you steal, and I said, I'm just collapse. That was our communication.
Just collapse. Awesome stuff. You're a very creative player, of course. What did you think about Arme's Bristleback, building the Battle Fury on the Bristleback carry? What did you think about that?
We knew that we would split with Domis and get our timing, but so we was just kind of delaying game and we scaling like 5 cores, so we was kind of prepared.
You really were prepared for Extreme here. And how much is that down to Astini? How much does he give you for this team?
I think Astini giving a lot, like ideas, draft, he showing us a lot of clips, and also he cheering us, so yeah. By the way, it's Astini's first time he said me, oh, maybe you try Slark, and I can try. Like the first time.
Long ago, and look at you now. You've made top 3, but 9 Class, can P-Vision take it all the way? Do you think you can win this thing?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we are ready.
Awesome stuff. Hamburg, make some noise for one of the best position 4 players in the world, 9 Class and P-Vision.
Congratulations on top 3 secured for P-Vision. We mentioned it earlier, this team, it does level up in front of a crowd. It's the team with the most LAN wins this season, and they do not show any signs of stopping here because even though Effie, it was a more even game compared to that first one, it was still very dominant for P-Vision.
Especially after that 30+ minutes, that's where their lineup or the way that they played kind of adapted inside of the game, and they just played to scale like we just heard 9 Class say. But they just made excellent decisions this game. Their macro was on point, like where they were playing, when they decided to stop team fighting, when they decided to just push, when they decided to trade the bottom racks for that Roche. It was all beautiful.
Yeah, and this clip we're starting with, it's such a critical time, right? Because P-Vision, they're doing a great time, Duel is delaying, but when Extreme finally can get a creep wave to the point of the high ground, then they don't execute in the moment, right? Arme's hitting the tier 3, you got XM jumping in with a Stormspread, getting hit by a Hex and dying. As soon as he dies, the fight construct collapses and they have to run away. So you have to deal with 2 things for P-Vision. Can you deal with the waves? And then can you execute in the fight, be it at a high ground or a Roshan or a Tormentor, anywhere. And XG, they just weren't able to deal with both major problems that P-Vision was presenting.
I'm really impressed with P-Vision. Like, their players, the fact that they can perform like this with such little experience, with like how young they are on their players in a game where you're pressured, they're down, but they know what to do, they know what they're waiting for, and even here, sure, you're top net worth on this Bristleback, but P-Vision, they got to delay it so long, they have all the items Satanic, he is literally just 1v3ing them, running in with his Q later on talent, so overall, I think XG, they looked so good in this early and mid game, but eventually they had so much trouble, and I really feel like that P-Vision, they're like the masters of map pressure and making you feel like incredibly bad during the game.
I think XG really concocted up a beautiful draft here for themselves, and they played that early game quite well, but some of their decision making was a little bit off. I thought. They could have put more emphasis on wave shove by the way that they itemized, and it seems like they itemized for an early 5-man into wanting to force a lot of fights, and P-Vision just did not give them that.
Yeah, P-Vision, they're just so calm, right? I feel like you watch other teams in this situation, having the Storm jumping you, the Lycan, everything in the early game, like the way that they did play out the early game from XG, other teams would crumble. But P-Vision...
by the way.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is
Whoa,
what
they
already
won the game! Oh, I thought it was just after like a team fight or something.
Oh, that's winning the game.
All
You
right, they're
don't take your
chilling.
headsets off before the
People
game
have
starts.
done that before, Shiva, and it didn't turn out very well.
No, it did not. It did not. It is a very strong performance, and I think especially for the team that will be going up against P-Vision in that upper bracket finals, one mistake, that was all it took for Extreme to have their entire momentum crumbling before them, and P-Vision, it felt like they always knew that mistake was going to happen at some point. They just need to be ready for it, and ready they were.
And no one on that Invoker, he played incredibly well. We talk about the difficult early game, but he was the hero doing well in the early game. He was hitting beautiful sunstrikes. His supports were playing around mid. They were getting kills for as long as they could. And when the game started to get really tough, that Hex pickup clutched that high ground defense. When XM zipped in, he got hexed by the Invoker, and it was all downhill from there.
I mean, there was a lot on him to do in this game. You need to protect your supports with the Tornado, with the Deafening Blast, keep your Pugna alive. Like you said, the Hex later on to crush it back in, to keep the map in shape as well with your Monkey King and everything, to delay the game for Satanic to come online and carry. Just S-tier gameplay.
Yeah, and I believe, Kezu, you also want to highlight how exactly the wheels were turning for P-Vision in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Effie, you already mentioned it's around like how they traded the map, like the Roche for other stuff. Because here, this is first point in the game, 33-20. The game is incredibly even. P-Vision, they need more time. They don't want to fight. So look at the vision that Extreme have. They want to force Roche, but it's really hard because P-Vision have the heroes here. Look at the map. Top lane, you have no one with his Dominator, with his Forges already pushing. We fast forward a bit. Mid lane is pushed in by DM's Dominator. At the same time, still a stalemate around the Roche. This is 40 seconds in between this. In the meantime, Satanic just really farming, so XG, they get forced back. Here, Roshan was still in the bottom side. Now, the game prolonged so long, Roshan actually walked all the way to the top river. XG, crucial mistake. They tunnel vision this Roshan so hard because trading Aegis for a Rax in this game, it's not good for you because you already have a wave problem. Now you're going to be down a Rax with this Aegis. P-Vision aren't giving you this fight. So these trades, these macro movements, ultimately this is what makes the difference of you winning or losing this game. So P-Vision, honestly, hats off to whoever made the shot call.
Yeah, and then right after that, Roshan was taken for Extreme, and their bottom Rax, unfortunately, for them, was also taken. We're going to take a look at the Lycan at that point, Effie, because you have something to say about that.
Yes, like Kazu mentioned, there was a wave problem, and around minute 36 is when they got that Aegis that they traded Arax for. But what I really wanted to look at was Lycan's items. He skipped Shard. He got his Shard like 40 minutes plus. But if you are playing at this state of the game and you have a wave problem, why don't you create that wave problem for the enemy team with your Shard? It was such an odd decision to me. What it seemed like was after he built that, nullifier, he just thought that he could keep going. He'd just eventually be a carry himself. They could force the 5-man fights. I really think that you could have wedged this Aghanim Shard into the item build even before the AC. It could have come out a lot earlier, and it could have made it so that P-Vision couldn't play the map as well as they did. But if you're talking about map play and your Lycan is getting Shard at 40 plus minutes, you're losing a lot of that early game advantage that you can get from this hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a cheap item for a core. He probably just tunnel visioned under the pressure of answering so many different problems, and mistakes happen, and clearly, I think he might have made a mistake there.
Yeah, there's quite a few things we still need to touch upon for this game, though, because I want to give credit where credit is due. That was a fantastic Broodmother coming out for Satanic. I know we gave MVP to no one, but I think you can make a good case for almost any player on the side of P-Vision to be nominated for that one, and I think that Broodmother Kezu is definitely going to be one to watch.
He absolutely clutched, and he has so many specific heroes, which is also crazy to think about with how young he is. Like, this is not some 30-year-old guy who's played 10 years of experience. Like, he's new to the scene. He has perfect itemization, the Nullifier, the Silver Edge, the Bluff one. You buy the Shard for the 25 talent. I mean, this kid's crazy.
I mean, with the Broodmother as well, you create new problems. And clearly, we heard in the interview with Zhao 8, they had to find a solution, right, to the Broodmother. They went for the Bristleback, and clearly Arme was also trying to invent in the game, right? He goes for the Battle Fury. How many times has that happened in the history of Dota?
Well, I know the answer to this, Tigov, but we do also have the answer to show.
There we go. It's only 4 times now with Arme buying Battle Fury. In 2014, Universe bought Battle Fury around the 60-odd minute mark. He lost the game. In 2019, Gabby also bought a Battle Fury around the 60-minute mark. he also lost the game. Ace in 2025, he bought a Battle Fury under the pressure of Team Spirit, he lost the game. Arme, under the pressure of Broodmother conceptually, bought it very early in the game and also lost the game. Therefore, historically, Battle Fury on Bristleback is a 0% win rate in all of the history of Dota 2.
It was an intriguing item because he was like topping the net worth and it was looking good for a while.
Yeah.
But there was this one chase that happened early on where they chased Bristleback on P-Vision for almost a minute. And it felt like if he had a Lotus Orb and like an SNY, he would have killed everybody, but he's just running away with a Battle Fury. You could see the trade-offs that were happening because of that item.
I like this stat a lot because I think it's very funny that it hasn't won yet, and I think in the other games maybe it's against Mega Creeps.
Exactly, yeah.
But even here, like buying it this early, it put them in a cool position. I think this is why Dota is like so amazing. You can buy so many different things. Depending what your enemy does, you have to react differently, and then this happens and this happens. So yeah, I love to see it.
Yeah, it was very clearly part of Extreme Gaming's plan. We did see this Bristleback queuing up that Battle Fury very early on. So we knew from the laning stage already what was going to happen. And speaking of that laning stage for the Bristleback, it's Purge that's going to break it down.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Bristleback because I thought it was such a good pick. It really solved a lot of the problems that they were encountering in this game. And one of the big ones is 9 Class's Monkey King. Most of the support heroes that he's playing are very annoying and they're hard to deal with. But look at this early ward that was placed that spotted 9 Class over here. And normally the way that you escape on this hero is you use this skill here to jump to a tree. But if you take any damage, it gets interrupted. And then you have to rely on your very low movement speed because you don't buy boots here. So with Quill Spray in the vision, he actually interrupts 9 Class's jump. And with the power of the Nasal Goo, that basically allows you scaling damage and permanent slow against an opponent. So 9 Class actually had to play this lane completely scared because of this Bristleback pick that was also good against the Centaur, which is really cool. So now, because they got that first blood, Ame basically gets to do whatever the heck he wants in this lane. Look at him. He's 1v2 right now. We've got the Disruptor going through the Twin Gate. He's 1v2ing this lane because this last pick made so much sense. And look at this. Even walking to the Secret Shop to maybe scare 9 Class again, he jumps on a tree. That just shows you how much kill threat that there is. So with this early advantage that he had, he rotates through the Twin Gate. A lot of people have been doing this with the Helm, the Dominator. He doesn't need that. He's doing it with his regular hero, and he's going to put some pressure on this tower. And he's doing this in conjunction with some other heroes. Once XXS shows up with his Helm, the Dominator, Ami's out of there early because he's like, okay, back to farming. I did my job now, and I can go back to getting what I want, which is ultimately going to be the Battle Fury, which, as we talked about, extremely rare, but it does have a lot of good synergies. You're doing cleaved physical damage. Obviously, it's better to... It doesn't like leverage your abilities other than your ulti and your first skill very well, but the increased net worth that you're gaining and the AoE cleave damage paired with the Lycan... do you guys remember how a Lycan lowers armor? Can you make that sound for me, please? Anyone? Thank you. The Howl, it lowers armor by 10 in an AoE, basically global at night, but in an AoE. And that minus 10 armor paired with Bristleback's minus armor is super synergistic. And frankly, it gives them really good chances to get kills on the hero like the Centaur. But unfortunately, this decrep from the Pugna was extremely crucial in protecting him. It basically gives him a window to buy time. If that Pugna decrep isn't on there, they can just blast through this front wave of DM in the front. And so between decrep and later on the Ags of Centaur, it really undercut the synergy that they were going for with the heavy physical damage and the minus armor. It was hard for them to kill the P-Vision heroes, and that's what was ultimately their undoing, despite this really cool draft.
Thank you very much, Purge. The undoing of Extreme Gaming. Well, undoing. Don't worry. There's a lower bracket. This was the upper bracket semifinals. Nobody's getting eliminated anymore for the remainder of today. So Extreme is also not eliminated, just down to that lower bracket, which is starting to look scarier and scarier. But we do have, of course, a couple more names to pen in on our bracket, Kazu.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I hope that we have maybe something that we had yesterday. You know, we had 3 2-0s into a 2-1. I expected all of these games also to go the distance. Well, they didn't. I'm hoping that this next series of Falcons versus, BBT, maybe they can show us a little bit more. Because right now, I'm seeing a lot of one-sided affairs. And that's really not what I'm expecting.
No, me neither, especially not after that road to TI. You're absolutely right. And if we want those games to be drawn out and be back and forth, a lot is going to rely on the carries having a good game and being able to go toe-to-toe with each other. But who is the best carry? That is a great question. And of course, we would ask the pros that very question as well.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, got your mid, got your offlane, and we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. And here to look over the results with me are two Dota experts, esteemed Dota experts, and see if they agree with the pros' choices or whether you have your own choices. Which carry would you choose as the best TI winning carry in Dota history?
Okay, let's think here.
I think
you
it's
can
just
discuss
Ana.
amongst
I think it's
yourselves.
just Ana, right? How?
Choose.
Hey, how?
TI winning carry. You're
Yeah,
saying how? Okay.
Who's on first?
Who are you going for?
They're thinking Yadro.
It's actually Yadro. Yeah, I think it might be. How do I choose?
You just select a name and use your brain to speak it.
Yeah, how? I select how.
Okay, good. Who are you going for?
He chooses newbies how.
How?
Yeah.
To be clear to anyone who was missing the joke.
Probably for some of the younger players, they like watched Ana win, and now they're getting beat by Yadro, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the legend that's gone versus like the bully that's here.
Yatoro and Ana. So for me, I feel like the carry debate is between those two.
So you think they're going to vote Ana because that's like ancient history? They don't have to play against him.
Exactly.
So they're more likely to vote.
They don't want to inflate his ego anymore.
I think they're going to take Yadro. I think I would probably take Yadro.
I mean, Yatoro's the GOAT, so easy. Yatoro.
You're saying Yatoro?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, it was Yatoro the one, obviously. Yatoro overwhelmingly, by the way. Overwhelmingly.
Ana second.
Ana is not second.
Okay, well, it's obviously not Ana then.
Yeah.
Is Ana third?
Ana is not third.
Wow. People hate Ana.
This was chosen by the players themselves. Ana is not second or third.
How?
How did you?
We've covered that. He's not on the list, right? Who are you putting in on 2 and
Fear.
3? It was Matu. Matu Mbamana.
Really?
Yeah,
That
was
makes
second
sense.
place.
Matu?
Yeah, he's number 2.
No way.
Yes. I think it was kind of an unusual choice.
Yeah,
I might have put Ana in there, but I think Matu, such a legendary player. Everybody loves Matu, for sure.
What players did you ask, Puppy?
Every single player at the event.
He asked one
was
player.
us. Most of the votes went to
the
Yasuo.
oldest player here? Who's the oldest player?
Over half
He
of
asked
votes.
art style.
He got 7
He
votes.
put himself third, so it wasn't so obvious.
So give me a sort of personal anecdote about something that Yatro did that you were like, holy crap, that was amazing.
There were so many moments where it was just over and over again, that team coming back from a victory and just putting everything on the back of Yadro and being able to take the win. Like, that guy, he played out of his mind at TI-10 and he hasn't really stopped.
Over the wall, they go. JT drops the Echo Slam, but they're all falling on IG. It's an ultra kill for Yatoro. It turns the game into a rampage for the Drow Ranger.
I felt like TI-12, there was a moment when he walked into the arena before the final, and his aura was, like, as the kids say, max aura on this guy. Like, I mean, everyone was just like, oh my God, he's here to win the international. Like, he just walked in, bald boy buff, and just, it was incredible. You could feel the enemy team just shrinking and shriveling.
Not just play in the game, but outside of the game, commanding that respect.
Aura, just pure aura, yeah. A worthy winner, I'd say.
Yatoro might be a worthy winner of the best carry. He's not going to be a worthy winner of the best TI 3-time champion carry right here because he's no longer, unfortunately, in the tournament. We're going to find out which one will be the worthy winner of our upcoming series. It is time to start talking about that because it's going to be quite the blockbuster we got going here. Team Falcons versus BB Team. One of these two teams will be facing P-Vision in that upper bracket finals and secure top 3 with this upcoming best of 3. And I think this might just be the one that is very close to Ego.
I hope so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I feel like Falcons are the favorites. I think BB are going to be the underdogs, and it entirely depends on how pure he's able to navigate the emotions of yesterday through to today. Because when we finished the series yesterday, I'm in the lift, I'm going back to my room, I see Pure also in the lift, and even though he'd won the series, he'd looked like he'd just been eliminated from the international. You know, head was in his hands, he was just like, it was like soldiers left the body, he was just a shell of himself. So he struggled a lot yesterday. So I think for them, if he can overcome that, yeah, it might be competitive. But against Falcons, you need all 5 players at their best game.
And maybe he wasn't happy with himself, so they had a talk. I'm sure I feel like they've developed a lot as a team. They're gonna help each other, like feel good, come in today, like fresh, because I know he has the skills. I'm sure he knows it. His teammates know it. So, you know, you made it to top 6 of TI, second round. Like you should be happy. So I'm expecting a good match, but I agree that Falcons to me are slight favorites.
And for context, it's because yesterday, even though BB Team did win, he lost all 3 of his laning stages. And there was one game where he even died 7 times in the first 20 minutes. It was rough for him.
It was rough for him. We're going to break down this matchup, but if we're looking at Falcons versus BB Team, we have to look at Falcons first because there is a lot of pressure on these guys. These guys were the best team of 2024 and is still one of the favorites going into this and making it all the way through. And a large portion of that favoritism that people have might just be coming from the position 4 Tigo.
Yeah, and Crit, what a career he's had, right? Of course, ever chasing the Aegis, you know, you could argue kind of the Western uncrowned king to some degree, but when you look at his career, right, in 2015, 2016, he was on OG, able to win both the Frankfurt Major, the Manila Major, ESL 1 Frankfurt as well. In 2016, shifts over to OG. Yeah, sounds great. He wins an instant Tier 1 LAN, wins Dota Pit, Manila, I think 2016-17, 2017 to 2022, I'm sorry, mate, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Moves to Shopify, nothing. Comes back to kind of the European scene and was able to get secure both 2 BBs, 1 ESL 1, Birmingham, 3 Tier 1 lands. But again, it's been like so many years of NA, shifts back, and then when you think about TI as well, he got 3rd place with EG, TI 8, 5th, 6th, TI 9. Falcons, TI 13, when they had their good year, only able to get 4th. But when you look how long of his career he's had, the Tier 1 LAN wins he's got, plus that awkward NA stint, feels like it's inevitable he's meant to win one.
I mean, he's definitely one of the players where you have a lot of people who want him to lift the Aegis, right? Like we just saw, he has so many appearances. He's an incredible player. He's a great person. He's really nice to be around. Like even if you beat him in pops, like the guy's nice. He always plays for his course. He can play anything. He's very adaptable. So yeah, I think this guy, he's definitely got what it takes.
Yeah, it's just odd to think about because in that 2015-2016 era where it felt like OG were winning every major, it feels like that's where he should have had his Aegis. He's one of those players that you look at and you expect to just have an Aegis. So this must mean so much to him because last year, like T mentioned, that was their year where they were the favorites. Yeah. This time around, they aren't the favorites and they've peaked. Like they're playing so well. Maybe that's what they needed, the surprise factor.
Maybe it is what they needed. They also do have a lot of TI experience under their belt in regards to championships because there are TI winners on the side of Falcons, one of which is the carry, of course. It's also the support. It's Snaking and Skeeter. But in this case, I want to talk about Skeeter and potentially talk about him in relation to his counterpart in Pure Effie because that is a pretty stark difference, especially if you take into consideration yesterday's results.
Yeah, we wanted to just put emphasis on the carry-to-carry matchup in this series because these two players have inherently different styles, but if you look at their average numbers, they're way too close to each other for having separate styles. When you think about Skeeter, he's always been not necessarily sacrificial, but not the real carry of the team. He's not expected to deal damage. He's just there to like be the stunner, win his lane, play utility, do whatever he needs for his team. He'll even give up farm for his other 2 cores sometimes, whereas Pure, he is the greedy player. He is your carry that you take into the late game and puts you on his back, but his averages are not what you would expect out of a playstyle like that. And if you look at the hero pool comparison, there are a lot of common heroes, but both of these players have different styles. As I mentioned, you look at Pure, he's got that Void, that LD, that Ursa, that TA. He's playing for the late game. He wants to be the one dishing out all the damage. Whereas Skeeter, he picks what you need for the lane. You need an Abaddon? I got you. We need a Weaver because I gotta dodge some slows? I got you.
I feel like you have the miracle type of archetype carry player on your left with the hard carry traditional stuff. You have your Matumba man on the right, so with like more the I play for my team, I make stuff happen. I would say that these players generally get overlooked and overshadowed quite a lot. I think that Skeeter is very crucial to Falcons, both with his pick, the way he plays. He enables Malrine, he enables Amar, so I'm like really happy to see this because I think this guy, he deserves a lot more, in my opinion, than what people give him credit for.
We're going to give him some credit right now because we have to, of course, start this matchup very soon. And for that, it is time to get the players on stage.
And we're back. Team Falcons!
upper bracket semifinals. They played the longest games. They had the most clutch comebacks, and they have made it here. They started learning from that and adapting from that. Yesterday when we saw them in action, it was a whole fresh team with tempo behind them, and I'm sure they want to prove that they still got that tempo against their opponent's BB team.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
They have shown that they have what it takes to make the tough decisions and come back after being down yesterday. They were the only team to push a series the distance and take that victory after the fact. It was rocky, but it happened. And the tenacity that they showed yesterday against Big Mac Galaxy, they will prove to show again against their opponents in Falcons. There is one big question mark that I'm going to pose towards my panel here regarding these two teams, because one thing that stood out yesterday, Kezu, was that for BB team, their rocky situation was always those first 15 minutes.
No, for sure. And I hope that today we can see something, well, a little more stable, because what we saw from them, it's not normal. It's not what you expect, especially from a tier 1 player, because, yeah, we have to go back to it. It had a lot to do with Pure. I want to see, you know, the prime Pure of like last year, because in the last months, he has struggled, but I have also seen very good performances. It's just that he is a little more inconsistent. So sometimes you just have to hope that, you know, today is the day. Sometimes that's what TI is about. You show up in top form, boom, you get this upset win, and you're good to go.
We also didn't really see much from BB, even though they were to win. We saw 2 puck games in a row, playing into nature's profit. Like GPK just dominating, going 8-4-23, 5-1-18. Like Nigma didn't really change up the drafts to show us new styles of BB having to react. It was just, oh, thanks, we're going to do that strategy again. So, yeah, I think for BB at least, we are going to see something new. Are they going to get puck against Falcons? I think that's a really hotly contested hero at least.
It doesn't necessarily have to be new, so long as they're doing it better than yesterday, because they can definitely improve upon it. But we did mention Pure had a rough series yesterday. I want to talk about the other 4 players. They played impeccably well. If they weren't playing as well as they did, that kind of start for your carry is really hard to come back from. I think Save in particular really stood out to me. He was clutching these lanes, you know, hiding in the trees, Phantoms embracing Morphling, getting kills where he shouldn't have to. Later in the game, he gets an Ags, he soul binding. Like, this is a player to look out for. If your team is in a rocky situation, your support player clutching games for you is what you need on the main stage.
Yeah, for sure. Like those 4 guys, they really stepped it up. Like you said, the Grimstroke from Save, like 2 games in a row. Like he just had incredible performances. You also had Miro on his offlane, like great. We talk about the GPK puck. You have the Disruptor or Naga Sirens on Kateomi. They're great. I just hope that what they look for is not like, oh, my carry player didn't do great, but more like, imagine how strong we can be when things come together. They fall into place. We just play well as a team like they know they can, and then you can just make it happen. Because here, we need to talk about the heroes that will be very contested or are very important for the team. So here, on the left side, you see how often Falcons take the hero, and on the right side, you have BB. So Hoodwink is going to be... It's going to be picked or abandoned this year. You have 5 times and 7 times on BB team. You have the Sand King, the Grimstroke we just touched on. Mars for both offlane is incredibly important. Naga, Pugna, the team fight controllers, the healers, they allow you to play forward. Incredible heroes. And then we also have the undefeated heroes. Because when you get to this stage of TI, you want to be in the comfort. You don't want to be pressured. You want to play your S-tier stuff. The Snake King Chen, undefeated. 3 games of Pangolier, the flex between mid and offlane, incredible. 2 games of the Earthshaker on Marine, they always stack, he always gets his game going. And now for BB team, maybe you want to give, you know, the troll to Pure. Keep him confident. You have the GPK puck and the good old Bristleback on Miro. So a lot of these heroes, we might be seeing them in the series.
Or the Lycan on Miro.
Absolutely.
That one was a big standout too. Maybe it goes up in priority this game. But for Falcons, I feel like every hero is a priority for them.
Yep.
We even had Mallory in yesterday all chatting, give me Sand King.
Yeah.
He was given Sand King. He's daring the teams to leave this for him because he's saying he'll carry the game on his back.
I mean, this guy, he's In my opinion, I mean, I want to say that every player on Falcons is underrated, so maybe this is also my bias, but I do think they have very standout performances. You can throw Malrine in like the absolute most XD lanes, Primal versus Monkey King. He'll match the net worth, he'll make it happen. He's very versatile, so yeah, to me, one of the best mid laners of the tournament.
But the way that I see the heroes, right, the graphic on Grimstroke having 2 for 2 contested, that's 4 games. There's only 9 games total. When I look at Mari's hero pool, do you really want an Earthspirit, a Pango, Ember, a Primal, any of these heroes hit by a Soulbind? Like, we've not seen much of it TI, but I feel like this is kind of like the hidden gem as we progress in the final couple of days of the International. Both Crit has played it and Save. It really breaks a lot of the playmaker. I think Soulbind is the reason why this hero is good. Nothing to do with like Inkswell or Stroke. It's just the ultimate and Phantoms. So yeah, I'm hoping to see that hero more.
I think we're more likely to see that top row of heroes coming out from Malrine than those Spirit ones. A lot of teams have moved away from the Spirit heroes as this TI has progressed. Also, with Snake King on the screen, I want to talk about him as Pugna, because he has been putting games on his back also from the position 5 as Pugna. He plays the dead lane, he builds tanky, he's always pushing out waves, he's being a nuisance for the other team. He's telling them, you have to catch me. We didn't even talk about what if instead of the Pugna, he gets this Chen, right? You have 2 problematic picks now that you have to think about. He is one of those support players that it feels you can't really ban. And if you even move away from Chen, Enchen, Pugna, do you want to give away a Bane or a Naga Siren?
It's honestly hard, because I think also what he does very well is like he's very good about like using his HP and his body, like where he goes. Ench does this very well. We saw it yesterday on the Pugna with the Essence Ring going to the tier 2. Chen helps everyone, and he's really good. His expertise, they have AY as their coach, they value the map a lot. Where do you go? What items do you buy? So yeah, it is just incredibly hard. This is the hardest part against Falcons. What do you give them, and what do you end up taking yourself?
It's why they go in and out of being dominant, right? 2024, they're heroes. You could list 6 heroes per player and how they were the best in the world, and you want to try and ban them. In 2025, it kind of was shaky. They didn't have their heroes. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. As we progress in TI, like you look at their heroes, I feel like we're returning to that 2024 moment of every hero you talk about on that top row of that graphic, you have to ban. And they're just not that many bans.
And we talk a lot about heroes that you have to ban basically almost against Falcons because they are so good in the hero-player combinations. What heroes do we want Falcons to ban? Because are there any hero-player combinations apart from the guy we just saw, Miero, on his Lycan? He was the key player in yesterday's series. Any heroes we want to ban out against him? Do you really want to ban out the Puck? Do you want to try to counter it one of the games? Because it is a Puck, and they pick it up first. There is an opportunity to counter it.
I think Miro Lycan and Miro Beastmaster cannot be given away. For GPK, you can maybe let the puck through if you have a really good idea for it, and Falcons are one of the better teams at addressing pucks, I would say. But there are other heroes that come out later that we've forgotten about GPK, like the Invoker. But as we can see here, Kazu, Alpha heroes are up.
Yeah, I feel like also like Centaur has really been rising in popularity. I don't know if you want to ban it first stage, but like you need to keep it in mind in like the second stage, and overall like also the Bristleback, just like anything for Miero to play forward, allow your team to like come to you, you help GPK maybe on some rune. This team has a lot of heroes like in their arsenal as well, like Save on his post 4, whether it be the Grimstroke, he busts out some line every now and then, or a Hoodwink. Like they've got a lot of it, but I do agree, these spirits, they don't really do it for me from the mid lane. They don't seem that strong anymore.
Yeah, they really don't, but GPK, he's famous for his spirit heroes, so it's unfortunate for him, but he's found a replacement for that in the Puck. And also the Shaker had a lot of consistent performances. The Void Spirit is probably the only spirit that feels good right now because of how popular Puck is and it as a counter. And also his ability to play Sand King from mid himself can be well contested here. Instead of banning the Sand King, they just first pick it for themselves. That's an option that they could choose to take.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk of cause, and I feel like we need to put some respect on Katomi's name, right? Like, how many times have we seen him outplay a long team fight on a Disruptor, or hit a clutch song like, on a Naga Siren, you know, echoing Snake King's performance on a Pugna, right? Like, he feels like a critical building block in other players shining, and we just don't really give him as much light as the others. But yeah, I think if you can, I think they're going to have to look at Katomi as well.
I mean, we did see Nick McGalaxy put a lot of respect in banning out the Bane. That was definitely a good strat coming out for them. I would not be surprised to see Falcons going for the same route in the upcoming game. I do want to touch a little bit upon the team's playstyle, taking it a little bit away from the heroes they'll play with it. How do these teams match up in playstyle? We've had so many different routes to victory. We talked in the previous series about how we saw Extreme being a little bit slower, and yes, they adapted against P-Vision, especially in that second game, speeding it up a little bit. On the other side, we did see P-Vision with a high tempo later on after the farming was done. How would we describe what's coming our way this time around?
And for Falcons, they're a team that do play longer games, but not at the expense of their early game. Their lanes are strong, their macro movements are strong, their net worth game is very strong. They love to play for scaling on all of their heroes. They love to play the map, get these early objectives. And for BB Team, their strength in the past, not this TI, but they were famous for their lanes. They would stomp their lanes, snowball out of that, and play an aggressive game. What we saw yesterday was when they aren't winning these lanes and they're playing from behind, that aggressive playstyle does get diminished.
Yeah, I'm hoping that BB Team have an answer to this Falcons. Like I always talk about the 10 to 15 minute collapse. They're gonna break open the map, make sure that everyone has the space to farm. Because to me, BB Team, they're more maybe on the side of the traditional like 4+1. You have your hard to carry, you play on pure. You hope that he can enable the game later and like just take it for you. Whereas Falcons, they don't always play hard carry. Skeeter, he's gonna play faster.
But it's not even a matter of Skeeter playing hard carry. I think during TI, he's actually shifting more towards heroes that want farm as well, to some degree. It's the fact that Falcons, they look at an objective in the early game and they bring the correct amount of heroes. Like other teams, you might bring 3, you might bring 4, even 5, but on paper, you don't need 5. Falcons, every time, if they want to take a tower, contest a Roshan, contest a Wisdom, they bring the perfect amount of heroes, hence why they feel like they always farming. Because if you take too many or too little, you don't win, your farm diminishes, right? So for BB, if they make a move in the map, they have to respect that Falcons are going to return with the correct amount of heroes to kind of rebuttal that aggression.
And the ability to make moves on the map, to me, that will boil down to the laning stage. I look at the series, and this is just about the lanes for me. Because if BB Team play the lanes like they did yesterday, they're going to get a lot less opportunities on that map than Nigma gave them. Falcons will capitalize completely on the lane advantage they get and take everything. So BB Team have to take it back to basics and make sure they're coming out an advantage from the laning stage. Look at your safe lane. How can you fix it? How can you make it easier for Pierre and Katami?
Yeah, I mean, luckily for them, it used to be one of their absolute biggest strengths, like this laning skills and like all their players' individual skill that they bring together. So if they can just, have a normal, stable game, these two teams will match up quite well into each other. I think the games will have quite a bit of duration unless Falcons really get this early lead with their stacks going on. So if your BB Team also is something you can look towards, play into the enemy triangle, take some of those stacks away from Malrine because he is the tempo controller for Falcons. If you shut him down, their game slows down quite a lot.
Now, there is a mental factor to this series that I still wanted to highlight because for people that watch Dota 2 whole year round and follow both of these teams, last year, you would have seen BB Team lose a lot against Falcons. To be fair, everybody lost a lot against Falcons, so no harsh words there. But a lot of those series were in finals, and BB Team was basically always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and it definitely got to them a little bit, getting a little frustrated potentially, leading into BB Team's first victory only at the start of this season in Copenhagen. And the thing that Save said after that finals was it was great to have the finals, but next time, he hopes he does it against Team Falcons, because for him still, and for BB Team still, it is Team Falcons that is the team to beat. They haven't played yet in a grand finals. I'm sure they would love to have Falcons as their opponents if they make it to the finals here, but I do want to take a moment to also respect the fact that BB Team does make it to top 6, because for Falcons, we kind of always expected them to be doing well and not just be top 6, but move further. For BB Team, we always have the same stories, like,
50-50.
Can they do it this time around? We know they have the player skills, but can they pull it together at the right time? We're going to find out if they can here in this upper bracket semi-finals. Winners of this best of 3 will be top 3 guaranteed at this year's international. And we are going to start with step 1 of this best of 3.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 1.
Here we go for game 1. We got Falcons on the Radiant side, BB Team on the Dire side, and the first pick goes the way of Falcons. And that means good news for BB Team. They got 4 bans. That's a lot of bans, and that means you can basically control maybe a little bit more what is coming your way from Falcons. So a couple of poisons removed in the Naga Siren, the Pugna, the Chen, and the Monkey King. It seems like Snake King heavily targeted here.
Oh, he's so targeted, but are they just doing what Malrine asked and giving him Sand King? I mean, he all chatted it yesterday.
But if you know it's coming, I'd like to think if you enter a game 1 and you know teams like certain heroes, let them have the hero, prepare a strong draft. So I don't mind giving Sand King, but then I need to see BB utilize that knowledge of they're going to take it with a really strong draft. And one thing that we have forgotten, of course, it is Skitter's birthday today. Is there a birthday buff? Does that make a player better, worse?
It depends how much he. It depends, I think, how much he imagines the arena singing for you, because then you just might cringe into the ground.
Okay, fair enough.
But like you said, I just feel like there was some Sand Kings, maybe some Beastmasters up in the row, but they take out the GPK puck. They get the Malmarine Sand King, most likely. So, like you said, the BB team, they knew this was coming. What's their response?
And some teams like to react to Sand King with a Shadow Fiend if they have two strong SF players on either their carry and their mid. Other teams will react with a Doom, and other teams will just react by Triangle Invasion. That's one of the easier ways to solve him.
Does this count as Triangle Invasion?
This is simply respecting the lack of bans they have. They have one ban. They already know that Sand King Hoodwink is a potent combination for Falcons. Take away the Hoodwink, progress your own draft, and then you have that one ban to focus maybe on a core or another position 5 to prevent snaking feeling comfortable in the game.
This is also respecting crit, because as you mentioned, T, you only get one ban, or you can't double ban the Snap plus the Hoodwink. But if you give either away to Falcons, it gets way too hard.
Yeah, and I also like that you mentioned the Triangle Invasion. I do think it is incredibly important against Sand King. You know it's going to happen. You know crit from the offlane or snaking. If they put him there, they're going to sack the Triangle. Having good lanes makes it a lot easier for your 4 to leave their offlane, and you go into the safe, then you place an early ward, you make it in there, and you try to invade it a little bit. So overall for BB team, I like this pick. They were going to pick out of the next phase as well. So let's just see how they start building from here.
Yeah, on the side of Falcons, focus on Miero with obviously Lycan removed in the start of the ban phase. We got the Centaur now removed as well. It's all up to BB team how they want to go from here. Is it going to be that Snapfire ban into picking something, or is there something else that they'd rather remove?
And it's hard because Beastmaster is still in the pool. So if they're not planning on picking it for themselves, they have to take it out here. But I would rather they pick it for themselves. It gives them a really easy map idea who to play around.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind it at all. I think other heroes that they should respect still, especially with what they've banned. There's no snaking Inch, there's no snaking Chen, no Pagna, no Naga. There's likely that he's going to look at heroes like the Enchantress next, or maybe that's why they wanted the Hoodwink to later on have the break against this hero, but you need to be aware of the heroes that Falcons have. They're not as diverse in what they pick, so you kind of know what's coming your way.
A lot of time is going into this one with bonus time being used on the side of BB team. A lot of things to think about. As mentioned, only one ban.
I mean, you could run a Queen of Pain later if you want also on BB team. Most likely the Sand King is going into mid. I think trying to shut him down early on is kind of cool for you. So I just hope that they have a couple of ideas what they want.
Wow, they're just going in an entirely different direction. This looks like it could be a Falcons draft on BB team.
I mean, I know GPK has had some banger DK performances not long ago. I'm sure they can also play it on Pure if they want to. I don't know if they want to kind of show this early on, but another strength of second pick. You can pick your core here, you can flex it until the end and then decide where you want it to be.
It's also just layering the idea where Hoodwink, you can scurry through the trees. You've got DK as well, naturally quite tanky, you itemize to be tanky. If Falcons want to try and play a pickoff game, if they don't cleanly execute on the pickoff, at least these two heroes have a way to do it. Of course, Hoodwink, Epicenter +1, you're going to die, right? Yeah. But the elusiveness and the tankiness is what BB might be leaning towards.
There's something else that's kind of cool. I saw this a bit more in the last days when the enemy team has Earthshaker. You know he's going to go Echo Slam the Ancients the first time, so he's not really much in the mid lane. I saw a lot of teams try to go hit the mid tower. 3 different guys, 3 different lanes, minute 5, minute 10 you pressure. And yeah, Ringmaster, another hero we've seen too often, but I feel like Falcons, they know how Hoodwink works. Hoodwink wants to go somewhere, you have a blink stun, sharpshooter, so having a save, having some counterplay, and also helping your Sand King with teamfight, I'm all for it.
Ringmaster, I believe, has only been picked 4 times so far at the International.
Twice in the hands of crit.
Yeah.
Do you guys know that with Ringmaster, I believe the weighted pie actually kills
Yeah, it kills down creep.
It kills down creep.
I know because Fog was telling me it's the one way you can run a Dominator.
I still don't think you should get that.
Don't do
Pass it though.
Don't do
it's
it.
Just not as
Don't
good.
listen to OD Pixels and Fog's suggestions of how to counter Dom.
But that aside, it is very cool to see that BB are picking pretty much every hero the Falcons played before, right? In 2024, the dominant era, these are the heroes, right? As we already mentioned. Ringmaster with Escape Act, you jump a person, Dragon Tail, Bushwhack, anything, Ringmaster will combo break that with the Escape Act. And the heal from the Enchantress, the vision from the Creep. You're trying to pick Falcons draft against Falcons, they're going to show you the ways to beat it.
And it's also just nice to have that percentage damage that comes from his daggers, because he has a lot of talents that buff up his daggers, where they could really pack a punch in that late game. It scales really nicely against heroes like DK.
So how do they deal? Yeah, I was trying to wonder, how do you deal with the Ringmaster? Because there's still, most likely the guy you jump, crit is going to be there to save the guy. Do you want to like try and get a nullifier? Do you want to have a secondary jump? I was thinking maybe you want some silencer to global when you go, but they're just going to go with the Bane for now. I think Bane matches up quite well against Ringmaster in the lane, I would say. It's not the strongest laner early on.
You're going to have to sacrifice one stun for then the next stun to feel good. Because whoever initiates first, Ringmaster will stop, will combo break, and then the Bane will have to come in with the grip, or the DK will come in after. But you can see that BB, they're going to make sure they have multiple ways to initiate, and then it's going to feel okay. But I kind of hope the Bristleback goes for Snot Rocket and goes for Pipe.
Oh god.
Just mitigate the damage.
Not a fan?
No, I hate Green Bristle.
Well, Green Bristle is very good in the correct hands, and I think with auras, it will really hurt Falcons a lot. And you get Goo going around the fight with DK right-clicking, another core as well. It's going to be really good, but again, it takes a good player to be able to master it.
I just feel like Green Bristle has been nerfed so much that you pick it, you feel like it feels good, you buy a couple of items, and then you fall off so hard. I mean, we've seen Miro go 3-0 with this hero on Red Bristle.
I mean, what I like a lot is this Mars. I think, first of all, these two supports don't like this hero at all. Also, how Mars interacts with Bristle. When you spear him, he's going to face you. So his passive, absolutely gone. You have a lot of damage also going into it. I think Ensch loves the longer the game goes. People are locked down in some arena, bam, bam, bam. You have some impetus coming through. Pure damage against BB and DK is no joke if this game does scale on.
We have quite a couple of beefy boys on the board at the moment with the 8 heroes that are picked so far. Is there any sight on potentially damage issues coming out from these teams, or are we kind of okay with the balance we have right now? It seems fairly similar, if you will.
It's going to be back and forth between tankiness. Both sides have it. Both sides could have issues where if you initiate and don't 100 to 0, there's going to be a heal or a turnaround or a way to just kind of brush off that first wave of fight. So yeah, I think it's going to be a problem for both teams, but when it's a problem for both, then it just becomes an exciting game.
An issue that I see is if we're assuming that whoever's getting gripped is getting escape acted, then the key play that BB team will have in that early mid game is DK blinks in, Hoodwink provides the follow-up damage, and if that's not enough to kill a target, they can easily reset the fight. If Enchantress isn't burst in that duration, she'll just turn on her wisps, right? If it's not the Ringmaster, he will be saving people in that backline. And Bristle, while he does a lot of damage, he does it over time. He's not a bursty hero. So maybe they can look towards securing that burst from their safe laner instead, and then you run around with that DK and the knowledge that whoever you go on will die.
The problem there is BB, if they want to reset, they can't reset when they're in an arena. So if they initiate first and Amar's in position, you throw down an arena, you're going to have to try and survive through that moment because, Falcons will be ready to punish any initiation from BB. And it's a very scripted initiation. You know, if DK's missing from the map, if Bane's missing from the map, you know they're probably making a smoke move or they're looking for that fight. And if Falcons can shove the waves with the Ench or the Sand King, Amar's probably going to have to be in the right place at the right time.
And from the perspective of Falcons, usually these Sand Kings, after the helm, they'll buy an Ags, and that usually corrects for damage issues. But if the damage is purely coming from the Agnum's epicenter, then it's kind of solved with the pipe as well. There's not that much damage coming out of Falcons either.
It's true. I do think that the auras will be quite important in this game, like especially the offlaners, because they're mainly the teamfight controller so far. Sure, Falcons do also have Sand King, like All Marine later, who can make stuff happen. What do we have here?
That's the Nature's Prophet. The Faceless Void was the final ban, and the Nature's Prophet there. This is one of the heroes that's been very successful for Falcons, and during the road to TI, this is one of the heroes that was picked actually very early on, and also banned oftentimes early on.
It is still a very, very strong hero. I would say it's pretty good in this game. I would say it's better for their own draft. Like, you have, and she's gonna want to go through the gate, you're gonna TP somewhere, you have this early collapse play, so BB team support's not really the best at turning stuff around. Like Bristleback also, if he TPs in, oh cool, you're gonna goo me, you're gonna quill, I'm gonna stick and walk away. So Falcons, this is their recipe.
It's, more wave shove, and also a carry that isn't afraid, to buy Skadi, right? Because of how quickly you farm Mjolnir into BKB, you get a Skadi hitting it onto a Bristle or a DK with the containment of the Sand King and Mars. That's a really good recipe for fights to go your way.
So what's the answer? What is BB team lacking, and what one hero can solve that entire puzzle?
I think they need a hero that can just focus on this backline, take out the Ringmaster, buy an early nullifier, and provide you with more burst damage, because BB team are lacking in burst. They're only getting it from Sharpshooter right now.
And they had no reserve time.
That's a life stealer.
I do think it makes sense. Like if you see double strength core, you see some Sand King, you see the Mars, you can get in there. I would say it's nicer for you if you have two guys you can go in with, because it's kind of still all about this DK. But the cool thing is you can buy a nullifier later, you can split your radiance. You're pretty nice. So I would say it's pretty good, and it's within like his comfort.
It also means that GPK and Miro don't have to be the ones to go in first. When Pure's online, he will happily walk up and try and tank the arena, try and tank the epicenter, right? If he can get the rage off, then everyone else can follow. A problem that BB had was they can't disengage from the fight. Lifestealer easily can with Infest or Rage. So once they get online, Falcons have to be careful that their finite control of the finite team fight, is used on the correct heroes. Because if they waste it on Pure, don't kill him, then BB will just run through the entire engagement.
Yeah, I really like this lifestealer and what it provides for them in the game. I like that it contributes to the infest bombs, and like T mentioned, that ability to kite in and out will be pivotal. The question is he going to have better lanes than yesterday? Because if they come out of their lanes doing well in BB team, I strongly believe in this draft. If their lifestealer gets shut down on lane and has late timings, they're going to lose everything on the map.
And what's the laning stage going to depend on? Where does the if come from?
If Skitter presses TP.
Okay.
Not like Sumo.
I mean, it's like the way that I see it too, I expect both teams to have pretty good laning stages with what's going to be happening. But also, to me, it's a lot about the first move. Are Falcons going to be the ones that take over the first move? They go to the Lifestealer lane, they shut him down, maybe take his tower, or Pure? You, with the Gore Storm, do you go through the gate? Do you make the first move? How do you react to the first move? Because BB team, I think they would prefer to be the aggressors themselves. You have DK, he wants to hit the mid tower. Maybe you can invade the triangle. So Falcons, try to shut them down from this first move, make it unsuccessful for them.
There's also the Nature's Prophet. When you're playing against Nature's Prophet, you have to assume there's +1 in each lane that can join at any time. And you have to be ready to react to when the Nature's Prophet is going to be TP in. So the supports have to be freed up almost all of the time on BB team and ready for those moves.
Okay, well, it is time. Time to get our first game of the final best of 3 on the way. Before we jump into the game, though, we're going to check in with the coach on stage and Tsunami.
Thank you very much. I am joined by bulk of a BB team and Kinda High helping me translate. You were down to the last second there. Lifestealer was picked. All the reserve time was used. What was the discussion for that last pick?
При пике лайфстилера вы тянули до последней секунды. Соответственно, очень интересно, что именно вы обсуждали перед этим пиком.
Мы не то чтобы слишком долго думали над этим героем, просто больше обсуждали, что мы будем делать по игре, потому что просто сэкономили время.
We were actually using this time to discuss our game plan.
Okay. Well, it's strategy time as well. How about the very beginning of your strategy, though? You guys pick a lot of Hoodwink. It's your most picked hero of the tournament. I was wondering, why does Save like this hero so much?
Вернемся к началу драфта. На ваш первый пик залетела Худвинг. Вы ее, очевидно, очень любите. Что именно Сейв в ней находит?
Это просто один из его любимых героев, и ему комфортно играть. Плюс это очень хорошо подходит под наш плейстайл.
It's just one of his most favorite heroes. Really fitting for their playstyle, so that's why they go for it.
Well, I hear the horn off in the distance. Barclays Arena, you ready for the last series of the night? Then let's get into it. Game number 1.
And we're going to start things off with a good old-fashioned first blood. Falcons will take it. Not only are we going to have some action immediately, we also have some action in the server in form of some all chat. Avery, of course, with some outgoing members on both sides. You know there's going to be some trash talk going on between these two.
Man, I wish I could have put all chat in my fantasy. I would have loaded up on players in this series, and I would have made bank every day, every night. This could be a really interesting series. These guys know each other really well. They have played against each other throughout the year, and they have gone exactly even 5-5 in those series. They have some peculiar similarities in their play style and the structure of the team. I'm mainly looking at that carry role. 2 carry players that like to get aggressive, like to make early rotations, and join the fights. And I'm looking at the 4 positions. When you talk about some of the greatest 4s who have ever played this game, sure, there's names like GH in there. There's Jax. But for me, I can't imagine a world where Crit doesn't one day become a TI winner. This guy has had one of the most legendary 4-position careers of all time. And on the flip side, I think Save has quickly made an argument that he belongs in that echelon. He gets another 4 or 5 years into this career. He gets a couple more championships under his belt. People will look back at this guy as one of the greatest fours to ever play the game.
Particularly
these
since
two playmakers.
he's a two offensive front, right? He's both amazing inside of the game as a player, but also as a captain, right? The fact that he is willing to take on that mantle of leadership for any team, I think, is always something to add to your resume. And Pure certainly has that. Crit, of course, one of the most elder players in the game. He certainly is going to be bringing a wealth of experience to this matchup. And you've talked time and time again how important experience is on the main stage of TI.
It's everything. You need those core players to hold you together, to keep emotions in check, especially if your games go, an average of 55, 60 minutes here, which Falcons have a tendency to do. The other really interesting thing about this draft is I think this is the first draft Falcons encountered. I was watching in the booth. It's a lot of their heroes on the other side of the river. I mean, this BB team lineup could be a Falcons draft. We have 2 Falcons drafts here. You're getting mirrored, at least strategically, hero pool-wise. That can be problematic sometimes. Kataomi trying to fight it out. Cannot get the last hit. That's going to be a strength tonic going into crit. A really nice pickup here with the Carney Classics. And let's see what he can do with this Ringmaster. Not a hero we've seen a lot at this TI. Got debuted at the last one, but a super powerful team fighter. You can get those saves going into the late game.
Oh, nice pickup. Beautiful bushwhack on 2. Snake King will take a bit of damage here. He has his Whisk coming up in a second, so should be able to undo a bit of the damage done, but you can see the potential is there. You've got this really nice physical damage minus armor duo between the Bristleback and the Hoodwink, and they can actually get through and maybe burst down this Enchantress even after level 6.
Not the old, Blight Orb tree bounce Hoodwink. That would have made this
that
lane,
was disgusting.
Even more disgusting. But if they can put the pressure on this Fury and Enchantress lane, it's going to count for a lot around the map. You're trying to whittle through the resources, keep them low. That'll do 2 things. Stop the Enchantress making early rotations, potentially into this lane, which is going to be another very tough lane for BB team to get through, and stop those Furion teleports from ruining Pure's game. We saw what Enigma Galaxy did to him yesterday. That was brutal. He just got decimated in that laning phase, and a big component of that was the Furion rotations. Falcons could be looking to do something similar here, so the more pressure that gets put on this Falcon safe lane, the more time you buy for your other lanes to come online. And keep in mind, this is no regular Enchantress.
Yeah.
This is a Snake King Enchantress, the man who had the 27 win streak on this hero.
Well, I just want to point out, Avery, the last time we tried to highlight a certain player's proficiency with a hero, we did point to Ghost in his Morphling, and that one didn't go so well, so we might want to be careful with praising the players here.
I think that's a Morphling issue. I'm not going to put that on us. Look, I'll praise Snake King's Enchantress. I know the man, if he says I cursed him after the game, he'll take it up with me personally.
Fair enough.
I'll vouch for it.
We did have the Hoodwink sneak over and take away the Water Rune, but Malrine seems to be doing pretty fine without it. Without the refill in the bottle, really only suffering on mana. Laning phase does seem to be doing all right. Pure having to use a rage here, and if that Furion teleport had come in earlier, they might have been able to get the kill there. On to Pure. Crit will survive, has to use the Lotus just in case Katomi rolls a little high. Good God's Rebuke for a double range CS and a bit of damage on a Pure. They are keeping this lifesteal low within the kill threshold if they can ever catch a spear on him.
Amar is just such a scary laner. He gets these early stat items up. He just straight out CSs you 28 and 5 on this Mars. And it's not a lane you can really stop him. After he gets the early regen up, you can put some harass into him, but Ringmaster is still a really strong laner. It's a great laner against Bane. One of the heroes that can outrange him, put the daggers in. That strongman tonic is sitting in Crit's backpack right now. That's going to make some aggression a lot more difficult. And of course, you always have rotations that can come in here. So if you're BB team, it's really scary to get aggressive on this lane. You're just trying to secure as much farm for the lifestealer as possible and get the hell out of there.
31 and 6, top of the board. Still though, both the Dragonite and the Bristleback are not faring too poorly. So it seems like pretty much all the cores are doing all right. The only one who's a little bit farther behind is Skeeter's Nature's Prophet. And that is both due to the off lane of BB Team and the fact that he's going to be teleporting around the map. We already had him be a part of one kill, right? So,
I mean, 14 denies on this Bristle. Significant work being done down here from Miro. This dual off lane for BB Team putting in the work right now in this laning phase. And you're looking towards that 6-minute power rune. Could be a rune that Skeeter wants to TP to if the fight breaks out, especially if you can secure the kill on GPK. He has Dragon Form available. Biggest pressure point on the map right now.
Yep, the supports are coming over like this. Kataomi, nice spacing there. Malrine spaces it so he can burrow strike in to take the rune. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't spawn, but Kataomi still gets hit by the stun, unable to get off a good nightmare. And now with Skeeter running
That's
in,
a little
one
awkward.
grenade, and perhaps, okay, Malrine's going to cut him off at the pass here and bring him down.
More gold for Malrine, having a tremendous start. Stacks will be waiting for him as well. I mean, this is Falcons Dota. They will always get that triangle stacked up for these AoE clear mid heroes. But overall, a very even laning phase. I mean, hey, this has got to be Pure's best start on the main stage. He doesn't have 6 deaths already. This is looking way better than yesterday. So he's got to be feeling a little more comfortable given the position.
You want to know something? After yesterday's win, in a post-game interview, he said he actually apologized. He said, I'm sorry you had to see that. And he thanked his team, and he said, next game, I'll carry them. He wants to return the favor for his team, who managed to pull through in that clutch series yesterday. They dragged him across the finishing line after he had an incredibly rough first 20 minutes.
I mean, a lot of that was the GPK puck, which earned a first phase ban here. Falcons do not want to mess around with that. And he should have a better series here. This is a guy who has stepped up before and absolutely can do it again.
We've got a little stack clearing. This is, every TI stacking is part of the meta, but it feels like particularly important for Falcons, who have been playing the Sand King and the Earthshaker so much. What's the game plan? Because right now it doesn't seem like BB team are trying to contest at all. They've just let Malrine have all this.
The trade-off could have been the DK pushing your mid tower, right? DK is a hero that can punish stack takers by just putting the tier 1 pressure on if heroes can rotate into him.
Yeah.
BB team didn't feel comfortable pulling supports off the side lanes to make that kind of play. Maybe GPK doesn't want to go up there with Sand King off the map. Doesn't want to risk a bad death in this early game, but at the same time, you're not using this Dragon form to put some early pressure on Falcons, so Malrine is getting away with the exact type of game plan he wants right now, and we saw what he was all chatting yesterday. You got to ban this Sand King against me, or I'm going to win every game. If he all chats it again, at what point do you take this hero away from him? At what point do you start to say, there's too many heroes to ban against this team in general?
What's with Pure? Okay, switched it over to a normal Radiance build, which is what I would expect. He's going to use an early Infest here.
See, there's your stack contest.
Chris somehow, I guess taking one creep.
Slowing down the economy.
Bit by bit. A quick burst here on Kataomi, as Falcons were very well set up for that one. Had all the information in the world and communicated it. Nice rotations from everyone involved.
Carries are having the slowest game, but Skeeter's going to recover a lot faster here, and Wrath of Nature contributing to the map. Gonna feel nice. Now you can start to look for these Enchantress rotations, either into the mid or the top lane. Start to put pressure on BB team in terms of having a numbers advantage. You leave heroes alone on the lane, they're going to be very susceptible.
Have you seen that one before? The Helmet Dom into being used to break the Bristleback early? That's funny.
It's a little touch.
Grab here, pulling him out, but Malrine got the kill on Pure. It's got to be a trade-off here. They have to get the kill on Skeeter. He's already been cut away from that bushwhack. Awkward little play there. BB team, did they cut down the wrong tree?
That was just awkward in general. I don't even know if you have the damage for him. That's 1,000 HP Furion. He's just going to TP out of here.
He's getting out. Crits away. No catch here from BB team. The best they can get out of this is the tower, which thanks to GPK, they should be able to do so, but it's still a trade-off.
I don't know, Malrine, he has other plans. He has Epi available.
Oh, he's spotted immediately. And he's going to get that Sandstorm in front of the wave here. GPK, do you really want to commit to this? They do manage to get the dust, pulling the Sand King out of position here. No bushwhack.
Just wants the tower.
Maybe go for the Ringmaster, trying so hard to get this tower, but it's just going to be denied. BB team, they're getting nothing out of this. No kills, no tower.
And they lost Pure in that trade off top, whereas ATF, I was about to say he's not going to miss the last hit, but he missed the last hit. I couldn't even curse him.
Right in front of Creeps, gets taken away.
Blink Dagger done for Malrine, though. Benefit of all those stacks.
Yeah.
Now you're going to run this almost level 10 Sand King straight into that mid lane. Somebody shows here they are just gone, and you're looking at another quick tower push. This is the downside of failing some of those early Dragon form moves. If you don't get the pressure onto Falcons early, they're going to have the freedom to make moves onto you, and your lineup is not as good as responding.
It just goes for it. No pump fakes. Maureen pulls the trigger right away. An epicenter kill onto the Bane and a tower secured. Gets the last hit on that as well. Maureen is shooting up the network chart. Pure gets off the rage in time, but he's kind of stuck here. He's got to go for an infest. Oh no, he's been blocked out by the arena. He has to choose for the range creep, but that's pretty easy. Falcons can chew through that one, and a Sprout to finish him off. And now the difference of the carries is beginning to show. We can see this Nature's Prophet, even though it was in a losing lane, is still able to be active around the map.
Really nice move from Skeeter. Beautiful arena to cut him off from that siege creep. You take down the carry, you take the mid-tier one at the same time. You're splitting resources, not getting punished for it. This is amazing for Falcons right now. BB have to respond in some capacity. They're trying to do stacks of their own, but the experience is getting leached here.
Yeah, and this is also just going to be way less efficient. Not to mention, Snake King, he's catching wards, he's blocking out the camp. He will die for it, though. So there's a little extra bit of efficiency for GPK, who's clearing out his stack, gets to get a little assist and experience.
You had to punish something here, right? It's just getting too much. And once more, it's going to be another BB team game where all eyes on GPK and Save. Save the playmaker, but GPK the anchor in this early game. He has the early blink. He can do some work in these fights. Nice setup for the Hoodwink ult to come through and some decent break targets. Like you can throw the break into this Enchantress and Mars later on. You will have the substantial kill threat on them.
I just do not feel like GPK is set up to have the same kind of impact on this Dragon Knight as his Puck was set up. He's fighting into heroes that are just a lot tankier, and Dragon Knight just doesn't provide the same amount of damage.
It's going to be tough to go into all the AoE control. You jump on the Sand King or Mars, if they get boxed, if they get saved to some Enchantress heals, and then that second turnaround comes, there's very little to bail you out. There's going to be an infest later on, and there's some early sleep save potential, but you're kind of on your own in these early fights. I agree. It's concerning. It's maybe a reason we didn't see him push this mid tower as aggressively. He's worried about some of these TPs coming in. You just get locked in the AoE control. You're going to get bursted down.
Skeeter is still not the most farmed. In fact, every minute that goes by that he's not getting a kill, Pure is beginning to close that gap. Still doesn't have his Maelstrom, and frankly, is rather low level, too.
You would love for a fight to break out as long as he's not the first one in. It's just not Falcon's MO, right? They want to get all the item timings online together, then make the cohesive move. They're not just going to start random engagements without a good reason for it. They also like making these moves around objectives. You're looking at the Roshan, you're looking at the Torment, they're stealing stacks. Something of this nature is what's going to prompt that smoke trajectory. If Snake King doesn't see it, he's not going to force the issue.
They may be a bit of a slower team, but they are still a double Blink Dagger lineup.
And Wisdom Shrine spawning soon. This is what's prompting them to go to this part of the map. Even if they don't find anything, they're going to get an objective, and they will find something because you have to defend this experience gain right now.
But is Amar going to react appropriately as the smoke breaks? They run into the Bristleback, and they pin him, trying to burst him down, and they push him back into the arena. They do have the Abyss. That's going to help out. Miro, he gets a bit of help, but it looks like he's still going to fall in the end. They trade off the Nightmares, 1, 2, and a third, but a nice Fiend's Grip, and they don't have anything to stop it now. Marini may have gotten out the epicenter, but he wasn't able to blink into the Bane. Still, though, heavy damage rains in on GPK's Dragon Knight. He falls, and somehow all of Falcons keep each other alive. To a man, they are still up, and now Pure is being hounded by all three of the cores and two of the supports to get the pin onto the Bane as well. And what about that Wisdom Shrine? Not even that. Everything will be denied from BB Team. They will lose out on all the kills they hope to get. They will miss their Wisdom Shrine. Falcons will wipe them.
Beautiful team fighting from them. They toggled the target priorities so damn well. The saves are bailing each other out. The little extra sustain. Huge epicenter from Maulring. He dealt the most damage there. Sick bushwhacks from Save. I mean, they baited that out pretty well. That's a Blade Mail Bristleback that took the brunt of that fight. GPK on the side. His Dragon Form ran out. That could be a very different fight if he has it for the second duration. He blinked into everybody. He was super confident they were going to win that, and it was very close. But the early laning victory for Falcons pays off in a huge brawl. They get that 5-0 victory. That's massive for them.
I kind of thought they had it when they were trading off the Nightmares. They managed to get this Fiend's Grip, but
it looked good. I mean, this is the kind of fight you won. The Bristle can survive. Infest bails him out. Blade Mail reflects a lot of damage here. And at this point, you're a bit scared to commit But now you're bleeding more, potentially.
Yeah, Falcons not slowing down whatsoever. They moved to the other side of the map, already picked off the Hoodwink, and they're going to go for more. They are going to chase down GPK. It's a long road back to the Tier 2, but a short one back to the Fountain.
I mean, I was about to ask, what does GPK want to go after this Blink to keep the early control going? It's been delayed. Whatever he was planning, looks like it's just going to be BKB. I mean, he was on pace to be the most farmed core in this game. He's now behind the entirety of Falcons. Going to have to look to Pure to get this Radiance online and bring some of that team fight back. Nice dodge from him. Quick reaction.
And he's going to go for an infest inside the Golem.
He doesn't want to TP off the map. That's the biggest thing. I mean...
Oh, no.
No
the
way
Quills will build up. They've got him, right? Oh, he's slowed down. He's outside of the range of the final Quill. They used so much for that. They used a Fiend's Grip on him. He walked into their triangle and still survived.
Spark of Courage, quite nice on this hero. When you get low, the heal kicks in, the extra armor. And now did you overstep?
Now Miro's going to be punished for chasing after him. There's so much control to make him face a certain direction, whether it's the spear, it's the fear, or it's the wheel. There is tons of options for Falcons to get the Bristle back to face the right direction and put the damage into his face.
Man, that Wisdom Shrine fight decided so much of this mid-game. I mean, Crit is just having such a tremendous game after that. He has a full Vessel already done. So much damage into these cores that don't have early BKBs or Dispel. It's going to be great against the Dragon Knight, great against the Bristle. You can go into a fast Aether Lens here, and then you're just cruising in this game. Early Lotus for Amar. Seen him do this a couple times. Nice Dispel game, great against the Bane here.
And the armor never hurts when you're matched up against a lot of physical damage. I mean, all three cores are, 90% physical damage here. Pure finally does have his Radiance, but I just feel like it's not going to mean that much. The team fights, if Falcons are winning the fights, which they mostly are, right? It happens fast, right? It's a lot of burst damage. Like, what are the chances that this Radiance actually gets to do a decent amount of damage over time, or that the miss percentage chance actually has an impact when Falcons are largely just throwing magic damage up?
It's a scaling item. It's a farming item, right? He doesn't have to get max value out of it right now. It'll be good across the entirety of the game, especially if he gets really beefy later. You can go for infest plays, though. That is something this lineup always has available. You can infest the DK and look for a quick pick-off or jump into some sort of objective or vision control.
Yeah, and that's why typically I would really like the heroes that BB Team have against Falcons, because they do have that tendency to split up, where the Fiend's Grip might be able to do things, but the box counter is too good. Crit in the right spot, the right time will save Amar's life.
Crit just reading this play perfectly. So close to that tier 2.
And
Amar, it's a risky play.
He wants revenge. Katomi tried to kill him instead. Oh, look at Amar. What a nice guy. No, Skeeter is struggling a bit on the network chart. He will wake him up so Skeeter can take the last hit.
Amar the friendly strikes again. Honestly, at first I thought he misclicked that. Thinking, I've watched this kid for a couple seasons now. Did he lag out?
Maybe he's just evolving, growing as a person and a player.
Well, this is the time to do it.
That's why he's got a Lotus Orb, so he can protect his allies.
We'll see who he ends up throwing it on here. I'm not gonna. It's going Lotus into the Lincolns. We saw him do this build earlier in the road to the International. Very obnoxious build to get through when you are relying on your single target spells to give you control in the fight. Super good against the Bane here. Nice against the DK stun, right? And if you rule those spells out, what is left in the tank for BB Team in terms of control? Bushwhack. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, it's not much. And it's showing in the kill score, 16-2, with Falcons up 7K. That Radiance timing, even the BKB timing for GPK, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. It feels like BB Team are just going to have to weather the storm until they get a second or third item on some of these cores. And that second or third item is going to be slowed down as Falcons keep on hitting with the smokes. They have not missed on one of these smokes yet.
Playing with more map control, slightly better vision. Furion and Enchantress pushing the waves in. They have more maneuverability here. Just finding more openings. I mean, I like that Pure's getting aggressive here. Like, you got to just take something off the map, right? You can't keep losing heroes, gaining nothing in return. You are pushing towards the second BKB on that Bristleback. Got delayed off that smoke. And now Tormentor's going to boost this net worth lead up even further.
Can they kill Snaking with the break. I think they might just have it. No, he's walking away. The heal is being outdone. The Radiance is just not going to do it.
The damage is just so pathetic.
It is. It's just sad. Save. Once again, he tries to get himself out of there, but Scurry, teleport, it's not going to work for you.
Yeah, and their Spotlight freshly delivered off that Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this isn't the craziest shard in the game, but missed chance against this lineup, it's a freebie, right?
Sure.
Throw it out there.
And situations like that, finding the squirrel, trying to hide away in the trees, and they're going to play for another Wisdom Shrine. They took the last one, and BB Team, they learned their lesson. They will give this one up without a fight.
Experience differential's out of control. I mean, we're already at an 11 level difference, 28%. 20 minutes in the game, that is some serious damage.
It's nasty work out here. Malrine, he's got his Aghanim Scepter. He's closing in on level 18 and soon to be a BKB. So the Sand King is peaking here pretty soon. Obviously, he continues to get stronger, but I feel like Aghanims plus level 18 Epicenter is one of the strongest points for this Sand King.
Oh, Falcons are not afraid of fighting right now. Again, they just want to sync it up around progressing the game through the Roshans, through the towers when they hit these timings. And once more snaking, he is just pushing these lanes aggressively. Knows he can't die. Knows even if they try and kill him, it's going to take everybody. Incredibly annoying. He will continue to scale here. Hurricane Pike on the menu for him after some early utility. Big problem for their cores in the late game, honestly. If he gets to sit in these fights and just throw out the impetus, it's pretty effective against the Bristle and the Dragon Knight here.
I mean, this is disgusting. Snake King's just by himself pushing out a lane. Not just defending it around the tower, but exploring this whole jungle area, getting information. BB Team are just on the edges of the map.
Mara looking for the setup on Pure.
Pure immediately going to rage and then TP away. Spooked by the Sprout that was coming in. The teleport from the Nature's Prophet. They're snaking. And once again, showing that he can't really die. This is so bad. BKB, teleport out. That's your first use, the Black King bar. But BB Team have no other choice. They're too far behind right now. They just got to do something like that. A smoke up play, though. This might catch Falcons unaware.
You do not want to catch the Enchantress with this, though.
No.
They're going to...
Oh, man. They missed the bushwhack. Come on. They break the Enchantress. They'll get her. They got her. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. It's all good. The Enchantress has finally died, and BB Team have picked up a third kill for the game.
I mean, honestly, he's level 13. That's a significant kill just to relieve some of the map pressure here. This is why this man is such a nuisance on this hero. He forces overreactions. Suddenly you stop playing Dota, you start playing Hunt Bambi in the woods.
Yeah.
Creates a lot of space, a lot of farm for the other three cores, and Falcons love their tri-core scaling.
And the supports too. The supports have luxury items queued up.
BB are still
thinking about like,
something.
oh, what am I getting? I'll get a Blink Dagger, an Aghanim Scepter. Like, who's thinking about Aghanim Scepter on this Ringmaster? Miro, once again, we see some maybe overcommitment from BB Team to try and claim a tower. The punish is there from Falcons not to get the kill, but another BKB forced out, and maybe a different kill. No save, does manage to skirt on by the Sprout.
A lot of Nightfall going on in this game, dare I say it.
Yeah.
These BKBs are not getting the fight impact you would want. I guess it's getting you some farm. You are stalling this game out. No BKB piercing disable for Falcons is really causing them some issue. I'm sure they're thinking about some way to get an early epistle or something.
I mean, when you're this far up,
this is significant. I mean, this is one way to get the lanes out when you're not using Helmet Dominators.
How does BB Team keep ending up in this position? Because this was a squad that was known for their laning prowess. This is a squad that was known for getting the advantage in the first 10 minutes and 20 minutes. And then maybe somewhere in the mid game, they would sometimes fall apart or something like that. But now it seems like every single game they're playing, they're just getting run over in the first 25 as once again, Falcons will find their mark with their movements around the map. They're just catching BB Team every single time they smoke.
Oh, they're getting everything they want off these continuing to scale everybody up. Yeah, you're finding some rat action on the side lanes. You're BKB TPing out, but you're also wearing down your durations going into this late game, whereas Falcons have not committed BKBs yet. If they want to go for them later on, they're going to have a nice timing advantage with that. And we've yet to see Roche go down. It's another big piece of pushing high ground in this patch. Falcons yet to claim it if they want it.
Epicenter goes out. Surprise, Pure. He's going to be caught by that one.
No
he
TP.
gets off the rage, but it's so much damage, he may not even survive. Gets off the infest. Inside save. They're going to bounce back. They go up to Sand King. BB team.
Oh, what a
big
sprout.
play. BKB. Wait, no. Oh, okay. Still goes down. The Burrow Strike is not quite good enough. And that is a massive kill streak to get up. 896 gold for GPK and an extra 550 for the team.
I mean, this game may not have been pretty for BB Team, but they suddenly have the top net worth core. They claimed a huge streak. They lose
Amari,
GPK.
oh, instant response from GPK.
What was that?
A quick little stun. And Amar at half. Not so certain if he wants to keep going offensively anymore. Has to arena defensively.
Yo,
Still going to be
feeling
Dragon Tail. And yeah, BB Team saying, well, they don't have the Sand King. Good little clap. No, it's not going to be good enough. They still found the Bushwhack to stop him. The Fiend's Grip on top of that one. What is Amar doing trying to fight without his buddy Maureen?
That was an incredibly sick stun from GPK.
That was
absolutely brilliant. Once more, he has been the rock of this team, having an incredible TI main stage performance. And now BB Team, they feel a little momentum.
Third kill.
They will take everything here. Maybe into Roshan. This game just flipped on its head.
What just happened? BB Team double their kills and get Roshan?
They're going to even out this lead completely.
They are.
One bad gank into turnaround potential from that infest on these tanky boys. They make the call to go back in. That's playing to win, right? You could just run away, lick your wounds, say, we got out, we survived. But they picked their point. They picked it well. They have a chance to turn this game.
Doesn't want to let anybody near the pit here. He's going to make sure and they even get an extra kill out of this crit. He was trying to do something fancy. Some sort of whip, maybe jumping into the pit.
It's just going to be another death on the board. I mean, that's basically a team wipe outside of the Furion into Roche.
Yeah.
This Bane is rich now. Oh, Falcons, what have you done? It seems you are doomed to enter 60-minute games no matter what you do. This one might go the distance as well. And now you have a BKB on this Lifestealer. The debuff immunity that has been causing Falcons problems is about to get a lot worse. This Lifestealer pick is good for that reason. Now he has an insane duration to play with. I just don't think you can really itemize against it. You were itemizing a little defensively against some of the single target bursts with this ATF build. Mallory's just going for pure damage, but none of this damage is going to do a lot to all this debuff immunity and the tankiness of these heroes plus the infest.
Sure, they got to be prepared to play longer fights where you make the jump, rage goes off, and then a reset, and that's why he's going for refresher.
I mean, Skeeter has his work cut out ahead of him. Trying to man fight this lineup with a Furion is going to be really tough. It's just not a hero that's going to, again, buy items like that Abyssal and put it to work, right?
Yeah. I mean, you're supposed to be operating off of a net worth advantage, and they still are, but there's another 4 minutes left on the Aegis. Katomi. He doesn't go down quite as quick as he used to, but they will still find the kill with the trio. And Falcons not backing down when it comes to being aggressive either. Still pushing towers. Though those are illusions, snaking will help it out. And looking after Miro in the mid lane. BB team,
if he wants to.
They do have this Lifestealer coming in. They can help him out. And he jukes him out entirely. Falcons completely whiff on that one. And the Dragon Tail stun does come in. GPK, he blocks the own stun back with the BKB and ensures they can get this kill onto Amar. Amar trying to walk it off. Force step. It actually gets him pretty far. He got the Radiance burn though. And he throws away the Lifestealer, but it's not good enough. The Spirit Vessel will bring him down. Maureen, a massive hit in the back lines. He takes down the Hoodwink, does good damage to the Lifestealer, brings down Miro as well. Maureen, he went for all damage and it paid off in this fight.
Pure trying to stick around, doesn't TP out. Once the infest, maybe the turn.
He does still have it. Dragon Tail and a Fiend's Grip both being used. Can they save this Sand King? They will. An Ether Lens, a long-range whip, that'll bail him out for now and infest inside the Dragonite, knowing GPK should be able to get away. Zane jump back in on Maureen. Maureen, yeah, he did have a heavily offensive build, but as soon as they can get a Dragon Tail stun on him with Pure next to him, he does blow up quick.
GPK is owning these fights. The fact he pre-BKBs to not get Lotus stun there counts for everything. You're able to kite this fight in and out. He has been a great infest target, and the tankiness of this lineup is showing. I think Falcons are punching a mirror right now. Like, they are playing up against the lineup that they would normally play, and BB Team is abusing the strength of it, quite literally. And Falcons don't really know what to do. They're like, wait a minute, we're supposed to have the unkillable cores. We're supposed to be able to take the longer fight. They're getting worn through right now.
I love the fact that I think it was Robson who said, you know, like, you pick this sort of lineup, which is normally a Falcons lineup, and, well, they can show you how to beat it. Or maybe in this case, they're going to show that it's just unbeatable, and maybe you should just be playing 3 strength cores every game.
It absolutely happens. You can feel like you have a grasp on the meta. I mean, Falcons are going to play their style no matter what, and you can think it's unbeatable, and some team just plays what you do. They do it a little better, and you don't know what to do against it. It can be incredibly frustrating. We've seen it at TI before.
And this game that was one, you know, 65-35 sort of matchup is now dead even.
And Falcons afraid to try and jump this Lifestealer on the lane. Not an easy jump, but they're going to have to smoke up and make something happen. Lincoln's freshly done for Amar. This is as good as it gets for him for a long time. But it looks like BB Team's jump is a little scarier. Full nullifier on GPK. If he finds his mark here on a big core target, the fight is just over. Once
Malrine, it's going to break on him. He blinks backwards up to the high ground. Amar, he can't do the same. nor can Snaking.
Nice
they
save.
get him the box. He might be able to get up to the high ground. He's still a bit in trouble, though. Skater comes in from the side. They do manage to get the Fiend's grip, but it's still Katome going down, and Save being caught inside that same arena. Both supports are dead, and a quick retreat from BB Team. They pull the cord on this one. BKBs, TPs away, nightfall to a man.
Smiley face coming through. I mean, what can you do? You don't have stuns for it. They can always just eject from the fight. That was a beautiful arena from Amar. He read that fight perfectly, hit in the tree line, no chance to jump him. I jump you. I killed both supports at the start. Take a lot of your control mechanism out. You can feel GPK's frustration with that angle, right? He wanted to jump past the Enchantress, but he didn't see anybody. He didn't know exactly where heroes were in that tree line. That's a very tough blind jump to make. He settles for the Enchantress, but immediately after you make that jump, you don't feel great about it. The box save comes through. You're on a bad target. Yet again, we've seen this before.
When is this going to be able to stop? Because these are not melee heroes that are going to build Basher.
I don't think it stops this game
soon. It's got to be entirely on Scythe, right?
I mean, maybe get an Abyssal on the Enchantress. I don't know. Get creative. Like,
yeah, you can do that.
None of these cores want to go that route. You pretty much just have to accept that that's the route this game is going. You didn't tempo it out and continue to scale in your own ways. Build your heroes up. Get the Hex on Amar. Get to Refresher territory. Refreshers can help you fight through this, right? If you survive through some of the early BKB duration, you come in with the second punch. That can be strong enough to bring these heroes down.
That's not going to feel great for Falcons, knowing the game is going late, because I do favor BB Team's lineup going late.
It's scary. These three cores together, they punch together and they punch hard. Looking for another aggressive go. No Roche to get off this play, but just feeling super strong on the map right now.
It's fine there on the ward. Putting the SNY hero on the front lines with that Stanish resistance.
I mean, to me, it's crazy Falcons are still up 7K. Because it's felt like they haven't won a fight in a long time. I mean, they got the 2 supports top, they got another shard, but
I think that will largely be the advantage that Falcons have going into late game is their supports are scaling up much better. Not that they are better in the late game, but frankly, the start that they had, and, you know, Enchantress is always pretty good at finding farm wherever she wants.
They will get more gold off the map. That's the difference right now, is the support difference. They can make the items work if they can contribute more damage in the fight or more saves. You get Nags on the Ringmaster. That's his best scaling mechanism.
Sure.
Honestly, Ringmaster suffers a lot against T-Buff immunity.
Epicenter, find save, and after that kill on save, looking at Miro, and if they could just kite him around, get another BKB out of him, that's pretty good.
He'll take that. Some pressure on the map. Does leave ATF solo top.
I can't believe Amar is showing this deep after they just showed all 4 of their heroes down there. It's not like he has a BKB. He can't do the same. He can't just BKB TP out. I guess Lincoln's Lotus does protect you against a lot of the initiation of BB Team.
He's confident in his defense against the Dragon Knight, as long as he can keep checks on where the Bane is or he has a good gut read of it. Somebody's got to get these lanes out. Another Wisdom Shrine steal. Have they gotten a single one this game?
Yeah, this is another reason why the Falcon supports are also scaling up more. They got to max out all their abilities so early onto the game, using those to farm up. I think surely the 7-minute one?
Yeah, they probably got the 7-minute bud.
But yeah, 14, 21. I don't know about
really
28,
hurts.
but 35 got taken. Though it doesn't really make that much of a difference if you just end up losing certain team fights to BB Team. You have all those levels, but it just gives them right back when BB Team kills you.
Yeah, he'll TP out now. Looking at who's the highest level in this game, it's Pure out of everybody. Not who I would have guessed out of that laning phase, but he was almost level 25. Nice talent for him to pick up. This thing about Butterfly here. Not a conventional lifestealer item, but could be really interesting. Nice against the Furion in the man fight.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Abyssal is good for him as well. Falcons grouping up. Roche, guaranteed spawn here very shortly. Got to get the vision out. Got to control the pit. This is not an Aegis you want to give the BB team, given the way this game has gone. Especially Ag's done on the Dragon Knight. I mean, their cores are scaling like beasts, but you put an Aegis on the Lifestealer, this fight is going to feel real impossible. I think this is a must contest Roche.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing how they kill him one time between the Rage, BKB, Infest into another Rage. Give him an extra life, then that pretty much kills the only way that Falcon can kill that Lifestealer, which is through the initiation. But Amar does have that tool now, a Scythe of Ice, so they have a way to get through this Rage or get in front of it.
This smoke is slow from BB if they're trying to get here to contest. This Roche is just gone. Way too fast with the Daedalus Mjolnir on the Furion. Hex done on the Mars, Refresher done on the Sand King. Falcons, they're hitting a really big power spike right now, and they got a Roche for free in this game.
What, was this an intentional, like, BB team had to have known this was a possibility, did they?
Yeah, it was a guaranteed spawn time. They just gave it up. They rather play for their item timings. They say the Aegis doesn't matter. This isn't that third Roche with potential shard or any kind of nonsense like that.
Yeah, and the butterfly timing that the Lifestealer just picked up is massive alongside level 25, so an extra second of rage duration as if the BKB wasn't good enough.
He's just so high level. You have Black Dragon available as well. This next fight is very tough for both teams to get through these cores. There's just so much tankiness. A lot depends on the initiation. ATF with the Hex Arena, and if you're BB, all on GPK, getting in there, starting the fight off. Your Bushwhack and Grip can do some work once the fight develops, but they're not likely starting it off. This Dragon Knight has to play Fearless right now. And you have to keep crit in check. That escape act can absolutely ruin you.
And BB team, they'll take that bait. They will quickly kill him. There goes the epicenter. They go straight to the back line, trying to cancel the support. They only got Katomi. They did not get save in that. Amar does manage to get the spear onto Pure, and GPK is beginning to be kited. Now, he still has that Black Dragon. He can walk over these cliffs, but Malrine is caught up with a Burrow Strike. GPK has to respond with his own BKB. Pure out with the Rage, and they'll all retreat here. It did have to buy back on both the 5 positions. This fight was just too crucial.
A true mirror match in all things here. Even the fights completely even. That was an impressive amount of kiting going into that Dragon Knight in the river. He just kept getting hit by daggers and vessels from crit. He just can't move. Pretty brutal.
Was pretty nasty.
I guess with the early nullifier, they can kind of ignore crit's positioning if they find a good core target. This box will not save you from the Dispel. So in some ways, you can leave him a little unchecked, but if the fight goes long, he's going to be an issue.
Yeah.
Still, it's an even fight while Falcons have this Aegis. If you're a BB team, you're probably okay with that outcome. You wanted more out of that if you were Falcons. You know how strong Skeeter is right now with the 2 lives. Just hit 25 as well. He has the removed teleport.
Yeah, 2 lives and soon to be a Satanic. So, in a way, third
interesting TP from ATF. You left
it's going to find him.
Yeah, they did not expect this move coming through, or if they did, they were trying to get out last minute. I think ATF was looking for the split push setup bottom. but BB Team making a very different call. So retake some of that Roshan area, but of course, I mean, Roche has already been claimed. Still 2 minutes on the clock for Skeeter here. If they want to try and force the fight with the Aegis, and they're going to do that. They get scanned.
Amar goes for it. Side the vice on the Bristleback. Lands the spear. Maureen with the epicenter. All in on this Bristleback. He actually went to the back line, hit GPK with his burrow. Now he's been Fiend's grip, but that's fine. He got off the BKB. No, pulled in by Bushwhack, and they managed to burst him down. And Amar. What is that damage between Pure and GPK? They just ripped through him, and now Skeeter is fighting this fight without his other two cores. They're trying to get him back to the base on this first life, but pulled back in by Save. That's life number 1. Do they have anything to buy back on the side of Falcons? Skeeter, second life, BKB, he goes out, pushing away Pure, and he's gonna try and teleport away, and he will be fine to do so, but what about his base?
I mean, you're not TPing far. BB Team win a fight right outside their base with a Black Dragon. They are gonna go to town, and the all chat swiftly return here. Just
they're going straight to the tier 4s.
They only
Pure
know
is
one
made his
direction.
call.
Forwards into the enemy throne.
They'll get one buyback out of him. But Falcons, they've got nothing left in the tank. They didn't see this coming. The tier 4 shredded, the throne completely exposed, and there is nothing Falcons can do to stop it. Maybe they delay it with a little bit of Sprout nonsense. They tried for the Burrow Strike. They try and do damage, but you cannot stop BB Team. You give them the win condition, and they will rip it away from you.
What a game from them to start this series off, especially stealing a lot of Falcons' playbook. They just ran it back into them, and they ran it better. They were outscaling them. They got through that incredibly terrifying mid-game that looked like Falcons were going to run away with it. They stabilized. They find that one turnaround top. They get so much out of that, and they're able to stabilize, turn that game around, scale into the late game, and just power through those fights. And Falcons look stunned. Like, yeah, I do not think they were ready for that kind of mirror match, that kind of team fighting to come out of BB Team.
And I'm going to repeat the question I asked early on in that game, Avery. What is it about BB Team? I asked that question in reference to them falling apart in some of these laning phases, but now, what is it about BB Team that maybe they don't win the laning phase, but they just seem to bounce back when it hits that mid game?
This team is relentless, and when they start to find some momentum, that is when they're the scariest, right? Some of these games look a little shaky. Laning phase can be a bit shaky. Sometimes they throw, but when they're feeling it, they just go. They are playing with an insane amount of confidence right now. That's what I love about this team, and you see it in that fight, right? Just go, go, go forwards to the throne. No hesitation. That's what's going to win you games on the main stage.
And we are going to go to the panel in anticipation of Game 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. There's a lot to talk about with this game because for the first half, I really thought Falcons was having it in the bag with Kezu. BB Team strike back once again.
I mean, Falcons, they were absolutely destroying them. I think they had like a 10k lead by minute 20, but like Cap and Avery were saying, there was this one turnaround on top, GPK. He finds the stun on Amar before he even blinks in. They get the turnaround, and then one fight after the other, like all this damage coming out. I think GPK had probably one of the games of his entire life. Like his performance this game was actually crazy.
Yesterday, too, he was
Yeah, this guy's just popping off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on with BB Team, but they've somehow become a comeback team instead of an early game domination type of team.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing incredibly well. And this game for BB, they identified how to try and get back into it, right? They get, sure, we're going to watch some highlights of Falcons dominating the early game, but again, that doesn't matter. In Dota 2, you never give up. You play until your Ancient explodes. And for BB, they found the pickles on the top side of the map. They got the first Aegis, right? That is so critical for the side of BB. The fact that they take away an Aegis in a very heavily momentum-driven Falcons enables them to kind of breathe in the game, to identify what they need to do. And yeah, I think the scaling, the Tricore, the Lifestealer, the DK, the Bristleback, they're so tanky when you hit this like 30-minute mark that eventually Falcons just were struggling to get anyone, any kill.
I mean, it was such a good Lifestealer game too. Like the issue was making it through that laning stage, making sure you don't lose everything on the entire map, just enduring until your Lifestealer can get a few items up, and then all of a sudden, all of the difficulties you had bursting targets early on, they're corrected. You get these infest bombs, you have a hero that can chunk through all of these tanky heroes. Malrine on his Sand King, who is usually horrifying to play against. All of a sudden, Epicenter doesn't do much. You just get this free BKB on your carry.
I mean, even look at this. Skeeter didn't even die this game. He died once with the Aegis towards the end because their damage was like overwhelming, but still ending up with the L. And I want to say, like, Falcons, they were feeling themselves, right? You had a lot of ult in this game, then suddenly the game flips, you start losing, you get ult back by like 4 enemy players on the main stage. This is gonna get to you after this game's over.
Just to be clear, right, BB, they started the all chat, right? Pure started the all chat at the early game, then Amar, of course, responded with the rank 50 laning, and then...
He started with the tipping,
it was, all back and forth. Game 2, there's going to be more all chat, there's going to be more tips and everything. It is a very, very spicy series.
It is a spicy series, and for this first game, we did give the flowers to GPK. I think, how could you not? This guy is, I think, one of the main reasons why they are playing in this upper bracket semifinals to begin with, and he, of course, delivered. I do also think we should highlight the Lifestealer in the sense that this was a player we talked about a lot because yesterday Pure had a rough time. This time around, he gets the overall last pick for his team, Effie, and he delivers.
He definitely delivered. I mean, he had everything that you wanted a carry to have in the late game. However, that early game was rough. Like, it does feel good to win this, but there is still an
That's
issue.
4 in a row.
There's still an issue that exists that for some reason, BB Team's safe lane are not making it through their lanes with enough. They've just really been suffering, and that is something that I want to see them correct, hopefully with the good morale that this game brought.
Yeah, and with this game, we had, of course, Kataomi's Bane. It's one of his staples. Falcons let it through, Effie, because they thought they could counter it.
Yeah, so one of the big problems that BB Team had early on, as you just saw in this clip, was every time Kataomi wanted to grip or every time they wanted to make a play with their Vayne, something was going wrong. It was getting countered by Escape Act. Here, they just lacked damage. They did not have enough burst to follow up early on. Snaking just walks that off. Here, again, they try to set up with this Infest on an Ancient Creep. They get the grip off. Guess what? Crit is there with that Escape Act. As the game progressed and they won a Teamfighter 2, they were able to get their nullifiers up once Lifestealer hit that Radiance. Once he got more items, it stopped being that much of an issue. But a big part of the reason why that early game was snowballing so hard was because of all of the tankiness on Falcons and all of the saves that they had.
I mean, usually I feel like Falcons are quite clean. Like when they have this type of lead, they take it from start to finish. They're ahead, they do their stuff, and they're gonna like cleanly end out the game. This time around, I feel like towards this mid game, BB Team had their number in like one fight, then the second, then the third. So I feel like it's the type of game where both teams are happy with the draft that they had and happy with how they played at some points of the game. But Falcons need to clean it up and like play more on the same page when it comes to the later stage.
Yeah, and if both teams are happy with how things are kind of balancing out, then a lot is going to rely on those team fights, Tigo.
Yeah, I just want to highlight how beautiful one of these fights was, where you had Falcons trying to escape the aggression of BB, right? Like, you know, Malrine starting the fight, but with all the utility available for Falcons, multiple 4-stars, you got Lotus, Amar missing spears, it's fine. Link as well on the Mars. Like, this is a fight for BB with the Aegis. They're in this, like, timing of aggression, but look how far Falcons are able to drag back the fight. How much resource and utility they're having to put into the mix just to try and survive. So the fact that, yeah, BB was down in the early game, but as soon as they hit this like post-Roshan 27-minute mark, the game fully switched because Falcons, like, they had to use everything for one Mars, but they were never really fighting. It was all mode survival.
And the reason why they were able to make such a big comeback as well was because GPK and Save together in tandem were creating opportunities. Like, what led to that Roshan in the first place, right? It was that top lane pick that they found on the Mars.
Yeah, and of course in this clip it does kind of go well for Falcons, but killing a Bristle. But again, like the next fight is very, very different. But this was the best fight that Falcons could try to try and kite back from.
And it's also from this point forward, like you can even see it like on the camp, like Pure, he gets quite animated. Like, it's a super long dragged out fight. We saw the double force earlier. They get a reinfest go again. You get a couple of kills, and this is where I would say the game like really turned on its head.
Yeah, it was quite the game here, that's for sure. And I do think we got to go back to talking about something that we talked about before, the draft and picking all your poisons. One of the main poisons that is, I believe it was on your 100% win rate heroes, Kezu, the Sand King, for the first time, Malrine Sand King.
Yeah, it was. And he had an incredible game, like from start to finish, really. But I'm still going to go back to, if you would talk to both teams about this game right now, they're not going to talk much about the draft. They're going to talk about the gameplay. BB Team is going to say our lane should go better, the game should be more even, whereas Falcons are like, we're up 10k gold at 20 minutes, like what else do you want? Our heroes are supposed to win, we need to clean it up, and that's it.
Well, speaking of that Sand King, and speaking of the early game that did go very well for Falcons, it is going to be Purge that is going to be breaking down that early game.
Thank you, Cheever. Yeah, the Sand King for the Falcons always goes immaculate. It makes Mallory makes the hero look so easy, frankly. And part of that is because of Ancient Stacks. Crit really focused on this in the early game while also helping his ally out by zoning the Bane and keeping him away from this problem. In this example here, both stacking and securing a kill on Kataomi as he gets ran down. Skitter also TPs, and Sand King just, walks over and says, okay, I'll take that kill for free. Thank you very much. So, giving him 2 sets of gold, basically. He stacks again at the 7-minute mark. Keep in mind, there actually is a sentry blocking this. Kataomi placed this earlier, so they're doing a little bit to decrease the amount of gold that the Sand King is going to get from this. But the problem is that he can still clear this very, very easily. Crit is going to hang out in the area to make sure that nobody ends up contesting it. One cool thing I noticed here, watch his power treads here. He's going to toggle these in moments that he wants the creeps to re-aggro to him so that they stay really grouped up here. So he's just going to toggle the power treads. That way he doesn't actually have to take damage. Normally you have to attack to break your invis here, but he waits to do it until the very end. One benefit there that power treads gives you over the phase boots, very cool. Then we see Pura on the other side using Gore Storm on an ancient creep. He's trying to apply some pressure here. He thinks he's very invulnerable basically in this lane because he can just press rage and can't actually be stunned. But watch this really cool chain stun that they do on the Falcon side. They actually started off a little bit abnormally. Now, normally you could have Amar maybe try to throw a spear to get him to this tree, but what they do instead is they start channeling from the right to stun with this one first. That's going to apply a fear, and that's going to give them an opening to land the second stun. And naturally, here's Malrine doing the same. I swear to God, this is the 4th rotation I've seen him do like this. He farms well, he ganks the top lane, he gets a kill, and he turns that into a tower kill. And then what they do afterwards is he gets his Blink Dagger at like 10 minutes. At this point, he always has like 2 kills and a couple assists, and he brings a smoke with 1 support, and then he goes for the next fight. And in this case, it's on the mid lane. They blow up the Bane, they kill him. I just watch this early game every time, and I'm like, this guy just consistently gets tons of kills. He accelerates his team's gold advantage, and then they go into the mid game. So almost always wins, sometimes falls off a little bit if there isn't as much follow-up, but definitely still an incredible early game for Malrine on the Sand King, but it wasn't enough this game to beat BB Team.
And that means that they are 1 game down, and BB Team is 1 game away from being top 3 at this year's International. And that is a big. That means that they are going to have maybe a little bit of extra pressure. Tigov, I want to talk about how we're coming into that game number 2, because we said it's not the heroes. What are they going to do in game number 2 to make sure that their laning stage also goes correct?
Probably try and chill out a little bit more on the whole all chat kind of meme stuff, because I think Falcons in a different game, if they aren't in their own heads about the whole BB thing, then they're probably going Roshan earlier, they're making these moves earlier. But I think I saw an aura of cockiness in the kind of the mid game where they're farming it more, they're kind of TPing out, they're probably laughing to each other, kind of like, they're not killing us, look at them, they're fools, they're bad at lanes. And then suddenly Pure just wakes up and goes, nah, my time's to shine, right? So I think Falcons, a little bit cocky in the mid game, got punished, and you just stop that and you're probably fine in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that game looked like it was theirs until they broke formation 1 time and lost that first Aegis. Like, had that not happened, had there been more heroes behind the Mars in that time, like, if they thought that the game was losable, then it would have looked different. So, absolutely agree with T there. And for BB Team, they need to work on their laning stage. Something is going wrong. I don't know what they need to talk about, but something needs to be talked about even though they won this one.
The one thing that BB Team have on their side now is momentum. Like, you have the enemy team that's trying to clown on you in alt chat. You get to clown back on them, you win the game. I think there's not even like that much they need to like discuss. Sure, like do better in lanes, but it doesn't mean that much. So I think they take like this good feeling, this momentum into the next game, and sometimes you just need to let things happen.
It helps that BB had a clear route to being the team without scaling, right? Like when you have the life to the bristle, they know at X minute we win the game. I think that means you don't care about your lane, your early game, because as long as you get to that minute mark, you're going to be fine. So maybe Falcons can try and deal with the fact that BB are kind of playing for the perfect scale, the perfect point in which they are kind of unbeatable.
I think there's still an important question for BB Team, is that do they want to give away the Sand King again? Because yes, they did beat it, but it was a painstaking process to beat it. Like we saw, Purge showed us how well he played that early game. He makes it so difficult. Do you want to give it away again? Have you decided that it's too problematic and you would rather deal with the rest of Malrine's hero pool? That's what they should be talking about right now.
Well, they probably are talking about that right now. And then I don't know what everybody else is talking about, but I think we're about to find out because Slacks is somewhere amongst you guys.
Hello there, friends. Yes, we're here in the crowd. How y'all doing here? they're still alive. They're still well. I thought we'd do a little crowd vibe check here on the last series of the day. Go and talk to some random folks. How you doing? What's your name?
Hello, I'm Maxim.
All right, all right. Who you voting for here? Who are you hoping wins?
BB Team.
BB Team. Why do you guys like BB Team?
What?
Why do you like BB Team?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that works for me too. I like that. Fantastic. Thank you so much, BB Team. May they continue to go on. Let's find out. You just got here. Where you been?
Yeah, what's up? We're hoping that Parivision wins the international, and in this pairing, we are voting for BB Team.
Okay, more BB Team. All right, is that a nice, delicious soda there?
What?
What are you drinking?
I'm drinking Zero Coke.
Coke Zero. That's free advertising. Chug it, young man. Yeah. Well, that was pathetic. Thank you so much for your attempt. Good try. All right, what can he do? Hello, do we have any Falcons fans over here? Is that a BKB? Holy moly. Yo, Ghost, take a look at this thing. You could use that. That's cool. Well, fantastic. That is awesome, man. What's your name?
Hey, Koya.
Oh, fantastic. Why'd you make the BKB?
What?
Why did you make this?
Because it's the best item in the game.
Wow. What position do you play?
None.
Even he knows. Well, you don't play Dota?
I do, but not good.
Well, I mean, neither do any of these guys, man. Let's not lie to each other. So, carries out there. For your reference, this is a BKB. It is the best item of the game. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for the educational moment here. Oh, so we do a crowd. Who else is around here? What do you got? Eat, sleep, Dota, repeat. Beautiful. What are you doing here?
What?
We are Falcon fans.
Oh, Falcons fans. We found them. What'd you think of that last game?
Sorry, he doesn't speak English that well. Man, we were sad. We were rooting for them. It was looking very good, very promising, but poof.
Yeah, very, very heartbreaking. Someone just wooed over there. Don't woo when he says poof. That's not nice. What language does he speak?
Czech. We are from.
Oh, Czech. Could you say a curse word in Czech real quick? No, don't do that. I don't know. You're right. All right. Thank you very much. Enjoy the game. All right, who else we got? Hello, you guys look ready. They're lining up like I chose these guys. How you doing?
So I'm doing great.
Oh, I'm great. What's your name?
Leighton.
Oh, fantastic. And who's this?
Sorry?
Well, what does this keep happening to me today? Who do you want to win?
XG.
Oh.
PV.
Oh, do you guys know each other?
Oh.
Oh, this got weird. I thought you guys were white. Okay, well, cool. Can you shake hands at least to show the connectivity of Dota 2? Wonderful. Look at that. They believe in each other. Absolutely. Somebody had some runes or something over here. Who had the runes list? I was talking to somebody. I think they left. Oh, yeah. You were decoding runes, right? Show me the runes. Sorry? Why does this keep happening to me? All right, somebody else. All right. Who's over here? Oh, here we go.
Signature, and I met Sumail today.
You got Sumail's signature today.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Any words that you'd like to say to Sumail that maybe you didn't say there because you were too nervous?
I love him, and the whole Pakistan loves him, and I wish him all the best. I know. Let's go, Nigma!
That series is over. All right. I promised someone I'd talk to one more person. I promised him I would run up here. Hello there. What is this?
This is my collection of all the autographs here.
Oh!
So, same with Nigma. I'm going with Ghost. So, yeah, that's my man from Malaysia. I'm from Singapore. I flew 20 hours here. I slept on a bench, and I'm here now.
He slept on a bench! Thank you, Germany, for your comfortable benches. All right, thank you very much. As you can see, the crowd is alive. We're still rocking, and we're ready for the next game. Let's go one more. Everybody, from Hamburg, back to you. Woo! Thank you very much. Slacks drifting about in the audience over there, and I'm sure that everybody's still having a good time. And I think that it would be very nice if we can push this a little bit. Maybe get a third game out there. I know there's Falcon fans, and to be fair, I think BB Team has a lot of fans as well, hoping that they get to see more of their squad and therefore having that third and deciding game. We gotta have to, keep everybody entertained here. And I do think that Falcons
amongst all the teams here still in the playoffs, Kezu has the most experience in game number 3, so they can push back.
Oh, absolutely. They know how to play long games. They play long series, and I can only imagine that this stinks right now. What happened to him? You're ahead in this game. You know, we're gonna talk about the alt chat. Like, you go into the next game, you gotta do it clean, play your stuff, make it happen. Because this team, they don't go down without a fight.
Coming into TI, I was promised long games. I was promised this, 2 o'clock in the morning Dota. It's only 7:30 right now.
There is still time.
I'm sure. I mean, this single 2 games potentially could do it, but I want to be here at midnight. I want to be here at 1 in the morning screaming about Dota. So yeah, I'm hoping for 3 games. I'm hoping for a bit of a comeback, show some life.
It does beg the question, and in the game we just witnessed, and the history that we know from Falcons, Effie, why couldn't Falcons, after they were with their backs against the ropes, how couldn't they push back and delay the game, as they have done so many times during the road to TI?
I think what Lifestealer and DK were doing in that late game, their heroes just do not naturally solve, and they were playing for a much earlier timing, and they lost that window. They didn't get the Roshans the way that they wanted to. I mean, they were leading by 7k net worth, like minute 14.
Yeah.
Like, losing from that position does not feel good. When you have that kind of start, you expect to be in a position where you don't give anything to your enemies, and they don't win off of hero matchups alone.
I would say the net worth lead for Falcons is also a bit of a bait, where that 7k, 10k, whatever, it didn't translate to anything that meant BB was under pressure, right? There was no Roshan contest, there was not like a tier 3 contest, there was nothing to say, hey, you're 1 mistake away, BB, that we're going to punish you. And also, BB never felt like they're forced to overlap the farm too much. They have a static tricore between Lifestealer, DK, Bristle. It's why the early game was difficult. They don't want to make moves, they're not contesting runes, they're doing nothing, they're just farming. So the fact that Falcons never really played the mid game with conviction means the heroes always will come online for BB.
Yeah, no, I like what you both said. Like, their heroes just aren't that good against a Slicer or DK. And then the same, what he just mentioned about the gold. Like, Amar, he has Lotus and Lincolns. They're great items, but it's also, how do you set them up into the fight? Did you ever, clutch it out in other games? You have Lotus against Roars, against, Grips to reflect it. But that didn't really happen. So in the later stages of the game, with the fights, BB team, they just had their number.
And if we want to examine their support duo and how it scales, or what the relative strength of that support duo versus other heroes that are popular, Ringmaster fell off hard. That hero is countered very easily by Nullifier. His spells lost a lot of damage. His cooldowns went up. His talents got nerfed. Look at Enchantress. She has had a rough year, right? So when you're talking about scaling, these heroes are just not doing it for you either. And Falcons typically scale very hard on their support heroes. They go into the late game with their supports packing a punch. This time around, their heroes could not do that.
And this was a game where, correct me if I'm wrong, Snapfire was still in the pool.
It was available.
Yep. It was in the second phase where they picked the Ringmaster, right?
Yeah, they'd seen the Hoodwink and the DK, they picked the Ringmaster. But again, it makes sense. Clean jump, map play, and we saw from the clips, Ringmaster was able to do an exceptional job at combo breaking.
Yep.
It's when you walk down the line of the draft and 1 DK, 1 Bristle, 1 Lifestealer, there's so many different problems that, sure, you might survive for 20, 25 minutes, but you need to make something else happen. You can't just farm.
Yeah, the hero definitely lacks when you get overpowered, and the nullifiers did come out, as we touched on. So that later you do lose a lot of value. One thing I could see going to the next game, maybe, Hoodwink was picked very early on, so maybe Falcons themselves are like, okay, we're going to raise the priority as well. Is one team going to ban it? Because it is the most picked hero of both teams.
Yeah, what adaptations are we going to see for this second game? I think one of the major changes will be the pick order, and that does just mean that there is less ban potential for BB team that we discussed was going to be a little bit more important compared to maybe Falcons bans, because there are just a lot of heroes that you do not want Falcons to get their hands on. So that will definitely change things up, Effie.
It will for sure, and I'm still so curious about the Sand King. Do they feel like their approach was good enough? Because the lack of the scaling on Falcons did not come from that Sand King pick. It came from the supports into them getting Lifestealered when they had a Nature's Prophet carry. Do you want to give away Sand King again? He kind of destroyed that early game.
Oh, sorry. Why did Miro yawn? It's quite good.
He got you good.
He got me good, yeah, sorry.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good now, don't worry.
Wait, to go to the... I would not give up the Sand King. Like, if I'm BB team, I'm like, let's take... Like, this guy, Purge showed it to us, and he is not wrong when he says he's seen this 5 times. Because I've seen it 5 times. They stack every time. It then not just gives golden XP to him, it allows his 4 to get XP from the stacks. It allows Crit to go to the mid lane and soak more golden XP. And it really snowballs very, very quickly. Had BB team not played incredibly well to find this comeback in this mid game, they would absolutely, the only thing they will talk about right now is take out Marine Sanking. So try not to get baited just because something specific happened. Try to keep a clear head on what actually matters.
I did really enjoy watching GPK on that DK though. This hero's fallen off. We've seen him as a carry from time to time, but we don't see that mid DK come out often. And clearly with that first pick Hoodwink, they were building towards this DK idea. They were building towards this duo that would play and make space for Pure in this game. They knew that they were going to run around with this DK's Blink and try to get what they could.
Yeah, after game one, it feels like there's like a pick your poison situation. You either got to respect the DK, the Puck, or the Earthshaker. They're like the big three I think GPK's shown so far at the International. And for Falcons, they're going to have to decide which one are we probably going to play against. And if it's available, they are going to take it.
And we already mentioned it after game number 1. We did see Skeeter 0 deaths in that first game on his Nature's Prophet. Do we want him to get a little bit higher priority in this game number 2 draft, as maybe also with a different style of hero, as this Nature's Prophet did not end up working out despite it having such a good game?
I wouldn't necessarily change anything with how they prioritized Skeeter. Honestly, that game really must have surprised them. It caught them off guard extremely quickly, but Skeeter did play a great game. Like, he was everywhere, he was present, he built items to scale, he died 0 times like we've talked about. It's just the nature of the draft and them getting caught off guard by this Lifestealer is what put them in this position.
I think there's one key stat there that is showing the big problems for Falcons game 1. 256 building damage.
I was going to say, that is quite the difference.
Yeah. And of course, it just boils down to what we've been saying, right? It's the progressing the game, getting the kills, feeling that the map state is yours, but not progressing the the fundamentals of the game. Something that obviously Aoi likes to say time and time again.
When you have a lead as big as the one Falcons had, that first Aegis becomes very important because you have to find a way to keep that lead and not give away the gold you have and make your enemies have that entry into that game.
Well, we can theory craft a lot about what might or might not happen in game number 2, but it is time to find out.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 2.
Here we go. We got BB Team on Radiant this time around and Falcons on the Dire side. First pick goes the way of BB Team. Second pick and overall last pick to Team Falcons, and that means it's a complete swap over from a previous game. For BB Team though, they still want to pick up that Hoodwink first, regardless of which pick order they are. In regards to the bans, I do want to point out that this time around Falcons did not ban out the Puck, so now we have our options open in regards to that as well. That Sand King though, still in.
I think not banning the Puck is the fact that Falcons are second pick. If BB were to first pick it, there's plenty of heroes that Falcons like to play. The DKs, the Shakers, etc. So I don't know if Falcons are that scared of it, from at least from BB being first pick.
I'm a bit surprised that they've lost their confidence in their Sand King, that they've been happily first picking. Maybe they think that the approach that BB Team had was enough for how the game state goes. Even if Falcons had that great early game, the DK plus Hoodwink duo does enough to offset what Sand King does on a map.
They haven't respected it in the sense that their first 4 bans haven't addressed the Bristle, the DK, or the Lifestealer. So if they were to pick Sand King here, and with one single ban, 2 are still going to flood into the second phase, and then BB can construct the same type of draft and have the same kind of recipe to winning a game 2.
Yeah, I wonder if they're still thinking about it or if they're swayed away from it. Falcons players generally don't strike me as the ones that lose confidence in themselves or their heroes, generally speaking.
Yeah.
So it might be strategical or to just save it for later. Ench overall is considered a very good hero against Hoodwink in the lane. You can out-trade the hero. You have your heal to actually offset some Acorn trading on the side. So overall, it also looked good. Snaking plays it well. So I'm not too surprised about the start of the draft so far.
Yeah, Hoodwink being also the most played position for hero of the International and the road to the International. So having a great track record there, and of course very comfortable for a lot of players.
She's made quite the comeback.
Yeah.
You didn't see any play after her facet got nerfed, the trick shot, or whatever it was called. Not even nerfed, deleted.
Yeah.
Players couldn't find a way to make it work, but I think she's come back into meta because of her ability to play from a distance. She's a support that's very hard to catch, can disengage very easily, and provides a lot of burst damage. And all of the supports that are popular right now seem to be able to keep a large distance away from threats in teamfights.
It also seems nice when your fours have like the follow-up damage, and I would say it's Falcons that kind of brought back the rushing shard on Hoodwink with like this follow-up damage, spell amp, get it into your core. But there's something interesting that happened here. BB Team were the ones that banned DK going into this phase, so now Falcons, they didn't have to. They take out their TA, they get their Sand King again, so we have a very similar setup.
Yeah. And interesting, with the TA ban, they still are, enabling potential lifesteals and all the things that we just saw previously. But they want the sanking, they want that pace of play.
And the Bristleback Disruptor coming out as well, so we most likely have our offlane set. Depending on where the Bristle goes, I'm going to assume it's Miero's hero. That's the only player that has picked it up so far, but we know Pure can do that as well, and Disruptor cannot go wrong with that either way.
Hoodwink and Disruptor both thrive when you have any hero that likes to aggressively position, and Bristleback is probably one of the top offlaners at happily running into fights, not caring. Even if he does get 100 to 0, you're probably using multiple heroes, multiple spells, and yeah, very solid draft so far.
I think they've doubled back for the Sand King because BB Team ended up banning the DK themselves. And maybe what they didn't want to play against was a potential Hoodwink plus DK again versus what Sand King does. But this DK ban indicates that maybe that GPK puck is coming out anyway.
That's true, especially with these supports that you're seeing come out here. I like the SD. Again, having like a save is very good. You get the break later, you help your Sand King who goes in. And most importantly, the +4 that Falcons pick crit, he always has an ability to stack the Ancients easily. You tag one, you spell the other, double stack, easy stuff done. So if you're Falcons, you're most likely picking the Skeeter hero here because you don't see too much, at least you do see the offlaner.
There it is.
Very solid. Sven and Ench, they lane well together. Sven is someone who you can leave alone. Ench can move, another stack clear. You have armor against Bristleback, you have overwhelming damage too. I'm a fan.
You also just need to respect Shadow Demon with Promulgate, Facet, plus Disseminate. You put it on a Sand King, even put it on a Bristleback, put it on anyone. They're in the middle of the fight, damage we're getting returned. Aggressively, defensively, it is really, really potent when you have jumping heroes.
Yeah, there's a lot of value coming out of SD this draft, but also this Disruptor and the Static Storm and the Ag Static Storm that will come out later in the game. Shadow Demon's one of the better heroes to play against this. If he's not caught in that backline, he can save against one of the big win conditions that comes from a Disruptor team fight.
Falcons, only a couple stuns to the name. Of course, as mentioned, the puck kind of expected for GPK in this position. Will Falcons try and get one final stun to be an answer towards the puck? That is going to be the question.
I will say, statistically, it's looking pretty good for BB Team.
Yep.
100% win rate on the puck, 100% win rate on the Bristle. Surely they can't lose.
This is super high comfort for them, absolutely. Yeah. And also they had full reserve time going into these bans too. They should be feeling good. They do pick out of phase. Do you guys feel like they are going to run back the Lifestealer? Should they look for something else? It is still a double strength core. Sure, there's an SD. Do you want something else?
They have free choice though. Like there's an Ursa if they want to be tanky and kind of soak up the jump, you don't die. There's a Lifestealer as well, like we just saw with the Infest. You don't care as long as you don't get 100-0 from the Sven jump. Like so many options for Pure to pick up.
Yeah, let's see which ones Falcons is gonna eliminate, and it is of course BB Team that will be banning heroes that most likely will be played from the offlane with the Mars already removed.
I'm just looking at this puck plus Hoodwink and comparing it to the DK plus Hoodwink of last game that was really instrumental in their comeback. While GPK is undefeated on this puck right now, I don't think they're going to have that pacing that the DK gave them. They're still going to struggle versus the Sand King. The issue is still there.
And
that's a troll removed.
How are they going to make it through that early game?
Both teams are relatively equal in their pacing, where it's like Puck can make reactionary plays, Sand King wants to be proactive, but Sven still needs to farm, Bristle wants to farm an item or two. Like, it's not as if there's this perfect core plus mid lane completely break the map. There is a bit of greed here. That's why I think Falcons might even look towards a last pick Doom potentially. In a slower game, you're chilling, you can buy Helmet Dom, buy some Midas, you Doom Bristleback, delete one hero, the Sven, the Sand King, they focus on the puck. There's some options for Falcons to try and slow down the game and hit their stride of farm that they like to do.
BB Team, I'm also looking, you should look for a way to do something against the Sven. Like if I'm looking at minute 20 to 25, Sven is going to have like Mom, BKB, Blink, maybe an Echo Saber. There's nothing that really like stops him. Are you going to burst him with those heroes? No, not really. If he jumps you first, he's going to BKB and run through all of you, hit you down with an Ench running in SDs behind Sand King as well. So BB Team need to find a way for the early game, like Effie already mentioned, could look a little bit iffy there as well. But also just to have this answer for Pure that he can feel good and that the scale is on their side.
I mean, to me, the issue of lanes still exists. Like, if you look at Miero's lane on Bristleback, he's playing it into Enchantress plus Sven. They're going to have War Card, they're going to have Sustain from Edge. They're not really going to be killing or diving anybody. He's going to be dependent on farm to come back. But if that safe lane goes well, they're running into BB Team's triangle early on and taking it. They're also going to get their pick of the litter for a last pick here on Falcons.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, what can you pick for Pure that can give him a strong lane blind?
It would have been Ursa. They did ban it out.
I mean, it depends. I'm not too sure what else is like in his arsenal. The TA would have been nice. It's also out. I'm still kind of looking at maybe the Lifestealer because it does give you the matchup. It is blind, which, you know, it sucks. You might get like Slardart on 24. But the problem is you have to pick blind. You're gonna have to suffer somewhere.
Yeah, we see the Faces Voids as one of the only heroes that we just saw of his most played that is still in the pool if he wants to go for something like that.
It's something I can see, but it's also it is volatile and slow. It takes a long time to come online because I do see a potential damage problem, and Void, he doesn't deal damage until like a couple items in.
I mean, there is one option with like a Morphling. You don't really die to the Fen, you can disengage. Sure, there's an SD to take clones of yourself, but SD's probably focused more on saving.
There's also Mercy. She's been ignored. You could just play for kills. You can pick her blind quite comfortably.
That's true.
She doesn't have the scaling that Pure necessarily wants to play with, but your Bristle can do that for you. Your Puck can do that for you.
It's something we've seen Tightbound do. Like, I would like it a lot if they're looking more at like their own draft. Disruptor, Marcy, again, it's a combo I love a lot. Strong lane, go together, you can double gate, you can make stuff happen. I'm maybe a little worried. I would say SD is kind of annoying, but you can play towards like with the rest. So it depends a lot on what do they value more. Is it like, do they want to counter Falcons? Do they want to worry more about themselves? Do they value the scale? Do they value the tempo?
Do they even know what they want right now? They're using all their reserve time on this ban. Because of course this ban is to then protect your blind carry pick into the Namar seeing absolutely everything.
I will say I do love that they had the almost full 2 minutes to think about
like
that. They ban out the Slaughter and they insta-lock an anti-mage. Now that was not on our bingo card at all.
No, I honestly just always forget about it in drafts. And sure, I think with Helmet Dominator it does have a bit more life, right? If this was a non-Helmet Dominator anti-mage, then it's kind of awkward. But because of the pacing that you apply, the map kind of pushing, scaling into the game, yeah, it's going to be annoying.
Is it time for the Ahmad Elsie? We haven't seen
That
in a long
would be, it's
time.
actually really goated
Good game
pick.
for it.
You're against Bristle, you lane well into AM. I mean, I will say one thing. AM is good and he buys Dom. He's good against Sand King. You can sometimes maybe not get stunned by Sven, but I don't think you stop Falcons from what they're doing. So yeah, you're playing for your own scale. I personally don't love the anti-mage. Of course, it can work. It has been banned a lot, but it also depends on what do Falcons have here on the slot to counter it.
Well, I do know what they don't.
Hopefully
They do not have any time. Is the Huskar, the anti-mage versus Huskar. I'm sure it crossed a lot of people's minds. But everybody was like, nah, surely not. And then it does come out. But this is actually a classic team.
I was 3.5 seconds away from talking about it, I promise you. But yeah, offlane Huskar, just delete the lane, go aggressive, make sure Pure has to think about the jungle, make sure he thinks backwards. We saw in game 1, all right? What did Amar type in all chat? Rank 50 laning incoming. Now he last picks a Huskar to show the rank 50 that is Pure, that his lane will not be fun. He will be looking at a comeback game on the anti-mage.
I love this pick because to me the issue with BB Team right now is their laning, and if you build another net worth advantage, BB Team do not have the same kind of draft they did last game that allows them for the same comebacks. They have to come out of lanes a little bit better because they're still facing the threat of the Sand King, and now they've got an anti-mage who's going to play pretty slowly.
Yeah, I didn't like the AM pick that much to begin with, and I think this Huskar makes it like 40 billion times harder for you to play. I'm looking at BB Team to do something like creative and cool, start 3 people top, look for like some early TPs. In my opinion, you got to change something to AM's game, because if this goes default to what it looks like, I don't like their chances at all.
Are you going to dodge the lane? Are you going to lane shenanigan it?
I mean, maybe, but then you got to do something. Whether it's lane shenanigans, triple top, I don't care, do something.
But also if the game gets to later and anti-mage has like butterflies and abyssals and Shaw and all this stuff, then yeah, it's going to be great. So
you got to get there.
You got to get there.
You could try lane the Huskar.
Yep.
I mean, Miro's not going to have the easiest lane anyway. Might as well just bank on him to make a comeback through the triangle, make sure Huskar doesn't beat up on the anti-mage too much.
Do we think at all that this Huskar was still on the radar for BB Team? Or do we think they completely forgot about it?
I would never have this on my bingo card. 24 pick offlane Huskar. Sure, Amar maybe, but no. This is a really tough one to read.
Any final thoughts, T? Shaking your head.
I just want to watch a Huskar absolutely batter a lane and then probably lose the game potentially 40 minutes. Who knows? I don't know. It's offlane Huskar. It's kind of cool. It's that TI. That's nice.
It does seem like my panel is kind of unanimously thinking that this Huskar might just push us to a 3rd game of this series. And I think that will make a lot of people happy. But we're going to find out what's going to happen in game number 2. But before we do, we're going to jump to the stage and see Tsunami with AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by AUI 2000, coach of Falcons, where we had a very exciting end of that draft, but we'll go step by step. You led through GPK Puck. This guy's got a 100% win rate with it. What's the idea?
I mean, honestly, we're pretty confident against Puck as a hero. I think GBK is playing Puck the best in this tournament, but we felt like the other heroes were more deserving of bans.
Makes sense to me, but then some of the other heroes who maybe don't deserve bans come through. Anti-Mage, 23rd pick. What's their plan here?
I think Pure just wants to carry the game because I think like the lane's weird into SD because he burns your mana. But honestly, I don't know. Like, we picked Huskar last. I also have no idea, so we'll see.
Yeah, I know you're a mechanics nerd. Huskar, no mana. What's going on in the right-click situation?
Well, I assume his mana doesn't get burned if he has none, but I don't know.
Nothing gets past you, Curtis. You're a real authority on the case. All right, then. I just gotta say, when Amar demands a last pick Huskar, do you ever push back? Are you ever like, I don't know if this is the game for that?
And the thing is, he's clicking the buttons now, so you can't stop him. Like, we're just like, Amar, just pick your hero, and he just clicks it. We're like, oh, we thought we were picking Pangolier. Okay, it's a Huskar now. So, you know.
Amar is unchained. Let's see if it'll bring him to success. Good luck in game number 2.
It seems Falcons have themselves a rogue offlaner. He has picked himself the offlane Huskar, and I can't really blame him for it, Avery.
The man's feeling himself. He wants to get some revenge in this game to play his signature hero. The Huskar Masters have arrived at TI. How much damage is he going to do? It's not a question of will he do damage. It's a question of how much. This is going to be a very difficult laning phase for Pure to get through, and then he has a long road of recovery. Whereas he's against a Sven who might have a lot better time and stacks to go back to, and the all chat is just raining in.
Oh yeah, Amar starts it by saying he's going to end the game by 20 minutes. Pure saying that Amar can only play cheese heroes. He's not good enough to play real heroes, apparently. It's quite the back and forth, and I'm sure we'll see more of it as the game progresses. But I cannot believe that coach interview. I thought, okay, Falcons are insane. Why are they giving GPK his Puck? And then when they picked the Huskar, I was like, oh, okay, it all comes according to plan. The Huskar will be able to provide an answer to the Puck after the laning phase. But apparently that wasn't even the idea at all. Amar just went rogue.
You can't stop him doing what he wants.
I guess
if
not.
If we learned anything, that is the reality. I do kind of agree with AUI's assessment. Like, most of the cores, as Save will go down to snaking quick first, but most of the cores that Falcons have in their arsenal are innately good against Puck. It's a lot of beefy heroes, a lot of heroes with stun and disable, a lot of initiators, right? You think of Skeeter's hero pool. It's all these carries that go in, stun, lock heroes down, give you some utility on top of the damage. These kind of lineups can be really difficult for Puck to play into because he has a trouble bursting them. Yeah. He's constantly getting jumped. I agree with that assessment, but it is a scary hero-player combination to give away. He has absolutely salvaged some horrendous early games on this hero.
Yeah, he certainly has. I think Malreen's hero pool as well, right? I mean, hit the 3 heroes that come to mind right now for him: Beastmaster, Sand King, Earthshaker. All great answers against the Puck.
Seeing this laning phase already heat up for Falcons, they absolutely want to push this to a game 3. They are hungry to get that game 3.
They may have gone even in series against BB Team this year, but last year at TI, Falcons were the ones to eliminate BB Team from the International. Now, this is not an elimination match. We're here in the upper bracket, but revenge is still on the table for
Pure
BB.
was the one to eliminate them.
That's true.
Do not forget that detail. So there is definitely some year-long revenge on the table here. He is working his way towards Helm. These early waves have not been pretty. Burning spears, nothing you can do about it on this hero, and no mana to burn. Very little defensive potential, no offensive potential. It's not even skill in it. Just get your Helm up and try and evacuate this lane before the real damage is done. Rely on your other 2 cores to pick up the early game. I did agree with the panel. Like, there was a tri-lane potential. You tri-lane Huskar, it's really rough for him. The hero needs experience. He doesn't function that well in the 3-on-3 fights. I think that was an option. BB Team say, No, it's fine. Like, we have played a lot of games where Pure's laning phase is really difficult. We believe that. I mean, they have a lot of experience here, right?
I mean, there's difficult, and then there's flat out impossible. What is going on? Pure is going to gank the Sven with a bushwhack blood grenade. They slow him down, and they will get that kill. And now they might get sinking as well. No, too many heals, and Pure's going to die for it. Wait, one more hit for the tower, and he falls. Was it worth it, Pure?
Kind of. He couldn't buy out the helm. He's very close to it. He just cannot lane bottom anymore. You have to do something around the map. I like the creativity. If you can soak XP down here with Kataomi, I mean, this is what you're going to have to do in this game. It is an unlaneable lane. The Equilibrium got pulled back very quickly. Crit knows how to play these kind of lanes super well. He's going to block the camps. You're not going to get pulls off. You're not going to be able to reset it. And ATF, he will hold this here forever. And now you're mid, looking for... you know, you're just looking.
He's looking.
What's up?
He is looking for sure.
I'm sure
not finding it.
This is like what happens in pubs. This is where GPK is like, bro, get out of my lane, man. You're stealing my experience.
He's hitting neutrals as a level 3 Animage. I mean, if Pure makes a comeback from this, it's an all-timer for sure.
This is not fast. Not fast at all. Well, GPK, you got your signature hero. Let's see what you can do this game. It's going to be a carry job for the ages, if he can pull it off. This is where you just lie, you know? It's like, you know, if you're GPK mid, hey guys, how's bottom lane going? It's going great, man. Yeah, we're owning. We're getting solo XP. Amar suffering.
Yeah, Kataomi's like, I'm doing great on levels. That's going really well.
He's getting a little leech down here.
Yeah.
Let's just not look down here for a while. You know, that lane's over. AM's into the jungle. We've all been there in our pubs. Just 5 reports on him. Focus on the mid lane.
And hope GPK can carry BB team through the mid game once again. Crit, I was going to say, he's the one who's kind of freed up in this game. He can run around and do what he wants, and that's extra disgusting because if he ever runs into the AM, it gets a disruption on him. Animage does not like facing his own illusions.
Crit has the most freedom here. Sometimes you have too much freedom. It can kind of be hard to decide what to do when your lane's just empty very early. You can try and harass the support out. You can go for stacking here as well. They have an incredible stack clearing lineup. Shadow Demon, one of the best in the game. Ideally, you give solo XP to Amar.
Ooh, Amar, half a second too late to stop the Lotus from being grabbed. That seems like an unforced error there. Blood Grenade going to be used on Miro. They are
not getting him. And
that was optimistic, but maybe they still catch him. Burrow Strike and the stun. Okay, chaining up the disables a little bit. Not great. Miro will be able to walk away from this.
Too much damage. Gotta respect the Quill Sprays coming out here, even with some Sven armor. Way too much to commit on to. Failed rotation from Malrine. ETP top for that. Does have the regen rune, so these moves are not costing him too much in terms of resources, but time for GPK to farm. Puck top net worth out of the laning phase. Despite Huskar having an empty lane, this Puck is up there with him.
Kataomi, a Hail Mary, hoping that he will be able to glimpse the support off this Wisdom Shrine and take it for himself, but he is sadly going to find that he is being sandwiched in this situation. Teleport away though, smart, so he will not be ultimately punished, but that does leave Pure alone in lane, which he was already kind of alone.
I mean, he TP'd down. He TP'd down here just to get the 1 CS before the Huskar came back. And that is all he's going to get because he's about to get ganked.
No, he's been burrow struck, and now he's going to be silenced, and the spears will finish him off. That Helmet Dominator, it may have unlocked Animage as a hero, but what happens if the Helmet Dom is just far too late?
He needs to find 1,000 gold somewhere, and that is going to be a difficult 1,000 gold to find. This bottom tower is just going to go down here. No one can come and defend this. And it's also the inner fire silencing you now, right? Really nice interaction against this AM for a lot of the early game. It's one of those matchups where losing that disarm doesn't hurt you too much if you can continue to hunt him and just build an insurmountable lead. This Huskar is off to the exact start Falcons want.
And that's why it's also going to be a good answer to the puck going into the mid game.
Right? Nice rune snag. Yeah, it's going to be great against the puck. I mean, honestly, not even bad against the bristle. This might be a lineup you rather have the silence than the disarm for a lot of this game.
Yeah, they were talking about Legion Commander being a great answer to the AM and also an answer to the Bristleback. You have the duel. You can force the Bristleback to look a certain direction. That's an opportunity the Huskar has later on to the game when he builds an axe.
I think the Huskar is giving you everything the Legion gave, plus an absolutely free lane. Whereas the Legion, you could have played that lane with the AM. You would have lost it, but you could have gotten more XP. You would have gotten to your helm off the lane. The Huskar just prevents that entirely. It gives you a 3-on-2 in terms of the core battle here. A lot of stacks coming out from the Hoodwink. Maybe they can give him the Pure, you know?
Yeah, win. 30 minutes from now?
Just keep stacking them up, you know? He's getting beat up by these Marsh Mages, man. Good news for him is his tower dive. Normally not good news, but very good news for him because now he'll at least be able to grab some CS under this tier 2. Little harder to push him out of that area.
I'm sure not for lack of trying, though. Amar, I'm sure he's going to be quite aggressive. Level 7 Huskar, totally free farming. 4,400 net worth. An armlet done. Tier 1 already taken. Guess the question is, when you succeed this heavily in the laning phase, like I sometimes feel a little lost after I take the tower. Like, what do I do here now?
It can be awkward because the game progressed faster than you're used to it normally progressing. You don't really interact with heroes in the same way. You almost wish they would have stayed on lane longer so you could have killed them a couple more times or whatever. You know, the stacks might not be ready yet.
Yeah.
Amar's definitely going to have to keep the pressure up, keep playing on BB's side of the map.
He just uses Blink. That's a little dangerous. And Amar will punish him with a couple of spears to the back.
You are on fire. That is what the tooltip says.
That's very helpful. Very helpful. I mean, fire is kind of self-explanatory. You should know what comes with that.
Getting XP on the Hoodwink, GPK continue to just sit mid. It's going to be about this mid tower to me. Like, that's the next pressure point for Falcons, particularly with this Enchantress. They're currently swarming it. This is a tower you want to defend in this game if you're a BB team because it's going to hold the map together. You lose this, your AM is just going to have nowhere to go in the long run. But your outspam is really limited right now, and nobody was set up here. They're going to keep this catapult alive. This is good, efficient damage. What's the response?
The roaming anti-mage. That'll be the response. GPK does actually sneak in and teleport here, but he does not go for Snake King, who is already level 6. So they can't even attack him, really. You one hit in, there goes the Epicenter Burrow Strike, and Pure almost dies to that much, and Orb goes out. And does a good amount of damage with a double bushwhack, and the ult from Save. He got his level 6. He was left alone in lane, and what a turn. A jump in silence from Amar catches GPK. It's not entirely free for BB team, who cannot fight back against this Amar Huskar.
That's a massive win, though. You defended the tower. You got Pure involved. He got so much off that fight just in terms of experience and gold. And you brought down the Sand King. A huge win. He's the big tempo setter for Falcons here, besides the Huskar taking objectives. It's helm done for the AM. I mean, that was probably the lowest impact Mana Void I've ever seen in my life, but it got the job done.
Yeah, he did get there. And right now, what an amazing amount of space the support Animage is creating. Got himself a Lotus.
Also, like, he went in that fight, instantly helmed the Enchantress creep, insta-died to Sandstorm, plus 100 straight to them all. Wasn't the greatest usage. I mean, his early games have just been rough, man. I feel for him. Like, he has been targeted. He has been last pick, counter-picked. It's not a skill issue. It's just you're put in rough positions.
You know, I think my favorite part about this situation, there is somebody out there who's 3K MMR who is an expert on this exact situation as Animage.
Oh, there goes
Staking.
Somebody out there has hundreds of games on this.
They're like, what is this guy doing? His map movement is terrible. This is not how you're supposed to play jungle Animage.
I mean, that was the expert they should have consulted in preparation for this game.
It's true.
Another Dom creep kill. Added up here. The lead is building. The thing is, it doesn't look too bad right now, but I mean, it does look bad, but it doesn't look as bad as it will soon if this Sven gets away with what he wants to do for free.
Yeah, they keep on finding kills thanks to largely GPK and the supports. Another Mana Void attempted, but now he's going to be silenced off of the disruption. A lot of damage comes in. He will burn out again.
Nice patience from a crit. Gets that counterspell out of him, throw out the disruption, set that easy kill up. No Mana Void to come.
They're going to try and break him. Huskar bursted down. Amar thinks that he is untouchable, and he may be true on the one-on-one against Pure, but now he's drug crit into a bad situation as well. Looks like they will both fall to the GPK puck.
You gave this man his signature hero. It's gonna do work. Malrine trying to counteract the play.
Do manage to get the epicenter right on top of GPK? This is gonna be a decent amount of damage. Bushwhack pulls him away, and GPK with the coil and an orb will be able to escape. Snake King is here on the other side. GPK does have enough mana for TP out. No! Malrine catches him right on the tail end of it. What a hit from Malrine. And now to run down Save as well, who's going to stick himself in the trees, but that Scurry, it'll only last so long, and the Sandstorm surrounds him.
Oh, what a sequence from Malrine. Turns that fight around completely, puts this amp damage and Blink Dagger to use. The push will come from the AM, but not enough to secure this tower.
He's got a haste rune. He's got mobility for days to relocate around the map. At least Miro's getting some time to hit the tower as well, so there was a decent amount of space on both mid and top. Damage being done.
They're just farming so much across all three cores, whereas this BB lineup is a bit gimped. I think their scale is also going to be a lot slower to come online. Like, you need to go really late for this AM puck to get in a position where you're battling these three cores.
Sure.
The script is not the same as it was game one. You didn't mirror Falcon's lineup. You don't have that innate tankiness to fall back on. This game can accelerate a lot faster for Falcons, particularly if the Huskar starts going through the Roshans and pushing high ground. That's when you're going to be in big trouble here. Need to keep ratting this game as much as possible.
Glimpse back, keeping the Shadow Demon out of that range to catch the heroes as Malrine was right behind him looking for a kill.
I mean, this is good action for BB if they don't lose anybody off these plays. Make Falcons run around, don't give up kills, continue to find a little farm here or there, get the lanes out. The Bristle's going to shove in mid, the Puck's going to shove in bottom. That's effectively a failed gank move for Falcons. I mean, we saw how much work BB did in that game one in terms of playing from behind. This is not a bad team at playing from behind.
Oh, Malrine. There was an opportunity there. The Animage had already used his counterspell. And Pure is just dragging him around the map. It feels like Falcons is chasing too much at this point in time.
It does feel like that a little bit. They just want to shut the AM down so much, they're committing a lot of resources for it, but there's easier kills to snag here.
Malrine will hold the tower. Amar has made the call. He doesn't want to be the man to do it. His BKB is flying out now. Did not want to risk getting picked off before that is in his hands. Now that it's here, I would imagine some of Falcons would love to be able to take a fight, but initiation is a little bit awkward unless Malrine is the one to do it. If Malrine is trying to clean up lanes, they don't really have anybody to start it.
Sand King shows, you know where the catch is. That's the big issue right now. He is pushing towards the Ags. At that point, you can easily force a fight. You can also just put this Huskar into the Roche pit and let him clean it up. Dare BB to contest you.
I was a little bit surprised that Amar didn't go like the Glimmer Cape or the Blink Dagger build that we've seen some of these Huskars go for.
Could have been interesting. A lot more aggressive early. This is going to scale a lot harder and give you the Roche confidence to just solo it up.
Crit will be found by the smoke through the gate. Was unaware of the situation because he had that ward on the Tormentor area. Still though, Falcons will still look for that fight. Trying to get a silence on him. Burrow Strike. Now the silence attempt, and they got him. The puck is going to be controlled, and despite the bushwhack, can they take away at least Amar's life? Not quite. They are super clumped, but no punish from the BB team.
Nah, just nothing you can do to capitalize on that. No good mana void target. And that'll be Amar going into the pit. He came to this part of the map for Roshan with this BKB timing. He will leave the part of this map with Roshan, do or die.
Yeah, this is the part where Falcons may start really escalating that network difference, right? You take 100%. This Roshan, Amar sticks up here, he starts taking some of your Ancients, he takes the Tormentor, it's going to grow and grow unless BB team can find a way around it. Certainly not going to be through contesting this Roshan, it's got to be through ratting out the map, which BB team have shown they've been able to do time and time again, particularly Pure on some of these more annoying carries.
It's going to be a tough game. Malrine looking for the setup.
Pure, does he know what's happening? He does not. Burrow Strike hits him. Demonic Purge as well. He will attempt to teleport out. The Demonic Purge, though, and kills him inside of the fountain.
That was so close.
That extra bit of epicenter damage that found him as he was teleporting away, I think, spelled his demise.
Yeah, he got hit by Searing Signet off the Shadow Demon plus level 3 Disseminate. Little bit of extra damage boost to help you push through that.
True.
nice pickup from them. I mean, every time you take AM out of this game, you gain another 5, maybe even more minutes that you're going to have to push that high ground. Second Roshan, that window is going to be a lot better for you.
Sure. And then, it's even worse because then you still have the problem of Sven versus Animage, which, is still a matchup that Sven can take to the lake.
Oh, yeah. Skeeter can just take this 1v1. No problem if you get super far. And great Silver Edge fire. Slime surprise stun that AM if the counterspell's thrown out early. Huge burst damage, huge physical burst.
Miro trying to draw attention, but he's going to draw perhaps too much attention as both Amar and Skeeter double down on him and will take away that tower kill they were hoping for denied.
This feels like game 1. Falcons taking an early lead off of a lane victory. This time they did it with a little extra cheese.
So in that case, do you think BB team is just as capable of making a comeback as they were in game 1, or are they in a worse position? Got the bushwhack, a lot of burst. Skeeter,
huge kill if they can get it.
Static Storm, they just need a bit more. They're going to dance around him a little bit, but look at the heal coming out from Snaking. It's keeping Skeeter alive, and if they miss certain things like that orb, it's not going to go well. They actually go back into it. Now that Amar's here, Skeeter goes after the kill on Nakatomi. They claim that. And an extra one. Crit in from behind, gets the disruption, and the Demonic Purge on save to end his life. 7-13, an 8,000 net worth lead now for Falcons.
This game is not going to be as easy to rat for one big reason. You can't BKB TP out. Your heroes are just not going to get it online super early. I mean, you can, theoretically. They have no BKB Pierce, but you're not going to build it early on AM. You don't have the Lifestealer Rage that's going to let you rat around super early, right? You're not going to get it super early on the Bristleback here. Puck's not going to want to buy it this game. So you can't play as confidently super deep in the lanes. The Helmet Dominator is going to have to give you the same type of action here. That's what Pure's trying to replicate, but it does make it a lot more difficult. Falcons should be able to find more here. They can play on BB's side of the map and constrict the lanes, particularly with how strong this Huskar is. He's just going to be able to push lanes in and show. You have the Hoodwink Sharpshooter for some burst damage to try and bring him down, but heroes are tanky. And we saw how much the two supports as well. They're both saving supports. The Enchantress can run in and tank the sharp shot. She can heal the target you're trying to burst, as we saw there. You have a Disruption to play around this game as well. And I think Falcons are going to feel a lot more confident scaling in this game with Shadowed even versus the Ringmaster. Just a way better hero at that 50, 60-minute mark.
I think also the how strong the Bristleback is going to come into question when you're matched up against double Dispels, right? You've got the Demonic Cleanse and you've got the Cauterize, thanks to the facet on the Huskar. Yep. So the goo is just not really going to be too impactful against the Huskar most of the time. Run into the Enchantress. Again, the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I've seen this one before.
Yeah, but they do get it because Falcons they're not going to back up from the map position that they're in right now. They want to stay on the Radiant side of the map. They're going to take these tier 2s. They do not want to go back and try and bail out their 5 position.
If I'm Falcons, I don't want to turn this game into trying to catch the AM. I want to turn it into we buy pipe and go high ground behind this Huskar with pipe, Solar Crest, something like this. Buff him up, give him a little extra sustain for the burst, and just force BB to respond to you time and time again. That's the type of gameplay that's going to feel great if you can get there.
I was going to ask you who was going to go the pipe, but then I see it. Snaking is so farmed. He's got Solar Crest, Drums of Endurance, and is working towards that pipe.
This is the power of Enchantress. Spells, not always that impactful in the pipe compared to a lot of other 5s, like a Phoenix or something, but you get to farm so much more. You can contribute a lot of utility. And this can be something that helps you go high ground early in this game. Way before Pure is ready to take that engagement.
Pure he's getting there. He's got the Battle Fury. He's working his way towards his Manta. Once he gets to the Manta, you've got full rat action. I mean, even more disgusting than traditional Animages because he's going to be ratting with both his hero and his illusions and his Helmet Dom creep. But Mana Void on the creep. Goodbye.
That feels real good if you are Falcons right now. That feels so good. Skeeter has a full BKB, by the way. He is mega farmed. Level 18 off that kill. Level 3 God Strength already available. You're looking at level 13 AM. The problem with the Dom ratting is you miss a lot of the experience. You get extra gold, but you're not getting XP there.
Sure. There's that disruption. They still will be able to land the shot on the Huskar. The BKB, Demonic Blades, they've got a lot of options. A beautiful burrow strike with the epicenter on top of it. There is no chance
Where's
of
the
BB
all-chat?
Team.
Yeah,
Where's the all-chat? Where's the tips is what Malrine is asking.
This is going to be a very fast game by the looks of it. Falcons, they got him in the draft. They got him with the last pick. They said you ratted us in game 1, but never again. They're just going to force the issue. Huskar completely out of control. He has heals behind him. He has saves behind him. You just don't have the time.
And Amar the Friendly, he might be a tad bit tardy, but he did promise a 20-minute victory. 24 minutes in, and it feels like it may already be over.
I don't think you can ever come back to these base defenses of Pure either. Unless they completely overextend into your tier 4s or something. Like, you just don't have good mana void targets. It's really only the Sand King that you can turn around, and that's 870 mana right now. This is not Leshrac. It's not Storm Spirit.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what he can do.
Another quick smoke from Falcons. Just looking to jump the Sven in. He'll take anybody here.
They've got to try. Go after the Bristleback. Bristleback does get jumped, but oh, wait, maybe. They got the coil on him. Any more damage? Anybody? Anything? Nothing. Cauterize heals him up, a disruption goes out. BB Team was close. They really were. But it slips through their fingers. And now that high ground push is coming. Falcons, they don't need to wait for an Aegis. They can kill you without any of all that.
You just don't have damage. You can land all your spells perfectly. It's not going to matter. You maybe bring down one hero if you're lucky.
And Pierre's hitting the tier 3 like he's really a threat, but he doesn't have the damage to actually hit buildings yet.
This pick just completely backfired with the last pick counter pick. That's why that slot is so hard, because you have to pick a carry blind there. You're worried about all of the laning heroes that ATF has that can ruin your day. You will always find one. It's really difficult to find a carry.
I did like GPK just rushing straight to the Parasma here. It's the only chance that they have to be able to burst down the Huskar, right? Like, he gets that hit on him, amping up some of this damage, the Hoodwink with the Boomerang and everything else. They really have come close sometimes. Not that they would, I feel like it would change the game too much, but...
that's the issue. You could go in a fight, you bring this Huskar down, you still might lose the fight.
Yeah.
That's the scary part here. All that execution can count for nothing. You have to go for that route, though. I'm not even sure he can afford to go something like Aeon Deskure that he's looking at. I think you have to just go full damage, full throttle, try and go for that kill. Pray that's enough. Full Daedalus now online for Skeeter. He is looking to double up his opponent's net worth in this carry matchup if he can get there. And level 20 as well. Very nice timings for him. You're looking at second Roshan, guaranteed spawn in the minute here. You get that, you go high ground again. This game is just over.
Might be over even sooner if they stop what is one of the only high ground defenders that they have. Miro, he's spotted. He activates the blade mail. Mars gonna wait out the blade mail, but Skeeter, he doesn't need to wait so much. And they've got him controlled. He's just gonna put himself in a corner, beg for his life. But Falcons give you no mercy.
Nice
disruption there. Oh, it was a close call.
I mean, Skeeter blocked the shot anyway.
Oh, he did.
Falcons on point. Maybe still looking for something.
They don't want to let these supports just take the outposts like this, but you can't jump. And Skater has already jumped you, Katomi. Second one down from BB Team. Back to the Roshan pit they go.
I just don't know where the damage is going to come from. Has to be third item on Pure, something else on this Bristleback so he can survive. I mean, this Roche is just gone. No way to contest this. Wrap bottom lane. Creep has done a pretty good job continually pushing it in, forcing somebody back.
Yeah.
Plus 100.
Tower's not really in danger of falling anytime soon, but he can draw their eye. I feel like you have to go for this.
Yeah, they might just try and contest it. It's a really tough contest, but you give up Aegis here, it might just be the game anyway. Falcons have the read.
BB Team, their last stand. It's going to be on the offense. Boomerang goes out. Amar, he's already gone out the BKB, so it's too late to get that kill. Miro, he'll run after the supports as best he can, but Skeeter is making short work of him with all that extra damage. 3 down on the side of BB Team. This is truly a hopeless game for them.
Yeah, this one looks like it's just in the books. I mean, you tried to go for this crazy play, you didn't get the angle. Falcons were ready for it. You jump the AM in, hoping you find an isolated Shadow Demon. Guess what? The whole team's there. There's the Enchantress pipe. This will break the high ground completely. The only question is, will there be any more all chat in this game too?
I think that's what we're all waiting for, bated breath here. Because I think we all know the outcome that's coming. A 5-man push from Falcons with 4.5 minutes on the Aegis. You add the pipe. Hard enough to get through that as is, considering BB Team's entire focus right now is this magic burst. And the Anti-Mage, he's just not ready.
The one point of hopium here.
Okay.
You do have Kataomi rushing Ags on Disruptor, and he will get it here.
Okay.
He has just absolutely gone for it. Always a powerful item. I don't know if you have damage to bring the heroes down under it, but Falcons might confidently group into it because they've done it time and time again, and they've just shrugged it off. Might not expect the Ags to come out in this game, given how one-sided it is.
Yeah, there's a real chance if, like, the Enchantress gets caught inside of it so you don't get the pipe off.
Yeah, the issue is you have Shadow Demon, can always bail a hero out under it anyway.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe you land a 4 or 5 man here.
I mean, Falcons,
BK.
He hit a 4-man Static Storm earlier. Falcons have not been shy about clumping up. If they could burst down the Enchantress at the start, that would be beautiful. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work. And now Miro, now the Epicenter goes out. There goes that Static Storm. The BKB is already activated by Skeeter. It's not good enough. It would never be good enough. Falcons, they'll stay healthy. They'll stay up as 5. They will not lose a man as they push into the high ground to end Game 2.
Maureen asked for the tips, and he received a few as this series will go the distance. The all chat's heating up, a little toxicity heating up, and some good old last pick Huskar. I don't think ATF is going to get that again. You catch him once, fine, but you should not catch him twice. That said, this is a scary team to give that last pick to when you have to pick that carry blind. And I think if BB Team are in that position again, they're going to have to adjust in terms of what hero do you want that can stand better, because you cannot give Falcons this kind of lane domination. They run away with it. Like, people meme on them for being one of the slower teams to end the game and go high ground, but this is a squad where they will also just push if they feel they have a strong enough advantage.
Absolutely, and we may see it again in Game 3, but I think one thing we won't see is that Huskar.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that this one was one of those games where the writing was on the wall from almost the get-go with this Huskar pickup against the Anti-Mage, and I think BB Team also would agree with that. That means that maybe the breakdown of this game, Kezu, is going to be quite straightforward.
I mean, it probably could be we can mention other things also that do matter. So I want to say that this was the best possible last pick Falcons could have gone for. But at the same time, I do think it starts with you picking Anti-Mage. I don't think it was a particularly good AM game. You were already going to lane against SD4, it's going to disrupt you, mana burn you. So I think, it's not just like that you let Falcons have that hero, but also starting yourself. And overall, Falcons, they get their good heroes. The Snaking Enchi goes in, he makes it harder for you to triangle stack. They're happy with what's happening, they're protecting each other. So it's also the gameplay that comes on top of it.
I think another key ingredient to this game being so stompy was also Skeeter and that top lane. That was a complete free farm too. Both of their side lanes were doing whatever they want. Miro on that Bristle couldn't do anything because Save was trying to fix whatever he could wherever he could. He couldn't stay on that lane and try to make a play with him or secure his farm. They were chasing this Huskar, trying to slow him down a little bit. And because of that, Sven was also free to just hit his timings without any contesting.
Yeah, I mean, Save was having a stellar time, but of course, Huskar doing such a great job. Even, Maureen asking for a tip there on that highlight, but, with SD and an Enchantress, no matter who goes in, you're going to either have a heal from an Enchantress, a heal and a Dispel from the Shadow Demon, a Disrupt from the Shadow Demon, and so you have this confidence, there's this ability to not care, and that's what Falcons were lacking in the first game. They couldn't just simply go, they had to kite and team fight and put on an excellent show. This time around, it is just pure brute force, just full send, in you go, and of course it helps when Anti-Mage is jungling at minute 4.
And they needed quadruple performance from maybe even all the other players to actually make it work. Everyone puts in 3x, 4x overtime. Because it's not it's not that common and normal, especially in nowadays Dota, that you get like this Exodia last pick where you're just like 90% of people watch this game, they're like, yeah, they're screwed. What are they gonna do about it? And he tried with like some early movement, you know, minute 2, you ganked this offlane. It doesn't look real. That's how hard the game is.
Yeah, I think the only thing you could have made a case for was just Hoodwink starting bottom with that anti-mage, like trying to get a couple of kills on that Huskar before they leave him, before you then start bringing your anti-mage from the gate. I mean, their read on it was that they could just leave him be, and that wasn't the case. But even if they did tri-lane, like having to adjust that much says something about how much that last pick got them.
Oh, it was honestly, it's the most ruining thing I've probably seen in maybe more than 1.5 years, maybe even 2 years, because it's just so uncommon. Like you usually have like maybe cheese picks that come out with like, okay, but you don't have that many of those anymore. But yeah, standout player, I think snaking, you know, look at the pipe, the Solar Crest drums, the early gem. It's just when you give these guys like their heroes, and especially too, like we have to say, offlane Huskar is not traditional. You need the guy to even be a Huskar player. And Amar, he does it 617. There's nothing more I can praise him for.
I mean,
it's
not
impossible.
even that. I think when we heard AUI on stage talking about how this draft went down, he's the one that just clicked the button. At that point, you know, it is all on him.
You can't stop it. Like,
I'm going to play this.
Yeah, like you're in for the ride. Yeah. And this is a damn good one. Like he can do this to me anytime.
Yeah, but
if you're on his team.
Exactly.
The amount of times he's done it in pubs, though, to be fair. Like these last pick Huskars, he doesn't care. He also first picks Huskar in pubs. He kind of does it all in regards to Huskar. And the story of this series, though, is whoever has second pick feels like they've utilized last pick really, really well, right? The lifesteal in the first game had this kind of inevitable timer. The Huskar this time dominates the lane. So I feel like whoever's got second pick is going to have the advantage. I don't know who's won the coin flip for this one, but yeah, second pick just feels broken, at least in this series.
Yeah, I will also say, I mean, they should have maybe thought about it. Is that really mean to say? Because I do remember there was a period of time when everybody played the Huskar against the anti-mage.
But it's like all things, it comes in and out of favor, right? Like 7 months ago, Phoenix offlane and Phoenix mid was the counter to the monkey mid and the monkey carries. It then disappeared. The joyous thing of meta, it is never set. Meta is able to be set through the players going, I want to play it. There's no like rule book which says you need to do this, you have to do that. We don't have game mechanics that stop you, unlike other games. You know, like we can do literally anything in Dota.
It's true, and this is like, just look, so, I mean, Pure has 100% kill participation at this point because he's like roaming, but just look at the network. This is a 2k deficit, and yeah, I feel like it's not easy to fault them for not banning Huskar. In hindsight, yeah, you can swap out Mars for Huskar if you want anti-mage, but like, there is no other player, there's no other team in the world that is going to do this to you. I think it goes back to the AM pick itself. What do you think, Mira?
I mean, I think that all of this is true, and maybe it's hard to remember things like Huskar, but at the same time, anti-mage is wildly optimistic in that position.
Absolutely,
like,
yeah.
Like, it's not like, oh, you know, they should have banned the Huskar if they're going to pick anti-mage. Why not just pick Marcy? You had the opportunity to pick something more stable that gets countered by less, but they went for something a little bit wild. I think they wanted to give Pure a hero he'd have fun on and maybe catch them
that was
off
very
guard.
fun.
Yeah, they wanted to catch Falcons off guard, but what they ended up doing was just tripling down on that. If BB team don't have a good laning stage, their games look awful. I mean, that hasn't changed at all from yesterday.
Yeah, this was definitely a rough one for BB team. But hey, it might just be a fan service to get us to a third game, you know? That's always fun. What was not fun was, I think, the amount of fun Pure had in the game. I don't think that was fun at all. And I know we talk about it a lot, and Purge is going to talk about it some more.
Thank you, Cheever. Yeah, I just wanted to break down why it is so bad. For those of you that don't know exactly how these heroes function, some changes that have happened in the last year since you've been here. If you haven't noticed, Huskar doesn't have any mana anymore. He used to have mana. He no longer has any mana. That means that when you're playing an anti-mage who drains mana from your opponent, you just don't get that bonus damage. That means the first skill you have that you normally skill here just doesn't do anything to Huskar. So that's the first problem. The second problem is you're also laning against a Shadow Demon, who's actually quite good against anti-mage, because if Shadow Demon disrupts anti-mage and he has his first skill skilled, your illusions that are created will drain your mana as well. So he just doesn't even get to skill his first skill. It doesn't do damage to Huskar, and it would hurt him against the Shadow Demon. So he basically relies on his second skill, the Blink. That's going to allow him to disjoint some attacks that are flying at him and decrease some of the damage that he's taken. He could also skill his third skill, which reduces the magic damage he's taking, which he is by the Burning Spears, but it's only going to reduce 15% of the damage that he's taking from the Burning Spears. He could maybe reflect a Shadow Demon spell, but it's not looking great. So basically he gets into the situation where he is just dumping regen into his body, trying to keep his health up enough so that he can get some last hits. And he's just struggling on it. He's at 860 net worth here, and the Huskars are already at 1,200. And once he gets a boots advantage, it's basically impossible to lane here. So AIM is just getting what he can, which is why he went for that cool rotation, which did work quite well. The fact that he assisted in killing the Sven is huge. Him dying afterwards, I don't even care that much because it's going to get him back on the map a bit quicker. But this was the next problem. He's teleporting into lane. He gets a Helm of Iron Will. He tries to drain some mana from Malorine. That doesn't quite work out. And then he goes to jungle. And here's something that basically has not mattered in almost any game is the Rabble Rouser here. This is the buff from Enchantress. This means that any creeps that are attacking your enemies do more damage. So he's forced in this jungle at an abnormally early time, 4 minutes in. And these creeps are now doing 20% more damage to him. So his life is already almost impossible and made even harder by the fact that there is an Enchantress in the game. So extremely tough situation for the anti-mage here. Goes back to lane finally, and then he just immediately gets ganked as well by Mallory, who probably anticipated this based on the fact that he went to heal. So insanely tough game for him. We'll just have to run it back and hopefully give him a better hero.
I don't think we're gonna run back that anti-mage, that's for sure. And Rabble Rouser, I mean, that's for me. I learned something new today.
I forgot about that entirely.
Yeah, me too.
Because that innate from Enchantress was not really relevant when they gave it to her. Like, we thought it would be game-breaking when we first saw the change. It sucked. It didn't mean anything. Carries were still clearing camps anyway. Not if your carry goes jungle, level 3, then it owns.
It definitely did own, and right now I'm sure that there's some good talks happening with both teams about how they're going to approach game number 3. And while they're talking, of course, you see loads of people still around the arena and they're walking back and forth, and you're wondering, like, what could they possibly do other than watching Dota here in the Barclays Arena? Well, Slacks has found out exactly what you can do here.
We are here for the meet and greet session with Heroic. Now, you guys might not know this because you're not at the arena, most of you, but if you are at the arena, after everybody wins, they get to go and have a meet and greet. We're not talking about a lame-ass signing session where they're away from you. Look, they are physically touching you. So this is the greatest kind of moments you can have. Let's go ahead and talk to some of the folks in the crowd. Hold on one second. Sir, if I may, what did they smell like?
They smell like honey.
They smell like honey, ladies and gentlemen. Get down here quick. Quick. So sweet, so beautiful. Let's go talk to some crowd members here waiting in line. So sorry. Who's over here? Oh, whoa. We have seen you going absolutely ballistic in the crowd. Every Heroic game, you're top of the cheering here.
No recollection of that whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fantastic. Well, it is so good to see you here in their winning fan meet and greet. Did you go? Oh, you couldn't go to the last one. They didn't win. But are you going to do more of these? Are you going to come every time they win?
Of course. Yes, I'll be here all day, all night if that's what I need to do.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for keeping us alive. Hey, all right, well, enjoy. Delete Sniper, thank you very much.
I have a tip for Ice Frog.
Okay.
To make Dota the best game in the world, just delete Sniper.
Okay, delete Sniper, but put back in old techies. Do you agree?
Yes. Please, yes.
Hell yeah,
best. Old stacks back.
Yeah.
That's it.
Best of both worlds, baby. Thank you very much. And I did want to say, would you mind if I showed off your cosplay? I love cosplayers, and we finally have a Grimstroke cosplay. I've never seen a Grim before. What made you want to choose to do Grimstroke?
I haven't seen it before.
You have not seen it before either. Well, that is fantastic. Thank you for... Oh, the Glimmer Cape? I didn't even notice. I'm such a noob. I'm so sorry. Okay, please, Glimmer Cape and disappear for us on the camera, all right?
My boyfriend told me this is your favorite hero.
What the f is this? Thank you. I thought we were friends. I don't want your disgusting Wind Ranger. I'll take it. Thank you very much. Absolute filth. And that's it. After every single game, you can come and see one of the players or the whole team. You can see them, you can talk to them, you can greet them. So make sure to find your favorite winners whenever you want. There are a few things to do around the arena here at the International. Thank goodness we have some really cool stuff to check out. And one of these really cool things is this nice wall of history, which features all of the different jerseys from all the different TIs, including their championship rings, which is really, really cool. This one, 2019, oh, beautiful, with the purple and the little indents in there. The golden TI, I think that was 2021. The best jersey, I have to say, that represents Dota 2, in my opinion, I do have to give it to the purple jersey. Look at it, it's iconic. Rings, though, are super sick. Let's take a look at the rings. So, we have some not too interesting rings here at TI1, but they do grow in power. We start going for the Aegis to the nice, more purpley Dota logo, but the years of the NA Dota, that's where it begins. EG on the ring, that is super sick. The Wings ring, unbelievable. Liquid is nice. OG, very nice. Second OG is a little better. But if I had to choose, best ring ever, guys, this Wings one is unreal. I could see some very, very rich person wearing that in real life, so very nice. Anyway, cool trip down memory lane. What else do we have going on in the arena? Let's check it out. Okay, next up is the graffiti wall. This is a classico of the International. Lots of people coming in and signing it. See if I see anything interesting here. Zowie, I wonder who that was. That's very nice. Oh, here we go. Death is my enclave of the beer. Let's see here. Oh, somebody did their Twitch handle. Twitch Kitty, I'm not gonna read it. Kitty Kraken, I hope you got 1 million subs. Thanks for putting it on the wall. You got 1 sub right here. That's very good. Anything else? No, it's just literally a bunch of random Twitch channels and names and curse words. It's fantastic. I actually think that sums up the community pretty well. Good job, guys. Well done. Those aren't the only activations we have, of course. There's a bunch of stuff all around the arena. Like this beautiful little monument. There's a little selfie station. You guys thought I was toxic before. Now you can pretend like you're Viper. That's just like that. That's a classic Viper voice line. Just like that. Thanks for watching, everybody. Back to you guys.
Awesome to see all the things you can do and take pictures with. I will say, though, that Glimmer Cape definitely for me took the cake there. That was very cool to see, and I hope that the upcoming series we're going to watch is also very cool to see, focusing our attention on game number 3. Clean slate with these two teams here. Effie, we got Falcons, we got BB Team. Both teams very much deserving and to be the top 6. One of these will be top 3.
Yeah, I mean, even though BB Team won that first game, I'm a little bit worried for them going into this game 3. Because in both games, the one that they got crushed in and the one that they won, they also got crushed in that, especially at the start. Like, there is something going wrong with their early game that needs to be fixed.
The one good thing is the fact, like, the manner that you just lost in is so bad, or like, it's so easy for you to just say,
True.
We can go next. You know, it's like the one time where I feel like usually people say this to like cope. It's actually real this time. It's like, guys, whatever, 24 Husker, like this guy, he won't get it again. You go free and easy. And I think Falcons are going to do a similar thing about game 1. We were up to 10, 15k gold. Make it simple, go.
I'm watching the coin toss. That's all that matters for me. It's going around. You don't see it, but BB won the coin toss. So I think they're probably going to take second pick. And with that, they can protect themselves from this ultimate last pick. Because again, both teams have shown that they're very good at utilizing this, and in game 1 BB showed excellent scaling under pressure, the ability to fight. In game 2 they never got to even get to the game, right? So if we ignore the previous game, BB are competitive along the side of Falcons. It's just draft dependent.
I think if you give Falcons first pick, though, you're in for a world of pain, because there's either going to be the Sand King coming out, or the Chen, or the Enchantress, or even the first pick Hoodwink themselves to take it away from BB Team. That's a tough one. There's not enough bans for a Falcons first pick.
Yeah, I did want to touch upon that because both games now, BB Team did open with that Hoodwink. Of course, once from second pick and then once from overall first pick. Surely we're going to see something different for game number 3. At least I would imagine that there's something different prepared. Yeah, do you think that Hoodwink is still so highly demanded?
I think it will probably be picked again, but maybe if BB Team get to like close the phase later and then get into the bans, maybe it will allow them to take out the Enchantress, which Falcons have now ran twice into it, which it seems to be posing a huge problem to them. Or Falcons, like Mira is saying, maybe they first pick the Hoodwink themselves, but I'm not sure. I feel like they should still rate the Sand King incredibly high. It's 2 games in a row where he just rolls on everyone. He has good early game, has the stacks, does his Blink Dagger. We've seen it again, and we'll see it again if they allow it.
I think you just break one of the two pieces, and what BB Team have shown is their Sand King solution, DK plus Hoodwink. You either ban the DK so you can comfortably first pick the Sand King, or you pick the Hoodwink, take that away, and then see if you can get that second phase Sand King.
But it's also in the interview, right? In game 2, before game 2, Aoi contradicted himself. He said they're a good team against puck. They liked it. They don't mind playing against the hero. But in game 1, they banned it. In game 2, they give away the puck. They beat it. So maybe going into the third game, they just don't bother with puck anymore. They just let that through. And then like you were mentioning, you ban a DK, you ban a Bristle, you ban one element of how a second pick BB was able to pick apart Falcons.
Yeah, I will say the DK was banned in the previous game, but by BB Team themselves.
That's because they were in a position where they could get their puck. So they wanted to ban a puck counter, but when Falcons saw that DK was taken out, they were like, okay, we'll pick Sand King.
Yeah,
so there's something going on there with like the DK plus Sand King.
No,
element.
for sure. And I think this is also really cool when you do get deeper like into these tournaments and suddenly it's like this series, we don't see the DK, then suddenly you do see it banned in the next game too, even by their own team, because they're like, okay, if this is banned, we can take the other thing that we do want. So yeah, going to this game 3, I'm just expecting, you know, both teams to play in top form. I feel like neither of them have really anything to lose. Like in game 1, BBT make this incredible comeback. Game 2, Falcons kind of get like a freebie win. So going into game 3, both teams should be feeling, I would say, maybe as clean as two teams could going into a third game at TI.
Yeah, I was going to touch upon that because how do we feel these teams are feeling? Because we've talked about both teams and the experience is there. But for both, other than for Skeeter and Snaking, the TI experience is not. And it is different still, T.
Yeah, I think Falcons, if anything, probably toned down just a little bit going into the second game. Sure, they're still spicy with their all chat, but you could feel that there was no, cockiness anymore. It was just like disciplined, strong Dota with the element of like the odd, typing here and there. Game 1, you could feel that they were being a little bit more making mistakes, and for BB, I feel like they've had every emotion possible so far at TI. They've had the lowest of lows, the highest of highs. It's like, I don't really know where they're sitting right now.
I know where they're sitting. They're right there.
Wow.
Got him. I'm sorry.
You had to do that one. It was too easy.
Oh, well, that's okay, because we should be talking about this third game. We should be talking about what is coming our way. And I am happy to announce that it is time to see exactly that.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 3.
So we do have BB Team on the Radiant side, and they will have overall last pick, and that means Falcons is dire with first pick for themselves, and we're in the draft, and we are about to see what changes will be made. There are some things that just don't change though, because the Naga Siren's still getting banned. We see